Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter became the target of a Slytherin rival? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. During the Triwizard Tournament, Harry Potter draws the attention of a Slytherin rival who knows his power, and wants him for his own ends. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Yesterday, an emergency session was called for by the Minister of Magic on the insistence of head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones. While the Fudge administration has not had called for an emergency meeting since escape of Sirius Black from the infamous prison Azkaban 2 years ago, this meeting was also concerned with Mr. Black. See page 10 for the exclusive of Daily Prophet about the escape. As the Wizengamot gathered, Madame Bones presented a person long thought dead before the Wizengamot. Peter Pettigrew, who has been thought dead at the hands of Sirius Black and touted as a hero by all of us since last 14 years, was found alive and captive of the DMLE. Madame Bones argued before the Wizengamot that Peter was the one betrayed the Potters and Sirius Black was innocent of all the crimes ascribed to him. CP 8. As Lord Malfoy tried to object to the trial, stating that Mr. Black was already convicted, Chief Warlock Dumbledore revealed that Mr. Black had never got a trial. A scion of ancient and most noble house was sent to prison without a trial in blatant violation of our laws. That is a sacrilege of the sacred laws which have been guiding our society since its inception. See page 9 for the laws governing the formation of Wizengamot. Peter Pettigrew was administered the Veritaserum, and under its effects he confessed to being a Death Eater and of betraying the Potters by giving the Fidelius secret of their location to you-know-who on that fateful Halloween. Mr. Black was declared innocent and given an apology for the blunder committed by the previous administration, with reparations to follow. This begs the question, what else is the ministry lying about? Is there any truth about the claims of Harry Potter, the boy who lived in Albus Dumbledore, who have been saying that you-know-who has returned? If their claims are true, then we will be in deep trouble when the truth comes to light, and we are not ready for another war as the last war which eliminated many of our houses. We at the Daily Prophet tender our apologies to Mr. Black for publishing derogatory articles about him. See page 11 about the life of Sirius Black and his association with Potters. The paper was full of the fallout from that meeting. There was the half-page ad, paid for by the ministry, apologizing to Sirius for the treatment he received. There was the article about Lucius Malfoy stomping out of the meeting, just short of being ejected for contempt. There was another article about the regency of the House of Black being stripped from Lucius Malfoy and conferred on Sirius Black. There was an editorial about questionable decisions the minister had made since taking office, which included refusing to look into the possibility that Sirius Black was innocent when witnesses claimed to have seen Peter Pettigrew alive over a year ago, cutting of the DMLE budget to dangerously and historically low levels, his flat refusal to investigate claims that you-know-who might be back, in his smear campaign over the last few days against Dumbledore and the boy who lived. Foothills of the Himalayas. Harry Potter and Harshvardhan appeared at the base of a hill which reminded Harry of the mountains around Hogwarts. In this part of the world, however, this was a minor foothill. Looking into the distance, Harry could see ranks of higher and higher mountains marching away from him until their snow-capped peaks were lost in the haze. The lower slopes were alive with dense forests which were dense and lush with trees he had never seen before. Scanning up the slopes, the trees changed to more familiar evergreens thinning out to scrub near the snow line. Reading about it was one thing, but seeing it was quite another experience. Standing where he was, in a forest easily as dense as the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, feeling the warmth of the sun, it was hard to take in that he could see all the way to where it was so cold that the snow never melted. As they arrived, Harsh quietly conjured a chair and sat down, leaving Harry to stand alone. After some time passed and nothing happened, Harsh spoke. "We have to wait for a while, Harry. Are you sure you want to remain standing?" Confused, Harry asked, Guruji, there is no other chair for me to sit on." Harsh smirked. "It is each to his own, Harry. As your good Professor McGonagall would say, are you a wizard or not?" Feeling embarrassed at his stupidity, Harry drew his wand and transfigured a branch of a tree into a chair. While Harsh's chair was very comfortable looking, his was very basic and lacked the detailed work that Harsh had done on his chair. As they sat waiting, Harry began to doze and a minute later had fallen asleep. A stinging hex woke him up. Opening his eyes, he found Harsh to be engaged in battle with 6 men who were ferociously dueling with the mystic and trying to do him in while he was fighting with an ease against them which showed in his spells. He kept shooting his choice spells at them while the men were trying hard to overcome him. As Harry watched, one of the men fired a bone breaker which broke Harsh's offhand. Finally alert to the danger, Harry sprang into action. He whipped out his wand and fired a stunner at one of them and a petrifying hex at another. Only one of his spells connected with the enemy. The other was simply batted aside. 2 of them turned their attention to him while the remaining 3 of them were still engaged with Harsh, who was easily sparring with them as if nothing had happened. Harry immediately started sending some of the more dangerous spells at the 2 men who dodged or shielded them easily while keeping him engaged. He shot a bombarda at one and a reductor at another, both of which were swatted aside. He kept firing bombarda and reductor alternately at both the men while he shielded himself from the hexes he knew and dodged those he did not recognize. What made it hard for him was that the men were casting their spells inaudibly, making him second-guess everything he did while he kept invocating aloud, giving them time to maneuver their way out of his spells. Trying his creative side, he ran forward while he shielded himself from their spells, risking a dark spell which could shatter his basic shield. As he ran, he fired a bone breaker at one of the men who immediately jumped aside. However, as he jumped, Harry shot another bone breaker in the direction where the man was going to land. As the man landed, the hex connected with his rib cage, knocking the man backwards from the force of the spell. The other man, who was surprised with this move, dropped his shield and Harry immediately brought him down with a stunner. He turned to the rest to find that Harsh had disabled 2 of them while the one he had petrified earlier had been released from the hex and was firing lethal curses at Harsh. Harry raised his wand and was about to fire a hex when he hesitated. He did not want to fire when the enemy's back was turned, but then he saw that Harsh was getting tired and he immediately shot a stunner which downed the man. Harsh slumped in relief, leaving Harry alone to face the last man standing. The man turned to his stunned comrade and enervated him before engaging Harry in a duel, making him groan. He was alone while the enemy had just doubled. Thinking creatively, he shot a jet of water in one man's face and jumped aside to avoid a nasty-looking gray-colored curse. While the man was blinded, Harry sent a bone breaker at the man's wand hand. As the last standing opponent turned to him, Harry started firing highly powered bombarda, reductor and bone breakers at the man. As the man shielded himself from the barrage of hexes, Harry sent in a stinger, surprising the man, who faltered for a second, and Harry immediately swooped in with a stunning spell, taking him out. "Bravo!" Harsh was clapping enthusiastically. "Well done, Harry." Harsh immediately proceeded to tend to the fallen men, enervating those who were stunned while tending to the injured. Harry watched in amazement as the mystic tended to his enemies. He asked, "Guruji, they attacked us. Why are you tending to them?" Harsh laughed. "They did not attack us, Harry. It was pre-planned to test your alertness to your surroundings, but it looks like you were drowned in the serenity of the ambient magic of this place." Harry smiled sheepishly. "I felt an overwhelming sensation to take a nap, and since you were sitting comfortably, I went to sleep. I did not know that magic could have this effect." Harsh smiled. "Ambient magic does that to you? This place is on 3 powerful ley lines and is suffused with so much magic that anyone who is attuned to magic like you would be overwhelmed and feel the urge to sleep." Harry nodded his head, saying nothing while thinking about the mystic's words. "Guruji, why did I never feel that way at Hogwarts?" Hogwarts is a castle, Harry, where there are hundreds of individuals sharing in the magic steeped into the walls of the castle, so the effect is minimal while this place is sparsely populated and no one save for the magical beasts or mystics come this way, Harsh explained. "Markish, what is your assessment of Harry?" Harsh asked a mystic. "Guruji, Mr. Potter is handy with a wand and his speed is impressive and he is quite experienced for his age. His spells pack a lot of power, but he hesitates from using lethal curses. He stays his hand even in those conditions where it is crucial to act quickly, but he is creative and never hesitates from taking risks to achieve what he desires." The mystic replied. "His spell repertoire is either limited or he did not have the conviction to use those spells effectively. He seems boggled into the traditional light and dark spells dogma of the British wizards." Harsh smiled. Did any of you notice that he cast his spells audibly? He shouts his spells and inadvertently informs his opponent, giving time to the opponent to either shield or dodge his spells. He seems to favor shielding than dodging, which explains that he never had any formal training in dueling but has self-trained. He cannot control the power in his spells and they come out rather heavy-handed. A bone breaker with controlled power would only break bones, but a bone breaker cast by him was powerful enough to throw his opponent a great distance while breaking his bones. Harry was listening to everything being said with rapt attention. Harry was proud of his prowess, but the battles he had fought in the last few days showed that power alone was not enough against experienced fighters. They could dodge or bat his spells aside while he wore himself out casting overpowered spells to no effect. Then, however long it took, when he was tired, they could move in and take him down. Harry, Harsh addressed him, the day for today is almost at an end. Tomorrow, you will start your journey to find our tribe in the upper hills. Find, Harry stammered, I thought you were taking me. Harsh smirked, yes, Harry. It is part of our initiation. That the new recruits are to find our tribe from here. You will meet a variety of creatures in way, wandering magical tribes and many troubles, but when you find us, you will be ready. Ready? Harry asked, for what, Guruji? For starting your training, of course, Harsh said with a wide smile, you are to train after all. As they were talking, Harsh produced a bundle for Harry. This is a 10 for you to use when in the wilderness trying to find us, Harry. It has inbuilt runes of turning invisible with a tap of wand, animal and human repelling charms so that you can have nice sleep, but there is no water and no food inside. That is for you to make do with what you find in the forest, however there are some spices inside. He also produced a small instrument from his pocket. This is a magical compass fixed in direction of our castle. One more thing, Harry, you will need your hippogriff for this part of the journey. But he is not here, Harry said. How then, can I ask his help? It's either that or fly, Harry. Harsh smirked again. You would have to cross valleys full of dangerous beasts and flying is the safest way. But how do I call him? Asked Harry, exasperated. He is your familiar, Harry, Harsh explained. If you call him with all your intent, then he will be able to come before morning. Harry closed his eyes and scrunched up his face in concentration, thinking of Blackstorm, willing Blackstorm to come to him before the morning. He felt nothing for a few minutes and was about to give up when Harsh's voice cut into his thoughts. Don't think too hard, Harry. Just think of him as you think about your owl, Hedwig, and how she is always able to find you. Immediately he relaxed and started thinking of Blackstorm's features and what it would be like to have the hippogriff with him. He felt a very light tug at his magic and he could sense thoughts of the hippogriff. Opening his eyes, he grinned to Harsh. He is coming. Now, Harry, how about you make the arrangements for your own food for tonight and erect this tent before we sleep in? Harsh asked him, mirroring Harry's grin, seeing the boy grimace at the thought of fending for his own food. Longbottom Castle. Frank was getting bored. Since he had come out of his coma, he had been confined to his room, not allowed to step outside even for a moment. No amount of begging, pleading, bribery or threats changed the healer's mind on that issue. Healer Lynn put her foot down and told him bluntly that he was not strong enough yet, that he could barely even stand, never mind go for a walk. Frank just scoffed at her expert opinion. After a number of temper tantrums, she finally agreed that if Frank could walk all the way to the front door of the castle without slumping or any help, that she would allow him to walk around the grounds. But he was not to apparate or flow anywhere. Frank had gritted his teeth and barely made it outside into the corridor before he slumped to the floor, unable to stand. The healer had since confined him to that infernal chair. Since that day, his regiment of potions was increased to expedite his strength gaining. Alice had been laughing all the while seeing him throw tantrums at being coddled like a toddler. Neville had been coming to visit them daily without fail. Some days he was extremely cheerful and on other days he came exhausted, looking battered and worn down as if he had been run through the ringer. While Neville always tried to sound very perked up and upbeat, Frank could hear the undertone of hopelessness and despair which made him wonder what was really wrong in the wizarding world. Augusta had forbidden any questions till next week, and this was the next week today, and he was going to have some answers. There was nobody who would be able to deny him those answers today. Frankie, Augusta's voice cut into his thoughts, how are you this fine morning? Good morning, Mother, Frank replied in a jovial voice, or at least he hoped it was jovial. Today is the day that you promised me some answers. So, How about it? Augusta laughed, then chided him for his impatience. Well, good morning to you too, Frankie. Can't wait to hear all the news, can you? Then, with a sigh, she said, I can hardly blame you. Very well then, ask your questions. Frank immediately started, what happened to the war? Did you know who died? Where are Sirius Black, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew? Who got the custody of Harry Potter? Augusta remained quiet for a moment gathering her thoughts, then started, the war for all intents and purposes ended the day that you know who disappeared. It took us months to round up the rest of the Death Eaters. There had been quite a few attacked in the last days of the war including you and Alice. A couple of days after you know who's fall, Sirius Black was arrested on the charges of betraying the Potters and of killing 12 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew when Pettigrew supposedly tried to corner him about betraying the Potters. Sirius was sent to Azkaban by the war tribunal constituted in the following days and we all thought he was guilty. Since James and Lily's will was not found, Harry Potter was sent to Lily's Muggle relatives to be kept safe. Alice, who had been silent all this while, shouted, What? They sent Harry Potter to live with Muggles. Why didn't anyone interfere? Why did you not try to take him in, Mother? Where was Remus Lupin? Augusta sadly smiled. Remus Lupin was a tired soul. His entire world revolved around his friends. When the news reached him that James and Lily were dead and then Peter Pettigrew a couple of days later and finally, that Sirius had been tossed into Azkaban for their murders. Something inside him broke and he disappeared. Nobody heard anything from him until Sirius broke out of Azkaban. That was when he came back to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. That was in Neville's 3rd year there. He often says that Remus Lupin is the only decent defense professor they had. I had gone to Dumbledore to ask him to let me adopt Harry Potter, but he pointed out that I already had a child to care for and I was not getting any younger. He said something about some blood wards keeping him safe, and considering the attack happened at Green Hughes, I was not willing to take any chances with 2 children in my custody. Frank's face showed a variety of emotions including disbelief, surprise, and anger. As Augusta finished her narrative he said, Of all the things that I know for certain, Mother, I can say that Sirius Black would never betray the Potters. James was like his brother and Sirius loved him more than his own brother, Regulus. He would have willingly taken a killing curse if it meant that it would save James. The Ministry must have bungled up somehow. What happened in Neville's 3rd year? Did they get Sirius Black? Augusta told of the entire fiasco that was the 3rd year when Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban. He had spotted Peter Pettigrew in his animagus rat form in a picture on the front page of the Daily Prophet with the Weasleys. Knowing that Pettigrew was not dead, but perilously close to Harry, he did the impossible and somehow got past the Dementors to confront the traitor. As it turned out, Pettigrew was a Death Eater. I don't know all the details, but somehow, Pettigrew escaped and ran off to look for you-know-who. Fudge refused to believe or investigate that Pettigrew was alive and went to fetch the Dementors to execute Sirius. Again, I don't know the details, but somehow Sirius escaped as well. As it turned out, Pettigrew and Barty Crouch Jr., both thought to be long dead, were instrumental in the tragic events around the 3rd task of the Triwizard Tournament just weeks ago. You-know-who was returned to his body. Harry recaptured Pettigrew and Sirius was exonerated. You-know-who and his cronies are trying to work in secret to recruit more to their numbers and undermine the Ministry. Fudge continues to be an ineffectual idiot. And now you are up to date. As she finished, Frank and Alice's expressions had turned inscrutable. Frank sighed, What you have told us, Mother, is horrifying. To think that we had been through a war and woke up just as another war is knocking on the door. But I know for one that I will fight in this war. Alice, who was quiet all this while, turned to Augusta. While all this is rich information, Mother, I am more interested to know about Neville's 4 years at Hogwarts. I recall you said that Neville often says that Remus Lupin was one of the most decent defense professors. I wonder what he has been going through at school. Augusta schooled her features into an impassive face. I have answered enough questions for this week. Now you both have to wait for some time before I am up to another round of this play. Meanwhile, if you want to help your son and his god brother, you should focus on your recuperation. The sooner you are in shape, the sooner you will be able to shake up the order of things. They both nodded, knowing there was nothing that could deter her from her resolution of not answering any more questions today. They already had a lot to think about and to prepare for another war. This time, they will not go easy on the Death Eaters, but they will end the menace once and for all. He had lost many of his friends and allies at their hands, simmering with anger over their inability to do anything due to being tied down with restrictions. This time they will take the fight to them. The revelations had lit a fire in them to get well soon and on their feet to help with the war and to aid in any way possible. Cottage on the hill. Good morning, students, said Remus jovially to the students before him. What do you all know about the Death Eaters? Remus Lupin asked the students before him. As always, Hermione Granger raised her hand to answer. Remus turned to her and said, kindly, Miss Granger, I can always count on you to give the exact answer from the book. Let's give the other students a chance to show what they know. Hermione blushed, but put her hand down. Miss Bones, will you answer my question? He asked to Susan, who by the looks of it was lost somewhere else. Snapping to attention, she started, from what I have read about them, they are mostly purebloods, but not all of them are overtly powerful or adept at magic. Most of them are average witches or wizards who have a false feeling of supremacy about them. Based on their roles, I would classify them into the commanders and the foot soldiers. Commanders are the Death Eaters, who are more dangerous than most, like Antonin Dolohov, Bellatrix Lestrange, etc., who are powerful and can cast dark magic and a variety of spells and have often been referred to as the inner circle, while the foot soldiers are those who are not really powerful, but they are used mostly to bolster their numbers or just to have another wand at their side. They cannot do magic like the commanders, but all it takes to cast an unforgivable is hatred towards anyone, and it makes them equally dangerous. Remus smiled at her very articulate answer. Your observations are very astute based on what you have been taught. He turned to Neville. Mr. Longbottom, what strategy would you adopt against a foot soldier? Neville thought for a moment before replying. In battle, all it takes for a warrior to fall is one spell. Foot soldiers, as Susan said, are only to bolster their numbers, therefore, they must be neutralized as soon as possible because it takes only hatred to fire an unforgivable. Remus turned to Hermione. Anything you want to add to their findings, Hermione? Hermione, who had been listening with rapt attention, merely shook her head. Not everything Susan and Neville said was exactly as written in the books, but they had precisely summed up everything. There were minor things they omitted, but those were not worth mentioning in all that they had recited. What strategy would you adopt against a Dark Lord? Remus was asking. A Dark Lord should not be taken on by anyone except one who is as powerful as him. One who is as adept as him at magic and is equal to or greater in experience than him is suitable to fight him. If someone else wants to engage him in a duel, they should do it in groups. That way, they can keep him engaged and suffer minimum casualties. She finished with a flourish while Remus was smiling at her. He turned to Ron. Ron, if we are to plan an ambush, what should be our approach? Ron sat still for a while before speaking. I guess it would depend on many factors, like how many warriors you have, the battlegrounds, your resources and your capability. No strategy can be formed without knowing all the variables in an equation. The students were discussing a chapter Remus had allocated them to read from Dark Lords, from Grindelwald to Voldemort, which outlined their strategies, their mode of operations, atrocities they committed and how they met their downfall. The author was an obscure wizard who went by a pseudonym but had a very firm grasp of facts and details of events as they happened. Ironically, the book had been banned from distribution in England and was brought from the continent by Dumbledore, who had procured enough copies for the students and the members of the order. Sirius had suggested that the junior members be allowed to read them so that they would know what they are facing. One of the tasks that they had not done yet was to desensitize them to battle and gore, as they knew would follow. That would fall to Alistair, though, since none of the other adults had the heart to do it. As the class came to an end, a sound started to blare through the cottage, making Remus grip his wand and run outside, with the junior members following him out. As they stepped out of the cottage, a red-colored spell hit Ron in the face and he passed out, making others halt. As Hermione stooped to enervate him, another spell approached them. Fred took it on his hastily conjured shield. Soon there were more curses raining down on them and the students started running for cover. As they ran, they noticed Remus engaged in a duel with two masked men who were trying to do him in while he battled them with everything he had. They noticed McGonagall was there, conjuring walls, transforming objects into animals, motioning them to attack the hooded figures, Tiny Professor Flitwick was holding his own against 3 of the masked men who were trying to corner him, but the remarkable professor was keeping them at bay with ease, showing his extraordinary reflexes, using even the easiest of charms to duel with the masked men. There was Sirius, who was fighting with 2 of them who were gaining the upper hand on him with each minute. Neville immediately whipped his wand out and sent a powerful blasting hex at one of the 2 who were engaged with Sirius, while he shouted at the others, "Fred and George, go and secure the perimeter of the cottage, do what you can to keep them in check and make sure that no one else enters. Hermione, go and help Remus. Susan, go and help Professor McGonagall. Ginny, go and try to contact Professor Dumbledore. Tell him we are losing and we need reinforcements." They all immediately sped into action, with each running to do their assigned tasks. The twins rushed to the property line, where they found 2 of the masked men guarding a strange contraption. "Hello, my merry men," said Fred. As the men turned, George fired a stunning spell at them, but a 3rd man appeared out of nowhere and flicked the spell aside with a wave of his wand. He immediately started firing spell chains at them, which forced them to run for cover. The 3 men they were facing were highly proficient in using lethal curses against them. One of them was solely using fire spells against them, while another used a combination of Bombarda, Confrigno and Reducto at them. The 3rd was mostly defending the other 2 against any attacks, not that the twins were attacking that much. One of the twins pulled out an innocent-looking wire from his pocket and threw it at them. Before it connected, the other twin cast a finite at the wire and it expanded, forming a net which immediately grew to disable the 3 of them, tying them into a vast net. Neville had engaged one of the 2 who were fighting Sirius, and he sent a reductor at the man who dodged it and sent a tripping hex, which Neville sidestepped and immediately had to dodge a nasty-looking violet-colored curse by ducking on the ground. Another yellow-colored curse followed, which made him roll from his position. Panting, he got up and produced a shield, which was met with a shield-shattering curse followed by a disarming hex. As his shield shattered and he saw the disarming hex flying at him, he immediately willed his wand back into its holster on his arm. After the disarming hex passed harmlessly through him, he again willed his wand into his hand and almost instantaneously sent a blasting hex at his attacker, who jumped out of the way. Neville immediately started sending high-powered blasting hexes at the man who conjured a shield to avoid being hit. After a few seconds, Neville feigned dropping from exhaustion and his opponent dropped the shield to fire a hex at him. Neville immediately fired a stunner at his opponent, who crumpled to the ground. Neville turned to the others and found that Hermione was barely holding her own against one of the masked figures who was firing hexes at her relentlessly. She was having a hard time defending herself from all curses, for the reason that the basic shield she knew could not hold against the variety of curses fired at her. As Neville watched, she conjured a shield which was shattered almost immediately and a stunner knocked her out. Susan was not faring well either, with her opponent who had forced her on the defensive and was coming down heavily on her. She was trying to hold her own against her opponent, who was liberally transfiguring things into animals and animating them to attack Susan, while the opponent kept McGonagall busy with turning her own animations against her. As McGonagall conjured a flock of birds and directed them towards her opponent to distract him, his opponent cast a wide area stunner which McGonagall dodged while Susan crumpled to the ground. As Neville rushed forward to help his friends, Sirius fell to the floor with a gash on his forehead, and before Neville knew anything, he was passed out. Neville returned to consciousness with Sirius grinning at him while he lay on the floor of the cottage. As he remembered the battle, he immediately leapt up to his feet to see Order members in the cottage while his friends were just waking up. Dumbledore started the meeting. This attack was a test for you all to see your alertness and responsiveness to a situation. You saw an attack happening and you people forgot that this property is under a Fidelius charm and no one can enter here unless they are told the secret, which meant anyone coming in here would not be an enemy. Afterwards you all did some quick thinking, choosing to help the members already fighting, and were bested in your turn. Now I want you all to narrate how you did and how you were bested. Fred started. We had trapped Kingsley, Dad. George continued, and Bill. Fred said, we thought ourselves victorious. George said, when Hestia and Emmeline came. Together they said, they just apparated before us and stunned us. Albus raised his hand in a gesture to stop them from speaking. Good work using the contraption, Mr. Weasley and Weasley, but you forgot your orders and were dallying around. I remember Mr. Longbottom ordered you to make sure that no one else can enter. Next time, pay attention to your surroundings. Miss Granger, your turn. he indicated Hermione. I was battling Tonks, who was using random spells to defeat my shields. She used many spells that I do not know, and she was casting them relentlessly, not giving me time to think. She shattered all my shields almost at the moment I conjured them. She kept using single spells as well as a spell chain or two to keep me thinking and stunned me. Tonks smiled kindly at her. You need to work on your dodging. It is physically more demanding, but it leaves your power free to use for attack, and it is effective against unknown spells. You will get better with time, Hermione. You were holding your own against me for quite a long time. I think your exhaustion played a good role in getting you knocked out. Dumbledore turned to Ron. What about you, Mr. Weasley? Ron considered for a few seconds before he spoke. I was stunned before we even joined the battle. Dumbledore nodded while turning to Ginny. What about you, Miss Weasley? Ginny looked flushed, her cheeks tinted red. Neville ordered me to contact you and ask for reinforcements. I tried to flow call you, but the flow was down. I kept trying for some time before I was confronted by Alistair Moody, who fired a stinging hex at me which I barely dodged and was immediately knocked out by a stunner. Alistair growled, you need to be more aware of your surroundings. You were under attack and you were oblivious to the dangers around you. If it is any consolation to you, you were the last to be taken out, but you need to work harder. Dumbledore turned to Neville. What about you, Mr. Longbottom? Neville sheepishly smiled. I do not know who I was dueling, but he was fast and kept firing hexes at me which I barely dodged. I somehow stunned the man before I turned to see how others were faring and forgot the man Sirius was dueling with. As I watched Hermione and Susan getting stunned, I turned to help them, and Professor Snape, who had just knocked Sirius out, stunned me. Alistair muttered, don't downplay your talents, boy. He turned to the others. This one kept parrying me for a few minutes and dodged or shielded my spells. When I sent a disarming jinx at him, he sent his wand into his holster, neutralizing my hex, and immediately started raining down on me with powerful blasting hexes. When he could not stun me, he feigned to drop from exertion, and when I let my guard down, he stunned me. A bloody trickster, if there ever was one. Constant vigilance, Alistair, chortled Sirius, making others laugh. Dumbledore, who was smiling at the antics of everyone around him, turned to Susan finally. You were helping Professor McGonagall to duel with me. You were holding your own pretty well until you missed the white area stunner which knocked you out. Dumbledore turned to the people gathered in the room. You all did well, but there is much more you will need to learn. You were successful in shielding and dodging, but you will need to do more. With that, the meeting was dismissed, and as they were leaving, Sirius was cornered by Arthur. Sirius, did you do anything to Grimmauld Place? Sirius grinned at him. Why do you ask, Arthur? Arthur shrugged. At random times, when we are eating in the kitchen or people are sitting there, weird things keep happening. Once all the food disappeared, once the table grew legs and walked away, the enchanted mirrors keep saying rude things, the fireplace keeps shutting itself off, and once the mirror called Dumbledore, old goat, making the headmaster chuckle. Sirius was trying very hard not to laugh, knowing it would give away that he was behind these pranks. He had not been to Grimmauld Place since he had come to the cottage on the hill, but he had asked his elves to keep everyone busy with pranks, and they were obviously doing their part. No, Arthur. I had nothing to do with the recent events as you narrated, but I will look into it, he assured the Weasley patriarch. India. As Harry woke in the morning, he found that nobody else was in the tent. He went out of the tent to find that there was no one else in the area either. He collapsed the tent and put it in a backpack which he had in his trunk and had taken out the previous day. As he took out the contraption Harsh had given him, he inspected it more closely and found a parchment with instructions to use the contraption. One of the instructions asked him to tap it twice with his wand and it would morph into a wristwatch that he could wear. He immediately did so, and as he was setting out to find the mystics, he heard the whooshing of large wings and found his hippogriff descending from the sky to meet him. Grinning with pleasure, he immediately bowed to the beast. The beast bowed its head in return and sat on its haunches, allowing him to mount upon it. To his delight, Harry found that the tack was already on its back. He took a minute to check that the tack was in order before he mounted and took to the sky. Going north towards the hills, he could feel the cold wind hitting him in the face, making him shiver. He descended near a stream and got off the hippogriff. Go and forage for a bit, mate. I think I will need to find something to make me comfortable before we can fly. As he looked into his trunk to find a woolen cloak or some sweaters or a Weasley jumper or his Gryffindor scarf, he found nothing. As he panicked, he remembered some of the charms that he had studied and some of the transfigurations that Professor McGonagall had taught him. He pointed his wand at his clothes, willing his magic and changing the fabric of his cloak into a heavy woolen cloak which immediately felt warm, and he transfigured a piece of wood into a thick scarf which he rolled around his head. He pointed his wand at himself and cast some warming charms at him and again mounted the hippogriff and took to the skies, but had to land again after some time due to feeling cold. As he neared the ground he found that he was warmer than in the air. He took the tack off Blackstorm's back and shrinking it, he slipped it into his backpack. He released the hippogriff to forage for food while he continued the journey on foot. As he walked, he began to take notice of his surroundings. The woods were heavily populated and thick with trees which he was sure were magical. There were a few he recognized from his herbology class, but there were many he had never seen. There was a tree with long curved leaves with a red hue which exuded a lovely fragrance. As he inhaled the perfume, he felt a compulsion to walk toward the tree. His trance was broken when the hippogriff nudged him with its head. As he came out of his trance, he noticed a small animal approaching the tree. When the animal got close enough to the tree, it fell down on the ground dead. A second later, a tentacle leapt from the tree, lapping the dead animal into a toothy maw hidden in the bole of the tree. Harry blanched at the tree and decided to continue forward while trying not to think about what he had just seen. As he was walking, he became aware of someone watching him and chose to be careful with his actions. As he walked forward, an owl hooted, making him jump. The owl was sitting on a nearby tree and was quite different from other owls he had seen. He was proud of Hedwig, but this owl was truly beautiful. It was taller and heavier, with its golden plumage shining and its amber eyes glowing. As Harry watched, it hooted again and something flashed in his mind. Some scenes where he was flying on his hippogriff to battle, the Quidditch pitch on fire, him holding a girl in his arms and crying, him hugging Susan, he and Susan standing in a clearing with their wrists joined by tendrils of magic, him holding a wand in each hand, Harry standing over the dead body of Voldemort, Harry hugging Sirius who looked beaten with cuts and gashes on his arms but smiling, Neville smiling and embracing him like a brother, and there were a lot of scenes which did not make sense to him but gave him some sense of foreboding. As the flash ended, Harry found that the owl was gone and he was standing in the open. Trying to memorize the scenes of what had happened, he walked further and suddenly the hair on the back of his head rose and he ducked. A split second later, a spear passed through the space he had just vacated. Harry fast drew his wand and turned, shooting a stunner in the direction the spear came from. A moment later, a heavy thud told him that the spell had found its mark. A second later, Harry jumped aside as another spear whirred towards him. After another stunner and another thud, Harry broke into a run with spears raining down on him from all directions. He kept running in a zigzag pattern and often doubled back on his own path, but his pursuers seemed to know the forest well. Finally, as he was out of breath and panting, his steps faltered for a moment when a spear grazed his leg, making him wince in pain, and he stifled a cry as he fell down with heavy ropes binding him. As he watched, a snake appeared. It was a big brown serpent with menacing fangs and had a broad hood. As it slithered towards Harry, hood raised, several men appeared around him wielding spears. As the snake was poised to strike, Harry hissed, "Greetings, noble beast. Do not bite me." The snake stopped mid-strike. "Who are you? You speak the tongue, but you are not a Naga." Harry replied, "I am Harry Potter." The snake hissed, "Harry Potter who? I do not know any by such name." Harry did not know what to say. He was confident that the snake would die if it bit him. He had basilisk venom in his blood which vaccinated him against all snake poison. He needed to say something to the snake to stop it from attacking him. He hissed to the snake, "I am a descendant of snake speakers." The snake dipped its hood. "I can taste the magic in your blood, SS Speaker. You have ancient magics in your blood. Peverells who walked the land long ago will walk again in you, SS Speaker." While Harry was surprised with the snake telling him about Peverells, he supposed it did not make a significant difference considering his ancestors were war mages, but he did not know that the Peverells had parcel tongue in their bloodline. "Peverells destroyed most of my kind and they walk again with one who speaks the tongue. Say your wish, Speaker, it will be granted, and leave us in peace," the snake hissed. "I was just passing through," replied Harry. The snake turned. to the men who had been listening with rapt attention and ordered them to release Harry from his bonds and harm him no more. As the snake slithered away, one of the men approached him and released Harry from the rope that was binding him. Greetings, speaker. Harry had never met another man in his life who could speak to snakes, therefore he was amazed to find that the man was one. You can speak this language? He asked. The man replied offhandedly, of course we can. We the Naga are descendants to snake speakers from ancient times and we can speak this language. Tell me about you. So it was that Harry told everything to him about being a parcel tongue, Voldemort, coming to India with the mystics, crossing the terrain to find their tribal home and his aim to train to become a sorcerer who could defeat Voldemort for good. As he finished, the chief, as he was the leader of the Nagas, invited him to the home of the Nagas for the night. As it was nearing evening, Harry accepted their offer, grateful to have a roof over his head for the evening and not being alone. After a dinner with the Nagas, which was one of his strangest yet tasty meals, the chief invited him to talk. So Harry, the chief said, do you know any parcel tongue magic? Parcel tongue magic? Harry asked, confused. Yes, the chief replied, parcel tongue is a magical language and has more magic than your ordinary language. Even ordinary spells fired in parcel tongue are twice more powerful than when cast in an ordinary tongue. Harry was intrigued. He had once or twice thought about the usefulness of parcel tongue, but he had not been able to find anything. Since parcel tongue was considered a trait of dark wizards, there were really no books available on it. Sirius had hinted that there were books in the Black family library which could be classified as dark, so he was not interested in knowing them, but here he was being offered to be tutored in parcel magics without any costs. I have no knowledge of parcel magics, noble chief, Harry answered the chief. If you wish, Harry Potter, then come see us after you have done your training with the mystics. Lord Harshvardhana would not take offense to an offer like this. The chief offered, we will teach you all that we can. This language can be of use for you in the upcoming war against this Voldemort. There are not many tribes left in the world who speak parcel tongue, so I doubt he would know about these magics. I have one question, though, Harry said to the chief, how do you keep warm at this temperature? The chief guffawed at this, we have magic to keep us warm and we also do a lot of physical work. And we have a plant whose leaves help us to remain warm even in the harshest climate. After that, Harry was led to a small hut on one side of the settlement where there was no bed in sight but a bed of straw laid out on the ground. Not wanting to offend his hosts and not wanting to do more magic, he immediately fell on the straw. As he was about to pass out, the Naga who had accompanied him, gave him 2 leaves to eat, telling him that they would keep him warm for the night. Greengrass Manor. Cyrus Greengrass had just returned home from his potion shop in Diagon Alley and was in his office working on some business ventures when his elf Moppy popped in. Mr. Dumbledore has come to meet you, master. Take him to the parlor, Moppy, and tell him I will be there soon, he replied to the elf while thinking about this visit. He was not surprised that Dumbledore had come to visit, but that it had taken him so long to do so. The exoneration of Sirius Black had been 2 days ago and Cyrus had expected a visit the same evening. Calling Roxanne and Daphne, he went to the parlor where Dumbledore was waiting for him, his face expectant and his eyes full of twinkle. Headmaster, it is a pleasure to host you in these halls, he said to the older wizard, or is it Chief Warlock, today? Dumbledore smiled jovially, it is a pleasure to see you too, Cyrus, Roxanne and Daphne. It is only Albus Dumbledore today, headmaster of Hogwarts, coming to see his students. Cyrus snorted, pardon me, headmaster. You have never visited Greengrass Manor before, as you say, to see your students. It will be easy if we can come straight to the point. Dumbledore smiled in return, if that is your wish, Cyrus. I wanted to talk about what happened in the Wizengamot the other day. I had no idea that the neutrals would vote in favor of someone from a dark family. The way I see it, headmaster, it was the houses sticking up for one of our own who had been subjected to injustice at the hands of the ministry, Cyrus said. It also had the added benefit of being in the good books of Lord Black when the war comes. There will be no neutrals in the war, headmaster, and I intend to see my family through the war with the minimum of casualties. The Dark Lord has already sent his minions quite a few times to try and sway us, but we have avoided them so far. If we do not ally with anyone, I intend to take my family and go into hiding. I dare say House Greengrass has several such places at its disposal. I know of the resourcefulness of your house to stay away from any side of a conflict, Cyrus, but if you are choosing sides, there is no guarantee that all of us will survive the war. People die in wars, Dumbledore said grimly. I know of the hazards, Headmaster, Cyrus replied. I do not want to give a chance to future generations to say that when the wizarding world was fighting for its future, House Greengrass ran and hid. What do you intend to do in the war, if I may ask? Dumbledore asked the other man. This time it was Roxanne who replied, we will ally ourselves with the light with a number of our friends. We have been meeting in secret for the last couple of days having discussions upon this very topic, and we all have agreed upon allying with light, but there are some conditions which will need to be adhered to. Dumbledore knew too well that there can be no offers from any of the factions without any conditions attached. Usually these conditions tugged at his moral compass and made him refuse, but he was willing to hear them out this time. What are those conditions, Lady Greengrass? He asked. First, call me Roxanne. Lady Greengrass is for formal occasions, she told him with mock sternness. Second, we will not ally with light if the war is fought under your banner. We know you are a formidable wizard and you know who feared you, but you are not destined to defeat him, are you? Thirdly, we will put in funding and men to fight the war, but we will not restrict ourselves to stunners or disarming hexes. These are all agreeable conditions, Roxanne. I was not intending to be the leader anyway. Harry Potter is a beacon of hope people look to in times such as these. It is he who will lead us. Is that agreeable? Dumbledore asked them. It is agreeable. In fact, House Greengrass has long-lasting ties with the House of Black and we have no problems whatsoever standing with Lord Black, Cyrus replied. I have no idea what you are talking about, my boy, Dumbledore replied, feigning innocence. You know what he is talking about, Headmaster. The magically adopted son of Sirius Black, indeed, Roxanne grinned. I should have realized who I was talking to, Dumbledore muttered. Wizengamot. The Wizengamot was assembled for another trial, however it was not a full-body trial as had happened with Sirius Black, but a confidential hearing for an illegal animagus. And the crimes perpetrated by her. As the tribunal sat, Rita Skeeter was brought before the tribunal and sat in the chair with chains slung around her wrists. The minister was inwardly gleeful to see the pest in chains and awaiting trial. She had been a nuisance to far too many people for far too long. Many respectable pure bloods had fallen prey to her poisoned quill. He was sure that before sunset that day, Rita would be cooling her heels in Azkaban. Respected members of the jury, Amelia was saying, I have received complaints about Ms. Skeeter spying on the private lives of many respectable citizens, including the chief warlock, the minister and the boy who lived. When I investigated the matter, it came to my attention that she is an illegal animagus, a fact which has been confirmed to me by Professor McGonagall, who is one of the foremost authorities on transfiguration and has agreed to help us with the investigation. The members were seething with rage at the reporter, but the punishment for being an illegal animagus was 12 years in prison, which was not sufficient for the gravity of her crimes. As one of the members started to raise his objections, Amelia Bones raised her hand signaling for them to remain quiet. As I took her into custody and investigated into her alleged crimes, it came to my knowledge that all of her exclusives were based on information obtained by her in her illegal animagus form. She has also used this form to avoid detection when she trespassed in the ministry archives to steal and leak official ministry secrets in direct violation of the Official Secrets Act. This last crime carries the Dementor's key. For treason, however, since her information has been, shall we say, helpful, I am not calling for this sentence. She banished a stack of parchment towards Dumbledore, who distributed it to the members with a wave of his hand. These are some of the crimes which she has committed in her animagus form. I implore this jury of respectable wizards and witches to judge her actions based on the gravity of her crimes. As she finished, the jury retired to deliberate upon the punishment. After 30 minutes, the jury returned and handed a roll of parchment to the minister, who read it with his expression turning gleeful. Hiding his smirk, he started, Rita Skeeter, the Wizengamot has found you guilty of the following charges: of failing to register your animagus form, of multiple counts of libel and slander against members of our community, of multiple counts of criminal trespass in restricted areas of the offices and archives of the ministry, of leaking official secrets and treason. The last charge carries a mandatory sentence of life imprisonment in a maximum security facility or death. However, DMLE head Madam Bones has chosen to commute that sentence. citing your value as a material witness in matters which have not yet been heard before this body. You are sentenced, therefore, to 30 years in the minimum security wing at Azkaban with possibility for parole in 10 years should you show that you are sufficiently reformed to no longer pose a threat to society. In addition, your estates and account at Gringotts are henceforth confiscated to make reparations to those whose reputations you have damaged with your activities. Should any of your holdings remain after settlement has been reached, they shall be held in trust until such time as your sentence is complete. Furthermore, 2 years shall be added to your sentence if you fail to register your nefarious animagus form within 1 month of pronouncement of this judgment. India. Harry woke up in a hut with walls made of mud with wooden poles. He was lying on a straw bed. As he thought, the events of last night came back to him, reminding him of the snake, being chased by the Nagas and their hospitality. As he came out, he was taken to the chief of the Nagas, who welcomed him fondly. "Welcome, Harold James, son of Peverells." "But I am a Potter," he frowned. "Why would you call me son of Peverells?" The chief grinned, "Because we can sense the Peverell magic coursing in you. The ancient magics are strong in you, and there are not many wizards alive who have so much power as you do at your age. You have reinstated the line of Peverell, which was not in existence for centuries now." Harry frowned at the explanation. Were not his ancestors also the descendants of the Peverells? They were all descended from Peverells. Maybe he will have to ask the mystics who could explain this. "Are you ready for the journey ahead, Harry?" the chief asked. As Harry was served breakfast, the chief explained the route to him with some of the problems he was expected to face. After an hour, Harry left the Nagas to commence his journey to the abode of the mystics. He traveled further north on foot, determined to learn about the animals and the flora and fauna of the place. As he walked, he saw a two-headed bird diving towards him. Immediately he whipped out his wand and sent a stunner at the bird, which dodged out of the way, surprising him with its agility. As he was recovering from his surprise, the bird dived again and picked him up in his talons, taking him into the sky. Harry leveled his wand at the bird to stun it, but realized a second later that he would not survive the fall if the bird dropped him. Resigning himself to fate, he looked downwards and saw something which made his heart soar with joy. Blackstorm was flying towards him at a great speed and quickly covering the distance between them. Mentally ordering the hippogriff to stay beneath him, Harry stunned the bird, which dropped him, and he fell hard on the back of his hippogriff, making him wince in pain. He could feel his ribs aching, making it clear that he had broken one or two of them. Perhaps it was not a good decision to land on the hippogriff in mid-flight. He settled himself comfortably upon the hippogriff, trying to limit his movements so as not to aggravate his injury. As he flew, he kept looking at the contraption on his wrist and steered the hippogriff in the right direction from time to time with a gentle pat on its flanks or a thought. When he felt cold, he dug into the pockets of his robes, pulling out some of the leaves the Nagas had given him. After an hour of flying, they were nearing the snow-laden mountains which Harry had seen the previous day, and he could see the wisdom in having a flying beast. He was able to soar over the deepest valleys in minutes, guessing at their depths, instead of having to spend arduous days scaling their sides. Suddenly the contraption on his wrist glowed red, and he patted the hippogriff, signaling it to go down. The hippogriff plummeted towards the ground at an exhilarating speed, making him shout in glee at the thrill of flying. After 5 minutes, the hippogriff landed outside a ring of trees which were spread in a giant circle, but there was nothing beyond the trees. The contraption on his hand was inert, showing no activity. He remembered the question he had asked Harsh when they had gone to Longbottom Castle about every pureblood property being surrounded by rings of trees, and he remembered that Harsh had not answered the question. Perhaps all magical properties were ringed by trees on their borders. As he was pondering over what to do, he remembered Harsh's advice about magic leaving traces. Deciding to test the theory, he extended his senses to feel anything like he had felt at Ollivanders. As he concentrated, he could feel a tug at his consciousness. As he concentrated more, he felt like he was trapped in a big circle that tugged at him from all sides. Overwhelmed, he sat down on the ground, from all his senses being drowned in all the magic that was present in the place. He concentrated more and finally felt a lone string which extended towards the ring of trees. Getting up with difficulty, he dragged his feet towards the property following the string, and soon, he was caressing the gnarled trunk of a very old tree. As he was doing so, Harsh appeared beside him, grinning. "Welcome to Adrisperum, Harry." Harry grinned at him before he collapsed from exertion and the pain from his ribs. Harry woke up in a room with walls built of closely fitted and polished stone blocks showing no sign of mortar. The walls were generously hung with tapestries and portraits of warriors. Light was provided by a number of torches in wall sconces. He was lying on a bed which was twice the size of his bed in his dormitory at Hogwarts. Harsh sat at his bedside grinning at him. "Welcome back to the land of living, Harry." Harry groaned, "Guruji, why did you not tell me that finding the abode of the mystics was so hard? I had to battle a bird and ran from spears and fly in the cold to find this place. Why did you not tell me that it would be so cold here?" Harsh was amused. "You have just arrived and you already have so many complaints. However, I can relate how being taken captive by a bird would set you off. I hope the Nagas treated you well. They always treat all my recruits with generous hospitality, but I think they would have treated you special considering you speak their language," Harsh said, hissing. "You speak it. You have been playing me all along," Harry hissed in indignation while Harsh just laughed aloud at his protests. India. Harry Potter woke up in the room where he had been taken when he had reached the mystics. The room was more than adequate for his uses. It was much larger than the small bedroom he was used to at Privet Drive. It was even better than the one at the Black Town House, being twice the size with a spectacular view out the window. There were hills visible in the distance which was more like mountains. He remembered reading in his geography books in the Muggle primary that the Himalayas were the highest and the longest mountain range in the world. He had not imagined the sheer size of it. Each of those mountains was easily over 3,000 feet in height, and at the foot of those mountains were woods so dense that even the forbidden forest would look tame compared to them, but these did not look quite so sinister to him. "Mr. Potter," a female voice brought him out of his musing, and he turned to find a middle-aged woman at the door of the room. She was athletically built, was tall with black hair and brown eyes. While she looked fairly unremarkable, the sheer power which seemed to exude from her was terrifying. "Mr. Potter," she called again, "Guruji has asked me to tell you to get ready and meet him outside in 30 minutes, and any delay on your part would be met with severe punishment." Harry nodded, getting up and running to the bathroom. Half an hour later, he was facing the mystic who was sitting at the breakfast table with 5 other people. As Harry approached, Harsh signaled him to sit at the table. "Harry, let me introduce you to these fine people. They are Vari, Anil, Pawan, Ashala and Ambar, who will be looking after different aspects of your training. In between them, you will also meet Veramir, who is our seer, though I do not think you fancy divination much. I will be teaching you a lot of things, but these 5 will be looking over your training. They also have the support of other mystics, and whatever they order, you are bound to fulfill them or suffer our displeasure. We have some new recruits, but their training is different from you, so you will be their only charge." Harry nodded his head. He remembered something that the mystic had promised him when he woke up. "Guruji, I do not have a wand which is compatible with me." Harsh smiled. "I remember my promise, Harry. As soon as you are done with your breakfast, we are going to collect the ingredients of your wand." After finishing breakfast, they came out of the building they were in, and Harry found that it was a castle, but did not look as imposing as the Hogwarts castle, but rather welcoming with the mountains in the background. The castle was around 4 stories high and spread in a large area, with guards patrolling the tops of the walls and keeping watch. Outside the castle, there were large stables, pens and sheds where there were animals being kept. He noticed his hippogriff tethered to one of the stalls, while the mystic Pashupati, that was Harry had heard was his name, was patting its flanks and tending to it so lovingly that he reminded Harry of Hagrid. There were many flying horses tethered to their stalls in the stable, and then there were bovines which were being tended to by some mystics. The mystics had a large number of animals in their settlement, which made sense to him since there would be no other supply of food in this place, which was out in the middle of nowhere. On the far end of the settlement, he could see there was some type of practice area where there was an earth embankment, and it looked like it was used for battle practice. Indeed, 2 mystics were standing at the sides bearing swords and readying themselves for sparring. On another side of the settlement, there was a big pool of water which was sparkling in the morning sun. There was a practice area where some mystics were dueling with each other, firing lethal curses and dodging them or shielding themselves with such ease that it fascinated him. He kept watching them as they used those curses and hexes in creative ways, and were even putting in some charms or transfigurations to use in the battle. One thing he noticed was that not all of them were wearing cloaks or robes like wizards in England did, but mostly their torso was bare with just a light fabric covering their upper body which they would cast aside when doing any work, but some were dressed in robes or cloaks. Harsh's comments about mystics coming from all over the world came to his mind. "Harry," Harsh said, "as we are going to craft your wand, so we will be leaving to see our wand maker Shilpagya, who I am told is waiting for a challenge." Harry did not say anything but thought back to how happy Ollivander seemed when Harry did not fit with any of the wands which he had tried. Perhaps this was another enthusiastic soul like Ollivander. Harsh led him westwards in the settlement to a nondescript house where they met a man who was ancient. His beard was big enough to put Dumbledore to shame, and his face was so wrinkled that it was hard to make out his features. He looked like a well-placed jinx would do him in. The only distinguishing features were his brown eyes, which were sparkling with so much energy that Harry could not take his eyes off him. "Shilpagya," Harsh addressed him, "Harry here needs a wand compatible to him." "I won't put in any efforts for a meager boy, Harsh," the old wand maker retorted. "If you cannot bring me a challenge, please do not waste my time." Harsh said nothing but smirked. "I think you will love this challenge. This one here is a descendant of Peverell and Black. He is powerful enough to cast a Patronus and drive away 100 Dementors at this age." The old wand maker's eyes brightened. "A descendant of Peverell, you say? I will love this. I wish old Ignotus was here. I could rub this in his face for eternity." He beckoned Harry closer and sliced his palm to collect a few drops of blood. As he studied it for a few minutes, he turned to them. "The boy will need a seasoned piece of the sandalwood tree, a tail feather of Gandabaranda, and a yeti hair. If you can manage a tail hair of Thestral, I would not say not to it." Harsh said nothing for a few moments while his eyes took a maniacal grin. Then he said, "We have quite the task for us, Harry. Let's leave before the day is long, and we can hope to collect the items as soon as we can." Harry nodded but could not help asking, "What is Gandabaranda? And what is a Thestral?" Harsh turned to him. "Gandabaranda is a two-headed bird which is known for its strength, its powers of illusion, and its capacity to carry heavy weights, such as a tiny wizard named Harry Potter." He guffawed at Harry's expression. "Sounds like a phoenix to me," he muttered. "You are not far from right, Harry. They are cousins to phoenixes but cannot quite arise again from its ashes like a phoenix, but they are impervious to all magic that can kill them. Their death depends on their will." Harsh answered his unasked question. "Why are they not listed in the Fantastic Beasts?" Harry asked. Harsh laughed, "Because Newt Scamander did not come to India. He did not even mention Pravirakarna owl in his books, and they are rather legendary creatures. There are many animals found in these mountains which are not mentioned by Mr. Scamander." Harry was surprised but eager to know more. "What is a Thestral?" "A Thestral," Harsh said reverently, "is a skeletal winged horse which is considered by many as omen of death, but we know it is the horse of death because only those who have seen death can actually see this animal. That is the animal symbol of House of Peverell and adorns your ring." Newt Scamander had met a lot of them in his school days. "Where are they found in England?" Harry asked eagerly while thinking of the Lord rings he had left in England when he was coming on this voyage on Sirius's advice that the rings would not be useful in India where his houses were barely known. "Hogwarts," Harsh replied. "It has the biggest flock of them. I believe there are around 100 of the beasts in the Forbidden Forests and are looked after by Rubeus Hagrid. They are used for pulling the carriages." "Nothing pulls the—" Harry stopped short as he realized that only those who had seen death could see those horses. He had not seen anyone die before Cedric, therefore he could not see them. Harsh was smirking at his expression, but soon turned sober. "They are magical beings and are considered powerful. Any wand to have its tail hair and a tail feather of a Gandabaranda would be quite the combination." "Hang on," Harry said, "did not the wand maker say something about yeti hair?" "Yes, he did. You are going to ask it to give you a hair?" Harsh smirked at him. Harry was gasping in wonder that he was going to see a yeti of all things. "They are temperamental creatures, Harry. When you approach one, present yourself as one who has come to ask something and be humble. They cannot refuse anything to one who shows them proper respect." Harsh confided in him, making him worry about the proper manners for a yeti. As they went out of the settlement, Harry found himself in the clearing where he had come in. Behind him there was only a ring of trees and there was nothing in it. He turned to Harsh, who was smiling at him. "We keep an invisibility shield up at all times. This way no one unsavory can find us." He took Harry's hand and disappeared to reappear beneath a mountain where there was nothing but only snow all around. They were directly below the snow-laden mountains, making them look dreadful and imposing to him. There were no trees around the place and all he could see was snow. He turned to Harsh, who was just disillusioning him. Harsh pointed in a direction. "Go that way, Harry. After a kilometer or so, you will come upon them. The first Yeti you meet, ask him to voluntarily give you a hair for the purpose of triumph of good. Before he agrees, he would try to intimidate you, threaten you or scare you. Hold your ground against him and he will relent to give a hair to you." Harry nodded and started in the direction Harsh pointed out to him. As he walked, he found that it kept getting colder. As he began to think about turning back, a figure jumped in front of him. It was around 12 feet in height with a face resembling a great ape, red bloodshot eyes and snow-white hair all over the body. Its large, powerful fingers were tipped with formidable-looking claws and his teeth sported 6-inch fangs pointed like stilettos. Seeing the bizarre creature in front of him, Harry's mind froze and he could not say a word. "What do you want, humanling?" growled the Yeti, making him shiver to the bones. He wanted to bolt, but Harsh's warning kept sounding in his mind. I want a hair," he said quickly, making the Yeti laugh. "You are such a tiny thing, humanling. Now I ask again, what do you want?" the Yeti almost roared at him. Harry's legs were threatening to give way beneath him, but he did not dare use his wand because he knew the creature in front of him would swat him away before he could do anything. Gathering his Gryffindor courage, he faced the Yeti. "O noble being, I am Harold James and I have come to pray for a hair of you to forge me a wand which will help me win in the war against evil. Since you told me your name, I will tell you mine. I am Raktakish, son of Shukrokish and the Prince of Yetis. We do not easily mingle with wizards who are always offending Mother Magic in her ways." "What do you know of evil?" the Yeti asked. Harry was not sure of the answer. While he could give a pedestrian answer to anyone who asked this question, he knew the Yeti wanted to know something more. Something that was true only for the Yeti and no one else. He remembered how the mystic had always harped on about Mother Magic and offending her ways. Evil is when someone uses his gifts and tries to beat the sacred rules of magic, he replied confidently. When someone as such arises and tries to instigate others in those ways, it is evil. "Why would I give you my hair?" the Yeti asked while not commenting on his answer to the first question. "Because I need it to craft a wand which will be a useful tool in the upcoming war against evil," he replied after a moment's reflection. "I do not concern myself with the world's ways, Harold James," the Yeti said. "I can simply kill you and bury your body in the snow." "Why should I not kill you?" While all of Harry's instincts wanted him to run, he stood his ground. "You will not kill me, noble Raktakish, because it is not your nature. I am the only hope against the upcoming evil and your contribution will ensure triumph of good over evil." "Well answered, Harold James," the Yeti said, his face contorting into a smile which had the disturbing side effect of showing off his fangs. "You will have your wish." He plucked a long snow-white hair from his arm and gave it to Harry. Harry conjured an empty phial and, having corked the hair inside, stowed it back into his robes. As Harry turned around, Harsh materialized before him. "Well done, Harry. You handled him well. Now let's see you tackle the Ganda-Baranda." They disappeared to appear a moment later in the clearing where he had encountered the two-headed bird a day before. "Harry," Harsh instructed him, "as the bird approaches, you have to avoid to being taken as a passenger in its talons, but you have to hitch a ride on its back. It will try all its might to unseat you from its back and you have to keep hanging. When you have broken its will, it will willingly drop a tail feather for you which you have to collect and then jump off its back or it would plunge into a glacier." Harry shivered at the task. The bird was enormous and he was not sure how to break its spirit. As he replayed Harsh's words in his mind once again, he asked a question of him: "How will I land on the ground safely?" Harsh produced a shrunken broom for him. "Marut told me you are a fantastic flyer. Sure you can use your talents." Grinning, Harry pocketed the broom. As Harsh disappeared, Harry heard an ear-piercing screech and saw the two-headed bird dive-bombing him. As the bird came near him and went in a steep dive to grab him, Harry waited until the last possible moment, then leapt to one side, grabbing the bird's wing and swinging himself onto its back. The strain nearly ripped Harry's arms from their shoulder sockets, but as the bird rose into the air again, it had a passenger. He wasted no time getting a firmer grip with both hands and getting his knees up behind the wing joints. All the while, it was thrashing and trying to throw him off. As the bird went higher and higher, Harry started feeling the extreme cold and he laid himself closer to the bird's body, trying to use its heat to stave off the cold while cursing himself for not thinking to bring the leaves the Nagas had given him, which would have kept him warm in any cold. The bird kept flying at high altitude for a long time until Harry thought he would become frozen to its back. The bird tried to unseat him all during this, somersaulting mid-flight, giving him jerks or going higher. As he kept clinging, suddenly the bird went into a steep dive, making him shout at the top of his lungs, enjoying the exhilaration of the flight. The bird kept trying to throw him off by all means, but Harry could not be shaken loose. Finally the bird stopped mid-air after a steep upwards climb. He felt some shiver going through its body and it dropped a feather from its tail. Whipping the broom out of his pocket, he immediately jumped down and grabbed the feather which was lazily floating down. As he clutched the feather, he threw the broom upwards and flexed his wrist, bringing the wand concealed up his sleeve to his right hand. He cast a finite at the broom and it returned to its natural size. What Harry had not considered was that he had been in free fall for several seconds now. He was only about 100 feet away from the ground and the broom was not in his hand. Suddenly a spell hit him and he instantly slowed to a halt. Without losing a moment, he summoned the broom to him and mounting it he started flying towards the ground when he saw a blur flying alongside him. When Harry looked more carefully, a face appeared out of the mist. Harsh was grinning at him like mad while he flew like a blur and kept up with the pace of his broom. As Harry landed, Harsh appeared before him. "Well done, Harry. There has not been anyone who has voluntarily obtained a feather from a Gandabaranda for almost 100 years now." "You were flying," Harry said, his face full of so many expressions that it was hard to decipher them all at once. "You have to teach me to do that. It would be cool to fly without a broom in Quidditch and win." Harsh guffawed. Harry. Did you not hear that you are not supposed to teach what I will teach to you? You are not supposed to show your talents so openly either." "Why?" Harry asked, confused. "We will continue this discussion when we have obtained sandalwood for you, Harry," Harsh replied. "We have to finish gathering materials for your wand today. Shilpagya would be cross with you if you are inordinately delayed. I have never seen that old fossil so excited for years now." "Where will we get sandalwood?" Harry asked. "I have heard it grows in warm climates." "You are right, Harry. We are going south where there are sandalwood forests. But I must alert you that you will face another tribe of Nagas who are fierce than the ones you have met, and they are very suspicious of anyone, Parseltongue or not. You will have to kill some snakes and maybe a couple of Nagas before they will acquiesce to give you some sandalwood. This will be a power show." Harry nodded and Harsh presented a stone to him. "Grab hold, Harry. I know you are still traumatized with the experience of Portkey, but we have to take this Portkey." Harry was reluctant to but still touched the stone and he felt a sudden jerk behind his navel and was whisked away. Green Hughes, London. Neville had just returned home from Longbottom Castle and was preparing to settle for the day when suddenly his elf kitty appeared before him. "Master Croaker be's calling you, Master." Algernon Croaker was his great-uncle who, to hear Dowager Lady Longbottom, had some quirks in his personality and had never married in favor of his love for magical research. 50 years ago, he had joined the Unspeakables and had soon become the Chief Unspeakable. He was one of the most powerful men in Avalon right now. Apart from his prowess with wand, he knew of such arcane magics that some of them weren't even available to ordinary wizards and witches. He had visited Neville several times over the years and tried to help him realize things. Neville was always interested in hearing what he had to tell him. Neville sent the elf away and after getting dressed went down where Algernon Croaker was waiting in the parlor. He had silver white hair and a long beard which reached to his chest and his face was full of wrinkles. Seeing Neville he rose and embraced him warmly. "Neville, how are you, child?" Neville returned his affection with equal delight. "I am well, great Uncle Algy." "Is there any reason for the Chief Unspeakable to come at this time?" Neville asked. "I am angry at you, boy," Croaker growled. "I thought I would come and let my displeasure be known personally." But why?" Neville stuttered. "How did I offend you?" He was fearful of Croaker's prowess and the creative ways in which he used to punish those found guilty of being a traitor to the Department of Mysteries. "My nephew and his wife returned to the world of the living and nobody saw fit to inform me," he growled, his wand twirling in his fingers emitting red sparks. Neville knew he would be in trouble unless he came clean to the unspeakable. So, he began telling everything to him from the moment Harry Potter had returned to the school after the third task, the mystic's offer of the wand, his offer to treat Frank and Alice, treating them, taking Harry to India, his training with others and the story of the wand. As he finished his narration, the unspeakable's mouth was open in surprise and his eyes wide. He sat contemplating over everything that was said and sat still for a long time. Finally, after several minutes, he started to speak. I can recall only one such person from my knowledge. If he appeared to you, then it is clear that there is another war at hand. I believe Harry Potter's claim that you know who has returned from the dead. The war will be fierce, and if he is taking an interest in Harry Potter, then I believe that the clash will be of epic proportions. I wonder what Dumbledore has to say about this. Neville smirked. Harry told me that Dumbledore has no problem with it. In fact, Dumbledore has committed to using lethal force this time to curb our losses. I for one will not stay behind, and neither will Father once he is back on his feet. I know that, Neville, the unspeakable replied. If you have pledged House Longbottom's support to Harry Potter, then perhaps you need to be better prepared. He produced the Longbottom grimoire from inside of his robes. Start reading this. We will begin our training a week from now. It's time that Heir Longbottom stands up and masters his family magic. The grin that he gave to Neville made him cringe. Bones Manor. Susan was getting bored. Except for the days that she had training, there was nothing for her to do, and she had already finished reading all her books, and Auntie was busy in the office for most of the day these days. Time was slow going for her, and she had yet to call Hannah. She was going to wait for Harry Potter to return before she invited Hannah over. She was going to keep her word that she would not talk to Hannah if Harry did not forgive her. She had been training hard and was still embarrassed with her performance. She had told Amelia all her experiences and was sufficiently chastised for being so amiss in combat-like situations. Worse still, Amelia had decreed that every time she failed, she would be punished. Has the raven-haired wizard left you bereft of your sense, Susie? Amelia's voice cut into her thoughts, and she found her aunt had just arrived. What occupies your thoughts, Susie? She asked again. I am bored, Auntie, she whined. I haven't yet invited Hannah over this summer and her letters are short. I am eager to meet her, but I have decided not to till Harry forgives her. Training happens every alternate day and I have finished reading all my books. Why are you talking like a muggle born, Susie? Amelia asked. You have a library at your disposal which I am sure you have not been into, and you have not been able to open the family grimoire yet. Maybe you should try to see if you are ready to be the Bones heiress. Susan had not taken the heirship yet because she could not open the grimoire. It resisted her because she was scared of taking on the responsibility, but she knew she had to take it soon if she was to count for something in the coming war. We are going to the library as soon as I can change into something comfortable, Amelia said sternly. We will see tonight if you can wield the mantle of the Bones heiress. Black Townhouse. The Weasleys had been having a tough time with pranks going off at any time. Almost everyone had fallen victim to these pranks once or more. The twins were the most frequent victims, sometimes with bleeding noses that could not be stopped, sometimes they were nauseous and puking for hours on end and dry heaving, or sometimes some order member would turn into a canary, or at any time an order member's wand would be replaced with a fake wand which they would not realize until they went to use it and it turned into a rubber chicken or a fish. The most epic had been one day when Dumbledore was visiting, and as he took the chair at the head of table, chains emerged from the armrest tying him up, and then his hair and beard changed colors while his robes changed from their eccentric patterns and colors to plain white. While everyone else at the table was horrified, the headmaster merely chuckled at this, easing the tension around the place. The most horrific prank happened to Arthur Weasley, who had just taken a sip from his glass at dinner one day, and the next second he was writhing on the ground, and seconds later he changed into Alistair Moody, and real Moody, who was present at that moment, looked ready to brawl. They all had tried to find the pranksters but had not been successful so far. One day Hermione entered the library to spend the entire day holed up there, but she ran away moments later, bawling at the top of her voice. As she was pacified by Mrs. Weasley, she kept sobbing and between her tears told everyone that all the books in the library had been charmed, and when she tried to read them, they began flying around the room. She tried to grab the books but they just danced out of her reach and kept teasing her. This had enraged Mrs. Weasley and she was vowing to put an end to this menace and to punish the perpetrator whenever she found him, her. The twins had been subjected to a thorough investigation by Alistair Moody, who used legilimency on them to make sure they were telling the truth. To his surprise, they were not the culprits, this time. Remus, who had been living in Grimmauld Place and pranked the twins every now and then, relayed all the information to Sirius, who had taken to living in the cottage on the hill. He cringed when he heard the response his pranks had generated. He resolved to avoid Grimmauld Place for the time being for the safety of his limbs. In the meanwhile, Sirius Black had been training hard in his family magics after he had achieved his fitness to be able to hold his own even against the trusted members of Voldemort's inner circle. He had been to visit Ripfang at Gringotts frequently, where he had been making decisions on Harry's behalf. So far, he had made several investments which were giving him substantial returns, and he had reopened a manor situated somewhere in Ireland which was unplottable, and he was furnishing it for Harry Potter whenever he returned. He knew Harry preferred to live without being disturbed, and they needed a safe place in case the war turned for the worse. Dumbledore had also instructed him to open several safe houses where the families of Muggle-born students and the allies of House Potter could live unaffected by the war if things turned for the worse. He had used several nondescript properties belonging to House Black, fortifying them with wards and every protection that he could manage. One thing that was always on his mind was Harry Potter. He was concerned about his son and how he was doing, as he had not received a word since Harry Potter had left for India. Perhaps he was too busy, or he had forgotten about the mirror Remus gave him. He had asked Dumbledore, but the old man merely shrugged and said that even he did not know how to contact the mystics, but some wards that he had tied to Harry Potter kept him informed that Harry Potter was fine. The Burrow. The Weasleys had been fortifying the Burrow ever since the school year had ended. Bill Weasley, who had been transferred to Avalon, had been raising wards over the property, the likes of which were seen only in the ancient tombs of Egypt. There were no wizards capable of getting through those protections in England unless one brought a ward device, and those were rare in England. There were only a couple of them available, and only in the oldest of families. Most of them kept their information secret from others, and Bill hoped that none of the Death Eaters who had one would offer it to you-know-who. He was living at the Burrow with the twins, and Ronald, who claimed that they missed flying in Grimmauld Place, was too gloomy for them. Mrs. Weasley had not been receptive to the idea until Mr. Weasley convinced her with the condition that they would flow in twice a day for lunch and dinner and would not burn the house down. Ron had come to the Burrow to escape Grimmauld Place and to think upon his life so far. The last year had been hard on his friendship with Harry Potter, and some mistakes he made in his jealousy were now coming back to bite him. He had given up on his friend when he needed him most, and now he felt that he was losing his friend forever. Harry had forgiven him, but the frostiness in their relationship had not escaped him. He decided to do whatever it took to gain his trust back. It will be a hard journey, but Ron was resolved to never abandon Harry Potter again. His friendship was what he had treasured most, and he would do anything to reclaim it. He had also been reflecting on the path he had taken so far and was disappointed with what he saw. He had been a slacker and tended to avoid working hard, despite knowing that he had to work hard to make his place in the world. Harry Potter had slacked off with him in studies, but he was Harry Potter, a lord of 4 houses, and had more money than all the Weasleys put together had ever seen. Ron was not jealous of him anymore with the hand that Harry Potter had been dealt by the fates, but he had to work to make his own future. To start on his path to become his own man, he had excused himself and come to the Burrow. When he craved flying, he used the twins' brooms. He spent most of his time studying the books from his last 4 years at school. It was hard going at the start. When Bill noticed him working hard, he offered his assistance in Ron's studies. Thus Bill was tutoring Ron on the days they were not practicing at the cottage on the hill. Bill was disappointed with Ron's choice of divination and dug out his old textbooks to start teaching Ron runes. Runes were difficult, as Hermione had once told them, yet he was trying his hardest to persevere. So far he had studied the names of the runes in Elder Futhark and was learning to apply them. He was also trying to improve his performance in potions. The twins had recruited his help in it by giving him some introductory books to read before he had to start brewing potions for their use. They could use even the simplest potions in their products, and their uses had boggled his mind. This was proving to be the hardest summer ever for him, and he was not complaining. The sense of accomplishment and finally understanding what the teachers had been trying to give him made all the effort worthwhile. Perhaps they were all doing their best to grow up before the war. South India. Harry and Harsh appeared out of thin air and Harry promptly stumbled and fell on his knees. As Harsh took his hand and helped him to his feet, he muttered, "Ah. I hate port keys." Harsh smirked at him, "Of course. You can never end up on your feet. Do you, Harry?" Harry just shrugged. Then he asked, "Where are we going, Guruji?" "Not me but you, Harry. Follow the scent that you can smell and keep following until you run into Nagas. They are temperamental people and will not yield to you until you defeat them, so I believe that you will be busy with them quite a bit. A word of advice if you will, Harry. They seldomly use wands and use staffs to conduct magic, which makes it easier for them. If I were you, I would choose a one-on-one duel with the prize of wand wood." Harry nodded and started following the scent of Nagas. It was actually sandalwood, which is preferred by snakes, and so Nagas stalk them in their residences, which he knew from his time in the other Naga village. He had noticed the scent when he arrived and now following it lead him deeper into the forest. As he went, the forest became so dense that there was no longer any trail visible. The forest canopy was thick enough that no sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. As Harry looked around in the gloom, even at midday, he realized that he was surrounded by trees he did not recognize. He did his best to step around obstacles as he encountered them and stayed on the scent. The hair on the back of his head stood up and he ducked. This time, instead of a javelin or an arrow, a snake passed through the space where he had just been standing. He tried to stop the snake, but it turned and attacked him. Harry had no option but to stun it. As the snake fell, scores of snakes attacked him from all sides, and despite doing his best, he could not keep all of them at bay. By the time he was victorious against them, a few had buried their fangs in him and paid for their aggression by dying horribly as their bodies melted like wax. As Harry stood taking stock of the situation, a man jumped in front of him from a nearby tree. "You are not welcome here," he hissed out. "I mean you no harm. I am sorry that your slithering friends have paid for their unprovoked attack with their lives." "I am not looking for a fight," Harry hissed back in reply. "Go away or we will kill you," the Naga hissed again, baring his teeth at him. "I challenge you to a duel. If I win you will give me wand wood, and if I lose I will forfeit my life," Harry hissed. Without preamble, the Naga produced a small staff which he pointed at Harry and hissed something. A dark green spell flew at him which he dodged. Harry fired a stunner at the Naga, who raised the earth with a stomp of his foot. As the stunner collided with the earthen wall, the Naga banished the wall at Harry, who had to jump aside to avoid being swatted like a fly. As he jumped he fired a bombarda at the Naga, who had fired a spell of his own. The spells collided in a blast and they were both thrown back. As Harry jumped to his feet he used the aguamenti at the Naga, who lost his footing. In that moment he fired a curse at Harry as he fell, and Harry instantly raised a shield to defend himself. The next instant he was forced to roll away because the Naga had summoned a boulder at him. As he stood he cast a banishing charm at the boulder, forcing it to go awry and hit the Naga in the shoulder, and the Naga dropped his staff. Immediately Harry followed up with a petrifying hex and incarcerus, and the Naga was bound up before him. As Harry approached the Naga and cancelled the hexes, the Naga said, "I accept defeat. You are the winner. We will give you the wood you came for." An hour later, Harry left with an armful of wood from the Naga, who simply escorted him to the place where they had dueled. As soon as the Naga disappeared, Harsh appeared before Harry. Grabbing Harry's shoulder, the two of them were gone. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Dumbledore was sitting in his office trying to solve the woes of the school. Of course, the same two problems every year, those being the budget and finding a new teacher. This year, however, were added to the pile finding a new history of magic teacher, a temporary care of magical creatures teacher, and a wizarding etiquette teacher. He would place ads in all the usual publications, of course, the Daily Prophet, Witch Weekly, the Quibbler, but it would be so nice if the answer to his teaching woes would just walk in through his office door. Just then, the gargoyle alerted him to a visitor. As the visitor came up the stairs, Dumbledore trained his wand at the door, waiting for the visitor to enter. The door opened and a man with ordinary features entered the office. He asked the stranger sternly, "What do you want?" The stranger merely smirked at him. "Hello, Mr. Dumbledore. I am a Parachute and Lord Harsh has told me that you were looking for a defense professor. I thought I would toss my hat in the ring with others." Dumbledore said nothing but looked at the other man, scrutinizing him. He tried to probe the man's mind but he met solid walls which had no breach whatsoever at first sight. Albus knew that he could win in mental war against the other man but that would require open confrontation and he wanted to avoid that. He sensed a weakness in the man's defenses and immediately moved through the breach. He was amazed with what he saw. Beyond the walls was a forest full of trees and mountains with a lot of magical creatures wandering through the mindscape. Some of the creatures he recognized from sightings during his trip to the Himalayas decades ago. As he stepped inside, a giant snake lunged at him, forcing him to break the connection, and the next second, he was in his office again. The stranger said nothing but was smiling at him. "Is that sufficient, or you want me to duel you to prove that I can teach this subject?" "You are hired," said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling, as he thought to himself, that's one problem solved. Himalayas. Harry fell to the ground as the portkey stopped pulling him. He noticed that this portkey did not give the usual nauseating feeling or revolved too much but was a much smoother ride. As he was once again tumbled to the ground, Harsh laughed at him, still could not get the hang of it. "Harry. Portkeys were developed as means of reinforcements arriving in middle of battle, and if warriors handled portkey like you do, they would have been cut down before they took out their wand." Harry retorted, "Maybe you can teach me to handle portkeys better than, Guruji. Or is it too pedestrian for mystics?" Harsh mock glared at him. "Careful, Harry, or you will rue your outbursts. Now we are going to get a tail hair from a thestral." Harsh led him to a part of the woods which were dense and there was no living creature nearby that Harry could sense. Harsh looked around for some time before he wandlessly summoned a small animal out of a nearby bush and, whipping out his wand, cast a severing charm, then turned its carcass inside out. "What did you do that for?" Harry asked, flabbergasted. Harsh looked at him like he had grown two heads. "Thestrals are attracted by the smell of blood and you can pluck a hair off its tail while it is feasting on the carcass of the dead animal, or would you rather that it takes you for a ride while you are trying for a hair?" Harry said nothing but his jaws shut with an audible click and he started looking around. Soon he saw a winged animal approaching them. It descended before them and Harry surveyed it closely. It had a skeletal face and there was no flesh on its body but the skin was clinging to its bones. The same was true for the rest of its body, where he could see the bones beneath its translucent skin with little fat in them, and it had a long tail with a pointed end. The beast approached Harry and nuzzled him with its head, and cautiously Harry extended his hand to pet its head. The beast gave such a queer expression as if it was enjoying the petting. With Harsh's nudging, he fed the carcass to the thestral, and while it was doing so, Harry plucked a hair off its tail. As they were returning, Harsh detailed other qualities of thestrals to him, like how they could fly over a large distance in little time, could turn invisible, were protective of members of its herd and very formidable to their enemies. Bantering back and forth, they approached Idrishporum and reached the wand maker, who snatched the things away from Harry, frowning at him. "Took you long enough, boy. If I knew what a slacker you are, I would rather have used the materials from my stores." Harry's temper was about to erupt but he controlled his emotions and spoke with gritted teeth. "If you already had the materials, why was I sent all over India to collect them? Did you get your kicks by sending me off on a pointless and dangerous task?" The wand maker gave him a toothy grin for a while before answering, "Of course, boy. We had to test you and see if you deserve this wand. There are some more common materials which could be used for your wand, but this is the best combination, and I was not going to give such a weapon to just a boy I knew nothing about. How would I know if there is anything special about you than other mystics? These all wizards here are powerful, and that is why they are mystics." Harry listened to the chastisement of the wand maker but said nothing. The man had not said or done anything to merit any anger from Harry, and in some convoluted way, his words made sense to him. One nagging doubt which was at the back of his mind was that he wondered if the mystics wanted him killed. Before he could voice his question, the wand maker started again. "Do not think you were in real danger anytime except when you fought the Naga, but that bloke is too hostile. The thestrals are quite harmless to anyone who does not want to harm them in any way. The bird is my familiar and the Yeti has been our friend for centuries. He was rather curious to see if you would run away crying, but you stood your ground." As the wand maker took the materials from him, he took a piece of wood which he sawed in the middle with a blade which was crafted like a miniature bow. He put the feather in between the two pieces of wood and tied the two pieces together with the Yeti hair and the thestral hair in a double helical structure. All this while he was chanting something under his breath and the wood kept glowing. As he was finished, the wood glowed fiery red before returning to its normal color. Then he fashioned a sort of cover from another piece of the wood which was hollow inside. He fit the pieces he had sawn and then tied back with the hairs in the hollow piece of wood, thus giving it the shape of a wand. He sealed the cover with some lacquer at the base. Then he proceeded to attach a handle to the wand so forged whilst chanting some long incantation which fused the handle with the rest of the wand. When he was done, he dropped the whole assembly into a bowl of water that he kept nearby. Harry had thought that the wand would be handed over to him as soon as it was complete. He turned to the wand maker with a questioning look on his face. The wand maker growled at him, "The wand is not ready yet. It will imbibe the properties of the magic in this water for the night before it is ready for use. See me at the first light of dawn tomorrow." As they were returning, Harry asked Harsh, "Guruji, what is special about the water? I have seen you all drinking nothing but water and it has some energizing properties, but that's all I know about it." Harsh smiled at him, "It is magical water, Harry. The water is from river Ganga which flows through North India before meeting the sea in Bay of Bengal. It has magical properties and that is why no insects can breed into its waters. A bowl of Ganga Jal water can be kept for years without it getting bad. The Muggles know of the properties of water, but since they are unaware of magic now, they cannot point out the reasons." As they reached the castle, Harsh led him into a study where he was given a seat and Harsh took the other one. He looked at Harry for a few minutes as if reading his mind before he asked, "What have you understood yet of being a mystic, Harry?" Harry thought of everything he had learned and gathered his thoughts for a few moments before he finally spoke. "A mystic is not just an ordinary wizard or witch, but they are rather proficient at using magic and have access to arcane magic and rituals which have been forgotten by the modern world centuries ago. They are children of Mother Magic and are committed to serve her to the best of their abilities." Harsh beamed at him, "That is very astute, Harry, but what you omitted or failed to observe is that we are warriors, Harry. We fight the battles no one else does. We serve when no one else can. We are the weapon against evil and we are the shield when the times are dark." Harry sat listening with rapt attention for moments before he spoke again. "What will you teach me?" Harsh smirked, "I was wondering when you will ask me the question. I will teach you be in tandem with your magical core, how to increase your magical reserves, to read someone's mind and to fly." Harry was elated at the last word but had many other questions running through his mind. What about dueling? What about my family magic? What about other skills which are needed to win a war? Harsh was amused at his rant. "Harry, you will be taught everything that is there to know, but you have to have a little patience. There is so much to learn that I have appointed teachers for you. They will teach you things that you will need to learn. I promise you that by the time we are done with you, nobody in Hogwarts would be able to connect you with the boy who walked in those corridors these last 4 years." He produced a book for him. "I want you to read through this book tonight, Harry. This is a small handbook which is issued to all our recruits to help understand our ways. Tomorrow just before the break of dawn, Vari will be waking you up to begin your training. I have given permission to my 5 warriors to discipline you if they feel you are lacking in your performance, and trust me, you will not like our discipline." After a long, difficult day, Harry returned to his chamber. He opened his trunk to retrieve his pajamas. As he was rooting through his belongings, he found the package that Remus had given to him at the port of London. After looking at it puzzled for a minute, he remembered that it was the communication mirror. He eagerly tore through the wrappings and fished out what looked like an ordinary mirror. As he inspected the mirror, it began to buzz and Sirius's voice was heard from it calling him, "Prongslet." Harry grinned and tapped the mirror while uttering, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," and Sirius's grinning face appeared in the mirror. Harry was sleeping soundly. Yesterday had been a full day with his adventures gathering the materials to make his wand. He had flown on a bird, battled a Naga, befriended a Thestral and met a Yeti. He had ended the day on a high note after he and the Marauders had talked with each other for quite a while. Harry had told them everything he had learned so far. The Marauders had been pleased with his progress. Harry told them that he did not see any major changes in himself. They assured him that he was already doing great and he should continue to work in this vein. He sat up on his bed spluttering as someone doused him with a heavy jet of water. As he got his bearings, he found Vari grinning at him, his wand leveled towards Harry. "Good morning, Potter. It is time to wake up." Groggily Harry looked out the window and saw that the sun had not risen yet. He muttered, "It's too early and too cold. Why would anyone go out at this hour?" The mystic doused him again, making him shiver to the core. "I will take no whining from you, Potter. Guruji has asked me to be heavy-handed with you, if you are uncooperative with me. Now, you have 10 minutes to get up and join me outside before I come looking for you again." As he leveled his wand to douse him once more, Harry got up from his bed and ran to the bathroom. After 10 minutes, he was ready for the day with a track suit that Dobby had bought for him and a Weasley jumper which he felt would be necessary in the weather outside, and a good pair of running shoes from a renowned brand he had seen Dudley wear sometimes. It was as cold outside as Scotland was in early winter, but mercifully it was not snowing. As he came out of his room, someone standing behind the door stunned him from behind. 5 minutes had passed with Harry unconscious before he was innervated. Vari growled at him, "First rule of a mystic, never ever drop your guard." Harry sighed. He had been in a hurry to get ready for the mystic and was stunned. If this kept going, then it was going to be a long summer. He merely nodded his head. "I will keep it in mind, Mr. Vari." As he led him out of the castle, Harry saw that it was not even dawn yet, but many of the mystics were up and going about their business. Vari took him to the lake he had seen the day he arrived. It was not as big as the Black Lake, but it was big enough for swimming or walking around the lake. "Start running, Potter," the mystic barked. "I want you to finish 2 rounds around the lake in 20 minutes. Most mystics can do it in 7 minutes, but since you are new, I am being lenient with you." Harry started running. After he had covered about a mile of the lakeshore, he slackened his pace for a second and was immediately rewarded with a stinger from the mystic which made his backside ache and put him into motion again. As Harry finished the second lap and slumped on the ground, the mystic again shot a stinger at him, making him yelp and stand despite being exhausted. The mystic, it appeared, was not done with him. "Down on your knees and hands, Potter. Start doing push-ups. Get those limbs into action." After a grueling hour of push-ups and sit-ups, he was allowed to go and clean up when dawn was close to breaking. When Harry had finished bathing and dressing, having removed all the outward traces of his morning workout, Vari accompanied him to the wand maker, who was sitting in meditating position. Harry kept looking at the ancient man, who looked serene and peaceful in that moment, with his face relaxed and not showing a trace of worry. 10 minutes later, the wand maker opened his eyes as the first light of the day touched the horizon and grinned, seeing Harry there. "Can't wait to try your wand, boy. I suppose the enthusiasm is understandable. Where is your old wand?" Harry produced the wand Harsh had given him. The mystic immediately discarded that one. "This is not your wand. I can hear its alignment is slightly out of tune for you." Harry started retelling the story of the wand Ollivanders had sold to him. How it contained a phoenix feather core and was a twin to Voldemort's wand. The ancient wand maker did not interrupt him, but listened attentively all the while until Harry got to the part where his voice hitched, telling about the wand being destroyed. He told of how another wand with the same core and wood did not fit him after he woke up. The wand maker immediately assumed a scholarly demeanor that Harry had seen McGonagall take several times during the last 4 years. "Old Jarek did not find a compatible wand, That wand was never compatible to you, boy. It was attuned to the soul fragment which was latching itself to you all these years, and therefore you could use that wand. When the fragment died, any wand with that core stopped being compatible to you. If you did not had an unwanted guest latching onto you all these years, no wand would have suited you but one." Harry had been listening attentively to everything the old wand maker was telling him. He knew a little of wand lore from what Ollivander had told him, but this was entirely different, and the way the wand maker called Ollivander by his first name made him think that they were on a first-name basis with each other. The most astonishing piece was that his old wand never suited him but responded to Voldemort's soul fragment. But did not Shilpagya say something about a wand suiting him? He asked the wand maker, "Which wand would have suited me?" The wand maker smiled at the curiosity of the young wizard before him. "The wand of destiny, the elder wand, the death stick. It has many names and has passed through numerous wizards and wreaked havoc wherever it went. It was a Peverell heirloom which was taken from Cadmus Peverell, and since then it has changed so many hands that it becomes hard to track it." He pulled out the wand he had made for Harry and handed it to him. As Harry took it in his hands, his magic started singing to the wand and the air around him started rushing, making the wand maker chuckle. "I am sure you will do great deeds with it, boy. Use this well, because it is not an ordinary wand. There are only a few of this kind which exist and none of them are in Avalon. Old Jarek would give his family vault to you to just get his hands on it. Harry looked closely at the wand and there were runes through the body of the wand which he was sure were not there yesterday. Perhaps the old wand maker had etched them sometime during the night. On the handle of the wand, the animals of his houses were drawn in their order of importance, starting with a thestral, followed by a griffin, followed by a dragon, followed by an adder, and lastly a unicorn. There were a few more animals on the body of the wand, with the stag in front, then a doe which was in front of a shaggy black dog which was in front of a werewolf. He understood the significance of these animals except for the doe. They were the patroni of James Potter, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, except for the doe which he could not recognize, but he felt they stood for his family. The old wand maker shooed them away before he could ask anything else. Vari led him to the practice range where he set up a practice dummy about 100 meters away. He told Harry to hit its right toenail. Harry was flabbergasted with such a demand. He was fairly accurate in hitting objects, but he did not have such pinpoint precision. He turned to the mystic. Mr. Vari, I have never tried to do such a thing. What difference would it make anyway? The mystic sighed. Mr. Potter, a warrior has to be perfect in his wand work so that there are no chances of error on his part. For example, you are given one chance and you have to hit at a precise spot on your enemy's body where he is vulnerable. You have no other option but to hit that very spot. Unless you know how to do that, you cannot expect to fulfill the task, thus making you fail. It is important to have such an aim that you can hit a moving target blindfolded. If you can achieve this, you will be distinct from your peers and enemies. I have heard of you from Guruji and some of your exploits. While you are formidable for your age, you have unrefined talent and lot of raw power which you need to learn to channel properly. You are a warrior despite what others may say. Harry had no answer to the mystic, so he turned towards the dummy and started casting stinging hexes towards the dummy. Most of his hexes were off by a long margin and did not hit the target, and some got close but never hit the desired spot. The wand felt comfortable in his hand even more than the holly wand, and it felt like a part of his arm. After half an hour of casting, the mystic stopped him. You are nowhere close, Mr. Potter. Let's change the target for simplicity. You have to hit it in the head for at least 10 times, but do not put too much power in your hex. You are causing a dent in the dummy and no one does so with a stinger. Harry sheepishly smiled. How will we know if I am hitting the target? The mystic actually smiled. Then why don't you use a color spell which would paint its head in red if you can make contact with it? Harry nodded and, looking at the head of the dummy, incanted the spell and aimed for the head. In his next 20 attempts, all of his spells hit the mark, and the mystic dismissed him after commending him for his aim and telling him to come down any time in the day and practice his spell casting. As Harry returned to the castle, Harsh summoned him to his personal chamber. As Harry took it in, he realized that this room had no tapestries or paintings. The bed was a simple straw pallet, similar to what he slept on when he stayed with the Nagas. The only concession to comfort was 2 simple wooden chairs and a table. As they sat, Harsh asked about his day. Harry wanted to grumble and complain but kept his silence, vowing to not give any pleasure to the mystic from his misery. Harry, the mystic said, what do you know of lords in Avalon? Harry hesitated before saying anything. It was a topic which he had thought about a lot in the last few days and had questions to ask. He started. Griphook told me that it was the hereditary position for a head of a house, and every head of house became a lord upon his investment, but he also said that there were true lords, however he did not explain that. He said you were a lord though, and that I should ask you, said Harry, frowning. Harsh began to explain with a calm demeanor. The word lord refers to 2 types of lords in magic. One is what Griphook had explained to you, but the second are those wizards who are extremely powerful and they have following of wizards and witches with them. They become lord for all of them who decide to follow that wizard, witch, and the followers are vassals for the said lord, meaning there is a magical bond between them and it is beneficial to both of them. A bond can be formed when one does fealty to a lord or is taken as a willing follower by another, with claiming the other's free will, like Voldemort does with his followers by branding them like cattle. Whoever is a lord has an order which is always ready to follow them and are extremely loyal to their lord to the exclusion of the world. The lords can demand a magical oath of allegiance from his vassals or can claim their magic if he feels that they are betraying him. This is as was decreed by Mother Magic. There are 2 lords in Avalon right now with their own order: Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore and Tom Marvolo Riddle. The next lord who would arise and outshine both of them will be you. Harry's mouth was open in surprise in a perfect, "Oh, but I am an ordinary wizard. I cannot be a lord like that. It is better this way." Harsh chuckled at his protests. "You are not ordinary wizard, Harry. You were never ordinary from the moment Voldemort marked you as his enemy. You have tried to be an ordinary wizard from time to time, but you will not be ordinary. That is simply not your destiny. You have the destiny of a warrior, and a warrior is always renowned. Maybe instead of trying to fit in with others, you should use your fame for the betterment of the wizarding world. There is a lot that you can do." Harry nodded in agreement while thinking of the words that Mr. Weasley had said to him before he had started to India. "Harry, one of your duties is to learn the manners of purebloods in your country so that you will not appear as out of place when you appear in the Wizengamot, since you can assume how people would critically analyze everything that you would do. To this end, I have secured the services of Rachel, who is a talented witch from the minor house of Higgs and has been a mystic for 50 years now. She was friends with your grandfather Charles and your grandmother Doria and is ecstatic at the chance of meeting you," Harsh said. "But why do I have to learn these manners and customs?" Harry asked. "I do not want to be like Malfoy." "Harry," Harsh said gently, "knowing your heritage would not make you Malfoy. He is too arrogant for his own good, but he knows the wizarding manners and customs, and it is not amiss to try to learn them. I believe your own mother was fascinated by these customs." Harry acquiesced, finally knowing he had no option but to agree. Harsh was right that there was no harm in learning his manners and customs. If he had grown up with his parents, they would have made him learn those. He should brush up on those manners so as not to make a fool of himself and give the wizarding world more fodder with which to tarnish his reputation. As they were done with breakfast, Harsh took him to a dungeon within the castle which reminded Harry of the dungeons of Hogwarts. There were shelves full of potion ingredients and cauldrons were simmering and producing bubbles and steams. Harsh handed him over to a mystic who was an anomaly among them. While all the other mystics were warriors by their looks and conduct, this one had a pot belly, was of short height and balding. "Harry, this is Prathyman, a potions master. He will teach you the fine arts of potion making, which I feel has left a lot to be desired under the tutelage of Severus Snape." Harsh said and left the dungeons. The other man snorted. "Snape. He is a teacher. He is a brilliant potions master and perhaps the youngest in centuries, but he is not fit to be a teacher to students who are starting potions. He does not have the temperament for students who have never studied potion making. It requires extreme patience and lot of coaxing the students, gritting your teeth when they make a mistake, and all your self-control to not to shout at them when things go out of hand. Snape is fit for those who have obtained their owls but not young students. He would kill hopes of lots of students who wish to make it to aurors or healers due to not being able to brew perfect potions." Harry said nothing but wondered how true the statement was. The first time Harry had attended the potions class with Snape, he had done nothing but called his students dunderheads and told them to start working on the potions without giving them any instructions. He wondered how different things would have been if Snape had taken the time to teach his students about basic steps to be taken before they started brewing potions. Prathyman turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, have you studied the Introduction to the Delicate Art of Potion Making?" Harry had not even heard of the said book, so he shook his head in reply, and Prathyman produced a copy of the book and tossed it to him. "Before tomorrow I want you to finish this book and first 5 chapters of magical herbs and fungi. We cannot start this before you know what you are working with." Harry nodded and was about to leave when Prathyman said, "Since you are here and I have your charge for the next few hours, let's discuss your experiences in potions so far. I sometimes crave company of people who would not just talk about battle or business. I have not taught in a school or untrained minds for years now." Harry asked him, "Have you taught at a magical school, Mr. Prathyman?" The mystic said, "Since we are going to be in contact with each other for weeks to come, I will call you Harry and you can call me Sir." Harry nodded. "I would like that." The mystic started again. "To answer your question, I was a potion master at the Takshila School of Magic. I taught there for years before one of the faculties turned out to be a Dark Lord who was after me to obtain a rare potion and I had to run away. The mystics saved me and brought me here. Since then I have not left." Harry's curiosity was piqued. "Where is Takshila School of Magic? I have never heard of it." The mystic's eyes had taken a gleam that Harry knew too well. It was the gleam which one had when they talked about something they loved. The mystic started telling, the Takeshila school is situated on the other side of the Himalayas. Somewhere in northeast direction. It is unplottable like Hogwarts and I am not going to disclose it to you. The students are collected by flying carriages for the school and they are allowed to let go home in a month at the end of year. We have a high population of wizards and we figure in the top 5 in terms of wizarding power index in the world. The average for India stands at 120, which is equal with Japan and slightly above China, with the US leading with a little margin. Wizarding Britain was once among the top of the list, but the inferior treatment of Muggle-borns and half-bloods coupled with inbreeding has reduced its standing. It is a shame that the Muggle-borns are treated as inferior when they are nothing but children of squibs. What? Harry gasped, they are from wizarding families. But we surely would have been told about this. There is no way that they can keep it secret. The mystic ruefully smiled at him. This research is classified but has been proved to be impeccable with time and again. Any Muggle-born wizard or witch is child of a squib or squibs on both sides. After all, magic has to come from somewhere. But that does not mean that every Muggle-born is half-blood or pure blood. What do you mean? Harry asked, confused. The mystic started again. A family is said to go extinct if all of its members die, leaving no one to carry the name forward, or there are no magical descendants left but squibs. Since squibs do not have magic, they cannot claim lordship of a house. But if a magical descendant appears in a family within 5 generations of the last magical descendant, then he or she can claim the lordship or ladyship of the house. If a wizard is more than 5 generations removed from the last magical ancestor, they are considered Muggle-born. This gave Harry a lot to think about, but before he could dwell on it any more, the mystic interrupted again. So, Harry, humor me with the experience of your first potions class. Harry started telling him about the first class as to how Snape entered the dungeon sneering, cloak billowing behind him, lip curling as he called Harry's name off the register, and the questions that he had asked him. As he finished telling the story, the potions master looked at him curiously. So, did you ever work out the message he gave you in those questions? What message? Asked Harry, confusion showing on his face and in his demeanor. He asked you what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to infusion of wormwood, which in itself is an innocuous question, but in the Victorian flower language it means I bitterly regret Lily's death, the potions master replied, interest choice of words but nonetheless ingenious. Harry's mind was reeling, but he said nothing, willing his expression to be neutral. He had started to try to be impassive in his expressions, which he had seen many people do. He assumed it was some kind of mask that people adopted. As they talked, the potions master gave him many handy tips which made him regret that he had not brought a parchment with him to write it all down. After 2 hours, they were done and Harry went into search of Harsh, who was at the practice field where the mystics were practicing sword play. As he arrived, one of the mystics handed him a sword which felt odd in his hand. It was a long sword and light, but the length of the sword made it difficult for him to wield it. As he stood there clutching the sword in his hand, one mystic, he remembered he was named Anal, charged at him with a sword, forcing him to raise his sword hastily to parry the shot which was aimed at his neck. As he stopped the blow, the mystic kicked him in the chest, knocking him to the ground, and immediately started to bring the sword down on him, forcing him to roll away. Halt! Harsh's deep voice rang out, and Anal put the sword to his side and picked up Harry. Have you no experience in sword play, Harry? The mystic asked him. He shook his head, his heart still thudding in his rib cage. The mystic had him at his mercy and would have injured him if Harsh had not stopped him. How did you kill Salazar's monster? Harsh asked. I distinctly remember Albus telling me that you had used Godric's sword to slay it. As Harsh was talking, a murmur arose in the crowd which was gathered around, and some of the mystics even gave him a respectful nod. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat and replied, I had a lot of luck on my side. Dumbledore's phoenix had blinded the basilisk and I drove the sword through its mouth, killing it. Harry, none of your feats was pure luck. You have skill and power to perform those feats. You only needed a little help. I have told you that you should not sell yourself short. Harsh admonished him before he continued. Anal is an expert in weaponry and he has the task to teach you to use sword, a bow, dagger and the rules of magical combat. Why would I need to learn sword play? Harry asked. Because Harry, sword play is something that helps your body to grow up at accelerated pace. Not to mention you can channel your magic through these weapons, and if for some reason you lose your wand in a duel, then it can come handy. No Death Eater would expect you to know sword play, Harsh replied. I remember Godric using that sword of his to dispatch many of his enemies in a battle where his wand had been taken from him. Harry was fascinated to hear of the feats of a founder. What kind of wizard was he? Was he noble as we all think him to be? Harsh chuckled. He was a mage, Harry. He was a fighter who could fight all day long and yet remain standing. He was the fiercest of all the founders, and it was primarily due to this reason that bravery is a trait often associated with him. As Harry readied again to practice sword play, Anil showed him how to properly grip the sword and the stance to take before beginning to parry with an adversary. Keep some space between your feet, Harry, and the sword at your side clutched tight in your hand, but not too rigidly, and to swing it in a fluid motion. Today we will not spar with each other, but you will practice the movements which I have just showed you. So it was that Harry spent an hour slicing the air with his sword, or tried to practice blocking strikes from an imaginary enemy. After an hour, his hand felt like lead and his legs were aching from being in battle stance for an hour. The mystics were tough masters, but he had no other option than to trust them. As it neared lunch, Harsh led him to the kitchens where some mystics were preparing food by themselves. The kitchen was spacious and reminded him of the Hogwarts kitchen. There were no elves serving here. The mystics did the work. You like the kitchen, Harry? Harsh asked. Yeah, Harry replied absent-mindedly. It's huge and warm. But why are we here? Because we are going to take our lunch here, Harsh announced, and sat at a table which was set for them. As Harry sat, Harsh offered him some dish which he had never eaten before. Harry picked it up, and as he took a bite, he turned into a canary, and Harsh burst out laughing. After some time, the feathers all molted off of Harry. Harsh was guffawing at his expressions. Harry tried to look indignant but soon gave up. The mystic had not harmed him anyway, but only pranked him. Has nothing registered into your brain yet, Harry? Harsh asked him. You were so willingly trusting of anyone that you immediately took the cream and ate it. Messrs. Weasley and Weasley would be disappointed that you fell prey so easily. They had. Put a bet of 10 galleons with me that you will realize that the cream was hexed and not eat it. You bet on me. Harry gaped. But why did you do that? 2 reasons. Harsh smirked. First was that it gave me a chance to prank you and lighten your mood, which was turning gloomy, and second, to beat it into your mind that you should not be so trusting unless you are extremely sure that the other person is who they claims to be. He taught a rather simple detection spell to him which he could use to detect simplest of poisons, or if anybody had tampered with his food or drink, and bade him to use it every time he sat down to eat. After lunch, Harsh gave him a journal which was made of parchment and had a mystic emblem on top of it. This is a journal that we give to every mystic. You can use it to record everything that you think is worth knowing, and it will never finish. It becomes a treasure for coming generations with the amount of knowledge contained within the pages. Guruji, why do we use parchment? Harry asked. The Muggles use ordinary paper, and it is much easier to write on, and their pens are easier to use than quills. Harsh just smiled for a moment, then said, this is the difference between a Muggle-raised wizard and a wizard who has been brought up in wizarding family. The parchment can keep for years without getting damaged, and it is easier to scribble on it with a quill. As the ink on the parchment fades, it can be renewed with a spell, but ordinary pages like Muggles use cannot hold when we use magic on them and tend to crumble or burn down. Harry nodded his head. As he had thought, everything that the wizarding world did, they did for a good reason. He had tried to ask the question of a few others, but no one else had been able to give a satisfactory answer. The mystic gave him answers which made sense to him and quenched his thirst for knowledge. While he was no Hermione, he was a curious person. He tried to act like he did not care so that Hermione would not think that he was competing with her and Ron would not be jealous of him. Perhaps it was time that he should try to be his best rather than part of the crowd. As they were talking, they arrived at a house which was tastefully decorated. The door was intricately carved with a snidget engraved on it. Harsh knocked on the snidget and a woman opened the door. The woman reminded him of someone, though he was not sure who. She had blonde hair, gray eyes, thin lips, and the lines around her eyes told him that she was used to laughing often. She looked like a happy version of McGonagall without the stern demeanor the Transfiguration professor often had, and much younger. Harry! She exclaimed and immediately hugged him. Oh, you are so much like Doria. You have Charles's face with her features just like your father did. You knew my father? Harry asked eagerly. Of course I did, she replied kindly. I was with Doria in Hogwarts and left Wizarding Britain around the time that Grindelwald arose. I went back once when your father was born, but that was the last I saw of them. Soon you know who came along and my family sided with him. Being a mystic, I could not be seen mixing with them. In fact, they told me that I was not welcome if I was not supporting their Dark Lord. Your family? Harry asked. The Higgs family, she spat, my loving family who are all embroiled in dark arts. My nephew's grandson would have been in Hogwarts around your time. Harry was reminded of the first Quidditch match when he had swallowed the snitch and the Slytherin seeker, Terrence Higgs. He muttered, yeah, I met him first year and defeated him in my first Quidditch match. She laughed and invited them in. As they entered, Harsh addressed her, Rachel, Harry here is a pureblood but was brought up by muggles. I want you to teach him the ways of wizards, and by the time he is ready to leave, I want him to look like the perfect pureblood. This way, he would be able to take of some support from Voldemort's followers. She nodded her head. Harry, would you please stand up? She asked him sternly. He stood nervous of the woman who had suddenly adopted a strict demeanor. She looked at him critically, noticing the flaws in his posture, and shook her head. We have a lot to do, Harry. Your grandfather Charles was such an imposing presence in the wizarding world. You will need to work very hard to reach that level. Harry sighed. Ever since he had come to the Mystics, they had been giving him more and more work to do. He would be lucky if he could leave within a month. He had started to miss Wizarding Britain and thought of how his friends would be having fun on their vacations. Ron would be at the Burrow playing Quidditch and lazing around. The twins would be having fun inventing things and making things for the shop they had been planning forever. Hermione would be off on vacation with her parents. Susan would be at her manor having fun with her friends who would be coming over. Neville would be having a great time bonding with his parents and being showered with parental love that he never got. Cottage on the Hill. This morning as the students arrived, they were sent on their morning run by Alistair Moody, who was visibly in a bad mood. As they ran, he shot stinging hexes at those who slackened their pace anytime during the run. All of them had welts by the time they finished 3 laps around the property line. As they sat panting, Moody started raining down hexes on them to get them on their feet and start doing push-ups till they drop. After an hour when they were done with exercise, everyone was cursing Moody under their breath, for the old Auror was venting his frustrations on them. As they were done, he immediately put them in teams to duel him. As they all discussed strategy to win, he apparated away, making them groan. They all scattered in twos to find him and subdue him. The first pair to confront him was the twins who had found him near the property line. As they started firing hexes and curses at him, he immediately disillusioned himself and stunned one of them, while the other started casting hexes in all directions for a few seconds before he realized that perhaps the grizzled old Auror was gone. As he bent to revive his twin, he found himself dangling by one ankle and lost consciousness soon. The second pair were Ron and Hermione, who were behind the house on the property with their backs to each other, their wands out and spells ready to cast. While they looked, Moody suddenly appeared out of thin air before Hermione, shot a stunner at her which she took on her shield. He was gone again before she could react. Then he appeared beside Ron, who immediately shot a stunner at Moody which he barely dodged. In that moment Hermione started raining down on him while Neville, Susan and Ginny ran towards them. Moody was shielding more than dodging, his wooden leg restricting his movements somewhat. He transfigured a stone into a dog and animating it, set it on Ron. Ron had to defend himself against the animation, and that distracted Hermione for a crucial moment. Moody cast a wide area stunner and took both of them out. He was gone again before the other 3 could reach him. Neville immediately took charge and got the 3 of them standing with their backs to each other. Moody seemed to have read their strategy and did not appear as he had done with Hermione and Ron. Instead, they felt the temperature was rising and they saw a wall of fire approaching them. This fire was different from ordinary fire in the sense that it was much hotter, like an inferno, and they could see a dragon in the fire which looked menacing with his fangs bared, thundering towards them. Susan tried to use Aguamenti, but it proved futile because water evaporated before it fell on the fire and there was no other means to control it. As it advanced on them, suddenly a giant phoenix made of water charged towards the dragon from behind them and engaged the beast. The 2 creatures fought for minutes before the phoenix was able to subdue the dragon, and it took a few more minutes before the dragon finally dissipated. They turned to find Dumbledore with his wand out. his eyes cold and his face drawn into a murderous-looking expression. "Alistair," he roared, "Alistair, show yourself." Alistair Moody appeared before them, looking tired and said gruffly, "Albus, whatever is the matter?" "Alistair, why did you use fiendfire on them? Do you not realize that they are school students who have no means to control it or counter it?" he asked coldly, his magic hugging him like a cloak, fierce red in color. "Albus, they need to know what they are facing. A Death Eater would not shower them with stunners or stingers," he grumbled. "That may very well be, Alistair," Albus said sternly, "but you are forbidden from using dark spells against the students. This is where I am drawing the line for you." Alistair grumbled but nodded in agreement. Minerva took over for the rest of the day, asking them to start doing all the transfigurations that they had practiced in the last 4 years to get a handle on their understanding before she started to ask them how these could be used in battle. Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge was feeling miserable. In the last few days, Dolores Umbridge had taken it upon herself to investigate how Sirius Black had got his trial. She had the belief that Cornelius had made some sort of backdoor deal with Sirius Black even if there was no proof. She had risen through the ranks very quickly for a talentless witch. Fudge knew that this was because she had dirt on everyone in the ministry. He had chosen her for the position as his senior undersecretary on the recommendations of some of his old friends who simply wanted her off their hands. While she was efficient in getting work done, she was a cruel witch who had no hesitation in resorting to illegal means to harm anyone. She also had some dirt on Fudge which was rather nasty, and that was the chief reason that Fudge could not get rid of her no matter how much he wanted to do so. When he had passed Educational Decree number 22 last week, he was sure that he could pawn Dolores off on Dumbledore as the new Hogwarts defense teacher and his spy. But that hope had been dashed when Dumbledore arrived this morning and gleefully told Fudge that he had found a replacement for the position of defense professor and that the ministry did not need to bother themselves with it. Cornelius could not do anything about it. The legislation was passed last week with a lot of arm twisting and favor calling from some old friends, but now Amelia Bones and through her Dumbledore was calling the shots. He was sure that Amelia was working alongside Dumbledore behind the scenes. The way things were going, he feared his days as the minister were numbered. Another concern of his was how the ministry was undergoing rapid changes. This morning all the department heads had issued directions to their departments. They were assessing the performance of all their subordinates, giving them promotions or demoting them as they deserved. While it looked all good, many Muggle-born and half-blood were now in powerful positions in the ministry while purebloods were shifted to menial positions. Another pattern that he noticed was that all those who were shifted to menial positions were those whose families had ties with you-know-who in the last war. Perhaps he was being paranoid, but he could feel that this was all Dumbledore's doing. "Minister," his secretary called, "Madam Bones is here to see you." He straightened in his chair before telling his secretary to let her enter. Amelia strode into his office looking like a thunder cloud, lightning and all. "Cornelius, did you send Dementors to Muggle London?" Cornelius gaped in shock and stuttered, I didn't send Dementors. They are bound to Azkaban. Why would they go to Muggle London? Then explain to me how 4 Dementors found their way to Little Whinging and that to the vicinity of Harry Potter's Muggle relatives," she roared at him. He cowered in his seat. "Trust me, Amelia, I had nothing to do with it." "Is Harry Potter safe?" he asked after a moment's silence, knowing that if something happened to the boy who lived, the public would flay him alive. "Harry Potter's relatives are out of the country somewhere, and it is presumed that Harry Potter is enjoying his summer vacation with them, but a dozen Muggles lost their souls before the Wizarding Patrol could drive away those abominations. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes had to perform a lot of obliviations," she said tersely. Finally he was able to calm himself down. "Amelia, would you please investigate this incident and submit a report to me when you find out who is responsible for this outrage?" She smirked. "I have already concluded the investigation, Cornelius, and I have a warrant for the arrest of Dolores Jane Umbridge for unauthorized use of Dementors. I just had to make sure that you had not authorized the attack before executing this warrant." Cornelius could not have looked happier than he did in that moment when he happily signed the warrant authorizing use of Veritaserum on Umbridge. Adrishporum. As Harry was released from Rachel's care, he was accosted by Pawan, who asked him to accompany him to a room which reminded Harry of a Hogwarts classroom. There were many other recruits there who were grown-up men and women, which made it uncomfortable for him, but he did not complain. As he took a seat, Pawan appeared in the teacher's position. He surveyed Harry for a moment before he started teaching them about runes. He asked Harry, "What are runes, Mr. Potter?" Harry stood, "They are magical symbols which are used in making wards." The mystic smirked, "Runes are much more than that, Mr. Potter. They are embodiment of the language of magic. They represent symbols which are used in place of enchantments generally to make them everlasting or for other purposes such as making wards etc." Harry nodded in agreement, listening with rapt attention. The mystic was explaining about languages to them. There are 7 major languages in which runes are drawn, however we employ another language to draw our runes. For the first month, we will deal with the 7 languages. He then went on to explain the languages to them for the rest of the lesson. As Harry was leaving, he asked him to find a copy of the runes introductory books in his trunk. Harry wondered just how many books had Sirius packed into his trunk. He found the book and read ahead for his lessons. The mystic was not going to ask him to submit essays, but reading ahead would be helpful to grasp the subject. Harry nodded and went on to find Harsh when he was cornered by Ashala, who was one of the 2 female instructors assigned to him. She took him to another class where he was the sole student. "Mr. Potter," she began, "are you interested in charms?" "Harry, please," he said. "Mr. Potter sounds so formal and makes me think that I am about to get detention. I like charms." "Harry, it is then," she replied, "which is the most powerful charm that you can perform?" "The Patronus charm," he replied confidently. She smiled at him encouragingly. "That is quite some skill, Harry. Can I see it?" Harry smiled and whipping his wand, he intoned, "Expecto Patronum." Immediately a 4-legged creature burst out of his wand. He was surprised to see that it was not the great stag. It was about as big as prongs, but it had claws instead of hoofs, whiskers like a cat, and looked like a leopard, but Harry was sure it was not an ordinary leopard like he had seen in Muggle primary books. Ashala exclaimed, "A snow leopard." "Sorry," he said, "what is a snow leopard?" She explained to him, "A snow leopard is native to the Himalayas and they are considered to be the topmost predator. They are as big as a lion and equally ferocious, however these days they are considered as endangered by the IUCN, a Muggle organization which keeps watch on animals which are going extinct, endangered or vulnerable." Harry was disappointed a bit and she noticed this. "What happened, Harry? Why are you disappointed?" So it was that Harry explained to her how his Patronus used to be prongs, which was his dad's animagus form, and how seeing it changed was like he had lost a connection to his father. As he finished telling, she started, "That is understandable, Harry, but maybe this means that you are becoming your own man. Your parents are never gone from you, Harry, but they are in your heart. Whenever you will look for them in your heart, you will find them there." Harry smiled but said nothing, not trusting himself not to choke on his own words. She continued, "You have power and skill, Harry, but you will have no use for a Patronus here." "What do you mean?" he asked. "We do not use the Patronus against Dementors, Harry," she smirked, "we kill them. I can teach you to use your Patronus to send messages though." Harry was dumbfounded with this revelation. To be able to kill a Dementor was a skill to have. He resolved to obtain that by whatever means possible. After a grueling session in which he practiced every charm that he had ever learned, he was dismissed. As he stepped out, he was grabbed by Ambar for transfigurations. She also had him demonstrate every transfiguration he had ever learned. When that was done, she had him read ahead in the same book which Professor McGonagall used in her classes. By the time Harry left the last class, he was so tired that the corridor floor was starting to look like a nice, soft place to lay down and sleep. That was when Harsh summoned him to dinner. Eating was not Harry's first priority. He could hear his bed calling him. When his food was served, he neglected to use the detection spells which Harsh had taught him at lunch. With the first morsel that he ate, his hands became lead-like and his body became so heavy that he could not move it. As he sat fuming at the mystic, Harsh was rolling on the floor clutching his stomach laughing. After a few moments he picked himself up and administered an antidote to Harry. "You forgot a lesson I gave you just this noon. The twins are going to be so cross with you. The Galleons are weighing against them." Harry said nothing but did the detection spell and found that only one of the items was hexed. Asking for it to be replaced, he ate in silence before Harsh dismissed him for the night with instructions to complete the work that he was given during the day. By the time Harry made his way to his room, it was all he could do to fall on the bed, face first, and pass out. Bones Manor. Susan arrived home tired and frightened from the ordeal of the day. Mad Eye must have been out of his head to show Fiendfire to them. Last year when she heard that he had shown the 3 unforgivables to the Slytherins and Gryffindors, she had thought that he had lost his mind, but that turned out to be an impostor. She knew Mad Eye had no hesitation in using any of the unforgivables, but he drew the line at showing them to others who were not Aurors. Fiendfire was a different matter altogether. She had been scared when the roaring wall of fire came towards them. "Susie, are you all right?" Amelia asked her as she saw the faraway look in her niece's eyes. "Yes, Auntie," she replied. "I brought your air ring from the vault," Amelia said. "I want you to wear it." Susan remembered that last night, Amelia wanted her to take the ring. They were not able to find the ring anywhere in the manor. Amelia figured that they had returned the ring to the Bones vault when Edgar had taken on the mantle of Lord of House Bones. She had promised that she would bring the ring from the vaults when she returned from the ministry. Amelia fished out the ring from inside of her robes. It was laid on a bed of soft silk in an ornately decorated wooden box. The ring was a platinum band topped by an opal with a common Welsh green etched on it. Susan was apprehensive about being the heiress, but she knew that she would have to take the seat. She picked up the ring and thought about everything that was going on in the world. Circumstances were dire, they all were in danger, and every day that passed made them more vulnerable. When the war came, there would be a lot of death, grief and strife. She needed to stay strong for Harry, who would be in the center of things, and being his betrothed she would need to stand tall despite her own fears. Susan was sorted into Hufflepuff for a reason. The hat had told her that loyalty was one of the qualities which was an endearing trait of the chosen ones of Helga, and Susan was not about to abandon anyone now. If it required her to take on the mantle of Heiress of Bones, she would do it. As she took the ring and put it on her ring finger, she felt her magic reacting to its presence, and the pressure on her body as the ring scanned her was tremendous. She gritted her teeth so that she would not pass out. After a few moments of agonizing pain, the pressure receded and Amelia was smiling at her, looking proudly on her. As Susan stood straight, she hugged her. "Congrats, Susie. You did it." Longbottom Castle. Frank and Alice were sitting in their chairs at the window gazing into the distance when Frank felt the wards flare suddenly. He knew that Augusta or Neville did not apparate to the property but flow in. He instructed his elf Marty to protect them if it turned out to be someone who had bad intentions toward them. After they had waited for a few minutes, the door to the chamber opened and Algernon Croaker walked in, followed by Neville. "Hello, Uncle Algy," said Frank, smiling as Croaker crossed the room at a run to embrace his nephew in a heartfelt embrace. "Oh Frankie, we missed you so much," the Unspeakable murmured. "Good to see you too, Algernon," said Alice, grinning at the Unspeakable. "Can you tell me why my son looks so morose and why he did not flow in as usual?" Croaker, who had controlled his emotions by now, grinned. "That would be because I am teaching him to apparate. This was the first time that I took him by side along apparition with me. He is feeling nauseous from the first time effects." "And exactly why are you teaching him that?" She narrowed her eyes. "My son still has time to learn it." Croaker cringed at her demeanor but held his ground. "There is a war coming, Alice, and we need to teach him everything to ensure his survival. In the last war, we had warriors on our side, but this time around, there are not many followers." "But Uncle Algy," Frank interrupted. "If you teach him all the fun stuff, what will I do?" Croaker sighed. "You have enough to do as it is. Getting yourself back into top form is the most important thing, followed by making alliances. We have had our warning and we will be better prepared this time." "So exactly what have you already taught him?" Frank asked. "I got my hands on this one just this morning," Croaker said. "He was sleeping, completely oblivious, without even a basic alert ward to guard him." Frank laughed. "Last I checked you were not Mad Eye, were you, Uncle? You are acting like him." "Frankie, the wards at Green Hughes would not hold for too long if someone employed a ward device, and I remember the Lestranges had one. If they were to turn it over to you know who, his followers would enter without any hindrances," he finished gravely. "But aren't the Lestranges in Azkaban?" asked Frank. "Mother told us that they were sentenced to life in the Azkaban prison." "That they are, but their father Rolando escaped the ministry last time and he is still posturing openly as a supporter of the dark," Croaker explained, "so I am teaching skills to survive and fight. Besides, apparition can be good in a duel if you know how to negate the wards set by someone." Frank nodded. Uncle Algy, would you answer my questions? He asked. Mother has been very strict in refusing me any answers. Algernon just grinned. I am not one to try and cross that old battle axe, Frankie. I do not want her to come after me. India. Harry again woke up to a cold shower, courtesy of Vari. Coughing and spluttering, he sat up and was met with a glaring mystic who had his wand leveled at him with water dripping from its tip. Wake up, Potter. We have not got all day. Meet me outside within 10 minutes. He barked and Harry flew into action. He was not sure why, but the mystic reminded him of Moody in a bad mood. As he exited his room, he was mindful of raising a shield as he remembered the incident from yesterday and did not want to be on the wrong end of his wand again. After 10 minutes, he was running around the lake, this time being encouraged to be faster with all the stinging hexes that the mystic was firing at him. As he was done running, he dropped on all fours and started doing push-ups until he fell from exhaustion. As he proceeded to the training range, his muscles aching from the exertion of the last 2 days, weary from not getting enough sleep, he was walking zombie-like when the hair on the back of his head stood up. He ducked, hoping to avoid the curse he knew was coming. Too late. He realized his mistake too late as a stunner knocked him out. He was enervated after a few minutes with the mystic grinning at him. I knew the trick you would do, Potter. I have heard how sensitive you are to magic and the default reaction you have in those situations. You will have to do better, Potter. Harry snapped. I would do better if I were allowed to get enough rest. The mystic smirked at him. I told you yesterday and I am warning you for the final time today, Potter. I will not keep up with your whining. You may be a hero to the Wizarding Britain, but here you are just another wizard to like us and you will live by our rules. Harry said nothing, knowing another spat with the mystic may lead him into some trouble, but he decided to raise the issue with Harsh later. As they reached the training range, the mystic conjured 2 dummies. They will be firing low-powered bone breakers at you, Potter. You will not use any shield but dodge those curses. It will continue until an hour has passed or you are unable to continue. Harry grimaced but had no chance to protest before the dummies started raining down on him and he was forced to dodge. It was as if the dummies could read his mind, and while he would dodge one, the other would fire in the direction he was going. This kept him thinking and running around continuously while trying to evade the curses. After about 15 minutes, when his aching muscles finally had enough, he stumbled for a moment and a bone breaker hit him in the leg. Then he fell down clutching the leg. The mystic, who had been standing at the side, stopped the dummies. He started working his wand and casting healing spells at Harry, which he recognized from spending years under Madame Pomfrey's care. The only strange thing was that the mystic was using a language which Harry did not know but recognized as Hindi, or rather some ancient form of it. As the mystic finished repairing the bones, he pulled a vial of potion and forced it down Harry's throat. A few minutes later, Harry Potter fell asleep. India. Harry woke up in his bed, his body stiff and Harsh sitting at his bedside, looking amused for some reason. Harry tried to remember what had happened and winced, remembering the bone breaker that had broken his leg. Harsh grinned at him. It is good to see you up again, Harry. How long was I out? He asked. Only 2 hours, Harsh replied. I thought you would use this as excuse to have the whole day off. Harry smiled sheepishly. Believe me, if I had thought I could get away with it, I would still be sleeping. He remembered he had some complaints to make. Guruji, why do I have to wake up before dawn? Harsh laughed. It did not take you long to make that complaint, I suppose it is understandable because you do not exert your body so much ordinarily. Harry smiled shyly but said nothing. Harry, you are being trained in things that will take years for others to learn, and most of them would never get to learn as much as you do. As it is, we have little time on our hands, therefore we have to make the most of it. Besides, I have to train you like you are a muggle born for all purposes. But what does being raised by muggles have to do with this? He whined. You realize that you are important to the wizarding world, Harry? He asked. You are expected to act in a certain way that would befit your station. Also, there is a megalomaniac Dark Lord after you, braying for your blood. To win a war you need to have to be better than that to cut off his support base. Besides, your social standing is such that you have to learn these things in order to not let anyone make fun of you or your family's reputation. If you were raised by your parents, you would have learned these things ever since you could walk. But still, why does Vari wake me up before the crack of dawn? making me run and do all the exercises. He said, I have not had proper sleep for the last few days. That is to stop you from having any nightmares. He said simply, if you are too tired to even stand on your legs, you can't get lost in the realm of Morpheus where he would make you have nightmares constantly. That always happens to those who are sensitive to blood and gore or have been through too much trauma. I have seen my mystics being troubled with such problems till they learn to obtain tranquility. Tranquility? He asked, what does that mean? Have you seen any of us in meditation? Harsh asked. Harry nodded, I did. When you treated Neville's mum and dad, you were sitting in such a position. Right, Harsh replied, in that position, we often can detach our conscious from our body. When you are able to do it, you will be able to have complete control over your mind. This is a useful skill to have, but it takes time. Therefore, I ask your instructors to make you as tired as they can. This has the added benefit that the additional exercise help your body to get stronger and your magical core gets stronger the more you put stress on it. However, I will ask Shilpagya to teach you the tricks to relax your body even with little sleep as possible. Harry nodded, but he was feeling frustrated. This was not something he had thought he would be doing. He had thought that the mystics would teach him something which would take care of Voldemort once and for all without being subjected to such discomforts. Harsh sensed his discomfort and smiled serenely. Harry, while we know of arcane magics, we cannot teach it all to you at once. You have to learn it slowly, taking into account everything that we have to teach to you. Whatever we are teaching you will be useful to you when it is time for your final confrontation. Please be patient with everything. Harry nodded his head, albeit reluctantly. The mystic always seemed to know what was going on. Now I believe that Prathiman is waiting for you, Harsh replied. He has been very enthusiastic to teach a student again. Harry groaned. He had read the book the potions master had given him. Although he now understood many things which he didn't know before, he still had not come to love the subject. But he supposed there was no harm in learning a thing or two. When he arrived at the dungeons, the potions master gave him a recipe for a simple pepper-up potion, but there was something different from the instructions that he remembered. As he looked, he found that the potions master had changed one or two of the components. He looked to the potions master, with a puzzled expression on his face. The potions master smirked. I take it you are wondering about the changed ingredients. While you prepare the ingredients, tell me the properties of each and how they are expected to react with each other and which of them can be replaced with another ingredient to give me a better result. As he left Harry to work on his own, Harry delved into his work and found it easy to work when Snape was not breathing down his neck or sneering at him that he was like his father. He was nothing like his father. For the sake of Merlin, his father had been an animagus and he was nowhere close. As he progressed with his potion, Prathiman kept asking him questions and he answered. Whenever he failed to do so, Prathiman did not berate him but patiently explained. He found that he was coming to like the subject. Maybe when he returned to Hogwarts this year, he would be able to astonish Snape. When the potion was done, the potion master happily clapped his hands. Well done, Harry. You have the talent to be a prodigious potioneer. By the time I am done with you, I hope you will be able to alter ingredients in potions by your own and still obtain the same results. Not that I am surprised considering that potion is a part of your family magic. Family magic? Harry asked, astonished. My dear boy, do not tell me that you do not know that your family had some extraordinary potioneers. Your grandfather had invented the Sleekeazy's potion, which is easily the most selling potion for hairs. It is heavily used by witches and wizards alike for getting shiny hairs, the mystic told him, and one of your ancestors had invented the Skelegro, which still brings in hefty royalty to your house since the patent over it has never been sold. There have been few more dangerous potions which they invented. Harry was surprised to say the least, but I thought my family was all warriors. That my family magic was related to battle magic. Prathiman chortled. The Peverells were mages, Harry, and they had battle magic as family magic, which became a part of Potter family magic, but Potters were more than warriors. They have been potioneers, Aurors, and one or two of them have been minister of magic in their day. Can you tell me more about my family magic? Harry asked eagerly. The mystic shook his head. I do not know all about it, Harry. I know about the potion thing because your ancestors have portraits in the halls of the Potions Guild of the ICW, which is the highest authority for potioneers in the world. Guruji informed us to teach you these subjects which would help you when you delve into your family grimoires. I sincerely hope that one day you will invent a potion of your own." As Harry left, his mind was buzzing with the information the mystic had given him, but he was determined to do well. He finally had found something to strive for other than to fight for survival against Voldemort, and he was going to do his best. Next up was sword instruction. Anil had him repeat the exercises of the previous day until he could treat his sword as an extension of his arm. He practiced swinging for about 30 minutes when Anil declared him to be satisfactory and started teaching him the principles of sparring. Whenever you are in a sword fight, remember to keep the blade away from your body and keep moving so that your enemy is not able to guess what you would do. If you have to clash sword with him, do not clash the edge of your sword with his but the flat of the blade, for this will prevent your sword edge from denting. Goblin-made sword is hard to dent, but there is no harm being cautious. Never grip your sword too rigid, but do not hold it so loosely that it would slip from your hands. If your opponent is ready to strike, parry his strikes till you can see your opening. Never drop your guard and don't be oblivious to your surroundings, the mystic said patiently while Harry decided that he would never again call Professor McGonagall long-winded after hearing the mystic go on and on. After sword practice, Harry made his way to the kitchen. When he arrived, he sat down next to Harsh. Remembering the incident from yesterday, he sat cautiously and cast the detection spell before he picked up his goblet to drink. As he put it to his lips, he felt the air rush around him but paid no heed to it. As he took his first sip of water, his skin had adopted a greenish tinge and his hair was growing at an alarming rate. He looked at Harsh, who was laughing, and sighed, "Guruji, what was this?" In between his laughter, Harsh said, "Sorry Harry. I could not avoid pranking you. I distinctly remember that I had promised to make a prankster out of you. I was elated that you checked the food and drink, but as you drank, I simply enchanted the goblet." Harry grimaced as he remembered how Harsh has accepted Sirius's challenge. This was going to be a very long summer indeed. As Harsh dispelled the jinx, Harry dug into his lunch with gusto. After lunch, he was due for Rachel, who said that she was not pleased with his choice of clothes. While Muggle clothes were good and comfortable, to be a lord and to maintain that persona, he should wear his robes and a cloak. She even directed him to dress up whenever he came up to visit her. She also took an issue with his chicken scratch handwriting. She gave him some quills and calligraphy book and told him to practice his writing. A lord should not write as if he is barely literate, she admonished him. She told him about the duties of a lord and how he should behave in certain circumstances. Worse still, she ordered him to practice his manners whenever he came to visit her. When he entered the runes classroom, he found that he was the only student there. When he asked the mystic, he was informed that Harsh had told him to keep his classes separate from others. The mystic followed orders without questioning. As he sat, the mystic started asking him questions about the Elder Futhark, showing him runes and asking its uses. Harry had read ahead and with little difficulty was able to recall everything that he had read. But he still had to work to remember everything. His respect for Hermione grew, who was able to store so much information into her head with apparent ease. As the class progressed, the mystic showed him the 7 languages which were ordinarily taught at Hogwarts and asked him to study them in his own time. Harry was fine with that, except that the mystic wanted him to learn the Brahmi symbols, which Harry remembered was the language in which Harsh had drawn the runes in Longbottom Castle. While he found those symbols to be strange and hard to learn, he delved into it wholeheartedly while deciding to study the other 6 languages as soon as he could. He felt that he should have taken runes as his elective with care of magical creatures. Runes would have been a better use of his time, and he would not have to put up with Sybil Trelawney predicting his death every time he stepped into her class. "Harry, do you know how much difference a language can make?" the mystic Pawan asked him. Harry said, "I think it makes a lot of difference because even if we speak English, we use Latin to cast our spells." The mystic beamed at him, "Your basic understanding is good, Harry. The magical the language, the powerful the spell is. When you cast spell in some different language altogether, it becomes extraordinarily powerful. Even a simple incendio in Parcel tongue would be like fiendfire. Similarly, Sanskrit is a language where a different word can cast something more sinister. For example, you can cast incendio with pavasam, fiendfire with davanalam, and hellfire with narkagni." What is hellfire?" he asked hesitantly. "It is a fire which is equal to molten lava in hotness, cannot be fought with, and devours anything whether mundane or magical." There is no protection available against it, and only those with extreme control over their magic should ever try to cast it, because it will bring ultimate destruction if it ever gets out of control. The mystic explained grimly. It usually devours the caster first because only he can have some degree of control over it. With the caster removed, think of it as a beast left to run amok to maim or injure people, and there is no one who can subdue the beast. However, I must caution you that no one except you or anyone nearly as powerful as you can cast this spell, therefore keep this to yourself. Harry visibly shuddered and nodded in agreement, knowing the mystic made sense since he himself was uncomfortable to know of the spell. This was the first time that he heard of something which was fascinating yet deadly. In that moment he appreciated that the mystics had erased such knowledge from the general world, or people such as Malfoy would have burned it down twice over. Here, the mystic tossed a book to him. This is a book of some deadly spells which only we know of, and now you do. These spells are in Sanskrit, so you would have to learn the language to be able to perform them, but after you become proficient in wandless magic, I believe language would not be barred to you. But for the sake of Merlin, do not share that book with anyone. There was a mystic once who sought to run with it and rule the world as a Dark Lord. What happened to him? Harry asked curiously. You do not want to know, the mystic said cryptically. Just be assured that things did not turn out well for him when 100 mystics were hunting him down. After we were done with him, no part of his body was left whole. So it was that Harry asked the mystic to teach him the runes of Brahmi and the basics of the Sanskrit language. While this was not mandatory, Harry thought he could do with learning the said language, which would benefit him in the long run. When he was dismissed from the runes class, he went into the transfiguration class. He found Ambar in a jovial mood, which immediately put him on his guard. In all his experience, a jovial teacher usually meant trouble for him. She taught him vanishing objects, which was hard at first, but with a little appreciation from her and some concentration, he was able to do it on his 5th try. A little of the chair remained which he was supposed to be vanishing. Pronouncing herself satisfied, she asked him to practice it on his own. She started to teach him conjuration, which was hard for him. Even after 30 minutes, he was not able to finish it, and she ordered him to practice it when he had time so that he could perform it when he next saw her. As he was leaving, she gave him a potion and told him to drink it just before he went to bed for the night. She said that this potion will help him quite a bit in the coming war. She told him with a wink that it would be fun too. As part of the class, Ambar set him the task of learning some charms, obscure charms which he was sure that Professor Flitwick did not teach as part of the education curriculum at Hogwarts. She made him practice the flame freezing charm, the weather charm which could be used to alter weather over a fixed area, and as they were done, she promised to teach him the Fidelius charm in the next class. When Harry returned to his room, a mystic informed him that Harsh had bid him to stay in his room for the rest of the day and take enough rest to soothe his frayed nerves and overcome his exhaustion. After a quick dinner which was served in his quarters, he drank the vial of potion and went to sleep. Longbottom Castle. Neville was regretting that he had agreed to this insane plan of Croker's. The unspeakable had him apparate to different parts of the country to give him the feeling of it, and it left him dizzy. When Croker asked Neville to do it on his own, he had been unable to do it. Frank, who had been watching Neville struggle with apparition from his window, beckoned him over. Son, there is nothing special about apparition, he said, all there is to it is the need to be someplace. When you are apparating, visualize the place that you want to be clearly in your mind. Keeping in mind the image you have so created, will your magic out of you to move you to that place. Keep doing it until your magic responds to the situation. Neville did as his father had suggested. After a few more attempts, he succeeded at apparating, his arm about a foot away from the rest of his body. Laughing, Croker reattached the arm to his torso. Croker told Neville that he thought that would be quite enough apparition practice for today. They went on to dueling practice. As soon as they took their stances, Croker started pelting Neville with a variety of hexes. Neville responded by shielding. They both kept it up for the first 15 minutes. Then Croker told his nephew to try and hit him. Neville started firing back with every hex and curse he knew, while Croker either dodged or shielded, and a few times sent Neville's own spells sizzling back at him. This last maneuver nearly catching Neville by surprise, he narrowly managed to dodge them. They kept this up for another 15 minutes. Finally, Croker called a halt to their dueling practice. He told Neville to practice his shielding with the practice dummies he provided. Croaker's practice dummies were not just roughly man-shaped blocks of wood. They were animated and fired off spells at a fairly impressive rate. Neville had to dodge or shield just as he would against a live opponent. Later, he was making his way back to Frank and Alice, battered and bruised, when he saw a regal-looking owl winging its way toward him. When the owl landed on his outstretched left arm, Neville found that it was carrying a scented parchment. While he was mystified as to why anyone would send a letter on scented parchment, Alice giggled and Frank smiled knowingly. The contents of the letter were nothing more than a friendly letter from Hannah Abbott asking about his holidays, what he was up to and other related things. While he saw nothing overt in the letter, his parents' reaction said otherwise. Neville tried to understand what he was missing. He would have to ask Susan what her best friend was up to. The Burrow. Ronald Weasley was having the most tiring summer of his life. He was studying without Hermione being there to pester him or to help him for that matter. So far, he had learned a little of potions, practiced most of his transfiguration work, was about to finish his charms and had been learning some spells from Bill which he knew not everyone would know. Bill was also teaching him runes and he was sure that he would be able to learn enough to obtain an owl at the end of 5th year. It was likely that he would have to ask Hermione for help, but didn't he always end up doing that? Bill had laid into him that he needed to take his studies seriously and not look for easy grades, which made him change his mind, and he was now trying for runes. When he was not studying, he worried about Harry. Harry had not written him a word and he did not know where his best mate was. He only hoped that Harry Potter was safe wherever he was. He had abandoned Harry once, he would not do so again. Bones Manor. Susan Bones was in agony from all the hexes she had to endure at the hands of Amelia. Her auntie was being worse to her than the most tough drill sergeant, and had been subjecting her to tough exercises which she was sure was part of the standard Auror training. She had yet to touch the Bones family grimoire. Auntie had made it clear that the family magic would have to wait until after Amelia was sure that Susan was ready. When she was not training with her aunt, she was camping in her family library from the time that she had taken airship and was learning a lot more than was usually taught at Hogwarts. Hogwarts did not teach them the more lethal spells and the books in her library were full of defensive magic. Susan's mind was reeling from everything that she had been learning. Her auntie had pointed out a few books to her. She was to read and learn the spells in those books and have them committed to memory in the next 4 days. When she was teaching her, Amelia did not appear as her jovial auntie when she taught her, but as the head of the DMLE who had been a decorated Auror in the First War, one who had lost everything in the line of duty. Amelia had also asked her to read some dark magic spell books. When Susan inquired why, her aunt responded by saying that it is easier to defend when one knows what they are defending against. It was sound advice and Susan agreed with her. If she knew what was being cast at her, the chances of her survival increased that much. She will be ready when the war comes. Blacktown House. Hermione Granger was furious. The pranks had been escalating every day and no one was spared from them. This morning as she had entered the library and opened a book for reading, she found that the book was empty. She picked up another and found that the words from that book were running away. As she followed the trail, she found that the words littered the ceiling and were dancing in patterns. Cursing the prankster, she left the library to find Moony. He was able to undo the prank after some serious spell casting. With the words back in the books where they belonged, she happily grabbed a book on transfiguration which she had never read and got to work, learning the spells. Ginny joined her, eager to learn and asking Hermione to teach her. Hermione invited Ginny to pull up a chair and the two of them worked on learning everything the books contained. Voldemort was always on about mudbloods and blood traitors. When the war comes, Ginny and her family would be just as much at risk as Hermione. There would be nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. So, when the war does come, they would be ready so that running and hiding would not be necessary. Adrishporum. Harry was dreaming a vivid dream where he was standing on the edge of a mountain and looking into the valley below. The view was simply amazing, but the ground beneath his feet seemed closer to him than usual. Had he become a dwarf sometime during the night? As he was pondering over the thought, he nudged his right paw with his head. Wait, paw. He did not have paws and certainly he had no fur on his body. As he looked, he found that instead of his hands, he had 2 limbs which belonged to a cat. Freaking out, He started running around and all the other animals ran away from him. He was some kind of predator, that was for sure. As he reached a pool of water, he looked at his reflection and instead of his face he found two emerald eyes looking at him from the head of a beast, perhaps a leopard. There were even black whiskers like his hair. He suddenly felt the urge to roar, and what a mighty roar he had. His voice seemed to reverberate and echo back from his surroundings and was magnified tenfold, making animals run and birds fly away in confusion. He again saw the distinct owl which locked eyes with him and showed him the visions, which he had seen before. Panicked, Harry started running away and suddenly he felt someone shaking him. Harry woke up and saw the sun shining through the windows on his face. As he sat up, he found that it was quite late in the morning and Vari had not come to wake him up today. Taking this as a blessing, he tucked into sleep again, but the pain from his body made it hard for him to sleep. His muscles were aching and his head was throbbing, and he remembered the dream vividly. As he became aware of his surroundings, he found the gray-eyed Ambar looking at him with excitement and amusement etched on her face. "Good morning, Harry," she said happily. "I take it you had some interesting dreams." "How did you know?" he asked suspiciously. "Of course I know. It happens with everyone who has the capability to become an animagus. It was the mystic version of the animagus potion. Your routine will be different for the next week from the usual. You are not to practice magic but to read whatever is assigned to you and follow some exercises which will help you transform at will," she said excitedly. "Now get your lazy self up and freshen up before we start on today's routine." As he reached the bathroom, he found that the bath was already drawn for him. This saved him the necessity of doing it by magic, and he liked the feeling of it before reminding himself that this would not mean that the mystics would go easy on him. The kind of taskmasters that they were, it was not possible that they could go a day without tormenting him. Half an hour later, he was entering the dining hall. He found Harsh already sitting at the table with a stack of books at his side. He cringed inwardly, thinking of all the reading that he would be made to do. "Harry," the mystic said enthusiastically, "a snow leopard. That is quite an achievement. Such unusual forms are very rare." Harry smiled in reply. Harsh tossed a book to him which was about the snow leopard. "I want you to study this book and understand everything about its anatomy so that the transformation may be easier. While the traditional method of animagus transformation is long but easy, ours will be very hard. For this transformation, you will need to learn legilimency and occlumency. This will help you to keep your emotions in control and to connect with your magical core," the mystic said. Harry said nothing but was thinking furiously. He thought of everything he had ever heard or learnt but came up with nothing. Guruji, what is legilimency and occlumency?" he asked. "Occlumency is the art of protecting one's mind from external intrusions, that is to prevent others from reading your mind. Legilimency is the ability to read others' minds. Mind magics are very powerful branch of magic but are prohibited in Wizarding Britain," the mystic explained. "But why? It sounds like a useful skill. Why would it be banned?" Harry asked, flabbergasted. "You see, Harry, if someone was accomplished occlumens, they could protect any secret within their mind and no one could know it, while a legilimens could find information by simply reading others' mind," the mystic explained. Fearing for security of the ministry and confidential information, the British Wizengamot outlawed it about 270 years ago. "However, I know of at least 3 wizards in Wizarding Britain who are master legilimens," the mystic explained while leaving the sentence unfinished to see if Harry would rise to the bait, and Harry did not disappoint him. "Who?" he asked curiously. "Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape and Voldemort," the mystic said while watching Harry's face intently, which seemed to be changing expressions at a fast pace. Harry was thinking of those instances where Snape would accost him whenever they were up to something, and he had even thought once that perhaps Snape had the ability to read minds. How right he had been. The heirs of pureblood families were taught occlumency, Harsh continued, so that the family magics could not be stolen from their minds, and are still taught to that effect by their head of houses, but it has been outlawed for the general public. You would not find a single book on mind magic anywhere save for libraries of old families. I believe you have one such tome in your library, and I want you to study through the first 3 chapters before we meet in evening to start your instruction in it." "What about other classes?" he asked. "You will continue attending runes as usual because Pawan does not require you to use magic yet. However, practical classes for transfiguration, charms and defense will be suspended for a week. You will still continue your physical exercises and your sword play and attend Rachel's instructions in evenings and do all she asks of you, the mystic said in a voice which brooked no argument. Guruji, when I was coming to find Idrishpuram from the plains, I met a peculiar owl which showed me some rather disconcerting visions. I experienced a repeat of that encounter during my dream last night. Harry recounted the experiences with the owl to the mystic, who looked deep in thought. That was a Pravirakarna owl, Harry, and I believe it showed you glimpses of future. The mystic said, perhaps it is time for you to visit Vera Mahir, who is rather anxious to meet you. Vera Mahir? Harry asked, you mean your seer? Yes. Harsh raised his eyes, is there a problem? Harry shook his head, but he was apprehensive. He was wary of divination after putting up with 2 years of Trelawney predicting his death every time she saw him, and he had been freaked out when she went into one of her trances and gave the prophecy about the Dark Lord's servant returning to him, which could have been serious but turned out to be Wormtail. He apprehended that since she was half-seer as Harsh had told him and was mad, Vera Mahir, who was a seer, would be more so. Harsh led him out of the settlement and directed their steps toward the peak of a nearby mountain. As they kept walking, Harry could not help but ask, Guruji, where are we going? Vera Mahir is a recluse, Harry. Seers often stay away from the general population because it overwhelms their inner eye. They often feel disoriented if they live in populated areas. I believe Sybil Trelawney lives in that class of hers all the year around so that nothing would cloud her inner eye, Harsh explained. Seers prefer as little company as they can manage. Vera Mahir would go insane if he were to live in Idrishpuram, so he lives in the mountains away from us. Very rarely he comes down, but when he does, it is matter of utter importance, like when he told me to offer our assistance to you. Harry nodded his head and kept walking in silence, trying to picture the seer in his mind. After around an hour they reached a cottage that looked like it was on the verge of falling down, situated in a copse of dense trees. At Harsh's insistence, he entered first and almost fainted as he crossed the threshold. This place was overwhelming on his magical senses. Perhaps this was like drinking in power for a house elf, he mused. The seer was seated on a blanket spread on the ground, his legs crossed and wearing just a piece of cloth around his lower body, as he had seen many of the mystics do. He was impossibly ancient, with wrinkles crisscrossing his face to such a degree that it was hard to make out his individual features. His honey-brown eyes were twinkling with such intensity that he would have made Dumbledore jealous, and he had a dense beard white as the snow but not as long as Dumbledore's. Harry Potter, the seer said in a firm voice which surprised him, we meet at last. I had seen a long time ago that you would come to see me. Harry was not sure what to say until Harsh prostrated himself before the seer, touching his feet in reverence, and the seer touched his head fondly and muttered, Ayushman Bhav, may you live long. Not knowing the protocol, Harry followed suit, and when the seer touched his head, he felt like a warm surge of magic had passed through him. This was not uncomfortable in any way, but it was a curious sensation. He shelved the question to ask later. The seer directed them to sit on the mats kept around him on the floor, and Harry sat like the mystics did. Harsh turned to the seer, Guruji, Harry here had a peculiar dream today, and he already had a brush in with a Pravirakarna owl. The owl showed him some visions which have him worried, and he wanted to ask their meaning. The seer smiled serenely, that is understandable. Our thirst to know our future and to do things that would benefit us is human nature. What do you remember, Mr. Potter? Harry kept silent for a minute, recalling all the details of the flash he had where he was flying on his hippogriff to battle, the Quidditch pitch on fire, him holding a girl in his arms and crying, him hugging Susan, he and Susan standing in a clearing with their wrists joined by tendrils of magic, him holding 2 wands in his hands, Harry standing over the dead body of Voldemort, Harry hugging Sirius, who looked beaten with cuts and gashes on his arms but smiling, Neville smiling and embracing him like a brother. The seer sat in contemplation for a minute. The owl showed you the future, Mr. Potter. The flashes were of some incidents that would come to pass in your life in near future or maybe distant future. The people that you saw in those flashes will be instrumental to your life soon. But what did they mean? Harry asked eagerly. I cannot tell you that, Mr. Potter, the seer smiled ruefully. These events are the future, and anything you do cannot change them. The future has myriad of ways of coming to pass. But, Harry tried to protest when Harsh nudged him to keep quiet. I can understand your desperation, Mr. Potter, but despite doing everything we cannot change the future. The seer asked him, when Sybil Trelawney gave you the prophecy, did she not prophesy that Voldemort's servant would escape that night, and he did despite your best efforts? How do you know about that? Harry asked, surprised. The seer chuckled, Mr. Potter, I have been keeping a watch over your life ever since Voldemort marked you as his equal. I had to because I knew of the prophecy about you and him. Harry sat quietly while he digested the information being given to him. As he did, he remembered something Harsh had told him when they were visiting Longbottom Castle. He turned to the mystic. You said there are seers at Hogwarts, with the Potter twins being two of them, and there is a third one. You did not tell me who the third one is. Harsh smirked. No one is privileged to information just because it exists. You will have to work for it. Harry pouted, but the mystic did not budge. As they took their leave and were some distance away, he asked the question he had shelved for later. Guruji, when he touched me with his hand, I felt a warm rush of magic in me. What was that? Harsh smiled. When he touched you, he showered his blessing on you, which are positive energies, so your magic reacted in the same way, giving you a warm rush. However, if it was a hostile touch, you would have felt pain, which would tenfold in intensity than the pain from Cruciatus. Harry shuddered, having first-hand experience of Voldemort using that very curse on him on the night of his return. There is energy flowing in body every time, and when we touch someone's feet, we transfer some of that energy into us by willingly doing so. Harsh ended his explanation. As they entered the settlement, Harsh just disappeared, leaving Harry wary. Cautiously he strode towards his room when he had to suddenly jump aside as a stunner flew past him. He looked around and 4 mystics were starting to surround him. He flexed his wrist to take out his wand, and to his horror he found that his wand was not in his sleeve. He remembered that he was not allowed to use magic for a week. As he tried to dodge their curses, they just kept coming. They fired all kinds of curses at him: stunners, petrification hexes, stingers, disarming hexes, and some he did not know. He was too busy trying to get away to safety when he failed to notice a bludgeoning hex which hit him in his ribs, making him growl. As he was reeling from the effects of the hex, several more connected with him. Harry was angry now, his magic oozing out of him and forming a dark aura around him. He tried to do some accidental magic but failed. As some more hexes hit him, he let out a huge leonine roar and started writhing on the ground. He felt his hands elongating and thickening into paws, fur growing on his body morphing into an animal he vividly remembered from his dream. As his transformation finished and Harry Potter was replaced by a snow leopard, each mystic cast a different spell and immediately petrified him, binding him in chains before he was hit with a spell which started to calm him down, and a stunner knocked him out cold. Greengrass Manor. Cyrus Greengrass was in his study going over some of his plans for his business when his house elf popped in. Headmaster Dumbledore is here, master. Take him to the parlor, Moppy. Tell him I will be along shortly, he said, and collecting Roxanne and Daphne he went to the parlor where Dumbledore was sitting with a somber expression on his face. As Cyrus entered, Dumbledore stood and shook hands with him. Lord Greengrass. Next he pretended to key Roxanne's knuckles and gave a respectful nod to Daphne. Chief Warlock, how may the ancient and most noble house of Greengrass serve you? He asked in his formal manner. I am not here as Chief Warlock today, Lord Greengrass, Dumbledore said, but as the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. And how can we help the Order, Headmaster? Asked Roxanne. This year things will be tough at Hogwarts with Voldemort. Everyone save him shuddered back, and the children of Death Eaters in Slytherin House will try to divide the school. I wished to enlist Miss Greengrass's, he pointed to Daphne, help to ensure that no such division happens, he informed them. No, Headmaster. I will not risk my daughter's life, Cyrus retorted. We are supporting you in the war, but I am not involving my children in the war. Roxanne put a hand on his shoulder, calming him down. I do not want you to do that, Lord Greengrass. I just want her to spread the word to like-minded housemates that the light side will protect those who are willing to come to this side, Dumbledore explained. Daphne was thinking about everything that was being said. It was true that bigotry ran rampant in the house and it could do with a change of leadership, but no one would listen to her. Perhaps, if Harry Potter was willing to endorse her words, they may find some support. This was a plan that would require a lot of time and planning. Cyrus, who had been thinking, turned to Dumbledore. I believe that is possible, but I will not speak for her. Adrishporum. The snow leopard came back to consciousness and saw that Ambar was looking at him excitedly, examining all his features and making notes on a pad she carried. Harry. Harsh addressed him, I want you to remain calm and I will change you back. Harry was still petrified and could do nothing but roll his eyes. After a minute, the snow leopard had morphed back into Harry Potter, who immediately went ballistic on Harsh. Why did they attack me when they knew that I am not allowed to use magic? Relax, Harry, Harsh chided him, they were only trying to force your animagus out. The next week is going to teach you to control your animagus and to make you able to turn at will. We had to see if the animagus is active or dormant in you. While you still have not become a full animagus, we have shown you what it will be like. You will have to force your magic to help you to transform again. By no means have you become a full-fledged animagus yet, but you will become one eventually. Huh, Harry said, confusion written on his face. I mean, we had to see if your accidental magic would force out your animagus form to defend you, as you are not allowed to carry a wand. Harsh explained, since we found that it is active, we will teach your exercises so that you can get used to it and can learn to will your magic to help you transform. However, with all the help that we can give and despite all the exercises that we can teach you, you will need better part of a year before you can transform at will. As Harsh dismissed him, he was accosted by Rachel, who bid him to get ready and come to her house within 10 minutes or face her ire, which made him run. Before his 10 minutes had expired, he was sitting in her house and she was standing in front of him with her hands on her hips, eyeing him critically. As she did not say anything, Harry assumed that he had done okay by her. She was quiet for several minutes before she asked him, what do you know of betrothal contracts, Harry? Betro, what? He asked, making her giggle. They are also called marriage contracts, and almost every pureblood family makes a contract for marriage of their children. There are generally two types of betrothal contracts, one which is made for joining of two houses. And some conditions are set in that contract. When the conditions are met, the contract activates and the parties are bound by magic to perform it. The other is where a betrothal is agreed for two persons who are named in the contract and they are bound to be married to each other. But that is barbaric, Harry protested. What about their choice of love? If they do not want to marry the other person, what can they do? He spluttered. That is why such contracts are not entered into anymore except in emergencies, Harry. Like in the last war, several families made such contracts so that the children named in the contract would not be without a family in case something happens, she explained kindly. Besides, every pureblood house enters into such a contract when a marriage is fixed and all the terms and conditions of the marriage are fixed. Your mother Lily too had a contract made when she was married to James Potter. Blimey, he exclaimed, I knew nothing about that. Why would Mum agree to it? Harry, she thought she was a muggle born, and as such when she married into a pureblood family, she had to bring something to the marriage from her side. James had a long history of family magic behind him and she had nothing. The magic of the contract made her a part of the House of Potter and she could have some claim to the Potter family magic, however she could never become the head of the house, she said. It all made sense to him considering all that he had learned in the last few days, and he was interested to know more. However, he secretly hoped that there was no contract waiting for him somewhere. Little did he know. After Harry finished Rachel's thorough session of gentlemanly manners and the ways of lords, it was late in the evening and the sun was about to set in the west. The entire sky was tinted with orange coupled with streaks of, and the green of the woods just made the scene more picturesque. Harry wished he had his broom with him so that he could have flown towards the mountains and seen the sun set. Remembering all the situations he had faced so far, he thought better of it. Giving a sigh, he turned to go to his room when a female mystic approached him. Mr. Potter, a minute please. Harry gave a slight bow to her. Yes, my lady, what can I do for you this fine evening? You have to do nothing for me yet. However, that might change if you can flirt as good as you handle your wand, she smiled suggestively, and Harry blushed. Guruji told me 15 minutes ago that he wishes to see you in 20 minutes. So you have 5 minutes to change and go to his room. But that's just not fair. It's not my fault, he protested. No, but I could not find you. Now stop your whining and run, she smirked. Harry turned and dashed off towards Harsh's quarters and arrived there in 3 minutes without breaking a sweat. As he entered, Harsh glared at him. Did I not expressly instruct you to change before coming? Guruji, the one who was sent to fetch me just told me 5 minutes ago that you wished to see me. Harry whined, "It's not my fault that she couldn't find me while I was attending Rachel's lessons." "No, it is not your fault, Harry," Harsh said, "but you must keep track of your time. You were supposed to be done with Rachel about 30 minutes ago. You will need a lesson to remember the value of time." Harry cringed at his tone but only shook his head. "I will accept your decision, Guruji." Harsh whipped his wand out and after a few casual flicks Harry was dressed in clothes like the mystics. He raised an eyebrow towards the mystic. "Why do I need to be dressed like this, Guruji?" "Harry, there is no dress code but I often feel that I can concentrate more when I am feeling at ease. I think my definition of ease is different from yours." He raised his wand again and a few seconds later, he was wearing a heavy woolen robe which was quite comfortable to him. He directed Harry to sit on a mat nearby. "Take a seat, Harry. Now sit crossing your legs and your hands resting on your knees with palm facing upwards. Close your eyes and concentrate on one thing to exclusion of everything. It can be anything, irrespective of whether it is real or not. However, it should be something pleasant, something which soothes you. Keep attention on it and keep thinking about it." Harry did as instructed and in a few seconds, he was concentrating on the scene he had seen just before he woke from his coma, the cottage at Godric's Hollow. His family together and waving to him, the faces lit with smiles and their eyes shining. Harry thought about his father who was one of the most talented wizards of his generation, who had helped his friends to become animagi without any help, one who had gone toe-to-toe with Voldemort 3 times and lived to tell the tale, who had given his life to protect his wife and son. He thought of his mother who had died shielding her son from an enemy, who was the brightest witch of her age, who had performed a feat unimaginable. He thought of the strict-looking man his grandfather was who looked every inch the warrior he was touted to be. His thoughts strayed to his grandmother who was kind yet fierce as per the accounts that Rachel told him. As Harry was wandering, he felt some kind of void in front of him beyond which he could not see. As he stepped into the void, Harsh's voice came to him, "Come back, Harry. This is enough for today." As Harry opened his eyes, he found that he was mentally drained. "How long were we doing that?" he asked. "Just over an hour." Harsh replied. "What did you see?" "I was in Godric's Hollow with my family and was thinking of them when I felt a kind of void in front of me. I felt like it was pulling me towards it," Harry said. "I was afraid to enter it yet I not turn away. I just had to know, had to feel what was in that place." Harsh smiled. "Very good, Harry. That void as you say is your mindscape. It is nothing right now but you will have to build something over there like I have this castle as my mindscape." "What would be good, Guruji?" he asked. "Something that would be secure." "You have just answered it for yourself, Harry," Harsh said, "something that would be secure." What about Hogwarts Castle?" Harry asked hesitantly. Harsh laughed. "You are really Voldemort's equal. His mindscape is the Hogwarts Castle with the Chamber of Secrets and a few undiscovered rooms. I would rather choose different mindscape so he would not have run of the place if he succeeds in entering your mind," Harsh said. "Now Harry, you are to do this exercise before you go to sleep and with different thought. Maybe some idea would come to you about your mindscape. If it does, I want you to describe it with great detail in your mystic journal so that you can make your mindscape just like that." Harry nodded and was about to leave before Harsh started again. "As soon as you are done with your dinner, you will report to Pashupati in the stables. He has some job for you as your punishment. This was the first chance and it was not intentional. I am going easy on you and letting you escape with minimum punishment." Harry nodded his head in agreement and left for his room. After half an hour, he was standing in the stables where Pashupati was waiting for him. "First you are to untether your hippogriff and take it to a ride. After you are done with that, you will help me find some wand wood in the woods." He tossed an ordinary wooden staff to him. "Keep it when you are up in the air. Who knows what you would find." Harry untethered his hippogriff and he brought him out and was petting it when Pashupati growled, "Who would put the tack, Harry? You intend to ride bareback?" Shrugging, Harry went to the storeroom which was at the side and took out the tack he remembered using earlier and set to work. After 10 minutes, the beast was saddled and Harry mounted it. As he petted its side, Black Storm extended his mighty wings and ran outside. In a few minutes, Harry was soaring in the sky, exhilarated by the rush of air through his hair when he noticed a squadron of winged horses flying towards him. They all had men with swords mounted on them and when they neared him, they moved to the attack. Harry dived hard and as he was leveling the hippogriff, he found that the attackers too had dived with him. Knowing no way out, he started maneuvering the hippogriff in mid-air, making it fly in unpredictable patterns while he tried to make it to the ground. However, his pursuers seemed to know his mind and they kept blocking him at every turn. It frustrated Harry because he knew that if he was allowed to do magic that he could have escaped easily. He remembered that the staff which Pashupati had given him was strapped at his back. He loosed the staff, then wielded it as he had learned to wield a two-handed sword. The staff was a little longer than his practice sword, lightweight wood and was sturdy. As the first attacker came into range, he swung the staff with all his might and clipped one wing of his opponent's horse, forcing him to descend. The other attackers immediately started keeping their distance from him, but not allowing him to escape. As he was getting tired, one of his opponents suddenly attacked him, and it was only with the quick reflexes of his hippogriff that the attack was rendered futile. While his opponent was readying a new attack after the failed one, Harry swung his staff and heard the distinct sound of bone breaking. Then he was left with two opponents. They decided to attack him together and soon, he was facing dual attacks. What was making it harder was that they were cloaked in dark hooded robes which, against the night sky, made it nearly impossible to see them. Too soon, he heard rushing wings and tried to dodge away from the incoming animal when he felt a weight fall on the hippogriff. An opponent had leapt on his hippogriff from his horse, hit Harry on the head with the flat of his blade, making him almost faint, and jumped to the ground. Before he lost consciousness, he willed his hippogriff to return to the ground and passed out. He was enervated by Pashupati, who looked kind of disappointed. "I thought you would do better than that, Harry. You should have felt the moment he jumped from his horse." Harry, who was feeling angry for all the times that he was used as a whetstone by the mystics, snapped, 4-on-1, in the dark, complete surprise and no magic. "I had a great time, I'm sure. Is that your idea of fun?" Pashupati gave him an evil smirk. "It was not, but how would you be prepared if you did not know what you can face? They were only trying to teach you." "And just what am I supposed to learn from being knocked out of the air?" Harry asked sarcastically. "They will teach you aerial warfare. They were just taking stock of your abilities. They think you can be a great fighter," Pashupati said, "and they also said that your familiar bond is rather weak. I want you here every day in the morning to look after your familiar, and you will do everything to make this bond strong," he said in a stern voice, and Harry could only nod in agreement. After that, he took Harry with him to the woods in the settlement where they were going to search for wand wood. He asked Harry how would they find wand wood, and Harry was stumped for an answer till he remembered a certain creature he had read in Fantastic Beasts. "I will look for bowtruckles in the trees," he said confidently. Bowtruckles are tree guardians, as they are called, live in trees which have wood fit for wand making. "When I find one, I will try to offer it wood lice. Its preferred food are fairy eggs which it loves, and ask for wand wood. A wand wood given voluntarily by a tree guardian is better for a wand than one forcefully taken." Pashupati beamed at him. "It looks like you have a way with beasts, Harry. Did Hagrid teach you about these wonderful beasts?" Harry snorted. "His definition of wonderful is a bit different from mine. Beasts that I would avoid because they are huge, scary, or flat out dangerous. He thinks they're cute and cuddly and wants to take them home and adopt them as pets." Pashupati laughed. "Still, he has a heart of gold, and his knowledge of beasts is second to none except famous magizoologist Newt Scamander, who I believe wrote a book on fascinating beasts he found during his travels." Harry nodded. "His book is popular with the students and the public in general, and his brother was a decorated orar. I read that he fought in the Grindelwald Wars." "You were right, Harry," the mystic said. "Newt, his brother, and few of his friends aided in the war effort. By the way, how many fascinating beasts have you seen in real?" Harry smiled to himself. "More than I would like to see. Most of them were looking to kill me or maim me at the least. In my first year at Hogwarts, I watched a dragon hatch from an egg, and then I fought a three-headed dog at the end of the year. In second year, my friend Ron and I were carried off by acromantulas. Then at the end of year I faced a 1,000-year-old basilisk and had to kill it. In third year, Hagrid showed us hippogriffs. In fourth year, I was introduced to blast-ended scroots, which were some monstrosity Hagrid had bred. Then I faced a dragon and I had to steal a treasure from it. Then I had to face merpeople to rescue what I would miss most, and in the maze, I faced a blast-ended scroot, an acromantula, and a sphinx. Here I have seen a yeti, a gandabaranda, made a familiar bond with a hippogriff, saw a thestral, and now we are trying to find a bowtruckle in the dead of night with nothing to help us to see in this darkness." Pashupati chuckled. You had quite the experience with the beasts, Harry. Perhaps you should write all your encounters with the beasts in the journal. The mystic produced 2 glass vials which looked ordinary till he lighted the bluebell flames in them and handed one to Harry. Now you can see in the dark. I want you to find a bow truckle. He produced a pouch from his clothes. Here, take this batch of doxy eggs and offer them to the bow truckles and appease them to give you wand wood. An hour later, Harry had an armful of wand wood and he returned to the camp with the mystic who promptly dismissed him. As Harry returned to his chamber and lay on his bed, he started thinking of a suitable. His concentration wavered and he went into his library to find a book which might help him a little. He found a curious little book about mindscapes which was handwritten by Archibald Potter titled Mind Magics, the Magic You Should Be Afraid of. There was a chapter in the book which discussed was even a detailed description by the author of his own mindscape. My mindscape is the Potter Castle which used to belong to the Peverells before the line was merged together. The castle is easily the size of Hogwarts though not as grand. It is 3 stories tall and sprawls over an 100-acre field. There are also the adjoining grounds and the is situated somewhere in a valley in the Highlands in Scotland. The castle is surrounded by every kind of ward available and sits on 4 ley lines which keep the wards charged at full power. The woods are as dense as the Forbidden Forest and all kinds of creatures live in it. The most delightful thing is the river that flows through the property and is a home to a tribe of merpeople. Harry kept reading the description till he fell. Didn't take long. He was mentally and physically exhausted from all the lessons and activity of the day. Ministry of Magic. Amelia was in her office doing some paperwork when her secretary came in. Mr. Black is here to see you, ma'am. Send him in, she said wearily, having been tired of the ordeal that the day had been. Earlier in the day, the Wizengamot, in an emergency session convened at her behest, tried Dolores Jane Umbridge on the charges of unauthorized use of dementors, muggle baiting, possession of Class B non-tradable artifacts in the form of a handful of blood quills and for some other crimes that she had confessed under the effects of. The entire Wizengamot seemed to despise her for some reason, and with the minister leading the mob demanding her head on a platter, she was sentenced to the Dementor's key. Sirius Black entered the office, looking every bit the regal man that he was, adorned in expensive robes which screamed wealth, a cloak billowing out behind him and a smile gracing his face. Amelia, he said, taking a seat across from her place at her desk. Sirius, she replied with a nod, how can I help you? I have come to request that you have my wand brought up from the archives, he said. The one I am currently using did not choose me and I find it hard to use it while doing some intricate magic. Amelia sighed, I am sorry Sirius, but your wand was destroyed. I spent several days scouring the archives, looking for it. Before Proudfoot informed me that Cornelius had it snapped when you escaped Azkaban. Sirius's reaction of shock and rage was plain to see, but he reined it in before he spoke. I see. Perhaps I will have to pay a little visit to a friend after all. He left Amelia to go down to the atrium when he collided with someone who snapped at him, watch where you're going. As Sirius looked up, he found himself face to face with one Percy Weasley who had an air of haughtiness about him, but when he realized who he had just snapped at, he quickly deflated. Mr. Black, he nodded, pardon me. I was not paying attention. Percy then fled as quickly as he could manage without actually breaking into a run. As Sirius was getting down to the atrium, he was accosted by Moody. What are you doing here, Black? As Sirius recounted everything that had happened, concluding with how his wand was destroyed, Moody listened sympathetically, then paused to consider before advising, you'll want to stay clear of Ollivanders. You're not a schoolboy and you'll want something better than an off-the-shelf wand. Get one custom made. That'll do you right. Sirius nodded and disapparated as soon as he was in the atrium. Cottage on the Hill. Phileas Flitwick was having fun for the first time in decades. This morning he had decided that he wanted to test the students. He put them in teams and jeweled each team in turn. The rules were simple, charms only. As he suspected, none of them had any idea of how to use charms in a battle. So, he was enjoying himself at their expense. First up were Fred and George. Their opening gambit was gang banishing charms which he casually flicked aside while grinning at them. One of them managed to get a summoning charm in under his guard, but as the tiny professor hurtled through the air towards them, first, one of the twins found himself dangling in the air, held up by one ankle. Next he used Aguamenti to blast the other twin in the face with a jet of water, followed up with Tarantalagra, and for a finishing touch, used a sticking charm and stuck his wildly tap-dancing victim to the wall. Next up were Susan and Hermione, who wildly fired off all the charms they could remember from their charms. Professor merely dodged them all with apparent ease, clearly demonstrating what a 9-times international dueling champion can do. When their barrage of spells let up for the briefest instant, he sent Hermione flying with an overpowered banishing charm, who landed on her bottom some distance away. He followed up by dousing her with a jet of water, then freezing it, encasing her in ice and trapping her where she sat. Then turning his full attention to Susan, hit her with Ascendio, sending her soaring high into the air. She started to fall back to earth, but before she hit the ground, a cushioning charm saved her from any real harm. For the finale, he faced Ginny, Neville and Ron together. Ginny immediately went on the offensive, forcing him to raise a shield. Ron also went on the attack, trying to flank him. Neville just stood there, his wand raised, but doing nothing else. He started by firing a locomotor charm at Neville, which sent him gliding across the room until his head hit the wall, knocking him unconscious. Keeping his shield to Ginny, he dueled with Ron for some time, who dodged his spells until he connected with Petrificus Totalis, stopping him, then banished him to a cabinet in the room and followed up by locking it with a final flick. Taking his shield down, he then turned to Ginny, dodging her charms as she cast everything she knew. She was able to keep him occupied for some time until he connected with a well-timed deep sleep charm and Ginny slumped to the floor. An hour later, the students were sitting in the classroom looking at the charms professor, who was grinning at them. None of you seem to know how to use charms effectively in combat. Do you suppose that only hexes, jinxes and curses are any use in a fight? Today, all of you have experienced firsthand exactly what charms can do, and you must learn to use that for your own advantage. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore was having to work pretty hard considering it was supposed to be the summer break. Generally he used this time to attend the annual ICW convention. This year, however, he sent his regrets for being unable to attend to the conference committee in Greece. Aparachit, whose real name he did not know, had taken up residence in the castle and was busy remodeling some unused classrooms for his purposes. When Dumbledore had expressed his astonishment, he merely told him that the rooms would be used to teach or train his classes. He had put some of those rooms under the strongest privacy wards which Albus had never seen before. He was actively searching the entire castle, discovering ways in and out and other entrances which nobody stranger did not share everything that he found with Dumbledore, but he knew that Harry James Potter would be told everything, and that was sufficient for him. Ever since Harry's departure with the man who had masqueraded as a healer trainee, Albus's thoughts were with the boy he had come to love as he would his own grandson. When Harry arrived at the castle to start his first year, Albus wanted to start giving him private lessons, but delayed his hand, telling himself that he was giving Harry the time to have the childhood that he never had at number 4 Privet Drive. Each year, he considered his decision again, and each year he told himself that the boy was still too young. Finally, at the end of 3rd year, he decided to start Harry's training at the beginning of 4th year. After driving off 100 Dementors single-handed, boy or not, he certainly had enough power to be Albus's apprentice. Then the Triwizard Tournament came to Hogwarts, forcing another change in plan, and Harry's training was delayed again. The mystic had come as a blessing and a relief to him. They would be able to teach Harry more than he ever could. He supposed that after Harry had become his equal in versatile and arcane magics, that he was unlikely to become his apprentice. He would have to choose another for that honor. He had thought long and hard about all the promising young witches and wizards he knew and narrowed down the options. The select few that came to the top of the list were Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, Susan Bones and Neville Longbottom. Hermione Granger was an extremely capable witch. Selecting her as his apprentice would send a strong message to the wizarding world. But, as brilliant as she had her limitations. First, she was too quick to judge, and her Muggle upbringing meant that she judged things by Muggle standards. Her narrow-minded attitude and ignorance of deep and ancient wizarding ways meant that she could offend and even cause harm in the name of what she thought as justice. She could be taught. Other Muggle-borns had overcome their own prejudice, learned about the wizarding world thoroughly and embraced it wholeheartedly. Some were even the heads of cadet lines and welcome in pure blood. The problem that could not be overcome was that she simply lacked sufficient power to learn much of what Albus wanted to pass on. Ronald Weasley was ineligible for a lot of reasons. He was a pureblood but could not rise above the bias of house colors. He had a deep-seated belief since childhood that Slytherins were evil. Albus had met many Slytherins in his life who were anything but evil. His friend Horace Slughorn, who had been one of the most popular teachers of Hogwarts, was a Slytherin and head of House of Snakes for decades. Alistair Moody was a Slytherin during his time at Hogwarts, and so was Andromeda Black. Even Cedrilla Weasley née Black had been a Slytherin, and she was his grandmother. He was also very lackluster in his studies and tended to avoid working hard. It was a surprise considering his siblings had made their fame by working hard for it. William had been a head boy for his impressive academic record and became a curse breaker at Gringotts. Perhaps one of the best that they had, and his warding abilities were superior to most. Charlie was an extremely talented Quidditch player who had become captain in his day and could have played for the national team, but went on to become a dragon handler, an ambitious career. Percival was the most ambitious of them and knew about how to exploit his advantage. He was a top student and became a head boy in his day. The twins were not into academics, but they were brilliant inventors. Albus personally liked their pranks and kept a diligent watch on them. If they kept up the pace, they would have their own brand of family magic soon. Young Ronald had disappointed him so far with his work ethic. He could not be an apprentice if he did not rise above his bias and did nothing to become more studious and hard. He had not yet shown that he was powerful enough to be eligible for the position. Susan Bones was a powerful and resourceful witch, but he did not think that Amelia would allow her to become his apprentice. Besides, he did not know much about her abilities or anything else about her other than her being Amelia's niece. Neville Longbottom was everything he needed in an apprentice. He was well versed in the ways of the wizarding world, came from a family of powerful wizards, had a long magical ancestry behind him, and was as powerful as Voldemort, if not more so. Albus felt that he had focused his attention on Harry for too long. At Neville's, he deserved equal attention because he could just as easily have been the child of the prophesy. Neville Longbottom was easily as powerful as Voldemort, but all those years of living under the care of a grandmother who was disappointed that he wasn't his father and trying to use his father's wand had hampered his growth and undermined his confidence. He will need a mentor to guide and support him as he grows into and refines his powers and becomes his own man. Neville would make an excellent apprentice should he choose to accept his offer. Albus just hoped that Harry would not resent him for this choice. Looking out of his office window, Albus could see that the day had passed on into evening. It was likely that the students were done with their lessons and drills for the day. It had been too long since he last visited Green Hughes. Now would be a good time to remedy that oversight. He whistled for Fawkes, and the red and gold-plumed phoenix appeared before him. No sooner had Albus grasped his tail feathers than they both disappeared in a flash of red and gold flames. Green Hughes. Neville was sitting in the study with Croaker, who was teaching him some magical theory, when his personal elf, Sippy, popped in. Mr. Dumbledore is on the ward line, master. He be wishing to come in and has a firebird. Firebird? Neville said, confused. He means phoenix, said Croaker, smiling. Albus may have tried to fire travel into the house, but when I was erecting the wards after the attack on your parents, I added an anti-phoenix ward just for the fun of it. Neville laughed at this. Turning to his elf, he said, take him to the sitting room, Sippy. I will be along in a minute. The elf bowed and popped away. Neville turned to Croaker. A visit from the headmaster. Why do you think he came? The only person who understands Albus Dumbledore is Albus Dumbledore, Croaker said. Whatever he asks, do not commit to it too quickly. For once, keep your Gryffindor trait in control. Neville shrugged and stepped towards the parlor, and when he reached it, Dumbledore was sitting in a poofy chintz chair which Neville was sure did not belong to Green Hughes. Seeing Neville, he rose up. Good evening, Herr Longbottom and Croaker. Did I come at a good time? Croaker smirked at him. Don't play your games on me, Albus. You never go anywhere without a definite purpose. Maybe you can come to the point instead of beating around the bush. Harsh, but straight to the point as usual, my old friend, Albus said, amusement dancing in his eyes. I had hoped that you would treat me with more courtesy. Croaker sighed. Keep your secrets then. Not at all, old friend, he said jovially. I came here to make an offer to Mr. Longbottom. What offer? Said Neville, immediately suspicious. While the headmaster was a great wizard, he never had much to do with Neville. Everyone at Hogwarts knew that he doted over Harry Potter. So, why the sudden interest in Neville Longbottom? Albus faced him. I will not remain young forever. Croaker snorted, and one day, I shall depart on the next grade is certain knowledge that I wish to pass on. I have to find someone who is worthy, willing and able to be me apprentice. I have carefully considered my options and you, he paused, are my best choice for this role, if you will accept it. So, what say you to my offer, Mr. Longbottom? Neville was dumbstruck. He just stood there for a time with his mouth hanging open before speech found him again. Then he turned to Albus and began, but why me, headmaster? I don't remember you seeking me out for anything. I would be willing to bet that I haven't crossed your mind more than 10 times in your entire life. Albus had the good grace to look properly embarrassed as he replied, it is true that I have dwelt much more upon the welfare of Harry Potter than your own. While Harry Potter's destiny could have been yours and vice versa, still, I followed him more closely because he has a certain knack for being in the thick of things when there is trouble. You have always had your grandmother and Croaker, but Harry had no one until he came to Hogwarts. I paid attention to him forgetting you in the process. But when it came to choosing an apprentice, there were only ever 2 real possibilities, you and Harry Potter. Croaker, who was silent all this while, said, what exactly is this destiny? Is it about one of the things which falls under my dominion and belongs exclusively to Harry Potter? Dumbledore understood the reference to the prophecy and nodded in agreement. Voldemort's, Neville shuddered, decision to choose Harry changed the path of the future. If he had not acted, it would still be open for either of them, but now it is irrevocably sealed with his name. Then Croaker asked the question that Neville was already thinking, why didn't you make this offer to Harry Potter? Young Master Potter's training is already being seen to by certain guardians of ancient magics. When they are done, there will be very little left that I could teach him, but I realized lately that I also have a duty towards Neville who is equally important. Dumbledore explained, besides, one day I will have bragging rights that I was the master to such a worthy apprentice as him. These guardians, just who might they be? Asked Croaker with an eyebrow raised. Someone who can enter and leave your department at any time without you ever knowing. Dumbledore smirked at him, they are a rather obscure bunch and more mysterious than unspeakables. Your lot would look like children and amateurs in comparison with them. Croaker frowned, so, what I heard is true. They have made an appearance again. Dumbledore nodded his head, they have. I would imagine that you would like to get your hands on one of them. Why not offer it to Hermione or Ron? Neville interjected. Excellent question, Mr. Longbottom. I did consider them among others. Since you ask, Hermione Granger would be an excellent choice for an apprentice as a witch with ordinary power. She has an extraordinary thirst for knowledge and a mind which absorbs it readily. Although she is very capable, she lacks the power to use much of what I could teach her. She is also stuck in between the Muggle and the wizarding world. She does not understand the intricacies of our world, its traditions, rules and customs. She does not realize that she cannot live in both worlds at the same time. Neither can she condemn thousands of years of traditions without even trying to understand why they exist. Finally, if she has a belief, she will not be deterred from it whether she is right or wrong. Ronald Weasley has issues with immaturity, insecurity and jealousy. He has a lot of growing up to do before he could possibly be a worthy apprentice. While he was brought up in our traditions and understands our customs, he frowns upon everything that his parents call ways of pureblood tripe. Besides, he is not so overtly powerful as you are. Dumbledore finished his reasoning while Neville sat quietly and listened. Headmaster, I am honored by your generous offer. I request that you grant me time to consider it. In any event, I shall not be able to begin training with you until term starts. Great Uncle has just started to teach me my family magics, and that has priority over everything else for the present. Besides, I feel like this summer may be the last time that I will be able to enjoy my childhood. The coming war will take our innocence away, Neville said after thinking for some time. I understand, my boy, Dumbledore said, sounding relieved. I will await your decision, however, for my sake, I hope you will agree. He vanished the chair he was sitting in before taking his leave of them. As Dumbledore left, Croaker turned to Neville. I believe that you will accept his offer. Neville's face looked like he was deep in thought. only a fool would refuse such an offer. However, I had no idea that he would come to me with it. I never had any sort of help from him before. This is very sudden, Neville concluded. Then after a short pause, with a puzzled expression he asked, Uncle, what did you mean by, it belongs exclusively to Harry? That, Neville, is Harry Potter's secret, Croaker smirked, it is his to divulge, or not. Maybe he will tell you. But remember that it is such a secret that it could cost you your life if anyone else knew that you know. Adrishporum. Harry Potter woke up in his room with someone calling his name. As he opened his eyes, he saw Anal standing there frowning at him. Get up, Potter. Dawn is about to break. I want you on the track in 10 minutes. As the mystic left, Harry rolled out of bed, grumbling about the unearthly hours of the mystics. He dressed for physical training and reached the track with 1 minute remaining. As soon as the mystic saw him, he brandished his wand at him and growled, Start running till you drop and I feel that you are slowing down for a minute, I will pepper you with bone breakers. Harry did not need to be told twice. He headed off around the lake at a dead run and did not slow down until he completed a lap. He quickly picked up the pace again when a bone breaker struck the ground where his foot had been a split second before. He finished 4 laps of the lake, narrowly avoiding several encounters with the bone breakers before he collapsed to the ground panting. The mystic started raining down stingers on him without saying anything. Harry got the hint and started push-ups and kept doing them until he dropped from exhaustion. An hour from the time he had arrived at the lake, he was spent. The mystic apparently was not done with him and barked, You will report to Ambar who is waiting for you in her classroom. Grumbling, he went to Ambar who wanted to discuss the anatomy of the leopard with him. He had read some of the chapters of the book and she questioned him extensively on them. When she was done questioning, she asked him to try to change his features. When he asked how to do that, she explained that he was to will his magic to do that for him, i.e. coax his magic into doing his bidding. As he sat trying for some time but it did not happen, she relieved him and asked to keep trying it whenever he had time. The potions master was in a chipper mood when Harry arrived in the dungeons. Hello Harry, we thought we should do something today, the potions master said. What? Harry asked, feeling apprehensive about what task the potions master would set for him. I looked into my stores and found that I am running low on some of my most exotic ingredients. Since we usually collect in the forests, there is a trip in order. We are going on a little trip, but do not worry, we will come back by the evening. Harry nodded and the potions master sent him off to wear something more fitting for the cold temperature outside. He wore one of the Weasley jumpers over a robe which was made of some sturdy material, dragon hide boots and a cloak that Harsh had transfigured into a heavy woolen one. As they came out, the potions master took his hand and disapparated. Harry felt like he was being forced into a hose and pressure was constricting him, but soon the pressure eased up and he found that they were in a heavily wooded section of the forest. As Harry appeared out of the air, he stumbled on his feet. What was that? He asked, feeling nauseous from the experience. The potions master smiled. This is called apparition, Harry. It is one of the methods of magical travel, but it seems that you do not agree with it. But I apparated with Guruji before and it was nothing like this, he said in confusion, since apparition with Harsh had been painless and it felt like dissolving into nothingness, but this was like his body was being compressed through a hose and being squeezed out at the other end. That is not apparition, Harry, the potions master told him. That is our own method of traveling which predates apparition and it cannot be hindered by any wards, but apparition can be limited by placing an anti-apparition ward around a place. Harry nodded his head. Now he understood how they could travel beyond wards and the wards would not be able to stop them. Now Harry, I want you to find these ingredients in the forest, the potions master said, handing him a list. After you are done finding the ingredients, we will see to your instructions in potions further. Harry scanned the list and found many familiar plants on the list which he had used over the years in potions and had never thought where they came from. He had studied about many of them in herbology class, but that was the limit of his interaction with plants. As he thought about the connection between herbology and potions, he had a thought which he wanted to confirm with the potions master. Sir, can someone who is an expert at herbology be equally good at potions? Yes Harry, the potions master said, a person with good knowledge of plants and their properties can be prodigious talent in the field of potions because he would know of the basic things property of the materials he is using. Harry's thoughts went to Neville for a minute, who was a prodigy student at herbology but dismal at potions, but, then considering Snape's treatment of him, that was not unexpected. If Snape was not breathing down his neck, perhaps Neville would have been good at potions. So, Harry started to gather the ingredients for the potions, but for the first time outside the security of the greenhouses of Hogwarts. He worked extremely carefully in gathering all the required ingredients for a few hours when it happened. As he touched a plant, his entire arm went numb and the plant was poised straight, ready to strike him again. This was a plant he had never seen before and mistook it for another plant. His arm was paralyzed and numb from the venom, and he had no option but to go back and find the potions master who introduced the plant to him. This is a magical version of an extremely common plant, Mimosa pudica. While the mimosa plant shies away from touch, this one attacks the one who touches it. Its inbuilt defense mechanism give it the ability to shoot venom at its target, and touching it bare hand is certain death. What is the use of this plant? Harry asked, disgusted. This plant is used in making poison. A poison which is of our own making, and even a whiff of it can kill a grown man, the potions master explained. Sometimes we use to kill dark wizards who are better prepared and in heavy security, or those we cannot kill without exposing our world. Harry nodded in agreement but skirted away from the plant while the potions master simply uprooted the plant, putting a stasis charm on it and slipped it in his robes. Are you immune to its poison? Harry asked curiously. No, Harry, I stunned it before I approached it. The mystic smirked. In stunned state, its mechanism goes inert. Harry could think of a lot of uses for the plant, and he was planning to ask for a sapling for the greenhouses. As he made his request, the potions master nodded. Good idea, Harry. You can take any plant you wish, but before that you have to write a composition about its general qualities, its features, so that I know it would not die due to lack of care. Harry groaned from all the reading they were making him do. So far he had started runes, was reading ahead for potions, transfigurations, charms, and had many other books for defense, and yet more were being foisted on him. So Harry, Guruji has told me that you are learning occlumency and legilimency. The mystic was continuing. Have you had any success so far? Harry shook his head. I just started last night and he tasked me with finding a suitable mindscape. I was reading a book on mind magics by one of my own ancestors where he was describing Potter Castle, but I did not get far before I fell asleep. He gave a good description of the surroundings of the castle but nothing more in the book. And now you wish to know more? The mystic asked, so that you can see if you can make it your mindscape. Harry nodded in agreement. Harry, while I would not claim to have seen Potter Castle, but as you have a good description of the surrounding around it, maybe you should add other feature to it by yourself. A mindscape is unique to a wizard, and I do not think you want to have one similar to another. Harry could see his point and conceded so. Now Harry, I want you to take the position as Guruji told you and start meditating. As you come to the black void, delve into it and try to imagine a castle starting to build from it. Make the foundations as you want them to be and then add all other features you want in it. Harry sat in meditation as had been taught by Harsh, and after 15 minutes of trying to concentrate, he reached the void. It was pitch black and he could not even see his hands in front of him. He walked further and it felt like walking on air since there was nothing beneath his feet. With every step he felt like his heart would jump to his mouth. He kept walking forward gingerly and sometimes he felt like he would simply fall off. Suddenly he felt a jerk behind his navel and found himself sprawled on the ground. As he rose to his feet, he found that it was not dark anymore but more like a night full of stars where he could see everything. As he looked around, he felt his legs turning to jelly. Too horrified to think how he got in front of him was the gravestone marked Tom Riddle. Somehow he had reached the graveyard. As he turned around, he saw Wormtail performing the ritual to bring Voldemort back, who then subdued Harry again and started torturing him under the Cruciatus curse. As he was shaking violently, suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder and the words of the mystic in his ear, "Come back, Harry. You can get out of there. You are more powerful than him. Fight him and come back." Harry used all his might to throw off Voldemort and ran to where he was sure was the way out. Then he was in the clearing, his body drenched in sweat and the mystic looking at him with concern. "What happened, Harry? What did you see?" the mystic asked, his voice trembling. "You were doing fine till you started shaking violently." Harry looked down feeling ashamed of himself. "I was in the graveyard." The mystic flinched. "I should have known. I am sorry, Harry. Do you have nightmares often? No, Harry shook his head. I was plagued with them while I was at Hogwarts, but when I returned to London, I have been so tired every day that I don't have dreams of any sort, never mind nightmares. You will need to see Charik, the mystic said. He is our healer and he would be able to help you. You should have seen a mind healer immediately after the incident. Harry wanted to refuse but could not, since he knew that the mystic had a point and there was no reason to have unnecessary pain and nightmares when one could avoid it. Now Harry, since we cannot get to construct your mindscape right now, perhaps we should use this time to teach you something else, the mystic said. Teach me what? Harry asked. Apparition, Harry, the mystic said, that will be useful to you. I have heard you make quite spectacular exits out of the flow, so maybe you would be able to avoid all the embarrassment. Harry rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue to the mystic, who mock huffed. I guess I can learn apparition, Harry said. It would be useful in making hasty getaways. So, it was that the mystic sat teaching him apparition, which he found to be hard. The first thing was 3Ds, which he could not understand at all. He knew what the 3Ds stood for: destination, determination and deliberation, but he had no idea how that would help him apparate. After an hour of fruitless effort, without Harry apparating so much as a toenail, the mystic, who seemed quite fed up, said, "Forget everything I said, Harry. Just follow these steps and it may work you easy." He nodded his head. The mystic pointed him to a cluster of trees in the distance. Keep that place in your mind, commit to your memory. As Harry did so, the mystic said further, now, order your magic to propel you towards it while do not move your body at all. Keep willing your magic to take you there with a sense of urgency. Harry started to try summoning his magic, and after a few moments he could feel his magic responding to him, surging within in waves. As he saw the destination in his mind, he willed his magic to take him there quickly. With a loud pop, Harry Potter appeared at his destination and almost fell over his own feet. The mystic was already standing there beaming at him. Congratulations, you did it. Harry took a moment to look around himself, not sure that he had really done it, but, after some time there was a little smile at the corner of his lips. I did it. Now you know how to apparate, Harry, the mystic said, but there are limits to this. An ordinary wizard can apparate up to 100 kilometers without any real trouble, however beyond that there is a risk of them getting splinched, and that is not something you want to witness. Second, the powerful the wizard, the longer distance he can apparate. Thirdly, you can take someone's side along, but it is not a good idea to take more than 2 people at once because it taxes your magic. The mystic continued after pausing a moment. Now I want you to practice apparating all around this place and try not to use too much magic into apparating. The more magic you use, the louder the pop. If you can achieve silent apparition, it would be helpful in battle or in making escape if you are surrounded. For the next hour, Harry apparated all over the place, trying to use less energy than he had used before. After an hour of continuous apparition, the mystic asked him to stop and they returned to Idrishporum. Azkaban. Peter Pettigrew was in bad shape. He had been captured by the boy when he was trying to get the jump on him and taken to Hogwarts, and that had been the start of his nightmares. Amelia Bones had wasted no time to dose him with Veritaserum. When he started ranting about his rights, she had grinned ferally, telling him that dead men had no rights. Since he had been declared dead on the night when he had framed Sirius Black, his rights had ceased to exist. After being dosed, he sang like a canary, telling of everything that he had done in the service of the Dark Lord, and how he had ratted out many of the prominent members of the Order to him, including Edgar and Ellie Bones. Amelia had wanted to murder him then and there, but had gritted her teeth and interrogated him about everything he had done or knew. Sometime during the investigation, the hand the Dark Lord had given him rose to strangle him for betraying the Dark Lord when Amelia had hastily severed it from his arm and set it on fire. She cauterized his arm and gave him to the care of Kingsley Shacklebolt and Mad Eye. They had taken him to a safe house where Mad Eye tortured him to his heart's content. Mad Eye showed him why he had a well-earned reputation for breaking even the most hardened Death Eaters when he had cursed him with a lot of dark curses, making him writhe around in agony but did not allow him to die. Every day that he was frustrated about something or someone offended him, Mad Eye tortured him. This went on for a few days before Amelia had come to order all torture to cease and he was patched up and presented before the Wizengamot. From there, he had been brought here where Dementors made him relive all his horrible memories. He had been placed in the maximum security wing in one of the topmost cells of the prison where he was subjected to Dementors almost daily. While Sirius was not a known animagus and was able to use it to keep his sanity, Wormtail's ability was well known, and so, his prison cell was warded with an anti-animagus spell which did not allow him to change. As he lay in his bed waiting for the Dementors to come and feed off his memories, he heard footsteps coming down the hall, and a few seconds later, the door to his cell was opened and the warden entered, followed by two men he had never wished to meet again. "Hello, Peter," said Remus Lupin, whose eyes were flickering to amber from his usual brown. "I thought we should be good friends to you and pay a visit." Peter squealed like the rat he was as Sirius lunged at him, beating him to the earth with his kicks. As Wormtail laid whimpering, Sirius kept right on kicking him and Remus just stood aside, watching grimly. After some time, Wormtail was half dead from all the beating. Remus stopped him with a maniacal glint in his eyes. "Control yourself, Padfoot. Now let me have some fun with our wayward friend here." Remus picked him up by his robes and growled at him. "You thought that you could escape us, Wormtail. You thought that this dreary place could protect you. You betrayed James, who considered you more than a brother. You betrayed Lily, who was unfailingly kind to you. You even betrayed Harry, who had saved you think, for even 1 second, that we would not come for our revenge. From the moment that I knew that you had betrayed my brother James, your fate was sealed. We have no more use for you. This is the end of you, Wormtail." As Remus drew a goblin-made sword, the warden caught his arm. "Please, gentlemen, not here. I like the prison cell as it is, without any blood or gore. You want to settle your score with him, feel free to take him. I will keep the news from getting out that he has escaped, and after a few days, I will just inform the ministry that a Dementor has unfortunately at our dear resident." Remus grinned. "You make an excellent suggestion, kind sir." As they started to drag him out, the warden placed some magic suppression cuffs on Wormtail so that he cannot make an escape, he told them, and they kicked him down to the ground level, from where he was unceremoniously dumped into a boat which an oarer, who was Tonks, was rowing. Midway from the prison to the shore, Sirius pulled Wormtail towards him and disappeared via a portkey. The next day was the full moon, and during the day, they tortured him every way they could think of, making him scream for mercy where there was none. As Pettigrew was getting thrashed, he could see James Potter with Lily and others he had ratted out, waiting for him in the afterlife, and yet wanted the torture to end even if it meant his death. As it was nearing midnight and there was a full moon, Sirius slapped a portkey on him which took him into the forest of Blackmoor, dropping directly in front of a pack of werewolves who were in the middle of changing. We will not describe the details of Wormtail's grisly demise. Sufficient to say that there was a chase, and the pack played with their food. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin found what was left of the man who had spent 12 years as a rat the next day. Without ceremony, they torched what there was left, and that was the end of the infamous Peter Pettigrew. The next morning the Daily Prophet announced that Peter Pettigrew had died in Azkaban. The article went on to say that during a transfer from one cell to another he broke away from his guards and tried to make a run for it. In subduing him, one of the Dementors lost control and gave him the Dementor's key. His soulless body died shortly afterwards. Harry Potter sat in meditation, trying to find the void that he knew was there. However, the recurrent flashes of the graveyard kept haunting him. He could see Cedric falling, his lifeless eyes, the demon baby thing turning, being dumped into the potion, Voldemort emerging, the pain that he experienced when Voldemort touched his scar, and the taunting that Voldemort gave him when he was tied to the gravestone. Since Harry had come to Idrisporum, he felt pretty good and there were no nightmares, and he felt safe in a way he had never felt before, but now he was feeling morose and his broodiness had returned after the events of the day. He did not know why the memory had come suddenly to the forefront. There had been no nightmares for the previous few days, but this memory was a reminder of what he had to face out there. He was given a reminder about what he was fighting for and what waited for him. "Harry." Harsh's voice brought him out of his musings. He opened his eyes to see the mystic standing before him, concern in his eyes. "Prathimon said there were some problems today and you need to see Charik." "What happened?" Harry recounted the entire experience to him and Harsh winced. "I should have remembered that sooner." "We will go see Charik now." Harsh led him to the northern part of the settlement where there was a big building not unlike the castle. Harry asked him, "What exactly is this place, Guruji?" Idrisporum was once seat of a powerful kingdom in the ancient time which had this castle built like Arthur had Camelot. This castle was taken over by the mystics after the king fell, and with time, this castle is nothing but ancient history. The main castle is where the king used to live while he had a hospital of sorts built for his subjects, and it was funded by the treasury. There was also an armory which exists to this day, and barracks for army to live in, he explained. Army? Harry said in astonishment. Yes, Harry, we are perhaps the only magical tribe left in the world which has its own army. You see, when the International Statute of Secrecy was adopted and wizards and witches went into hiding, it was chosen that no nation would have its standing magical army. While they have oars, but they are not soldiers. Hit wizards are more like special operations soldiers, but there is no nation which has a magical army. That is why it is easy for a Dark Lord to have a free hand in European nations, Harsh explained. We often intervene but never in our full force. The last time that we aided against a Dark Lord was the war against Grindelwald, but not at the forefront because we knew we could be recognized. We also had another objective to fulfill there, recovering a Peverell heirloom. What heirloom? Harry asked. It is part of 3 most famous heirlooms of the 3 brothers. Harsh said, you have a children's story book in your library titled Tales of Beetle the Bard. Pursue the story of 3 brothers and you would understand. Harry nodded but thought hard about these heirlooms. Ever since he had known about his heritage, his thirst to know had grown. Any snippets of information about his heritage excited him. He vowed to pursue the said chapter before he went to bed that day. While they were talking, they had reached the building he had called a hospital. The building was grand and pristine, the surfaces shone, there were wards like street mungos and private rooms for cases which required confidentiality, and healers were milling about. Harsh led him to the 2nd floor where they stopped before an ornate door which had a wand drawn on it hovering above a mortar and pestle with a name outside the door, Charik. The room was spacious with 2 large windows on opposite sides of the room showing the forests on one side and the snow-capped mountains on the other. The rest of the walls were lined with bookcases which were full of books, some of which looked fairly new while others looked very ancient, as if they would disintegrate from a mere touch. There was a big table like the headmaster's in Hogwarts in the middle of the room, which was laden with reams of parchment, vials of potions, and a large comfortable-looking chair was behind the desk on which sat a wizard in plain black robes with his face buried in a book. Charik. Harsh called him and he raised his head, and Harry saw that he looked younger than Harsh and had a round face with big black eyes. He was of Harry's height but muscled, his hair brown with a sharp nose. He rose from his table and bowed. Guruji, how can I serve you? Harsh explained everything to him about how Harry had been entered into the Triwizard Tournament and had to suffer the exposure to the Cruciatus curse, had gone into a magical coma and was suffering from the trauma he endured from the event. The healer kept listening intently to everything that was said, and when Harsh was done narrating, he frowned. He should have been seen by a healer directly after he gained consciousness. It being untreated for so long could have resulted in scarring of his mind. This is why we are here, Harsh said and turned to go. I leave him in your care, however I beseech you to be patient with him. He has seen his fair share of hospital bed in 4 years at Hogwarts, the mystic said, winking at Harry. A stubborn patient, the healer mused. Well, it looks like I have quite the task before me. Remain assured I know how to make them agree to my demands. He turned to give an evil smirk to Harry. You do not plan to give me hard time, do you, Mr. Potter? Harry said nothing but shuddered. The healer whipped his wand in an intricate motion and hit him with a number of detection spells, and a quill kept recording everything that was revealed. After he was done, he conjured a unicorn Patronus, murmured something to it, then it flew out of the door. Minutes later, Harsh entered the room. What did you find that was so important? The healer showed the results to him and his eyebrows arched high as his body grew tense. As he finished reading, he closed his eyes for a few seconds, taking deep breaths, then visibly relaxed. We will have to conduct Kayakelp ritual. The healer nodded and handed a potion to Harry which he immediately recognized. Why are you giving me the draft of living death? It was Harsh who replied. Harry, you have had a long history of injuries and several of your bones are broken. Many of your organs were damaged by various injuries in the past, and while your magic healed most of them, they were not properly done. We will have to undo everything and to remake it. This will be quite painful for you, therefore we are giving you draft of living death. You will not feel a thing, and after we are done, you will notice the changes in your body. Harry drank the potion and dozed. Healers went to work on the ritual immediately. It was a long ritual which involved 5 healers, 2 rune masters, and lasted the whole night. The first issue was that there were a number of bones that they had to make anew, and while they could use Skelegro, but that would take longer and would have to be done in stages. This method of treatment would also fail to purge the traces of the soul piece which were left behind. The Kayakalp ritual remade the entire body a person as good as new. The basement of the hospital contained a ritual room, which was as big as the Slytherin common room he had seen once, was made of the same stones as the rest of the hospital, and there were ever-burning fires present in the scones on the walls, keeping the room lit all the hours of the day and night. There were windows on the walls which would allow sunlight to come into the basement during the day. There were several tapestries hung on the walls detailing all the healers who had been mystics or scenes of famous battles. The mystics were drawing a ward scheme in the shape of a star whose purpose was to keep the process from being disturbed. In the middle of the star was a shallow basin of stone which was more like a tub and was already full of a potion. Several potions were lined alongside the stone basin already. As they vanished, each of his clothes down to the last one, they laid him into the basin, thus effectively submerging his body in it. The healers took their positions at the points of the star while Harsh sat on a stool beside Harry. A number of mystics were standing near the master runes to make sure that the ward scheme was working the entire time, and anytime the rune's color faded from blood red, they would recharge it. As one, the mystics led by Harsh started chanting the incantations that were required while Harsh kept bathing Harry with the potions that had been lined along the basin. With each vial being emptied, Harry's body would glow silver and then return to its original color. It happened 5 times while the mystics kept chanting for 5 hours without a break. In these 5 hours, Harry's body eventually reconstructed itself, his bones reformed with none of them out of alignment or haphazardly cured, and the residual magic of his scar was gone, leaving behind only a faint line as it had been ever since he returned from the graveyard. Healers remarked to Harsh that the years of malnutrition had affected him, and so he would have to be subjected to nutrient potions for a week, which coupled with the effects of the ritual would work wonders on his anatomy. When they were done, he was carried into a bed and administered the Wiggenweld potion, and he eventually came to when the potion took effect. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital bed, yet again, and groaned. He felt stiff and numb all over, not being able to move, but he also felt renewed in every muscle, limb and joint. Harsh was sitting in front of him with a cheerful expression on his face. "Harry, I am glad to tell you that you are recovering at an advanced pace, and by morning tomorrow, you will be good as new. I am also happy to inform you that we cleaned off any traces of foul magic lingering on your person due to that abomination." "What will be the effects, Guruji?" he asked. "Will I notice some distinct changes?" "Your magic will not be tainted anymore. You will find it little easy to cast, and you would feel changes physically soon," Harsh said, handing him another potion. "This is a sleep potion. Take it and sleep. I will see you when you wake up tomorrow morning." Harry quietly drank the potion and went back to sleep. Hogwarts. Dumbledore was sitting in his office in his preferred chair with a bowl full of lemo drops before him on one side of the table, and the mystic sat on the other side. "Have you found where those abominations can be, Headmaster?" the mystic asked. Dumbledore shook his head. "I have no idea, but I am looking for leads in that direction. The frustrating thing is that he has covered his tracks so well that there are not many people alive who can claim to have known Tom Riddle. Most of the people from that generation are either dead or missing and presumed dead. The few who are still alive never had any kind of interaction with him. I have tried to scour the DMLE archives, but there is nothing there except an old arrest record and a trial transcript when Marvolo Gaunt and Morphin Gaunt were sent to Azkaban for various and sundry charges, but that is the one and only record available for his family. I have no idea what they can be either." The mystic sighed. "You would do well to hurry on and find where those abominations are, Albus. The longer it takes us to track down them, the longer the war will extend. Have you had any news from Harry? I have been very worried about him these last few days." Dumbledore asked curiously. "Yes, Guruji had sent me a message that young Potter has taken to his training like fish takes to water. While he has some difficulty in performing his best, he is trying very hard and has shown his prowess with a wand, his resourcefulness and his bravery," the mystic said. "He is one very remarkable wizard who would go down as one of the greatest." "What have you planned for my students in your classes?" Albus asked him. "Nothing special, Albus," the The mystic said, "First I have to take a stock of their position as to how much they already know or how much they were taught in previous years. After I have a grasp on it, I will teach them things which would help them survive and mostly things which are in the books apart from dueling. You have to remember that for your students I am nothing more than a random wizard, and mystic or not, I am not one of opinion to let children fight in battles." Albus nodded his head in agreement. "And why have you really been placed here?" "Apart from teaching defense, I mean." The mystic smirked. "I have to guide young Potter on the way to leadership. Whenever the war comes, he needs to have some trusted people around him who would defend him in any condition or who would be ready to take a curse for him as he would do for them." Albus sighed. "This war will be costly for all of us." The mystic nodded gravely. "This war will make a man out of these children no matter they are on this side or other. But that is war for you. It does not benefit anyone, but we have to fight to bring peace." Albus was content with the mystic as the new professor for defense against the dark arts, and he believed that this year the students would be taught things that would help them to survive through the coming war. He personally was not in favor of students fighting in the war, and he had decided to forbid those not of age from participating in the war. He had started to look into the archives to find the secrets to the castle which even he himself did not know about. He wanted to look for exits which could be used for escape of students en masse. Something in his old bones told him that the coming days would be changing the future of the magical world, and when it did, Albus wanted no nasty surprises from anyone. On the side he had started working on securing Muggle-born students and their families. He had contacted several prominent Muggle-born and their families and intimated them about the dangers that they would face and gave portkeys to them for safe houses spread across the country which would help them get away from danger in case they were threatened. Some of the prominent ones, such as the Grangers, had been given more protection and their home had been warded against all threats with wards to restrict people from coming in through apparition or by portkeys. The redirection wards were set in a way that the incoming person would be bounced to a pond situated far from their home. Some others had made their own arrangements if things turned for the worse. He had also started to send messages to wizards in other countries to find some allies of his own. However, such attempts were being rebuked due to the fear that they might earn Voldemort's ire. He had not been very successful in his endeavor and knew that it was futile to approach ICW before Voldemort came out in public, but, by then, it would be too late. Severus had reported that the Dark Lord already had around 60 Death Eaters with him, and the numbers would only increase as time passed. He also had sent emissaries to the Giants, and word had it that Greyback was seen recruiting on the continent and in other countries. Amelia was trying to rein in Greyback by asking help from other ministries to hunt him down, but he kept eluding the Aurors or Hitwizards. If things kept going at this rate, they would need an army by the time Voldemort moved into the open. While he was in hiding he could not openly recruit, but, when he comes out, he will be a big surprise to the magical government which had buried its head in the sand. Amelia had been working hard to purge Death Eaters and their sympathizers from the ministry. While she could not ask people to show their arms, she had put people to spy on suspected ministry workers. She was trying to get Cornelius to agree to increase the funding for DMLE and allow recruitment of Aurors, but she was not very successful despite all the leverage she had on Fudge. Therefore Albus, and by extension the Order of the Phoenix, had decided that they would wait him out rather than play their hand early and would use the time to make their preparations. They would use the minister for all that he was worth about, and then they would pull the rug from beneath his feet. He had also met Croaker, and they had decided to take the prophecy as soon as Harry Potter returned from India. The Death Eaters had been keeping an eye on the entrance of the Department of Mysteries, and they would know if Harry went in there to claim the prophecy, but they could enter unseen. Removing the prophecy was important because Albus did not wish for anyone to die over it. They would remove the real prophecy and keep a fake likeness there which they would use to lure Voldemort into a trap. It was also discussed that if Harry Potter did not concern himself with the prophecy, then Croaker would find a way to destroy it on its shelf. The training of students at the cottage on the hill was going well, and they all had mastered the most common spells which could be used effectively for self-defense or attack, and the teachers were going to teach them the more exotic applications of their subjects. It seemed that every student was trying their best to learn as much as they could. They all were very loyal to Harry, and Dumbledore could see a new order forming before his eyes. He also knew that the students of Hogwarts in general admired Harry Potter, especially after he outflew a dragon. When Tom comes out in the open, they would obviously flock to the one who could offer them the most. Cottage on the Hill. Minerva McGonagall had her turn today for training the students. As she had arrived, she set them to learn vanishment, which was harder than vanishing, which they had mastered. Save for Ronald, who was having a bit of a tough time, but the boy had been showing more determination and hard work since the end of the school term. She had full faith in him that he would be able to master it in the next few days. The way he was applying himself, it was sure that he will come into his own for the next school year. Minerva herself did not wish for children to fight in the war, but she knew of the loyalty that Harry inspired in them, and there was no way that they would stay behind and let Harry fight alone in the war. Today, we are going to study conjuration, which means producing objects out of thin air. This is a branch of transfiguration which is very hard, and it requires extreme concentration and hard work. It is supposed to be hard because it causes drain on your magic. The more complex the object, the harder it is to conjure it, and the more complex the conjuration, the more draining it is on your magic, she explained. For instance, it is easy and practically no drain for one to conjure a stick out of thin air, but if you were to conjure something more complex, it would require more energy from you. It is useful in dealing with dark creatures and creating obstacles in the path of incoming curses which cannot be dodged or shielded, she explained. There are a few limitations to its application, with the first one being you cannot produce food from thin air. After an hour, only Hermione, Susan and Neville had been able to conjure a marble slab out of nothing. While Miss Granger had been the first to conjure it, Neville was a close second, and his conjured slab was substantially bigger than the one conjured by Hermione, and Susan was third to conjure it. Ron and Ginny had some trouble, and she decided to attend to them separately. The twins had not even bothered to try conjuring, and when she called them on it, one of them lazily conjured a perfect specimen of a chair that she preferred, which the other changed into a sofa, followed by a cow, followed by a marble block, which was vanished by McGonagall. She left them to keep practicing conjuring inanimate objects for the rest of the lesson. The students were learning at a great speed, and McGonagall was wishing to give the animagus practical training to those who showed promise, but there was a problem with it. It had some esoteric requirements which needed to be met with, like the one who wanted to become an animagus actually had to have the capability, could go through having to keep the mandrake leaf in their mouth for a month without swallowing it or spitting it out, capable of casting a spell inaudibly for this duration, not opening their mouth too much or risk spitting the leaf out, which means that they would have to start again, preparing the potion, among other complex requirements, and then had patience to wait for the form to develop. Perhaps she should offer it in private to those who met her requirements. She was interested to know what procedure the Marauders had employed. She still chuckled at the thought that James Potter had simply strode in the practical for transfiguration newts, brandished his wand and transformed, making them believe that he had achieved the delicate art of self-human transfigurations for the extra credit which was awarded to only James Potter that year. She had been skeptical when Albus wished for her to teach transfiguration to the students before her for the summer, but when he had given his reasons, she had assented with the condition that she could discipline the slackers. However, she had been pleased with the progress of the students before her. They all worked hard and were able to finish the 5 years course by now and reaching towards 6th year and doing very well. She knew that sometime she would have to teach them advanced transfiguration, but not all of them would be interested in advanced knowledge. She still winced when she heard that Neville had been using his father's wand for the last 4 years. This was a heavy burden for her, as she felt that she had let her lion down. She did not try to find the problem, but berated him for every time he failed to do better. She had decided to be more attentive to her students in the future. Instructing the students to keep practicing and to try and conjure a wall like the slab they had conjured, she dismissed the classes while asking Ron and Ginny to stay back. "What is the problem, Mr. Weasley and Miss Weasley?" she asked. "Professor, I did not understand the theory behind the concept properly," Ron said, and Ginny nodded in agreement. So it was McGonagall explained the intent behind the spell, the working and the amount of power required, and other little details that she generally overlooked, and asked them to try again. This time they both were able to do it after 4 times, and she dismissed them too after asking them to keep practicing. Adrishporum. Harry woke up early, before dawn broke, and found a healer sitting at his bedside. As he opened his eyes, Charok was summoned, who ran some diagnostic charms over him and was apparently satisfied with what he found. As they sat talking, it eventually turned to the real reason for which he had come to see the healer nightmares. "Mr. Potter," he said, "can you describe your nightmare for me?" Harry recounted the entire nightmare to him, and when he was done, his eyes were glistening with tears and he was hardly able to choke down the sob in his throat. The guilt was still too much for him and he was not sure he would be over it anytime soon, but as he talked, he felt like a knot was being unraveled in his chest, taking a load off him which he didn't know existed. Talking about it soothed him to a great degree, and when he looked at the healer, he was smiling at him. "I could suggest a number of potions for you, Harry, but in the end your nightmares will stop haunting you when you would talk about them, when you would let go of the past which is hindering you. Guilt is something which we can take easily and it is not easy to shed it off, but by talking about it, letting go of what you cannot change are some of the ways that guilt can be lessened." Cedric was participating in the tournament on his own volition and was ready for whatever may come. He did not die at your hands but by Peter Pettigrew at the orders of Tom Riddle. You are not to be blamed for this. Instead, Cedric would be happy that you brought his body back from the graveyard so that his parents could say goodbye properly. Harry nodded in agreement. The healer continued, "Now is there anything more that is further troubling you or giving you nightmares?" Harry talked at length about his life till now. Everything that he had gone through, the treatment of the Dursleys, 10 years at Privet Drive, his 4 years at Hogwarts. He had a lot of secrets and not many people that he could share them with. The healer just sat and listened to everything patiently, and after 3 hours, when he was done with everything that had ever troubled him, the healer ushered him out of the bed, telling him to return once every week to him. As Harry was leaving, the healer told him that Rachel wanted him at her place for breakfast, which made Harry get going. After an hour, Harry was at Rachel's place where she was setting the table for him. As he looked on her in confusion, she shrugged. "Sometimes I miss all the food that I used to eat there, and since I have no one to keep company with here, I generally do it alone. However, I realized this morning that you would need to learn the table manners of a lord, so I sent a missive to Guruji, and here we are." Harry's mouth was watering seeing the dishes on the table. While he had no trouble with the food being served to him by the mystics, he kind of missed what he was used to. As they sat, Rachel started making idle chat with him. "Do you celebrate our festivals, Harry?" "Our festivals?" he asked in confusion. "Do you mean Halloween, Christmas?" "No," she rolled her eyes, "these are Muggle festivals, Harry. Wizard festivals fall around the same dates but have different names and different celebrations. All the old families practice these traditions." "You mean dark families?" he asked. She narrowed her eyes at him. "If you think that the Potters were a dark family, then yes. Do you know anything about the festivals celebrated by dark families?" Harry raised his hands in surrender. "I do not know anything about these traditions." "Are they the same as they celebrate at Hogwarts?" "No, Harry. Hogwarts celebrate these festivals now so that the Muggle-borns will not feel left out, but these are not wizarding festivals." "But that does not make sense," Harry complained. Rachel looked grim and started in a monotonous voice. "In the Middle Ages, when the Muggles started hunting wizards and witches, killing them, hanging them, beheading them or burning them alive, we had to go underground and the statute of secrecy was enacted. Their religion called us evil and called for our extermination because we had magic. We were different, we celebrated our own festivals, but they could not see beyond their noses. We kept our traditions alive and still most of the families follow the old ways. Your family also did the same, and I remember going to several of those celebrations at Potter Manor on Charles and Doria's invitation. You should have been told about this since your childhood. I personally have no problem with you celebrating any festival, but I am only trying to tell you about your roots, your traditions. Our festivals are very much connected with magic, as you can think." Harry sat thinking and realized that she had a point. He had never been to visit a wizarding family home other than the Weasleys, and therefore he did not know the traditions or customs of them. Pure-blooded they may be, but they were not so insistent on traditions and customs, so he knew nothing about wizarding celebrations. While he had nothing against anyone, maybe he should try to know the traditions which his family had followed. He turned to Rachel. "What are the old ways?" She smiled and delved into narrating the wizarding traditions and the wizarding festivals which they considered sacred for themselves. She told him about Samhain, Yule, Imbolc, Beltane, the Day of Solstices, their significances for wizards and the celebrations associated with them. Harry found the conversation to be intriguing and kept asking her more questions upon the answers received till Rachel had to strictly remind him that Prathyman was waiting for him. Sighing, Harry ran to the dungeons where Prathyman had ingredients assembled on a workstation. As Harry entered, he muttered, "You are late." Harry sighed. This was his second mistake and deliberate. Harsh had warned him to keep track of his time and he had failed. Prathyman was looking at him sharply and noticed the change in his countenance. "You do not need to be so morose. You will need to report to Pashupati in the evening for your punishment, but there is no need for you to worry. He does not usually give stern punishment." Harry nodded. The mystic started again. "Harry, I received a letter from the healers who wanted me to brew some nutrient potions for you, but seeing your growing interest in the subject, I have decided to hand the assignment to you. Their instructions are before you and you have required ingredients. If you fail, the potion would be useless and result in punishments. If you cannot understand something, feel free to ask me." Harry nodded and set to work, and the mystic immediately stopped him from going further. "Harry, do you just prepare potion on the fly? Do you not make necessary preparations before you start working? Like readying the ingredients, making sure that they are in required amount, that all your equipment is clean and safe to brew, that none of your ingredient is defective?" Harry shook his head, looking embarrassed of himself. He began to make the preparations necessary for brewing as was instructed in the Introduction to the Delicate Art of Potion Making. The book had been extremely useful for him to fill in the gaps in his potions making instruction. While he did not hate the greasy dungeon bat, he did resent him for making people dislike this subject, which was necessary for so many important careers. He had no malice towards the potions professor, but he did not feel any kind of love towards him either. After an hour and a lot of admonishment, chastisement and rebukes from Prathyman, Harry was able to finish the first dose of the nutrient potion. Prathyman smiled at him. "Well done, Harry. You can come down here any time of the day and brew this for yourself or for others. You can try other potions too, but not those which are too complicated. Anything you cannot understand or you require my help in brewing, you are free to come in." As he left Potion and reached Ambar, she told him to sit and practice transfiguring his body parts. He kept trying the leopard in its entirety, and as such, he could not make any headway into it. Ambar sat silently watching him. After he tried a lot of times and he was not successful, Ambar beckoned him towards her. "Harry, what are your thoughts exactly when you are trying to transform?" Harry explained how he was visualizing him morphing into a leopard as his magic did his bidding, and she shook her head. "You are going the wrong way about it. You cannot transform suddenly at this stage without some external threats to you like mortal peril. You have to imagine that your body is changing into a leopard. Like first you imagine that you have a skin like it. Keep imagining that your skin is changing color and become leopard-like. This may take a long time, but when you have been able to do it, turn your focus on other parts like your limbs changing into paws, your eyes changing to a leopard's taking its qualities, growing claws like a leopard in place of your fingers, and so on. You will be able to achieve the skin change in the next week, and after that you will need to work for your parts, which will take at least 6 months before you can do it without any difficulty. While normal animagus transformation process is painless, but it requires lot of time and patience, and our process would be easy and time-saving. However, it goes without saying that you cannot impart this knowledge to anyone." Harry nodded his head. The mystics had been teaching him a lot of things which they did not want the world to know, and he perfectly understood the reasons. Their process of animagus transformation was significantly different than the ordinary process, but all the same it was useful. He focused on changing his skin color, but other thoughts kept interrupting his concentration process. At the end, Ambar dismissed him, telling him to keep trying and to keep reading the theory work in transfiguration. Harsh joined him for lunch in the kitchens. Harsh was looking cheerful as always, which immediately put him on guard. Guruji, you are not going to prank me, are you?" "I am not supposed to answer that, Harry," the mystic said in his same cheery tone. As Harry was served the lunch, Harsh asked him if he was missing something, to which he raised an eyebrow and received a powerful stinger to his hindquarter, making him yelp. "What was that for?" he questioned angrily. "That was to refresh your memory, Harry." The mystic smiled. "You are going to eat lunch. Did not your healer tell you something?" Shrugging, Harry pulled out the vial of nutrient potion out of his pocket and downed one of them. It tasted foul and he made a face. "Why did they have to make it so disgusting?" Harsh guffawed. "You have brewed this one, Harry. Nutrient potions as a rule are not made tasty so that others would not get addicted to them, as you can see one of the ingredients can cause addiction to the user. Overusage of nutrient potions can sometimes be fatal. As they talked, Harsh asked if he had contacted Sirius or Remus or his friends since he had arrived. Harry sheepishly explained that he had talked once to Sirius and Remus but not with his friends, and he was not sure where they were. Harsh admonished him for his callous attitude towards everyone, with strict instructions to keep track of everyone and goings-on in their life. After he had suitably admonished him, Harsh asked him, "What is the quality of a leader, Harry?" Harry has had the time to study the guidebook of a mystic, and it had a long chapter on this. There were a few things which were elaborately mentioned in the book. He collected his thoughts before speaking. A leader is one who leads his team or people, who ensures their safety, who places the interests of others before his own, and who is capable of overcoming any form of adversity that they may face. He has to appear unfazed no matter what happens. He should be able to keep his calm even in the heat of battle and not break under pressure. The mystic beamed at him. "Very good, Harry. You have learned the lessons. Now, tell me about the personal qualities of a leader." Harry sat thinking for a moment. He had seen a lot of leaders like Dumbledore, Fudge, etc., but, while they both had some good qualities, they were equally flawed. As he thought hard, an answer began to form. A leader can never be seen as an ordinary person. Even if the entire world is crumbling around him, he has to stand tall and present an example to his peers. He should never go around giving secrets that would cause destruction in other hands. He should not blindly trust anyone. He should be seen among his peers, mixing with them, treating them with respect, let them know how important they are, appreciate all that they do for him, and try to keep everyone content with their lot. Harsh sighed. A rather large list of qualities, Harry. Personally, I would say that he should keep his secrets, never treat his friends or followers with scorn or disrespect, and honor their wishes. A leader should never break down, especially in front of his peers. If he wants something done, he should lead by example. Harry nodded his head and Harsh frowned at him. "Will you be able to remember all I am telling you, Harry?" Harry thought for a moment and shook his head. Harsh kindly said to him, "Don't worry. I will give you a pensieve and teach you to use it. You can always pull the memories and see them. You know how to use a pensieve. I have seen a pensieve and have seen memories in it in Headmaster's office at Hogwarts, but I do not know how to pull out a memory or how to operate the pensieve," Harry said. As they were done with lunch, Harry arrived at the sword practice ring where Anil was waiting for him. As Harry stood before him, he eyed him critically. "Mr. Potter, the Kayakalp has done wonders to you." "It did?" Harry asked in disbelief. He had been feeling rejuvenated and energized, but he had not paid mind to it before this moment. As they practiced, he noticed that the sword did not feel awkward in his hand anymore, nor did its weight bother him anymore as it did before. He could easily swing his sword, and the speed with which he could do so was astonishing. Each time he swung the sword, he swore he could feel its faint humming in the air. "Harry, we are going to duel today," Anil told him. "Take your stance." Harry got in the stance as he was taught, with his sword in front of him, poised to move into action at a moment's notice. He waited for Anil to make a move, who stood almost lazily, his sword at his side like he was inviting Harry to make the first strike, but Harry had realized in the last few days that a mystic was never off guard. Anil started to circle around him and Harry followed his movement. Suddenly Anil lunged at him, bringing his sword down with all his might, and at the last second, Harry thrust his sword between them and a loud clang resonated, telling him that he had parried the blow. The mystic retreated almost immediately, going into his defensive position. Without hesitation, Harry started raining down blows on him, and all his strokes were getting parried by the mystic easily. The mystic did not even use his sword to stop his blows but merely dodged. His body was flexible like a dancer, and he weaved in and out of the way of his blows so gracefully that Harry was impressed. Suddenly the mystic stooped low and took a swipe at Harry's legs, and Harry jumped in order to dodge the strike. As he landed again, the mystic caught his sword, and with a jerk, he had thrown Harry on the ground with a sword at his throat, a smirk on his face. "Yield, Potter." As he helped Harry back to his feet, he asked, "Where did you go wrong?" "I think I lost when I jumped, but, if I had not, you could have injured me," Harry said. The mystic smiled. "Harry, we are magical. You can use your magic to get leverage when you jump or run. When I was taking a swipe, you could have stepped past me and got out of the way." Harry nodded. I will keep this in mind. Good, now we will see if the message has sunk in, the mystic said. Ready yourself for round 2. After an hour and 3 rounds later, Harry was tired and had lost 4 times to the mystic, but, with each round he was becoming more adept at sword play. While he was not as agile and light-footed as Anal, he was still making progress. A couple of times he had been close to defeating the mystic, but, the mystic would pull some trick and pin him down, forcing him to yield. By the time they were done, his body was sore and he was cursing Anal inwardly for all the beatings. After that he sat in his room reading the runes book. He had finished reading the 7 languages and was sure that he could identify them if presented with the challenge, however he knew he would require time to memorize them. Sanskrit was a bit hard because he had never studied the language or had any idea about the origins of it, however he had come up with an easy solution. He had found a mystic who was ready to teach him the language, and this was the only class where he was not forced to do his best, but the mystic taught him patiently and reminded him sometimes how important it was to know the correct pronunciation, the meaning of the word he was using, since any magical word, if uttered wrongly, could cause destruction. He had started to enjoy everything that he was being taught, but frustrated because he did not think that he was making much progress. However, Sirius and Remus seemed to think that he had learned a lot already. Thinking of the Marauders, he remembered the chastisement he had got at hands of Harsh about not contacting them more. He picked up the mirror and spoke into it. Padfoot, and sometime later, Sirius Black appeared in the mirror in a location that he could not recognize. In the background, he could see Spellfire being traded. Hey pup, said Sirius, missing me too soon. In your dreams, Sirius, Harry said cheekily. I am rather enjoying being pummeled every day, getting pranked, writing hippogriff, learning sword play, languages, and to brew potions much better than Snape ever taught me. Not to mention Rachel forces me to act lordly every day and do not address me as anything except Harold James. Rachel, did you get a bird, Prongslet? Sirius said. Miss Bones would be quite upset to know that she has not enticed you with her charms. Maybe, I will tell Amelia and she can convey this to her. Harry immediately retorted, no, Rachel is not a girl but a lady, and don't you dare say anything to Susan or you'll what, pup? Sirius guffawed. Stutter at me. No, I will prank the hell out of you, he said. I will not let you have a moment of peace again. Promises, son. Sirius said, we will see how much of a marauder you are. As Harry started to say something, the mirror shook and he could see that Sirius fell down. Remus came into the mirror a minute later. Padfoot has taken a leave of absence, Harry. In the meanwhile I will try to act in his stead. But what has happened to him? Harry asked. Is he okay? Remus grinned. I got the jump on him and nothing more. We were practicing dueling and he hid here to talk to you. I have only knocked him out. I see you have the situation under control, Moony. I will leave you to tend to him then. Saying this, Harry slashed his hand in front of the mirror, breaking the connection. After dinner he went to Pashupati, who was waiting for him impatiently. Twice in a row, Harry. This is some form of record. Harry smiled sheepishly. Everything happens for the first time, Pashupati. What do you need me to do today? Right, your punishment today is to tend to your hippogriff and the other horses, the mystic told him. Make sure they are cared for before you retire for the night. An hour later, sweat-drenched, foul-smelling and thoroughly licked, Harry Potter returned to his room, where he gathered enough courage to take a bath before crashing for the night. After the bath, he remembered the meditation and groaned. As he sat and began meditation again, he found the void easily. He concentrated hard and soon he found himself staggering and gritting his teeth. He started thinking of his parents and all the people who cared for him. Sirius and all he had done for him, Remus and his love towards the teen, Hermione who had been with him through some tough spots, Neville who was loyal to him, Susan who had been a great friend to him through everything. Soon, he again found himself staring into the void and began to imagine that a large forest was starting to bloom out of the void. The forest was more like the Forbidden Forest, but there was no sinister feeling to it. A large river was flowing through it with a group of mermen merrily playing just under the surface, but if anyone approached them, they brandished pointed weapons, as he remembered them from the second task. The trees in the forest were not as he had found in the Forbidden Forest, but there were varieties of plants, many of them that he had seen on his travels recently. There were clusters of the plant which had numbed his arm, while there were rows of those which he had seen on the first day of beginning of his trek. There were snakes slithering through the forest which would take command from no one but him, and some of them could fly like he had seen them. A few of the trees had bow truckles in them which attacked anyone who came near them. Just for the heck of it, he placed a Hungarian horntail in the forest which would burn down anyone without asking questions. The forest was situated between two very tall mountains which were capped with snow, and a Ganda Baranda was flying in the sky with a hippogriff not far behind. In the middle of the forest stood a castle which was quite tall but not as much as the Hogwarts castle. At the gates of the castle was a large stable where a number of flying horses were milling about and attacked who would try to tame them. The gates to the castle were flanked by statues of two big thestrals who had their wings spread as if ready for a flight. There was a lot of empty space between the castle and the gates, and there were a variety of creatures roaming about. There was a Yeti sitting on the grounds with an axe at his side, ready to cut down anyone who tried to come through. There was a Quidditch pitch like Hogwarts where some brooms could be seen flying, bludgers chasing each other, and a snitch darting all around. The great doors into the castle were guarded by a pair of sphinx who would give a riddle, and if someone gave the wrong answer, they would claw their eyes out. On the right side of the door, a set of stairs went into well-lit dungeons, with shining shelves which gleamed, rows of potion-making ingredients, cupboards full of cauldrons and whatnot. Some cauldrons sat on fires, simmering and working by themselves. One of those cauldrons was simmering the draught of living death, another had some other potions, a third was stirring a mud-like substance that was in the cauldron which was polyjuice, another cauldron contained what he identified as Veritaserum from when Snape had threatened him with it. As Harry sat meditating and putting details into his mindscape, he felt a presence in his mind, and Harsh spoke, "Quite an accomplishment, Harry. You have already done a lot. But now it's time to come back." Harry opened his eyes and Harsh was standing before him, beaming at him. "You have accomplished major feat today, Harry. You can finish fine-tuning the details tomorrow, and we will then start to sort your memories." Harry said nothing but promptly his bed and oblivious to the world. Greengrass Manor. Daphne had been planning for the year ahead. She knew that the coming year would be a defining one for the wizarding world, and since her family had decided to let go of their neutrality for the light, she was making preparations. Then there was Harry Potter, the enigma of her life. When she was a child, her father had told her stories of the boy who lived as every other child of their age was told. She had read those idiotic fiction books which filled everyone's head with ideas about the boy who lived. She had initially believed them until her father had set her straight, telling her that since he was a boy of her age, how could he be doing all that was written in those books? She had been interested in meeting Harry Potter in the first year, but when he had arrived looking malnourished, so small for his age, dressed in rags and apparently not knowing anything about their world, she had quickly lost interest in him. Not to mention, Malfoy kept badmouthing him all year, calling him talentless, blood traitor and whatnot, and it started to grate on everyone's nerves. Then there were rumors at the end of the year that he had killed Professor Quirrell with his bare hands. This news, coupled with the fact that Quirrell had disappeared, had attracted her attention. The next year, he appeared again as a malnourished kid and had arrived at the castle in a flying car. Professor Snape and Malfoy could not stop moaning about it for days. Then the attacks started and people started to call him the heir of Slytherin, and he did nothing to stop the rumors. At the end of that year, she again heard rumors that he had found the Chamber of Secrets, and some even went to say that he had slain a basilisk, as if someone could do that. Some even claimed that he killed it with his bare hands. This definitely got her attention, seeing how Dumbledore had given 200 points apiece to him and Weasley in awards for services to the school. She had decided to become his friend the next year, but the next year, it seemed that the enmity between their houses worsened, and with the Dementors, an escaped criminal breaking into the school threatening to kill students, made her keep her distance from him. At the end of the year, she heard that he had fought a werewolf, killed a Dementor, and single-handedly captured Sirius Black after Black had injured one of his friends. The fourth year was when she had decided to befriend him, but again her courage failed her when the entire school lined up against him. She refused to wear the badges which Malfoy was distributing around, but could not talk to him for the fear of persecution by her house. However, when he had arrived comatose at the end of the third task, she could not control herself anymore and sneaked in one day when no one was in the hospital wing, but had to make her escape when she heard someone approaching. Now, she was tasked by her father to make his acquaintance. She had a long task ahead of her since she did not even know if he hated Slytherins on sight considering her housemates had only given him grief over the years. She also did not know anything about the boy Harold James Potter, who was not the boy who lived but the boy who studied alongside her for the last 4 years. She knew that he was powerful and strong at defense, but that was all she knew about him. She had thought hard about this, and when she could not find a way to approach him, she had flown her best friend Tracy Davis for her help. Right now, she was sitting in her parlor and waiting for her friend to arrive. She heard the flow roaring and someone stumbled out, cursing all the time. Grinning, she stood to greet her best friend, who perked up seeing her. "Hey Daff. Tracy, where have you been? You did not reply to my owl," Daphne complained. "Hold on, girl. I told you that I was going for a vacation to Italy and I just returned this morning," Tracy said. "Perhaps you didn't hear me when I was telling you this because you were lost in dreams of a certain raven-haired lion." She wiggled her eyebrows at Daphne. "I do not think about idiotic foolhardy lions," Daphne huffed. "So, what have you been up to?" Tracy asked. "Don't tell me that you decided to do a Granger and were studying ahead," she glared at her friend. Daphne snorted. "I don't need to do that, Tracy. I read a little but not more than necessary in vacations, and I'm pretty good with a wand, so I don't need to worry about it too much. I have been watching the shift in Wizarding Britain while you were off traipsing in Italy." "Meaning?" Tracy arched an eyebrow at her. "Did you know who come calling, or did Malfoy succeed in pestering your father to a betrothal contract?" Daphne shuddered. "No, he did not. Thank Merlin, father did not agree to his demands." "Then what has got your pants in a twist?" Tracy asked. "Harold James Potter." Daphne breathed the name with fondness. "Huh," Tracy said. "Since when is his name Harold James?" "Since he claimed his lordships," Daphne smirked, knowing Tracy was about to go berserk. "Just what's so special about lordships?" "Hang on, lordships? You mean, he is lord of more than one house?" "How? Which houses?" Tracy did not disappoint her friend. So, Daphne told her what she had been permitted by her mother. "His real name is Harold James Potter, Lord of Peverell, Potter, Black, Rosier and Weber." "How is he related to Black and Rosier? Also, what is Weber?" she asked, confusion written hugely on her face. Daphne was openly smirking now at her friend's inquisitiveness. His mother was not a Muggle born, but she was a pureblood. Her mother's father was Vincent Rosier and mother from the House of Weber, a pureblood family from Germany. Since there are no members to these houses alive, being the last scion, he has ascended to lordship of these houses. Also, he is the magically adopted son of Sirius Black, who was the blood heir of Black, and therefore, he is Lord Black. Tracy's mouth was open in shock. After the shock wore off, she began laughing. "This is rich. I cannot wait to see Malfoy's face when the ferret realizes that he is not the heir of Black anymore. He has bragged so much about it that he cannot hide his face anywhere now." Daphne told her about the task that her parents had set before her, her family's changed stance in the war and the headmaster's task for them. Tracy was astonished, to say the least. "So in the last few days, Harry Potter has turned out to be a pure blood, Lord of 4 houses, and you have to befriend him," said Tracy. "I do not envy you, Daph. It will be hard. I know. That is why I told you all this." "Do you have any suggestions how I can go about befriending him?" Daphne asked. "Maybe you can drag him to some empty classroom and snog him senseless. I am sure he will be eating out of your hand after that," Tracy said cheekily. "Oh Merlin, you are incorrigible," Daphne said, rolling her eyes. Frank and Alice had been recovering fast. In the last week alone, they had started to move around their room without any assistance. They were still experiencing some weakness, but the healer was optimistic that, in time, they would make a full recovery. The catalyst for their rapid recovery was their desire to stand by their son, who was progressing quickly. They felt apprehension that things were not well in the wizarding world, and they wanted answers. They had been planning to put their foot down and ask Augusta to answer all their questions. They were tired of the one-week routine, and even Croaker agreed that they at least should be up and about. He had procured some obscure potions which were vitalizing and had sped up the recovery process. The healer was confident that they would recover within a few weeks. Neville spent time with them whenever he could. Each time they saw him, he was exhausted or sporting some injury. When they asked him about it, he shrugged and said that he was learning their family magic. Frank felt morose that he was not teaching Neville himself, but Croaker reminded him that he would need to be in prime condition before he could help with the training. This morning they had risked coming out to take a walk around the grounds of the castle while their elves were nearby, ready to catch them if they fell. As they were walking, taking in the smell of the woods and the scenic beauty of the lands around the castle, they heard spell fire being traded back and forth. Frank whipped his wand out and with it firmly in his grasp, he followed the sound of the spell fire. He found Neville engaged in a duel where Croaker was teaching him the art of fending off three at once. This was a difficult maneuver which Frank remembered was one of the family secrets of House Longbottom. To be able to do this, one had to be able to cast at a fast pace. It consisted of a spell chain of a few spells which could be classified as dark by the Ministry. The first spell in the chain was called Breath of Death, which was fatal to those who inhaled it. Second was Rotter's Key, and whoever was hit with it would die writhing in agony while his body would turn into a rotting mess. Third was an obscure curse could kill everyone within 20 meters of the area of impact. Frank knew about this spell chain because he had tried to learn it but had to give up when he realized that he was not powerful enough to use this curse. Using this once or twice in a duel was enough to exhaust him. There were a few other curses which were equally lethal but highly taxing on magic. "Frankie," Croaker said, who had noticed them by now, "how are you, my boy? Are the potions helping you to recover?" "Yes, Uncle Algy, the potions are very useful," Frank replied with a smile. "Uncle Algy, can you please tell me why my son is learning spells which are dark and dangerous?" asked Alice, gritting her teeth. Croaker raised his hands as if in surrender. "I am not making your son a dark wizard. These are your family spells and I am teaching them to him so that he can make his escape in case he is outnumbered by enemies." "Uncle Algy, I want some answers now," said Frank, his face determined. Croaker nodded. "What is going on in the wizarding world? Why are you teaching battle magic to my son? Why are you taking interest in his school studies? What has happened in the last 13 years that children are training as if for war?" Frank asked, his voice authoritative and his magic enveloping him like a cloak. "I don't think I am the right person to answer that, Frankie," said Croaker. "Augusta has bound me with a vow by her position as regent of House Longbottom, and as such I cannot say anything which she has forbidden. It would be better if you ask these things of her." Frank started in an authoritative tone to Croaker. "Uncle Algy, I, Frank Jeremy Longbottom, Lord of the House of Longbottom, release you of the vows put upon you by Lady Regent Augusta Longbottom and command you to answer all the questions asked by me." Croaker straightened and looked him in the eyes and was apparently satisfied with what he saw because he nodded and started narrating everything that had happened in the last 13 years, from Harry Potter being placed with Muggles, Neville's upbringing with Augusta, the events at Hogwarts that he had heard about, his speculations that Voldemort had not died the first time around, his resurrection and Dumbledore's attempts to raise a resistance against Voldemort while trying to fight with the Ministry at the same time. By the time he ended, Frank was enraged but kept his control. "Why did you think it was a good idea to keep us ignorant of these goings-on in the wizarding world?" he tersely asked Croaker. "We did it because you are not in any condition to fight yet, my son. The war may be here but there is still time, and I wanted you to use that time to ready yourself for what lies ahead. Not to mention that Mr. Harshvardhana had forbidden that we should tell you anything before you were sufficiently recovered, for fear that the strain of such news may be too much for you in your weakened state," came Augusta's voice, who had come up on them sometime during the conversation. "But you at least should have told me that the wizarding world is in even worse shape than it was 13 years ago, Mother," he said. "From what Uncle Algy told me, we will need to work on many fronts at once. We need to work on the Wizengamot and the Ministry's forces so that they will be in position to respond when the war breaks out. It will be done, Frankie. We are all readying ourselves for everything that is to come," said Croaker. Adrishporum. Harry Potter woke up instantly as he felt the tingle on his skin, which was now all too familiar to him. Before Vari could drench him, he was out of bed and lunging for him. In a second he had tackled the mystic to the ground and kicked the wand out of his hand. The mystic growled, "I am impressed, Potter. Now get up and meet me at the racing track in 10 minutes. You will use magic for everything you do now." Excited Harry rushed to the bathroom where he whipped out his wand to use the Aguamenti charm and fill the tub. In the last week he had been so focused on learning Sanskrit that the incantation came into his mind in Sanskrit. When the spell left his lips, a jet of water he had not imagined left his wand and the tub was filled in seconds. He realized that using a magical language had put more power behind his spell than was ordinarily required. He was told that he would need to learn to control his power. Immediately he tried to imagine the water flow as it used to be before he had achieved some success with unifying himself with his magical core i.e. he was able to use most of his magic without faltering due to exhaustion, and even if he used high-powered spells, he would last a lot longer than ordinary wizards. A thinner jet of water flowed from his wand and he practiced a couple of times so he could get the hang of it. This was one of the exercises that he had been told to do by Harsh so that he could control the amount of power he put in his spells almost without thinking about it. As he looked at his reflection in the bathroom mirror, he could see the differences that the ritual and nutrient potions had brought to him. The emaciated, malnourished kid was gone and was replaced by a Harry who was heavily muscled. His physique told of him spending hours on physical training. He was tall, sturdy and heavily built now. The only feature which remained the same was his Avada Kedavra green eyes which twinkled brightly like Dumbledore and the mop of black hair on top of his head. He was sure that no one would be able to identify him at the first look because he was so different now. A perfect pureblood lord, as Rachel was fond of saying. Rachel had taught him everything that she could about being a lord, which even included table manners, not that Harry needed lessons with those. She taught him about how he was to behave in certain conditions, the forms of address and other little things that he would not have known otherwise. She had taught him about a lot of things which were part of pureblood society, and if he disliked something, she would talk with him about it, told him why the practice existed and encouraged him to get a practice put out of use if he found it irrational when he had the power to bring those changes. She also inspired him to be confident in his approach and master the subtle ways of manipulation. While he was not willing to commit to manipulation, he paid attention to them all the same. He knew the importance of manipulation as he had been faced with it since he came to Hogwarts. When she was done with her part in his education, she had just asked one favor of him. She wanted him to seek out Terence Higgs and bring him to the side of light before he took the stupid mark. While he did not promise anything, he was willing to try. As he reached the track, Vari had his wand in his hand and a grin on his face which made him shudder. "Potter, as I see you have achieved significant improvement with running, I thought I should make it a bit interesting for you. From now, while you are running, I will keep shooting random hexes at you. You can shield them or dodge them, but you will not stop running," the mystic told him, grinning evilly. Harry started the course and pretty soon he was being hexed from all sides by more than one mystic. He kept a shield up to block what he could while he ran with all his strength. At times he was hit with a stinger or a bludgeoner would brush his skin or he would stumble to a tripping hex. As he finished his last lap, he was panting and had welts all over his body from being subjected to all the hexes which he had failed to avoid. "I am impressed, Potter," Vari said. "You have made some good improvement, but all the hexes that you missed could have been death of you. You would continue this practice run for the rest of your stay, and with improvement that we see, we will take it up a level further." As Harry finished the exercises for the day, Vari commanded him to accompany him out of the settlement, where he produced 2 brooms and handed one to him. "Potter, you are to accompany me. I have been told you are a prodigious flyer. Let's see your skill." As they took off into the skies, Vari kept flying to a higher altitude, forcing Harry to do the same. When they were flying high enough, Vari motioned for Harry to follow his actions and jumped down from his broom while holding the broom with one hand. After a second, the mystic disappeared into thin air. Harry tried to do the same, but then hesitated and kept hovering in the sky. The mystic rejoined him after some time and asked, "Did you not hear me, Potter? Follow me. Concentrate upon the ground, jump and apparate." Harry tried to imagine the ground from where he had taken flight, and concentrating on it, he jumped. As he was falling, he apparated, clutching his broom hard, and appeared on the ground, falling down promptly. The mystic raised him from the ground and muttered, "Whenever you are traveling by apparition or port key, start walking as soon as your feet are about to touch the ground. You would never fall. Same goes for flow travel." They practiced apparating from there. Broomsticks several more times before the mystic was satisfied that Harry could do it without difficulty. As the practice session ended, the mystic asked him to take him by side along apparition to the gates of Adreshpurum. As they parted company, the mystic asked Harry to join him in the evening for some defense lessons and sent him to Anal. Anil's most recent lessons had been dagger fighting. The mystic enjoyed tormenting him in duels between them but doted on him equally. He often told Harry that he was his finest student in sword play. He had taught him to use the sword and now was teaching him to use daggers, and even fashioned him a belt of thestral hide which could hold 12 daggers. For today's lesson, Anil handed him a sword and a dagger, asking him to get ready. "But Anil, I have not used both together," he complained. "How can I compete with you in this then?" The mystic only smirked. Harry had started to hate that smirk because it meant he was about to be pummeled. The mystic took his stance against Harry and pointed for him to start attacking. As Harry relentlessly attacked the mystic, he kept fending off all the strikes with the dagger in his left hand while he held the right hand at his side. As Harry got careless, the mystic parried the blow with his dagger and kicked him away. As Harry was getting up to his feet, the mystic was upon him and his sword was at his throat. He had taught him a lot of maneuvers in the last few weeks. His favorite trick was that when Harry was attacking him relentlessly, he would step aside, allowing Harry to be carried forward by his own momentum, kick him in the back on the way by, and then make him yield. Harry had fallen victim to that trick a couple of times before he learned his lesson. The mystic had confided in him that he was at the end of his tether to teach new things about sword fighting to Harry, and perhaps in a couple of lessons more, he would not need training from the mystic anymore. "Harry, do you have a sword?" the mystic asked him. Harry thought for a moment before replying, "No, I do not have a sword of my own, though I suppose I can ask the Sorting Hat to bring the sword of Gryffindor to me." The mystic laughed. "It is not your personal property, Harry. It is of the magical world as a whole. However, based on what I know of your family vaults would have assortment of finest goblin-made swords and daggers. When you visit your vaults, pick up the best weapons from there." Harry nodded. It made sense that his family would have some old swords and daggers from when they used those weapons. "Harry, do you have an armor?" the mystic asked again. No, I do not have any," Harry replied. "There may be some armor in my family vaults. I'll have a look while I'm there." "Harry, did you not slay a 1,000-year-old basilisk in Hogwarts?" the mystic asked, and he nodded. "You know the best armors are made from basilisk hide or dragon hide fused with goblin-made armor?" the mystic asked him. After a moment or two, he started again. "After 1,000 years, I imagine it would have shed lots of skin which can be used to make armor for a number of people, or you can order dragon hide from overseas for yourself. Not to mention, you can sell the carcass of the basilisk while keeping a number of parts of the basilisk for yourself." "The beast is worth money?" Harry asked with such confusion that the mystic had to stifle a laugh. "Yes, Harry. Its parts are used for a number of potions and many other distinct uses. Since it is rare, it would fetch you substantial sum of money. I would advise you to talk to your account manager and draw a contract to this effect and get it harvested. The skin it had shed can be used to fashion armors for you and your friends. But I would advise you to hold that thought before you stop growing from the spurt induced by the ritual and the potions." With that to think about, he dismissed Harry for the day. Harry reached the kitchen for breakfast, where Harsh had set a table for him like Rachel did. As he took a seat, a stinger greeted him, and he turned to Harsh, who had pointed his wand at him. "Are these the manners that you have been taught by Rachel?" Glaring at him, Harry bowed to the mystic, who returned the gesture with an equally gracious bow. As they sat to eat, Harry remembered the manners of the table which were typical for a lord, and the breakfast was over without any further incident. The next thing was potions. It had become his favorite subject because the potions master was being kind and reasonable towards him and took extra pains to teach him everything that there was to know about the subject. He had also been sending Harry out of the settlement from time to fetch ingredients for his potions. As a result, Harry had seen some very exotic plants which were native to the Himalayas. The potions master had assured him that he could take a sample of them to Hogwarts, where Professor Sprout would be happy to care for them. During the last week, his mystic journal was getting filled up nicely. He had divided it into sections so that he would not miss or mix things. There were chapters on plants that he had discovered, and he had written everything that he could find out about them. There were at least 5 plants which he had found and recorded in his journal. One of them was the plant which was used in making the special poison used solely by the mystics. Second was the one he had encountered on his first day of trek to find Idrishporum. The third was an innocuous-looking plant which had golden bark and brownish leaves, and it seemed to emit some musical notes which could put a person into charmed sleep, and it was impossible not to fall under its charm. However, after one fell into its trap, they could not be enervated except with a Wiggenweld potion. The fifth would remain inert in sunlight but would be active in shade and was capable of incapacitating anyone by emitting sap from its branches, which was like acid. Just touching it with bare hands would activate its security mechanism. Harry had a lot of uses planned for it. However, the potion's master was not overly fond of him when he made a mistake then asking about something he did not know. He was often sent to do stable duty with Pashupati. As he reached the dungeons, Prathiman was waiting for him with a big smile on his face. Since you have proved that you are adept at potions, I thought I would teach you to brew the Wolfsbane today. This was one potion Harry had been looking forward to brewing since he wanted to change one of the components of the potion which would reduce its toxicity to the drinker. He had discussed a lot of it with Prathiman, who had agreed that they could experiment a little with it, and he had shown a special herb to him which they had been testing the past 2 days. It satisfied their requirements and they had decided to make a batch of the improved potion which they would test on a werewolf that they could capture from a pack living in a remote area which was constantly under surveillance of the mystics. The potion's master had taught him a lot of potions, but whenever Harry asked him about the special potion which had been the reason he had to run away from the Takshila School of Magic, the mystic refused to divulge anything. He only said that the potion was something that should not have been invented in the first place. It was a potion made of an extremely rare obscure herb which could bring a dying man back to life, and the only person in the world who knew of its existence was Prathiman. Outside of the mystics, no one knew of his existence, and the potion's master was determined to keep it that way. He had taught him all of the other potions which were taught at Hogwarts or were of any use to him. In fact, the potion's master had given him a handwritten book which contained altered recipes of potions. Harry was sure that if he brewed a potion in Snape's dungeons with the help of that book, he would blow a gasket over it. However, he was beyond caring now. Prathiman had helped him a great deal in learning new things than he ever learnt with Severus Snape. Today was the last lesson that he would have with the potion's master before his education for the subject was over, but the potion's master was keeping him for the rest of the month to help him perfect the potions he had altered. This was one of the subjects which Harry knew he would miss when he was back at Hogwarts, because Snape's directions were almost non-existent for when one had to brew a potion in his class, and the dungeon bat would not show any kind of leniency towards him or other students. As Prathiman started to instruct, he started a fire under one cauldron to brew Wolfsbane, which was easily the most difficult potion that he had tried to brew. After 2 hours, the potion was at the stage where it was left to simmer for 2 hours before it was ready for consumption. As he was about to leave, he asked the mystic, Sir, would you show me how to brew Polyjuice potion?" The mystic smirked at him, "That is for you to learn at your own." He left the dungeons and arrived at the charms class. Or rather where the charms class should be, but he could not find the room. Panicking, he started to search all around the corridor but could not find the classroom that he was sure was there. It looked as if the room had disappeared all of a sudden. After some time, Ashala appeared alongside him grinning. "What happened, Harry? Did you forget something? Where did you come from? Where did the classroom disappear to?" he asked in confusion. She raised her wand, incanted some words, and the charms room appeared again where it used to be. As he raised an eye at her, she said, "The room was under a Fidelius secret and I was the secret keeper. Unless I chose to give the secret, no one else could find this room no matter how hard they tried." As he accompanied her into the classroom, he told her, "I know the basics of the Fidelius charm as I have overheard Professor Flitwick explaining it to someone. I know what it does but not how it works." She nodded her head. "Phileas Flitwick is one of the foremost experts in charms and he would know about it. The Fidelius charm is cast with the objective of one being able to conceal a secret within a living soul. The secret can be about some existence of a place or even to conceal incorporeal things such as memories, etc. However, concealing memories under a Fidelius charm is part of mind magics, which is extremely delicate business. This spell distorts reality around the thing or place which is bound with the secret. In other words, it makes it disappear from the memory of everyone who ever knew of it. It is the top-notch security measure which can be employed and surpasses all wards. However, a wizard must be extremely powerful or capable to be able to cast this spell, because the larger the property to be contained in the secret, the harder it is to cast it." Harry sat absorbing everything that was told to him, and it made sense that nobody could perform it save for very powerful wizards like Tom Riddle or Albus Dumbledore. He had a question in his mind about who cast the Fidelius charm over the cottage in Godric's Hollow but chose to tackle the issue when he was faced with it. The most important thing is that you must have the intent. If you can visualize it in your mind and when you are performing the incantation, you are intending with all your will for your magic to bend reality and conceal the secret, then it will work, she finished. She started to teach him the incantation, which was long. She made Harry practice it, without a wand, until he got it right 10 times in a row. Then and only then, did she conjure a small desk and directed him to put it under the Fidelius charm. They spent the rest of the lesson working on the spell, but Harry was not successful. At the end of it, she only smiled and told him to practice it overnight again, telling him that it would be easy once he had learned to arrange his thoughts and organize his mind. During the last week, Harry read ahead on his theory of charms and had learnt about several charms which he felt would be useful and was looking forward to practicing them. When Harry arrived for lunch at the kitchen, he found that he was the only one there. As he was about to take the first bite, he felt something rush by. He ducked under the table and whipped out his wand and erected a shield. He cautiously looked around and found nothing amiss, so he stowed his wand inside his robes. Then a stunner hit him and he fell unconscious. As he was revived, he found a grim-looking Harsh standing over him, wand in hand and stern expression in his eyes. "How many times do I have to hammer it in you, Harry? You felt my presence, but when you found nothing amiss you simply stowed your wand back in your pocket. Did it not occur to you that someone may be under an invisibility cloak? Those are not that rare and anyone with enough money can afford one." Harry hung his head, saying nothing. He knew the mystic was right and he had allowed himself to be lax. The mystics had warned him too many times that he would have to stay on his toes all the time. And he had failed yet again. He remembered learning the charm Hominum Revelio, which was used to detect the presence of humans in an area, and should have cast it when he felt something was amiss but failed to act. "You deserve to be punished for failing me again," the mystic was saying. "Tonight you will be banished from Idrisporum for a day and you will have nothing except your wand with you. You have to survive everything that you will face out there, and at evening tomorrow, you will be granted entry again." Harry only nodded his head and the mystic disappeared. Harry did not have much of an appetite left after the chastisement. His mind was preoccupied with the supposed punishment. But he ate what he could anyway. After lunch, he went to Rune's class where Pawin was waiting for him with a gleeful expression on his face. "Since you have been allowed to use wand, I thought we would learn to construct wards. We will start with the basic wards and proceed to the more complex ones." Harry nodded his head, listening attentively, and the mystic continued. "To lay down a ward, we generally use a ward stone which are imbibed with runes and are charged through your powers and sometimes can be linked to ley lines, thus not needing to be charged every times. Runes can be used for everything that we do with spells and often can be used in planning ambushes or in duels. You can use a combination of a few of runes and destroy a number of enemies at once. This is a strict discipline and one wrong drawing can cause devastating damage." After that they set to drawing the simplest wards such as alert wards and containment wards for the rest of the lesson, which Harry had to draw and power with his magic. After they were done with the lesson, the mystic was elated with his progress and was already planning lessons for more complex ward schemes and how to procure rune stones to draw a warding scheme on them, or how to make a ward based on rune stones like he had seen on the Marichica and at the Black Town House. While ancient runes was interesting as a subject, Harry did not feel inclined to study them more than was necessary. He knew that he would not have enough time to learn it in detail before the final confrontation came with Voldemort, and had made up his mind to pursue it in more detail after his eventual demise. He had learnt the ward schemes during the last few days while he had not been allowed to use his wand, and knew he would have no problem in using them if the need arose. While he thought of war, he also dreamt of school and the owls which were due to start in the next year, and was confident that owls would be an easy ride for him now. In the last week, he had thought about his friends more often, but had not been able to talk to them. He had often talked to Sirius, who had updated him that his friends were training themselves to be better fighters and had been making significant improvement, and he kind of hoped for once that he could have trained with them, but when he remembered all that he was being taught here, he knew that he was better served here in Idrisporum. It was the middle of July now, and in the last 2 weeks, Harry had changed a lot. While he could not say that he had mastered everything, he had learned a lot of things that will be useful for him in the long run. He had been concerned that his animagus transfiguration had been going slowly. He kept working at it, but his skin had refused to change itself into anything leopard-like, and it frustrated him. All the week he had tried to achieve the desired transfiguration, but that was not happening. His skin refused to change at all. He hoped today there will be some change. After Rune's class, he went to Transfiguration, where Ambar pounced on him as he entered the class. "Harry, did you have any success with changing your skin color or texture or anything?" Harry shook his head. "It refuses to change and remains the same. I have tried every night before I go to sleep, but it's just not happening." She was undeterred, however, and asked him what he was thinking while trying to change his skin to leopard-like. Harry remained silent for a moment before he started. "I see my skin as like a leopard has. Like the one that I had seen in my dream, but it never happens." The mystic smiled at him. "Harry, do not imagine that you have leopard-like skin. Visualize yourself as if your skin is changing its color and texture and becoming leopard-like. Be at ease and allow your magic to flow freely through your body and let it react to your mind's demand. If it helps, I would suggest that you take up the meditation position, which I find the most relaxing." Harry sat in meditation, his legs crossed and hands propped up on his knees with palms facing upwards, and his concentration went to the leonine form that was his but was evading him. Initially his body was all stiff and his mind was at alert, but suddenly he felt a calming presence in his mind, and Ambar's voice echoed in his thoughts. "Imagine the snow leopard that you have seen, Harry. Pay attention to its skin, its patterns, and everything that is unique about it. Imagine your skin is changing itself to become like that, and when your magic surges within you, let it flow. Enjoy the rush of your magic within you and revel in the feeling it gives when it is coursing in your veins." Harry relaxed and started thinking about the creature that he had seen and followed Ambar's instructions as she had relayed to him, his magic flowing through him and the feeling of elation which ran through his body. At times he felt doubt creeping in his thoughts, but he persisted with sheer will and set aside the nagging feeling at the back of his mind and concentrated on changing his skin tone. Soon enough he felt magic tingling all over his skin, and as he opened his eyes, he found that his skin resembled at some places like the snow leopard. Beaming at his success, the mystic instructed him to practice it before she let him go for the day. Harry was returning to his room when he was summoned by Vari to the practice range, where a dueling arena had been set and several mystics were milling about. As he reached, Vari beckoned him to the middle of the dueling arena. The mystic turned to him. "While I can take a classroom approach with you to teach you everything that I can, but that would be easy and take too long for the lesson to set in." He spread his hands around towards the other mystics. "These are some of our new recruits who have been here for a few years now and are proficient enough in dueling to teach you a thing or two. You will duel them one by one till you are exhausted." Harry could only nod before the first recruit rushed at him, casting a dark gray curse at him which he ducked. His opponent followed with a string of hexes and curses which he deftly avoided. As the mystic kept coming at him, he was forced to raise a lot of shields. While some were simple shields, a few of them were more complex and would be useful against the majority of major hexes and jinxes. While he had been defending himself against all the curses, he was yet to fire a single hex and waited for the perfect opportunity which he knew would come soon after. However, his opponent soon progressed to lethal spells, and Harry was forced to dodge them because he knew that only a mage shield would be useful against them, and he was not yet sure of his strength to use one. As the opponent faltered, Harry started his own rain of high-powered bone breakers which forced the other to hide behind his shield, but Harry kept breaking one shield after another while the mystic did not always raise a shield but rather dodged when he could do so. Harry was speedily exhausting his energy while the mystic was conserving it. Harry belatedly realized the error in his plans and ceased his casting to bait the mystic into attacking him, and as the mystic raised his wand, a bone breaker took the wand arm of the opponent, forcing him to yield. The mystic politely clapped for his victory, but disdain was evident in his voice. "What did you do wrong in the duel, Potter?" Harry replayed the entire duel in his mind before answering. "I shielded most of the time when I should have been dodging. I fired high-powered spells at my opponents when I should have used moderately powered ones, as they work as well as high-powered hexes." The mystic frowned. "Not to mention that you only used bone breakers on him, making it predictable that you are not intending to injure him seriously. He could have been an enemy using the killing curse and you could not shield against it. You should use wide variety of spells against them instead of just one. And you should know dark spells too, because sometimes a dark spell can assure your victory." Never use same curse or hex more than once in a fight and try to mix transfiguration and charms in duel and you will win. The mystic made him fight 2 more duels where he fared little better, but he was not using any hexes more devastating than bone breakers, which angered the mystic, who quickly dismissed him while telling him to access some of the dark spell books and learn them. Harry knew that he would have to learn a lot before the final confrontation came. There was much he did not know, and Voldemort had decades on him. Not to mention the repertoire of spells that he had at his disposal in his experience. He had read some of the special books in his library on defensive and offensive magic and had been learning those spells, but had hoped that Vari would teach him to cast those. But it looked like he would have to learn those by himself in the practice range. As he finished his dinner by himself, another mystic informed him that Harsh had summoned him to the entrance of the hidden settlement where all the mystics had gathered. He was dumbfounded at their sheer numbers. They all had their facial expressions melded into a mask of impassivity and stood attentively. Harsh was standing at the gates, his eyes grim. He beckoned Harry closer and addressed him. "You, Harold James Potter, have been found to be unable to learn a lesson which has been imparted on you time and again in the last few days that you have stayed here. As a consequence, the mystics have decided to banish you from our midst for an entire day, which you would spend in the wild without any assistance from any of us. During the period of banishment you cannot expect any assistance from us, nor will we be held responsible for your conduct. Do you, Harold James Potter, accept this punishment for yourself?" Harry knew from his teachings with Rachel that this kind of banishment meant that he was being shown to others that he had committed an error which was unforgivable and was being asked to atone. This served the double purpose of inflicting the punishment, and the embarrassment served as a deterrent for other recruits who had any doubts about following orders or failure to learn a lesson. He raised his head high and said in his best drill sergeant voice, "I accept, Lord Harshvardhana. During this period of banishment I shall not expect any aid from my brethren who stand before me, and I will learn a lesson from this." "So mote it be," murmured Harsh, and accompanied him out of the settlement, where he slapped a portkey on him and Harry disappeared with the now familiar pull behind the navel. Cottage on the hill. The teaching of the students had been coming along nicely. They were all molding themselves into fearsome warriors. While neither Flitwick nor McGonagall were happy about teaching them to fight, they knew that the only other option was death due to lack of any training whatsoever, and that was unacceptable to all of them. The only person who had been happy with the arrangement was Moody, who never relented on any of the teens but worked them hard. The students had started to learn advanced things which they would never be taught in class. Flitwick had started to teach them some advanced charms which could be used in combat, while also quizzing them about using the simplest of charms in a duel. McGonagall was teaching them what she ordinarily taught to her 7th years, and everyone had been lapping it up with so much eagerness that she was puzzled as to why they never showed such eagerness back at school. She was also teaching them using transfiguration they could defend themselves against more lethal curses. Moody had been running them ragged, showing them some dark curses which were not meant for everyone's eye. While he showed it to them, he expressly forbade them from using them, citing that using those would not be prudent for a student except in very dire circumstances. However, he had taken an offense to them using only stunners and taught them the bone breakers, bone crushers and bone exploding hexes, which he told them to use when in a duel with a Death Eater. They had noticed that Neville Longbottom had been getting more confident and cast everything with an apparent ease which was otherwise inaccessible to them. He seemed to work hard and had no troubles in even casting some dark spells. While McGonagall had some suspicions regarding him, she kept her silence, knowing that he came from good stock, and as such, it was only time before his brilliance shone through. However, she had a suspicion that he was dabbling in his family magic because he had taken to wearing his heir ring in the last week. While the boy was not overtly powerful like Harry, he was more powerful than most of the instructors, and she suspected that by the time the war ended, he would have his own shining personality that people would flock to. Susan Bones had improved immensely over the week, and McGonagall suspected that Amelia herself had taken over training on the days when she was not occupied. Susan was also spotted wearing the heiress ring of House Bones, and as such, McGonagall believed that she would have started to revel in her family magic. While Susan still had a long way to go, she was on her path of brilliance. She had often fought with Daphne Greengrass, Hermione Granger and Padma Patil for top spot in the class, and McGonagall was kind of looking forward to see what the new year would bring. She knew that some new players had entered the race this year, with Ronald Weasley really coming into his own with the hard work that he was putting in. However, he was still far behind some of the others. Hermione Granger had been doing her best as ever. She still preferred the library to practice. She was often sent out of the library by Winky, who was under strict orders to limit Hermione's time there to no more than 5 hours per day. She had tried complaining to Sirius about how unfair it was that she could not take books out of the library. He barked his usual laugh and told her that summer vacation was better suited for learning how to survive than hanging out with books. Even Hermione had to agree that he had a point. Ginevra Weasley had been advancing at a rapid rate. Considering her performance at school, it was not very surprising. She learnt everything that was taught to them and was determined not to let anything dent her determination to learn. She was often the second place in learning a new spell behind Susan and Hermione, who were fighting for the top spot so often. Neville was not far behind, but he seemed almost casual in learning new spells, and whenever he was called upon, he would perform it with precision. The twins were a menace to everyone. They were very casual in their outlook but learnt everything. They often worked together and were formidable if someone deigned to challenge them. They often worked well together, and seeing them, sometimes McGonagall was often reminded of young James and Sirius or the Pruitt twins. Today, the students were being subjected to Severus Snape, who had acquiesced to test them on their defenses. He had opted to duel them one by one, where he faced Hermione first, who was defeated very quickly when her shields could not absorb much abuse at his hands. He was liberally using dark curses which she had a problem defending against. As a result, she fell to one of his dark stunners. The twins were up next. They harassed him for quite a long time before he got the upper hand on them by mixing some transfiguration in the duels, which enabled him to face 2 enemies at once. The rest had fallen to him likewise. Then it was Neville's turn. Neville was smirking, an expression which he had never worn in Snape's presence before. As Snape kept raining down on him, the boy used some spells which McGonagall was sure that none of the students knew about. At one point, he even forced Snape to raise a shield. After that, Snape used some very lethal curses on him till he got the boy with an underhanded technique and caught him off guard. Snape had left the cottage with fear in his eyes at the boy's growing prowess and what he could do when he was really fighting a war. Snape hoped in his mind that he would not have to face Longbottom in a duel, because the boy had too many grudges against him and he had no idea what he might do in such a situation. Black Townhouse. Things had been quiet for the last few days in the townhouse for a change. There were no pranks going on, and the in-house pranksters seemed to have declared a truce among themselves. The twins were wary of Sirius, who would grin at them evilly, making them shiver. The twins had belatedly realized that he had been behind the pranks going on. They had made a tactical retreat to form a strategy before they launched their next assault on the Marauders. Molly was relieved when the children had told her that they were only being taught to protect themselves and not anything too dangerous. She was still a little worried, but hoped that they all would come through this unharmed. She had taken to living in the townhouse and attending the order meetings, helping where she could and looking after the food and everything in general, but was still feeling a bit put out that the house elves never allowed her in the kitchen. While the elves prepared excellent food, what they did not know is that cooking was a calming activity for her. Bones Manor. Amelia Bones slumped into a chair in the parlor after having a tiring day. She had never been this busy in the last decade, but the news of Tom Riddle's return had set her in a frenzy and she had to work on many issues. It didn't help that Cornelius made her job difficult. He opposed her every move and she was not sure if she could do anything by her own means until Harry Potter changed the equation in the Wizengamot. There were whispers on the sidelines of increased movement of Death Eaters, of prominent people receiving death threats or demands to pay extortion money, but the minister had buried his head in the sand and refused to listen. She had threatened him with exposing his corruption and he had dismissed her threats. She was seething but decided to bide her time. Once Harry Potter returned to Wizarding Britain, Cornelius Fudge would find the ground slipping from beneath his feet. On a happier note, the ministry was getting in shape, with the loyalists of Tom Riddle being pushed to the fringes while those loyal to the ministry were being put in charge of things. She had started allying department heads with herself and they were closing all loopholes which could be exploited by Tom Riddle and his supporters. The only thing that she had not been able to achieve was approval to increase funding for the DMLE and to recruit more Aurors. She knew that they were outnumbered and with every day, Tom Riddle's ranks were swelling. She wished every day that Harry Potter would return sooner because it would mean an end to her troubles along with the gloom that had come over Susan since the boy had gone traipsing off half the world away. Susan had been improving, but Amelia could see that her heart was not in it. She was training hard, but there was no enthusiasm in it. Susan had started reading the family grimoire and with a stoic determination had set to work upon the family magic. While she had never been confident enough to claim it as her own, she was certainly showing immense promise and in fact had at times surprised Amelia in a duel when she trained her in family magic. If she continued at the speed that she was working at, Susan would learn her family magic by the end of the 5th year. Amelia never wished for her to undergo training like an Auror in school, but their family history and her relation with the boy who lived made it impossible for them to stay out of the upcoming conflict. The war would be nasty and people would die, but Amelia did not plan to die or to go down without taking a bunch of them with her. She had fortified the already existing wards on her manor with some special wards with the help of Bill Weasley, who was a curse breaker at Gringotts and had learnt of exotic wards at Egypt in ancient tombs. She had also readied some safe houses which she planned to use in the unlikely case that the manor fell. In her role as regent of House Bones, she had started to find out the intentions of other houses and to see if they were interested in reviving the Great Alliance. They had to move swiftly if they were to emerge victorious. Croker had confided in her that a prophecy actually existed, and since the revival of Tom Riddle, a few attempts had been made at stealing it, but none of them could get past the arcane magics which were protecting the prophecies in the department. Another thing that was worrying her was Azkaban. The prison fortress was generally impregnable due to the Dementors, but if they decided to abandon their posts, there would be nothing to stop Tom Riddle from storming the fortress and releasing his followers. While she wanted to kill every single one of the Death Eaters in the prison, she knew there was nothing that she could do without earning the ire of the wizarding world and maybe even losing her position. No new protections could be placed at the fortress because of the nature of the building. If they used magic suppression runes, the guard Aurors would be helpless like the prisoners, and the Dementors would kill everyone. They could not increase guards over there because she did not have enough Aurors. Headmaster's study, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore was seated in his chair, his chin propped on his hands and lost in thought. The mystic sat on the other side of the table waiting patiently for the headmaster to start. Albus had been traveling for the last week on some errands to find more about the Horcruxes and had asked him to look after the school in his absence. He had been gone for a week and just returned this morning and had sent for him. "Did you find anything about those abominations, headmaster?" the mystic asked him. Albus took a deep sigh before he started. "I was looking into the history of Tom Riddle from his younger days to find where he could have hidden those Horcruxes. I listed a couple of places which I thought may contain them. The first place was the orphanage where he grew up, but it was leveled around 30 years ago. Another was a seaside cave where he had tortured some children from the orphanage, and he indeed had kept a Horcrux there, but that is out because Creature already gave us the Horcrux which had been kept there. As I ran out of places which I thought may contain his Horcruxes, I looked into his history and found that his uncle Morphin Gaunt was still alive a few days ago and a resident of Azkaban. I visited him there and found that he was convicted of killing Tom Riddle Sr. and his parents. As I peered into his mind, I found that his memory had been modified, and when I undid it, I found that Tom had visited him sometime during his school years. One thing which caught my eye was an heirloom which bore the Peverell crest and Morphin wore on his finger. If I am not mistaken, it is one of the Deathly Hallows, and I fear that Tom has it. However, I do not think that he knows of its value. Afterwards I did some digging through his years of employment at Borgin and Burke's, and I realized that he had been a regular visitor of an old pureblood witch, Hepzibah Smith, who had been accidentally poisoned by her elf. I tried to find the elf, and she had just enough life in her to convey to me that Tom had killed her mistress while stealing 2 heirlooms belonging to the founders, Salazar Slytherin's locket and Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Since we know that he used the locket as one of his Horcruxes, it is reasonable that he would have used the cup as well. So far, we have a list of certain Horcruxes and some guesses. The mystic's curiosity was piqued, what those objects may be. Albus smiled. The cup of Hufflepuff, the locket of Slytherin, the diary of Tom Riddle, the resurrection stone, Harry Potter, and something of Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. He may have the gauntlet of Gryffindor or the diadem of Ravenclaw. I suspect that his snake is also a Horcrux, considering how she acts around him and the amount of control that he has over her. And where do you think those objects are hidden? The mystic asked him. I do not think he would have just left them lying around for others to find and destroy. No, we will have to find where he could have hidden them. Perhaps young Harry would be able to help us find it, Dumbledore mused. Dumbledore was planning to take another week off to go searching for his old friend Horace Slughorn to confirm his speculation that Tom had created only 7 Horcruxes. He knew that Slughorn had something in those memories he had altered and decided to confront his friend about his cowardice. Mr. Aparichet, would you assist me in a little endeavor of mine? He asked the mystic. He tilted his head slightly to the side. Would it be worth my time and energy? Dumbledore smirked. From what Amelia told me, you can be very persuasive when you want to be. A colleague of mine is very reluctant to part with some crucial information, and I think he would need the same kind of persuasion as did Rita Skeeter. The mystic grinned. Of course. Himalayas, somewhere in the wilderness. The moment that Harry felt the portkey stop pulling him, he started walking and landed on his feet. This time, he barely stumbled. He made a deliberate effort to stretch out his senses and instantly became aware of the eerie forest surrounding him. Thinking fast, he drew his wand and cast the Hominum Revelio, which showed that there were no other people in that part of the forest. But Harry remained alert because he knew that there were several different dangerous creatures living there, both mundane and magical. All around him, the forest was deathly quiet, as if holding its breath. As he tried to look into the dark, his eyes adjusted to the requirement and suddenly everything was visible to him clearly. What he did not know was that his eyes were gleaming like a cat in the dark, his leonine form responding to his need. He found that where he was standing, there was no undergrowth. As he scanned the area, he found that he was in an area of very large trees and that the canopy above him so dense that his sight could not penetrate it. The giant trees were far from comforting, and Harry felt that someone was watching him. Keeping his wand at the ready, he started off to look for a safe place where he could spend the night away from the creatures of the forest. As he moved, he felt a familiar and powerful presence somewhere nearby. As he prowled further, he heard a sound as if it were the rustling of the wind. He dived off to one side when suddenly a pair of wings swept through the air where he had been a moment before. He saw the two-headed Ganda Berinda ascending into the air and immediately started shooting stunners at the bird. It dodged all the spells with apparent ease and screeched at Harry, taunting him. Harry hid under a bush, waiting for the bird to return, but it didn't. As he started to walk again, a mystic appeared out of thin air in front of him, shot a stunner and was gone before Harry had a chance to retaliate. Harry cursed himself for letting his vigilance slip after the encounter with the bird. Readying his wand again and with a curse on his lips, he stretched out his senses. He heard a rustling in the bushes ahead of him and let loose with a stunner faster than thought. He heard a body hit the ground, which let him know that the stunner had found its mark. When he looked in the bushes to see who or what his victim had been, he found a deer with a golden coat that glowed in the dark. Laughing at himself mentally, he enervated the deer and patted its head. He started to move on when suddenly the deer lunged towards him. It was thanks to his reflexes that he jumped aside at the last moment and the deer passed through the space he had been occupying a moment earlier. As he watched, the deer transformed into a mystic who started shooting curses at him, forcing him to raise a shield. The mystic used very common spells against him which he could parry with a simple protega, but the curses kept coming. When there was a lull in the casting, he immediately went on the offensive, shooting bone breakers at the mystic who was laughing and sidestepping his every curse. With each curse that he dodged, he would taunt Harry, saying that he could not fight, how he was a disgrace to the Peverells and the Potters, how he should break his wand and become a hermit because his fighting was rather pedestrian. He even taunted him that he was shaming his forefathers' legacy, who would be turning in their crypts because he could not use lethal curses when they were needed. Harry had taken all the insults without being provoked. He remained determined to disable the mystic, but the mystic was yet to raise a shield and he had dodged all his curses so far. Desperate for a hit, Harry used some of the dark curses which he had read in the books that Sirius had placed in his trunk. The mystic, who had just raised a shield for the first time, barked at him, "So you are not a total loss, I suppose. Maybe we can make a warrior of you yet, Potter." The mystic started casting inaudibly, but all his curses were dark, as was clear from the color of the curses. A myriad of curses varying from gray to magenta to dark purple to light green left his wand and collided with Harry's curses midway, causing explosions whenever they collided. Harry started casting some dark spells of his own, thinking of those that he had read in books which detailed dark magic. Bone exploders, bone crushers, entrail-expelling curses and the likes left his wand at a speed with which he had never cast before. As the duel progressed, the mystics started shifting the duel away from where they had started. As they moved into a darker area of the forest, the mystic grinned at Harry and disappeared. Harry stood there with his wand out and his senses on alert waiting for the mystic to return. After a few moments, he realized that the mystic had simply disappeared. As he looked around, he realized that he had ventured far off from where he had started the duel and in the distance, a figure stood wrapped in the shadows. As Harry leveled his wand at him, the figure barked, "Lower your wand, boy. If I wanted you dead, you would not have seen me." Harry could not believe it. He had not expected to hear this voice half a world away. Hesitantly he asked, "Alistair Moody?" The veteran Auror hobbled forward grinning maliciously at him. "Did not expect to see me here, did you, lad?" Harry was about to lower his wand when he remembered why he was banished from Idursporum in the first place. He immediately leveled his wand at the Auror. "What did Alistair Moody say that he wanted me to do when I returned to England?" The Auror growled, "I said that I wanted you to learn enough magic so that you would be able to kill that abomination." Harry immediately shot a stunner knocking down the Auror and proceeded to bind him with chains while muttering, "Alistair Moody would not call Voldemort an abomination, not to mention he said he wanted me to be able to duel him." Leaving the stunned man in the forest, he started moving to find a safe spot for the night since the duel with the mystic had taken a lot out of him. As he walked further, suddenly somebody jumped in front of him from a tree and instinctively he shot a bone breaker which was useless against the newcomer. The Yeti, with Harry's luck, who else could it be, roared at him, "You use your magic against me, humanling. You wish to die." Despite not being easily intimidated, Harry shuddered and hastily putting his wand in his cloak, he prostrated himself before the Yeti. "No, great one. I am looking for a shelter to protect me from the perils of the long night and the mighty creatures of the forest." The Yeti grunted, "Did Harsh banish you too?" Harry smiled sheepishly, "Yes. It was my fault anyway. There were some essential lessons that I was too slow to learn." The Yeti sounded amused, "Be on your guard, humanling. The night is still long and the perils are many. Your life is too important for you to die at the hands of a dumb beast. Your destiny has a lot in store for you: love, pain, family, duty, honor. You would have to stay strong for those who love you because not before long, adversities would find you. You will find love and you will lament over what you will lose. Your destiny is interwoven with one who is epitome of evil. Remember that a warrior has to stay strong even if the world around him is dying down. There is nothing higher than duty and honor." As Harry was pondering over his words, the Yeti bellowed and leapt into the trees, then was gone, jumping from treetop to treetop. Harry was brought back to the present with the rustling of wings and he realized that a group of airborne warriors were approaching him fast. Great, he thought, the night just had to get more interesting. The oncoming group jumped off their mounts and appeared around him in a large circle and he rolled his eyes in annoyance, muttering, "Show-offs." He noticed that they did not have wands with them but swords and he realized that there was a pattern to the attacks. The mystics were systematically testing him on everything that he had learned. He realized that he did not have a sword with him. He shot a disarming spell at one of his adversaries who dodged it lazily and brandished his sword at him, grinning. Harry realized he would not get anywhere by using a wand against the warriors who were adept at magical warfare, and stowing his wand away, he took a position that Anil had showed him for just such a situation. His opponents were circling him cautiously, waiting for him to make a move while he stood attentive waiting for one of them to attack. After 5 minutes of waiting on both sides, one of the mystics jumped into the air intending to come down hard on him. Harry sidestepped at the last possible moment before his opponent landed. In the blink of an eye, he had kicked his opponent away from him, knocked his sword from his hands and picked it up. The next few minutes were a blur with his opponents moving in to attack him. He parried when he could, dodged when he could not, slashed when he got the opportunity and kicked his opponents away when he could. After a few moments, all of his opponents had been hit by him at least once. As he moved in to make them yield, they all disappeared at once. Half an hour later, Harry found a small cave which was uninhabited and had no other entrances. Barring it with some alert wards he had learnt that day and placing magical fire at the entrance, he went to work on his mindscape. He had made much progress on it in the last week with Harsh's help. Harsh had entered his mind and helped him sort through his memories and place them accordingly. He had placed the memories of the years with the Dursleys in a ridge which was hidden behind a mountain and placed a lot of traps so that no one would be able to see them. He had placed the most important memories in an underground vault designed like the high-security vault at Gringotts from which Hagrid had retrieved the Philosopher's Stone in first year. The entrance to the vault was under a trapdoor upon which sat a mighty Hungarian horntail like the one he had faced in the tournament. The dragon allowed no one to come near the trapdoor save Harry and Harsh, who was sorting his memories. His memories of the years at Hogwarts except for the confidential information were sorted throughout the castle, starting with the basement where there was a basilisk which would kill anyone foolish enough to venture there. The sphinxes at the entrances never allowed anyone to come through except him and those he permitted. The Yeti would kill anyone who tried to enter without compunction. He was working on the third floor now. The first floor was guarded by a pack of snow leopards like his animagus form and contained memories of his friends and extended family. There were big rooms dedicated to individuals who were important in his life. There was a room with mahogany wood doors carved with a likeliness of Hermione, while another was maple wood with a lion on it signifying the Weasleys. There was another room with a cherry wood door and a hippogriff meaning the Longbottoms, a door of dogwood with a shaggy dog on it belonging to Sirius Black, a door of applewood with a wolf on it meaning Remus Lupin, and a big door of elderwood with a griffin and a thestral meaning his family. The second floor contained all the knowledge that he had accumulated throughout Hogwarts and all that Rachel had taught him. This floor was guarded by a legion of suits of armor who patrolled the corridors at all times and would attack anyone who was fool enough to venture there without permission. This floor also had a magic suppression rune carved in the ceiling, meaning that no one could use magic in that floor, thus putting them at a disadvantage against the suits of armor. The third floor contained all other memories which were not sorted anywhere else, and this floor was guarded by a figure cloaked in armor, wielding wands in both hands, a sword strapped at his back, his cloak billowing behind him and his eyes shining with power. The battlements were equipped with cannons manned by house elves. There were birds like eagles, falcons, some thestrals and hippogriffs flew in the skies unhindered. The Quidditch pitch was a trap and would instantly suffocate anyone who tripped the traps. The river was filled with water demons, crocodiles and other beasts. The forest was stocked with all kinds of beasts that he had seen or read about in his books or Harsh had shown him. The entire valley was ringed by 4 concentric circular walls. The first and outermost was made of stone. The second was of steel. The third was of solid obsidian. The fourth and innermost was goblin silver. The walls could not be breached by anyone except a very accomplished legilimens. Harry had planned to put defenses around the last wall, which would include beasts that he had seen in his travels. Harsh had promised to initiate him into mind magics and teach him things that he could do with it, like reading someone's mind, possessing them, burning someone's mindscape and breaching all their defenses. However, he had cautioned Harry against trying it on any accomplished legilimens or occlumens, or it could have adverse effects. It was a delicate branch of magic and very few people were versed in it. He sat in meditation, putting more defenses in place for an hour before he decided to retire for the night. Somewhere in a magical village, Great Britain, Horace Slughorn was lounging in his armchair, sipping Ogden's finest while listening to some music. Life had been very kind to the old potions master and he loved every moment of his retirement. Most of his students were prominent people in the wizarding world, occupying positions of influence or power, and they always kept him informed about the events happening in the wizarding world. He was content to bask in their reflected power, but there was a gloomy spot on the horizon: his most infamous student, Tom Riddle. Horace believed that Dumbledore and Harry Potter were telling the truth. He knew that Tom had temporarily conquered death courtesy of the darkest of magics, something that was Horace's fault. If he had seen through his act all those years ago and refused to tell him about Horcruxes, perhaps he might not have turned out to be evil. When Dumbledore had come to him to ask about memories of Tom Riddle about a decade ago, he had altered his memories to hide his shame. Albus had pestered him about it for years, trying to shame him into telling the truth, but Horace had remained adamant. When Albus announced that Tom had returned from the dead, Horace had left his home to live in a cottage that was a part of his family estates and was protected by the most powerful wards. No one with the dark mark could enter the cottage without his will. Without warning, he heard the front door opening and he panicked. The reason was that there was no one else in the cottage except him. Someone had bypassed the wards entirely and entered the cottage. Fingering his wand, he disillusioned himself, ready to blast his way through a horde of Death Eaters. He could hear footsteps just outside his room and near the door. Now there was someone just outside the door, using an unlocking charm. The door flew open and a bright light filled the room, forcing Horace to cover his eyes, and when the brightness lessened, he found a man in a leather mask standing before him with his wand leveled at Horace. The stranger's magic had wrapped around him like a cloak, fierce and violent. Standing beside the man was his old friend Albus Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling and a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He grinned at Horace. "Horace, my old friend. How are you?" Horace was trying to find a way out of this confrontation because he had a feeling that Dumbledore had not come to make idle chatter with him. He definitely had come to ask for the memory again. He kept his hands behind his back, wand in his right hand touching a silver bracelet in his left hand. The bracelet was an emergency portkey that he had asked the goblins to make for him since it could evade any kind of wards laid down by wizards. It was restricted only by goblin wards, but Albus and his friend did not need to know that. Horace grunted. "I was very fine until the moment you barged in uninvited and bringing company with you, Albus. How did you enter without tripping the wards, anyway?" he asked with genuine curiosity. Albus smirked. "I really do not know how that happened. My esteemed companion here chooses to keep that sort of thing to himself." Horace still did not say anything but simply waited for the right time to escape. The stranger had not lowered his wand for a moment and was watching with a hawk-like concentration, waiting for him to make a move. "Your companion seems to be of a very dour disposition, Albus. In the last few minutes or so, he has not said a word," remarked Horace. Albus, whose countenance had turned grim now, said in a melancholic voice, "I would rather that he be silent, he is better this way. Now Horace, I want that memory from you. That memory contains a crucial answer to many of my questions, and it may as well be instrumental in ending the war sooner than later." Slughorn had the audacity to smirk. "I thought it would come to that, Albus, and so I had my getaway planned." He touched his wand to his bracelet. "Goodbye, Albus." As he said the activation phrase for the portkey, he felt confident that he would soon feel the familiar tug behind the navel, but that never came. The stranger barked a laugh at him. "What happened, Mr. Slughorn? The portkey did not work for you." Slughorn spluttered. How is that possible? The wards around this property cannot stop a goblin-made portkey." The stranger grinned evilly at him. "Before we entered, I laid goblins' wards around this home to prevent you from escaping by any means of magical transportation. This kind of portkey that would activate anytime when wished is a speciality of goblins, so I figured I should use their wards." Albus smirked at him. "Now Horace, I want that memory. It has been years and it's high time that we know the truth." Horace hung his head and whispered, "It is a testament of my failure and shame, Albus. What I did that day is not forgivable. If it were known, I would be ruined. Besides, I don't know what possible good it would do you." Albus answered, "Now Horace, you are going to have to let me be the judge of what good it will do. Besides, we have no interest or reason to share this with anyone else." With a mulish expression, Horace said, "No, absolutely not. I will not give it." The mystic barked, "We have not asked your permission, Slughorn. If you will give it willingly, things will end on good note for everyone, but if you are obstinate about it, I am afraid we will take it by force." Slughorn raised his wand at the mystic. "Then I am prepared to fight you to the death." The mystic just smiled at him and flicked the wand out of his hand with a swat of his arm, then hit him with a petrification hex, then bound him with an incarcerus. As Horace was bound and helpless, he could only watch as the stranger made eye contact with him. Horace raised his mind shields to the maximum. The stranger made a couple of attempts to enter his mind, assessing his defenses before retreating, but Slughorn was not fooled and did not lower his shields. In the next moment, he felt another intrusion, and what felt like a giant fist was pounding on his shields. Horace defended his mind for a while with all his might, but after a few blows, it was too much for him and his defenses crumbled against the onslaught, blood freely flowing out of his nostrils on his finest acromantuala silk cloak. Then the stranger started shuffling through his memories at a high speed. It did not take long for the stranger to detect and undo his alterations, and finding the real memory, he retreated from his mind. Albus undid the petrification hex, then cleaned the blood which had flowed onto Horace's robes from his bleeding nose. With the mess cleaned up, he gave him a glass of Rosemerta's finest oak matured mead. After a few moments Albus told him, "No one will think badly of you, Horace. We all make some mistakes, but what matters is that we take our lessons from them and do not repeat those mistakes. If I were you, I would get out of Britain before things spiral out of control. You know that Tom will come looking for you sooner or later." As they were talking, the stranger was taking down the wards he had erected over Horace's own wards. As Albus finished, the stranger took his hand and vanished from the room. Cottage on the hill. The students had arrived 10 minutes ago, and since then they had been waiting for the teacher to turn up. The last week had been very productive for most of them, but equally taxing. Hermione Granger, who had always prided herself on her knowledge, had a hard time believing how difficult it was to put her knowledge to practical use. While it was true that she could learn spells faster than the others, but she tended to dither and take too much time choosing which spell to use when the pressure was on. And that was the main reason she struggled during the drills. She also had the unfortunate tendency to think like a muggle when a witch was what's needed. Sometimes she envied Harry's abilities. There were times when he really struggled to learn a new spell, but, once he learned it, he always seemed to know which spell to use without even thinking about it. And, to add insult to injury, he always executed them perfectly when the pressure was on. She had seen Harry make the right decision and act before she even understood the threat. In the last week, she was learning to fight side by side as part of a team. She had been eagerly taking in everything that was being taught to them and perfecting everything that she learnt. She intended to make it out of the war alive. Susan Bones had been having a doubly hard time of it. While the teachers taught them things that they deemed necessary to survive, she was also being taught her family magics by Amelia. Amelia liked to put her through the ringer once a week where she would thoroughly test her. Susan had learned a lot but still had to improve. While she was knowledgeable, she needed to learn to use that knowledge in practical situations. Every day after she was done with her training, she was too exhausted to care about anything. She had been taught occlumency since she was a child, but recently Amelia had started to teach her legilimency, though she had told Susan that passive legilimency was something she would have to learn by herself because it depended upon one's ability to do wandless magic. She was also being subjected to 2 hours of practice with the dummies in the dueling arena in her family manor. Ronald had learned a lot of things that he should have known since he started first year at Hogwarts. He had recently finished reading all his school books from the last 4 years plus the books for the next year. He had even taken to joining Hermione in the library at Grimmauld Place to study. He had started to appreciate the value of knowledge, and looking at how he had lived for the last 4 years, he was ashamed of his lackluster performance, lack of foresight and immature attitude. He had trouble at first learning everything they were being taught by the teachers, but as he had started to understand the theory, learning had become easy. Neville had been having the best time of his life and perhaps the hardest. While he got to see his parents and interact with them, Croaker made his life hell. The unspeakable had been putting him through so much that Neville felt like his brain was going to explode. The curses and hexes that Croaker made him learn nauseated him at times, but he knew that it was his own inheritance and Neville was not about to scoff at his inheritance. He was learning everything that was in his family grimoire and the little tips and tricks that his father gave him every now and then from his time as an Auror. He had encouraged Neville to find his Auror manuals to learn the spells inscribed therein, but Neville already had a full schedule and he was not about to overburden him. He had learnt to cast with pinpoint precision, to fight while being airborne and to dodge more than shield. The professors had started to teach them to duel by using charms and transfiguration combined with most common hexes and curses. Neville was quickly learning that dueling or fighting was not just casting all the curses and hexes that you know, but also to use them in ways that would benefit you most. Ginevra had been having the most satisfying summer so far. While she learnt to defend herself more, her romantic life had also been progressing well. Michael Corner was a good boy who came from a long line of pure bloods and treated her well. Her disenchantment with the fictional boy who lived had awakened her to the world around her in more ways than one. She knew now that she could not always rely on someone to come in wand blazing and save her, and that no one was without a weakness. She was determined to never let herself feel vulnerable ever again. The twins were busy with different things. While the training was good, they also were seriously busy with developing new products for their shop. They had seen the premises and they were perfect for them. They had decided that they would start their business as soon as they could manage without leaving their education incomplete. They knew that Arthur would not object to their idea, but Molly would make a scene over it. However, they were determined to do their best to not to hear her objections. Once they were established in bringing in the galleons, she would accept it. After all, that was what mothers were for. As the students sat thinking about their lives, Moody entered the room, his wooden leg clomping on every second stride, holding his wand at the ready. When the students did not respond to his arrival, he barked, "On your guard, you all. Today we will see how you bear up in the heat of battle." As the students were herded out, they faced some new dummies which Alistair had managed to procure. These were not the normal dummies that they practiced with, but looked like real people. "All right, here is what you are going to do. These dummies will be battling with you all one-on-one. You will start at different points of entry from the boundary of the property. You cannot use any magical means of transportation, but only fight your way in, where your teachers will be playing hostage. I will be playing the part of a Dark Lord, trying to stop you. These dummies cannot be stunned or petrified, but only decapitated. I must caution you though, they are full of blood, and when you manage to destroy them, it will get all over you. Now begin." He sent everyone to different parts of the boundary line where dummies were waiting for them. Hermione faced her dummy and without a thought raised her wand and cast a bombarda, which it shielded, and in return sent a spell chain at her, forcing her to dodge. As she recovered, the dummy started firing more lethal curses at her, forcing her to shield herself from them. The onslaught continued for some time before the dummy fired an Avada Kedavra green-colored curse at her. She froze on the spot, her eyes wide with horror in the moment that the green jet crossed the distance to her. In the moment before it made contact, a banishing spell moved her out of the path. She turned and found Ron, who had fired the banishing charm at her and was looking anxious. Before she could reply, Ron's dummy started firing at him, forcing him to jump aside. As she turned her attention back to her dummy, she again saw the green-colored curse coming at her, and before she could dodge out of its way, it hit her squarely in the chest, making her gasp. As she gasped, she realized that she had not died of the curse. Was she immune to it? No, she did not think that she was immune to it. She would have to figure it out later. Emboldened by her survival, she started firing her most lethal curses at the dummy, forcing it to defend. She fired Bone Exploder, Bone Breakers and Piercing Hexes without abandon till one found its mark and the dummy fell, showering her in blood. She felt nauseous and queasy in the stomach. Without a thought, she doubled over and started retching. Ronald had been assessing the dummy before he noticed the dummy shooting a killing curse at Hermione, and banished her out of the way. He was of a mind to go and help her when his own dummy started raining down on him, casting spell chains including some very nasty looking curses, and he had started to dodge them. He raised a shield whenever he could, but mostly used things around him to save himself. He saw his dummy casting the killing curse and summoned a stone in its way, but the stone was not disintegrated when it collided. As he pondered over it, he was hit with a bone breaker which hit his left arm, forcing him to cry out in pain. His eyes tinged red with anger. He started using the curses that Bill had taught him, and within seconds his dummy was on the defensive. As he hit it with a reductor, it exploded and blood spilled on him. He felt dirty and wanted to wash till he got it out of his system, however he realized it may not be possible before the lesson was over. So he ran to the cottage and in his hurry failed to see the stunner which took him down. Neville's dummy had started with a blood-red curse at him, which he countered by firing a curse of his own. He kept casting at his opponent and countered every spell with one of his own. He used very simple curses but nonetheless effective in countering everything that was thrown at him. Croaker had taught him to fight this way if he found himself in such a position. He was fighting it with spell for a long time before Neville realized that he would not get anywhere unless he decapitated his dummy. Reluctantly he cast bone-exploding curses in rapid succession at the dummy until it gave under the onslaught, drenching him with blood. He was really grossed out and wanted to take a bath immediately to get the smell out of his nostrils, but that could not be before the duel was over. He ran towards the cottage and by sheer luck avoided the stunner which had been fired at him from the side. As he entered, he found Professor Flitwick bound to a chair and smiling smugly. He looked around for anyone who could be there guarding the prisoner, and finding none, he went to relieve the tiny professor when he was stunned from behind. Ginevra made short work of her dummy. She started with her favorite Bat Bogey Hex and followed up with a reductor which destroyed the dummy and drenched her with blood. She screamed in horror and sat in that position for a few moments before she realized that she had to find others. She went into the cottage and found Professor McGonagall bound in a chair, her face impassive. Ginny carefully scouted the surroundings for any immediate threat and perceived someone standing under a disillusionment charm. She shot a stunner in that direction, which was reflected at her, and she fell down unconscious. Susan had little difficulty with her dummy. Auntie had already procured 2 of these for her practice at the manor, and she was getting used to blood and gore. She started with one of her family spells which could vanish all the bones in a person's body if they were hit with it, but the dummy raised a Contigo shield to protect itself. She followed up with another which could vaporize all the blood in one's body, thus killing them, but the dummy shielded that one too. Frustrated, she cast some of the lethal spells, which included some dark cutters which could not be dodged, and only Protega Maxima could stop them. As she had expected, the dummy was cleaved in 2, spilling blood all over the place. She walked to the cottage, and the midway, Moody confronted her, forcing her to duel him. She held her own against him for a minute, but he eventually was able to stun her. The twins combined forces and faced their dummies together. Fred cast while George defended. They kept at this for a few minutes before they started to use some charms and transfiguration in their duel. Fred conjured birds to attack the dummy while George conjured wooden stakes which he banished at one of the dummies, spearing it. They followed with a barrage of cutters at the other dummy, and in a few seconds had destroyed the other one too. Grinning at each other, they entered to find Moody with his wand trained on them. George immediately cast the Solaris spell, blinding him in the magical eye, and as Moody stumbled, Fred stunned him and followed with an Incarcerus. After 10 minutes, the students were assembled with an angry-looking Moody, who instantly went on to tear them a new one. "All right, let's hear it. What mistakes did you all make?" Hermione was the first to raise her hand. She started, "I was fighting the dummy and keeping it busy very nicely until it hit me with the killing curse. I thought I was dead, but then I remained standing. When the dummy fell, I was drenched in blood. I felt nauseous and threw up. Doing that in the middle of battle would have been the death of me." Moody nodded and replied, "Miss Granger, if those had been real killing curses, you would most certainly be dead. Those things cannot be shielded. Your best option and only real chance for survival is to put an object in the path. A piece of stone or your conjured canaries would do. And in any event, freezing up during battle for even one moment may likely be your last. Remember, constant vigilance." He turned to Ronald. "What about you, Weasley? You put on a fierce display of some very choice curses out there." Ron's ears turned red, but he collected himself and started, "When I saw the dummy casting the killing curse, I blocked it with a piece of stone. I stood there like a gormless twit, wondering why the stone hadn't been shattered when I let in a bone breaker. I used some of the spells which Bill has taught me but told me to use only against an enemy, since using them except in battle can take me to Azkaban. While it shielded them, I took it down with a reductor. After getting drenched with blood, I ran to the cottage to rescue the hostage and failed to see the stunner that took me out." Moody nodded but said nothing and turned to Neville. "What about you, Longbottom? You were enjoying sparring with your dummy until you fired off a rather impressive barrage of bone-exploding hexes." Neville refused to look down despite the compliment from Moody, and looking in his eyes, he said clearly, "My only mistake was that I did not check outside the cottage before I went to rescue my hostage." Moody grunted, "You dodged my stunner and ran inside. I simply waited until you checked inside, then followed you in and stunned you. You should pay more attention to your surroundings." He turned to Ginevra. "You took out your dummy faster than anyone else. Too bad none of the others realized the value of a good diversion like your bat bogey hex. Good job spotting me under that disillusionment charm too. But you are going to need to work on your reflexes. I should not have been able to take you out by reflecting your own stunner." He turned to Susan. "You were great out there, lassie. You used lethal spells without hesitation and did not feel nauseous or vomit at the sight of blood. You chose to duel me outright based on your own strength. That was your mistake." He finally turned to the twins. "You two menaces were the best today. But you did not heed my instructions. You banded together and defeated your dummies." Gred grinned at him. "You never said we could not team up." Forge supplied, "We realized we could face them better when we were combined. They said together, and we found a weakness in you today." Moody said nothing but dismissed them with a wave of his hand while resolving to never let the two of them gang up on him again. Himalayas, India. Harry woke up in the cave with a feeling that someone was watching him. As his eyes adjusted to the world around him, he found himself in the cave with the remains of the fire at the door. The fire that he had conjured at the entrance was long gone. He had not felt the cold thanks to the leaves that he had eaten. As he prepared for the day ahead, he decided to move around because he feared that the mystics would hunt him again. As he came out, he found Vari and some other mystics who were grinning at him with their wands trained on him. Vari growled, "We are going to have some fun, Potter. Since you are not in Idrishporum anymore, I am at liberty to hunt you. Start running." As Harry broke into a run, the mystics started following him, casting all manner of curses at him. His training at the lake came in handy here. He wasn't an easy target. Harry ran for some time before he realized that running would not solve his problem. He was not being chased by some unfit Death Eater but super competitive, top-of-form assassins who would have no problem outrunning him. There was only one way out for him: to fight against them and render them unable to follow him. Since he was outnumbered 10 to 1, he decided to play smart and found a bush to conceal him where he waited in ambush. As he heard them coming, with his wand ready, he took a sound shot with a stunner. A thud told him that the spell had found its mark and he smirked in pleasure. However, his joy was short-lived. He heard one of them enervating the stunned man and he was back to where he had started. Vari growled, "Is that what you can do best, Potter? Is that all that you have learnt?" Harry did not rise to the bait but realized he would have to change his strategy if he were to survive this ambush. He lunged out of his hiding place and shot a bombarda which was absorbed by one of them on his shield. In a brief second that he managed, he saw that all of them had raised a shield to defend against what they could not dodge. He was trapped and truly helpless now. They were too many and his experience was not enough to help him stand against so many together. This was a situation where he had nothing to gain but everything to lose. He remembered a little story Harsh had told him about a Dark Lord in the 16th century. Harsh was fighting him and as was about to finish him for good, the Dark Lord's backup had arrived, outnumbering him vastly. Harsh had dissipated the time and returned a week later with an army at his back. The moral was that sometimes in a battle, you have to take a step back to prepare yourself for a huge leap forward. While it was a bitter pill to swallow, it made sense to him. Concentrating upon the settlement of Nagas in the Himalayas, he dissipated and a second later, he was standing before the chief of Nagas. The chief smiled, "Welcome Harold James of Peverell. What brings you here to us today? Did Lord Harsh Vardhana send you here to train in parcel magics?" Harry shrugged, "He did not send me here, noble chief. I was banished for a day from Idrishporum yesterday. Since then I have been fighting mystics. I was in a skirmish where I was heavily outnumbered and therefore had to run." The chief smiled ruefully at him, "While I would welcome you here in any circumstances but not when you are going through banishment. We work in cooperation with the mystics and if Lord Harsh knew that we are helping you, he would turn his wrath upon us. Your banishment is to teach you a lesson. I hope you will learn it." Harry understood what the Naga meant and dissipated without saying a word. He appeared in a clearing where he had met the Thestrals. It was close to noon and he yet had not eaten anything. He saw a rabbit in the forest and summoned it. Stunning the animal, he sliced it open with a cutting curse. After cleaning it of its fur and entrails, he roasted it on a fire that he had conjured. After lunch, he set to work on his transfiguration and this time he found it easy to change the texture of his skin. As he concentrated more, the skin kept changing till it resembled the leonine he had seen in his dreams. Excited by the discovery, he set to change his nails but even after a lot of efforts, he could not do so. Not getting disheartened, he set upon working on some charms that he had learned. As it was nearing the evening, he felt some intimidating presence around him and immediately drew his wand and cast the Homnum Revelio on his surroundings. The test showed that there was at least one person present. As he kept his wand ready and waited, Vari emerged from the shadows. "You escaped me, Potter. I thought you would be hot-headed abrasive warrior who would rather stand and die than flee and return later." Harry said nothing but clenched his wand tightly in his hand, glaring at the mystic all the time. The mystic smirked at him. "Don't give me that look, Potter. I had to test you to know if you are capable to making a retreat." As Harry refused to say anything, the mystic growled at him, "On your guard, Potter. We will see if you are made of sterner stuff or just posturing." Harry sent a bone breaker at the mystic who simply stepped aside. Harry cast another curse which he sidestepped again, and this happened quite a few more times before Harry finally lost it and started casting with all abandon and without thinking, and saw something truly awe-inspiring. The mystic was weaving in and out of the way of his curses, dancing in such a way that he made Harry feel like a kid. His reflexes were fast and not even one spell of his could touch the mystic. After some time, the mystic went on the offensive, forcing him to dodge or hide behind solid objects. The mystic was casting everything that he had except the unforgivables. Harry was not even sure if there was someone in the inner circle of Voldemort who knew as many curses and hexes. He kept dodging or evading, but when he was tired, he started using some darker spells which the mystic was still evading by dodging them. They had been fighting for 20 minutes now, but neither of them gave up. While the mystic used very little energy for his curses and was more in harmony with his magical core, Harry was a little tired from constantly firing high-powered spells. He noted that his stamina had increased and his endurance was a lot better now. Perhaps all the running and physical exercises were paying off. Suddenly he heard a faint pop and immediately straightened and was alert, looking around, and at the last moment, he jumped aside to avoid the bone breaker which had been aimed at his chest. As he stood with his wand out, Harsh appeared before him and ordered, "Stand down, Harry." Harry did not lower his wand but asked in a menacing tone, "What did Mr. Harsh Vardana do when he visited the Black Townhouse for the first time this summer?" The mystic smirked, "I believe I appeared in the house not using the flow and I disapparated from within the house." Harry lowered his wand and mumbled, "Have you also come to fight me, Guruji?" Harsh smiled, "No, Harry. Your banishment is over. You have to come with us. Tomorrow we are going to battle." Harry gasped, "Battle? What battle? With whom?" Harsh's visage turned grim. "There is a little country nearby where there is a little Dark Lord infestation and they do not have effective means to curb it. I received message that he is going to cause massacre of wizards. I have to stop him. Your teachers agree that it will teach you the bloody realities of battle. We have responsibilities for over the world." Harry said nothing but nodded. He knew that the mystics had no compunction about killing and they would eventually put him in such a position. Harsh grabbed his hand and they disappeared. The next day, Himalayas. Harry's daily routine had been disturbed that morning since Vari did not come to wake him up. Indeed, he had slept like a rock and woke up when the sun was high in the sky. Adrishpuram was in frenzy. Mystics, more than he had thought possible, were milling about, and all of them wore a leather mask, body armor, and had at least one sword strapped to their backs. Anil beckoned him towards a group of mystics who were sitting in a circle. As Harry reached him, he said, "Harry, we are going to battle today and around 200 fighters have gathered for this. Guruji has told me that you should be part of one of the groups and Vari has asked for you to be made a part of his group." Harry winced. He does not like me at all. The way he treats me makes me feel insignificant and he belittles me, mocking me all the time. Can't you include me in your group? He smiled morosely. No, Harry. I am part of the front row of warriors and having you there would make me twice vulnerable because I would have to fight for myself as well as to look out for you. Besides, Vari needs someone with power to bring down some wards which we may face. Now go and dress. You will be given your mask before we leave for battle. Harry reached his room and delved into his closet in the trunk but could not find anything which was suitable for battle. As he was getting agitated, Harsh entered the room. What is the matter, Harry? Harry turned to him. Guruji, I have no idea what I should wear. I mean, I have never been a part of a battle. Harsh smirked. Do not worry, Harry. Your adoptive father had seen to this need. Before we left Avalon, I had suggested him that you may need a set of battle robes and he was very kind to procure one which he gave into my keeping. He produced a bulky bundle for Harry to examine and departed. Harry gleefully tore open the bundle and found a set of battle robes, black in color and thicker at the sensitive areas of human anatomy. As he donned it and looked into the mirror, he could not recognize himself at first. He had come a long way from the boy who was ecstatic to see a chocolate frog to the boy who was learning to be a warrior. As Harry joined the mystics again, Anil presented him with body armor made of dragon hide and instructed him to put it on, telling him that Harsh waited for him in his chamber. Harry wore the armor over his battle robes and went to Harsh, who was waiting for him. Harsh addressed him, Harry, we are about to go on a mission where there are equal chances that some of us may die. It is a matter of life and death and you have to keep it in mind that one enemy left alive is one dagger in your back. After the battle, if your enemy is left alive, then it is a testament of your weakness to do what one must do. Remember, Harry, duty and honor are the greatest things one can strive for, and one action of yours can get you great honor or eternal shame. If you fail to abide by my instructions today, you will regret it every moment of your life. Harsh accompanied him to an amphitheater-type structure set to the northwest corner of Idrishpuram, where hundreds of mystics were gathered. Harsh signaled him to go and mix with the mystics while he ascended the stage. As he reached the great table on the stage, the mystics went silent. Harsh was wearing his mask and started to address the mystics. My brethren, today we set out to fulfill the reason of our existence. A dark lord has raised his poisonous hood, and it is upon us to crush it. It is for us who pledged our wands to light. It is for us to extinguish this fire before it becomes a raging inferno. It is time for us shadow dwellers to make our strike. This night either we will attain glory or the heaven meant for a warrior. Every warrior was listening to his speech, captivated, taking in every word that he said, and Harry could feel the magic in the room, oozing out of the warriors present. Harsh continued, today we are going to make our strike against evil. Today we will get our chance to serve Mother Magic and punish those who transgress against the ways of magic. Today is also a day when I announce another addition in our ranks. Harold James Potter of Avalon has been made honorary mystic and has been training with us for some time. I call forth Harold James Potter to make his admittance into our ranks known. Harold James Potter walked up the stage where Harsh was standing with his mask in place, his cloak billowing behind him, looking every bit a war mage. As Harry reached him, he motioned for him to get down on his knees. Harry hesitated for a second before he eventually sunk to one knee. Harsh addressed him, you are here because the tribe felt that you are worthy of the honor of being considered as one among us. The tribe will look after you like it looks after its own. Do you, Harold James of House of Potter, accept this honor and serve the tribe as the tribe will serve to you? Harry raised his head and firmly replied, I will serve the tribe to the best of my ability as the tribe will do to me. Harsh said, rise, Harold James of House Potter, and accept these symbols of your admittance among us, the defenders of good, the sworn enemies of evil. Harry raised his head and saw that Harsh was clutching a bundle in his hands. As he accepted them, Harsh opened the package and produced a cloak like the mystics wore. Taking the cloak, Harsh draped it around Harry's shoulders. Next, he presented Harry with a mask which he touched to Harry's face and it adjusted to fit him. Harsh raised his right fist and roared, Satya Sarvata Vijayasya, truth is always victorious. The mystics took up the call and the amphitheater shook to the roars of Satya Sarvata Vijayasya, for quite a few minutes before Harsh raised his wand and let out a cannon blast. Harsh started addressing them again, we are going in 10 groups with 20 mystics in each group. I will lead one of them while Vari, Pawan, Anil, Ashala, Ambar, Nikolai, Anne, Petrov and Mark will lead the others. You will follow orders and anyone found guilty of disobedience will be punished most harshly. We will not take any hostages and make sure that whoever chooses to engage you in a duel can never stand again. Vari cornered Harry as they all were given their orders to report to their leaders. He growled, you are with me, Potter. You will do as I say or you will see what real punishment looks like. Harry nodded. He could feel apprehension and excitement building in him in equal measure. It was something that he had not hoped to see so soon. It meant that the mystics were treating him as an adult, unlike others who treated him like a child no matter what he achieved in his life. Before Vari could say anything else, Anil took him away. Harry, I know that you perhaps would not need it, but it would make me feel safer if you have a sword with you. He passed Harry the sword that he had been practicing with and strapped it on his back. Harry sat making small talk with others in the group which was going with Vari and was pleasantly surprised when no one paid any extra attention to his name. They treated him as anyone else among them, an equal and not some boy wonder. Soon, they were all being herded to the entrance of the settlement where Vari was waiting for them with a long rope which he told all of them to hold tightly. As they held onto it, he touched his wand to it and said, Dharma Aurmont, duty and honor, and they all felt the familiar tug behind their navels as they were whisked away. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Albus had seen the memory 5 times at least before he came to the conclusion that his guess was correct. Tom had made 7 Horcruxes. He had shared his observations with a Parachute who was looking glum and had been pacing in his office for the last hour. What is the matter, Mr. Aparachute? He asked genuinely, "You do not seem to be elated with what we obtained from Horus." The mystic grunted, "I am content that we have established how many of those abominations are out there, Albus, but my reasons of concern are entirely different." "What are those, if I may ask?" Albus asked him, curious as to what had caused the mystic to lose his cool. "Did you receive some bad news?" "I received news, yes. Favorable or unfavorable, that is yet to be seen. The mystics are going to battle as of now while we speak," he replied. "Battle? But where? With whom? Is Harry all right?" Albus asked, genuinely concerned for the teen. "He is fine, Albus, but it has been decades since we gathered in such numbers. I have received reports that there is a formidable force waiting for them out there," he replied. "I feel like I should have been there, but Guruji has stationed me here to take care of Avalon and Tom Riddle." Albus said nothing but pondered over what might be happening in the war. He wanted to know everything that there was to know. For the first time, he did not have any of the cards in his hand and was forced to play spectator. His only concern was that Harry Potter must remain safe, because without that boy, all hopes were lost for Wizarding Britain. "Tell me, Albus, have you come close to figure out where the Horcruxes can be?" the mystic asked him, bringing him out of his reverie. "There are a few places that I suspect he may have hidden them. But, I will have to leave Hogwarts and travel to begin my search," he replied, "and in the current climate I cannot leave the castle unsecured." "It means we have to wait for the term to begin then," the mystic said. Malfoy Manor. Lucius was tired of the pain that he had to endure. The Dark Lord kept using him as his whetstone. Whenever something went wrong, he punished Lucius. He had been elated when the Dark Lord had returned from the dead, but it was all downhill from there. He put up a brave front in front of the other Death Eaters so that they would not think that he had fallen out of favor with the Dark Lord, and so he would not incur more of the Dark Lord's wrath. He knew there were many who would love to replace him and sit at the Lord's side, but Lucius was determined to keep that place. His talents as a shrewd businessman were coming in handy to gather funds for the Dark Lord. He had also found an old castle which was a remnant from another era and converted it for the Dark Lord's use. His motive for doing that was to keep the Dark Lord and Death Eaters away from his pristine home, because Narcissa did not take kindly to being made a prisoner in her own home. Not to mention, this meant that the Dark Lord and his minions could not feast upon the vintage wine and mead in his cellars. The Dark Lord had been recruiting heavily lately and his ranks were swelling. In the last week alone 30 men had pledged their allegiance to him. While it was not much by any means, it was sufficient for the time being. Lucius dreamt of the day when he would rule over Wizarding Britain while the Dark Lord continued to pull the strings from the shadows and remain hidden, as was his preference. Perhaps he would be able to solicit favors from the Dark Lord and manage a handsome betrothal contract for his son Draco to one of the oldest and richest houses. There was only one dark spot on the horizon: Harry Potter. Lucius had seen the boy stand defiantly against the Dark Lord, laugh in his face, and the fire burning in his eyes had made him shudder. If the boy gained any power, he would be a formidable enemy. He had thought the boy to be a wizard of mediocre talent, as he had been often told by his son. But, that night in the graveyard, he had realized that if Harry Potter survived, he would be the death of them. Even the Dark Lord had praised his courage, and such praise rang warning bells in his mind. Speaking of the Dark Lord, he had been punishing his followers for their failure to get the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries. Most of the time, there was an order guard present at the entrance to the department, which made it hard for them to try anything. A few times when they were able to enter, they were thwarted by the unspeakables who guarded the place with everything that they had got. A few times, Lucius had been able to reach the shelf of prophecies, but he was unable to lift it off the shelf. The magics guarding it were lethal to anyone who was not the subject of the prophecy he was trying to take. They had tried magical and muggle means to remove the prophecy from the shelf, but they were not successful so far. Every time they failed, the Dark Lord liberally used the Cruciatus curse on him. It was only due to Severus that he was able to recover for the next round of torture, or he would have been broken long ago. Ministry of Magic. Percy Weasley felt foolish. He had alienated his family and sided with the minister because he believed the minister was the most powerful authority figure in Wizarding Britain, but the last few weeks had been an eye-opener. Within a fortnight, the minister had fallen. The minister's senior undersecretary was on the way to Azkaban. Percy's former pet rat had turned out to be a wizard long thought dead, and he was barely clinging to his job. What Cornelius had not realized but Percy knew to be just a matter of time was that Cornelius's days as the Minister of Magic were numbered. Like the Minister, he had underestimated Albus Dumbledore, but the old headmaster had shown why he was the most powerful wizard in Great Britain. Percy could see his manipulations in everything that had happened in the last few days. What befuddled him was the absence of Harry Potter. If what Dumbledore was saying was true, then Harry Potter would have a greater role to play in the near future, and yet, he was kept hidden from everyone. He had gone to the Burrow one day to meet with his parents and to glean some information from them. But, to his surprise, he could not enter the house. There were new wards around the property and they felt hostile to him. The wards were designed to kill anyone who entered the place with hostile intentions. Perhaps, Bill had raised them. He had decided since then to keep his head down and listen to all the rumors that passed through the ministry. If it turned out that Albus Dumbledore had been speaking the truth, he would have to swallow his pride and beg his father to forgive him. He had destroyed his relationship with his family and he would have to take responsibility to mend that by any means possible. Black Townhouse. Arthur Weasley was standing in the tapestry room, fondly looking upon a name on the family tree and lost in his thoughts. "Arthur," Molly's voice brought him out of his musings, "what are you doing here?" Arthur replied in a wistful far-off voice, "If she had not been disowned, she would be there on the tapestry," he said, pointing at a small burn on the hanging. "Who?" Molly asked in confusion. "Mother," Arthur said, "she was a daughter of House Black. Her father, Lord Orion Phineas Black, disowned her for marrying a blood traitor." Molly's voice was thick with emotion. "I had forgotten that she was a daughter of House Black. I never realized that it mattered so much to you, Arthur." Arthur replied in his wistful voice, "I never bothered myself with our traditions, not after other ancient and most noble houses ousted us from our position. Since everything had been taken away from us, Father did not see any reason to teach us our family magic." Molly replied, "Can we not do something about it? I mean, we have been punished enough, Arthur. Isn't there something that can be done to undo the wrongs done to us?" "I dare say there is. You can petition Lord Black to legitimize your mother's marriage and to reinstate her into the family. Then Lord Black can convince the Wizengamot to revoke the punishment and reinstate the ancient and noble House of Weasley to its rightful place," said Sirius, who had entered the room while they were talking. Arthur turned to him with his eyes lit with hope. "Is that possible, Sirius? Can it be done? I confess that I do not want anything for me, but it will be great if I can teach a part of my family's heritage to my children." Sirius smiled at him. "Of course it can be done. Lord Black is very partial to your family and does not take injustice lightly. He will see to it that you are given your rightful place in our society. While you are at it, you should also make a motion to claim the seat and magic of House Pruitt and anoint one of your sons as Lord Pruitt. It is only right that all of the old houses occupy their rightful places on the Wizengamot." Eastern Himalayas, India. Harry Potter arrived in a dark forest as the portkey stopped moving. As they landed, the mystics started erecting tents for their forces, laying down wards, setting up guards, while the leaders retired to a big tent in the middle which looked like some sort of command tent. As Harry sat with other mystics, Harsh sent for him. He arrived in the command tent where the 10 leaders were sitting around a round table with Harsh in the middle of them. He beckoned Harry to sit behind him on a chair and told him to watch the planning for the battle and to give his input if he felt like doing so. "Guruji, I think we should first assess how we are going to start our attack. We have about 2 hours to plan a strategy," said Ashala. "Right, mates. Let's review our initial deployment and make sure we have all our bases covered," said Mark, who was an Australian. "What do you propose, Anil?" Harsh asked. Anil, who had been listening to everything that was being said, started thoughtfully. "Guruji, I think first we should ensure that we have all the information, like how large is his force, what kind of beasts are a part of his army, what is their ability, and above all, we must lay our traps carefully." Anil said, "When we are certain as we can be of their numbers, their defenses and other details, then we can plan our attack." Anne, who had been sitting quietly so far, produced a map of a castle and its surroundings, then began, "Guruji, we, the Chayas, shadows, have gathered the required intelligence. They have a force of about 300 wizards, 50 or so werewolves, and a coven of vampires. They had around 100 in Fury, but they have been since neutralized, so we can expect around 450 enemies at the most." Petrov raised his hand. "I think we should divide our work amongst ourselves. We have 10 teams here and we should leave 3 of them here to act as our backup in case things go pear-shaped. We can choose our target based on our own strengths. Others assented to his plan and thus Ambar, Pawan and An's teams were asked to stay back. Pawan's team was mostly ward masters and their work was to lay wards and traps around the area that they had chosen for battle. After that they would retreat and act as backup. An's team was composed of mostly those who worked in gathering intelligence or were expert in covert operations, so they were to stay and keep an eye on things. If something came up that would require their intervention, they would be deployed as such. Ambar's team was composed mostly of newer recruits and she was to intervene only if their side started losing. Anil's team was tasked with hunting the werewolves because they preferred swordplay more than wands and silver blades were far more effective against werewolves than magic. Petrov, who was from Romania, was an expert vampire hunter and so he took the responsibility for dealing with the vampires. Vari's team had the duty to bring down the wards by destroying the ward stones which had been located by the Chayas earlier in the day. Pawan had given them rune stones which they could use to gain entry through the wards and subsequently destroy the ward stones. After they destroyed the stones, they were to join the main force and act as the vanguard. Mark would lead the left flank while Ashala's team would lead the right flank. Harsh was to lead the middle column. Nikolai would lead the rear guard. Soon enough it was time to battle and as they were arranging themselves according to plan Harry found Harsh. Guruji, where is this place? Harsh smirked, your questions do not cease even in middle of battle, Harry. This is what Muggles know as Eastern Himalayas and we are on the side that is known as Myanmar. Harsh handed a bracelet to him. Harry, strap this bracelet to your right hand. It is a portkey which would activate when you will touch it with your wand and say, Dharma or Mon, and will take you to Idrishpuram. However, do not use it unless you are in life or death situation. Keep your wits about you and do not hesitate to take down your opponent. They would not play fair and neither should you. After 10 minutes, Vari was giving a briefing to his team. All right boys, this is what we have to do. We will divide ourselves into 4 teams of 5 warriors to each and we will attack the wards from 4 corners. Use the rune stones which Pawan has given us. These stones interrupt with the wards destroying them because they are loaded with enough energy to act as ward explosives. As we have gained entry inside the ward lines, we have 5 minutes to find and destroy the ward stones because as soon as one of the stones are destroyed, Pawan will lay down his own ward scheme over the area preventing anyone from escaping. Many of you are young and inexperienced in our ways of magical travel, therefore it would be difficult for you to disapparate or use a portkey out of there. Harry raised his hand. Maybe we should set up communication with the other teams so that we keep each other informed and coordinate our attacks better. The leaders can send Petroni to the other leaders to signify that they have destroyed the ward stones, and if someone has not been able to send a Patronus for more than 10 minutes after we depart from here, we can rescue them. The other mystics were looking at him appraising Ly while Vari gave him a rare smile. That is convenient. Get ready boys and do not forget to disillusion yourselves and silence your feet. According to the battle plan, Vari led Harry and 3 others from his team to the eastern side of the area. They were expected to attack. Just like 2 nights ago, his eyes became cat-like and he could see clearly in the dead of night. The target zone was in the middle of the forest and a wall ran all around it. It was only about 4 feet high and there was no other defense visible. Vari pointed to the trees and he saw guards sitting in them keeping watch. Vari signaled some of his recruits who soundlessly disapparated to appear in the trees and plunged their daggers into the hearts of the guards, killing them instantly. Harry watched in morbid fascination until one of them wrenched his dagger free and it came out making a sound like a plunger and blood gushed out of the wound. As the smell of blood invaded his nostrils, he wanted to throw up, but Vari, who perhaps was looking out for him, hit him with a spell which vanished his queasiness. After a few moments, the guards were all dead and the mystics were near the wall. Vari turned to him. Potter, I am going to throw the rune stones now. As I throw one of them into the air, hit it with a finite so that it would be activated. Harry drew his wand and took aim. As Harsh threw the stone high into the air, Harry shot it with a finite and a moment later, they could hear a faint sound of detonation. Vari smirked. Let's begin the party, boys. Vari and the others with him jumped beyond the wall in a single leap. Harry hesitated for a second before he remembered the trick that Anil had taught him. Jumping into the air, Harry willed his magic to propel him higher and farther. Within a second, he was beyond the wall with the others. Vari led them to a small cabin almost completely obscured by trees and vines. As he was about to open the door, Harry stopped his hand. "Did you check if there is anyone inside?" Vari smirked. "Maybe I forgot. Why don't you check and let us know?" Harry cast the Homnum Revelio and found nothing. He turned to Vari, who motioned for him to open the door. The inside of the room was pretty pedestrian for a ward room. There was nothing there but 2 rectangular ward stones. Vari raised his 3 fingers into the air and every mystic readied their wands. When the 3rd finger went down, as one, they cast an obscure spell that Harry did not know. He had an idea that they were about to destroy the ward stones, and so, he mixed a reductor in the casting, which caused a small explosion. Vari growled at him, "Are you out of your tree, Potter? You want to let the enemy know that we are here so they can send a welcoming committee." Harry spluttered, but I thought that we had to destroy the ward stone, and so I used reductor on it." Vari scowled and shook his head, then grunted, "We will deal with your failure later." He flourished his wand, conjuring 4 Patroni horses, and sent them to other leaders, telling them that his work was finished. Shortly he grabbed Harry by his hand and they regrouped with the main force. After some time the rest of his team had regrouped. Vari ordered him to be in the front row with some others. Shortly thereafter, Harsha's magnified voice boomed amongst them, "Charge! Greengrass Manor." Daphne was having a pleasant summer. Her father had promised to take them to Greece for a week in August, and she had been enjoying the days as they went by. It was always a relief to be away from the castle where she played the part of the Ice Queen. Although she wasn't really like that, there were only 2 ways to get along in Slytherin. Either they were far above others' social standing, aloof and above all reproach, or they were powerful like some of the dark families. She was the Ice Queen, so others who wanted to keep all their body parts never bothered her. Some of the more stubborn ones had to learn their lessons the hard way and had to go visit Madame Pomfrey to sort them out and suffer the humiliation of having their private details being aired to the public. She had her priorities sorted out since before Hogwarts. She wanted to inherit her father's empire and make it more prosperous. To that end, she had resolved to work to that effect while she finished her studies. However, one person had messed up her plans. Harry Potter had entered the equation and disturbed all her plans with her visions of the world being forgotten. She was not one to fall for a boy, but she had fallen for him, and fallen hard when she had learnt of the deeds he performed while in school. The Hogwarts rumor mill was not very reliable and one never believed everything that they heard, but she had learnt to spot the truth amidst the rumors. First year she had heard that he had killed Professor Quirrell, however that did not make sense since doing so would have landed him in prison. She heard that they had dueled over something that Quirrell was trying to steal, although she never learned exactly what that was, but one thing was clear: Harry Potter had caused Quirrell to vanish. In the second year, she had wanted to stand beside him and tell people off for calling him the heir of Slytherin, but she was not a Gryffindor for a reason. She watched from the sidelines as students got petrified one after another. Then suddenly one day the petrified students were up and about, and what came out of the rumor mill was that he had slain a basilisk with a sword and saved a student from Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. She knew that to be true because she had spotted him that night as he returned from McGonagall's office, his robes torn, blood smeared on his robes, his clothes filthy, and a sword in his hand. In the third year, she had heard the most ridiculous rumors. She heard that he had cast the Patronus charm and drove away 100 Dementors. That he had saved the mass murderer Sirius Black. She did not know of his innocence then. However, she had started crushing on him hard. In the fourth year, he had taken her heart when he outflew the dragon in the first task and the way he conducted himself all the year. She wanted to be there for him again, but her courage failed her. This year she was determined to grab that one before someone else got her hooks in him. She knew she had no competition in that regard because he would consider only those who saw him simply as Harry and not the boy who lived. There were a few girls who saw him as such. One was Hermione Granger, and she had a feeling that Granger was more like a sister to him. The Pottle twins were in that category, but Padma was too studious and Parvati was too giggly. Another was Lavender Brown, who was one of the prettiest witches in Hogwarts, but she did not strike her as one who would consider serious relationships. Susan Bones was another of the girls who saw him as Harry, and Daphne had a feeling that Bones had her eyes on him for a long time. Too bad that Daphne had set her eyes on him now. She was so lost in her musings that she did not hear the door of her room being opened and almost jumped when Tracy yelled in her ear, "Stop daydreaming, Daff. You are giving the Ice Queen a bad name." She scowled at Tracy but could not hide her blush. "I am not daydreaming, Tracy." "Yeah, right, you were not dreaming about the emerald-eyed Gryffindor." "Not at all." Tracy rolled her eyes. "I have known you since we were toddlers, Daff, and you get all misty-eyed whenever Harry Potter is mentioned." Daphne sighed. Tracy was too perceptive for her own good. She could always figure out what was going on with Daphne. Even sometimes her mother could not fathom what was going in her mind, but Tracy knew. "So Daphne," Tracy was saying, "were you successful in contacting your emerald-eyed wizard at all?" Daphne shrugged. "No. For the last week, I have tried every way I can think of to send a letter to him but failed. For the first time ever, even Archibald returned without delivering the letter. Since then he refuses to even take the message. I have tried sending postal owls too. But they can't seem to find him." At that moment, Roxanne Greengrass entered her room, overhearing the last part of her sentence, and suggested, "Maybe the recipient of your letter has mail wards on him wherever he is, preventing any unauthorized mail from getting to him." Daphne turned to her, blushing furiously. "Did you hear everything, Mother?" Roxanne smirked, "Enough to know that you are suffering from boy trouble. I must say I am relieved that you are showing interests in boys at last. I had thought that the Ice Queen had buried all her feelings." Daphne squeaked, "Mother." Roxanne grinned smugly. "Don't feel embarrassed about it, Daphne. It is natural to feel emotions for someone at your age, especially someone as charming as Harry Potter." Tracy started laughing while Daphne blushed furiously, and Roxanne left the room grinning. India, Myanmar. The vanguard led by Vari entered through the main door and immediately went on the offensive. The enemy forces were inside a large building which looked like a small castle, and they had people on the ramparts and in the windows firing at the mystics, who were either dodging or shielding while they kept advancing. This side there was about 70 or so enemies who were in sight, while they assumed that the rest were hiding or laying some trap for them. Anil and his mystics had entered shortly after the wards had been erected, and they could hear sword fighting off to one side of the castle, presumably a battle being fought between the mystics and the werewolf contingent. On the other side of the castle, the night sky had been illuminated as the day, and they assumed that Petrov and his mystics had engaged the vampires. Battle with the werewolves. The mystics had entered just behind the team sent to destroy the wards, and as Pawan had raised the anti-escape wards, they had set off to find the werewolves. Not that it was difficult. They were on the western side of the encampment, far away from the vampires who were on the right side. The Dark Lord was ingenious, as he had housed his forces in different buildings so that they would not be killed en masse if an attack came. They had attacked the building where the werewolves were. While it was not the full moon, they were still dangerous, and as they stormed the door, the mystics went to hack down everyone who crossed their path. There were more than 70 werewolves, as they had been told. Perhaps some new packs had arrived overnight. Anil had divided his team into 4 groups with 5 to each, and they were all busy. After he killed a handful of werewolves, he sought the Alpha and challenged him directly, who roared and charged him. Anil stood ready, his sword poised to strike, and waited for the Alpha, who was eyeing him warily. Suddenly the Alpha jumped into the air, and Anil ducked while slashing his sword through the air, cutting a deep gash on his stomach. The Alpha was enraged and again ran at him, and he sidestepped while slashing his blade in such a way that it nicked the werewolf's right arm. The werewolf howled in pain and tried to swipe at him, but Anil caught his arm in his left hand and, summoning his silver dagger from his ankle belt with a mighty strike, lodged the dagger hilt deep into the werewolf's abdomen, leaving him to writhe in pain and agony on the floor. Anil looked around him, and his comrades were doing well, with the majority of the werewolves being dead or in various stages of dying. He found one of the new recruits fighting with 3 of them at once, who had cornered him and would have killed him. He pulled 2 daggers from his belt and threw them at the werewolves, bringing 2 of them down, while the recruit had just pierced the 3rd through his skull. He heard growling behind him and turned to find 2 of them stalking him. He grasped his sword in his left hand and pulled out his wand reluctantly. While he was adept with a wand, he used it very rarely. He conjured a silver dagger which he banished towards the werewolves, and it lodged into one of them while the other charged at him. As the werewolf came barreling at him, he jumped high in the air and kicked the werewolf in the back as it barreled past him, making him fly into the sword of a mystic who was coming to Anil's assistance. As he landed, he found that the fighting had died down, with only a handful of werewolves still alive and fighting for their lives. He went to the alpha who was still writhing on the ground and looked into his eyes menacingly. I had sworn that I will be the one to kill you, Kirkut, and you are dying at my hand. The werewolf was in extreme agony but focused on the mystic with all his concentration. Who are you? What have I ever done to you? Anil's eyes were blood red and he growled, I am the little boy from Baratkot whose family you slaughtered. I had vowed my revenge 40 years ago and today, I will be free of the debt that the vow had put on me. He grasped the hilt of his dagger and spun it in the wound, making the werewolf howl in pain and grunted, I would love to make you suffer for the torment I have been through all my life, but my code does not allow me to cause unnecessary pain to you now that you are dying like the beast that you are. I hope you will burn for eternity in hell, and Yama, the god of death, will punish you for all the sins that you have committed. He pulled out the dagger and flashed it in the werewolf's face. The house of Garrett has had its revenge. May the afterlife be hell for you. He slashed the werewolf's throat and motioned for his forces to kill the rest of the werewolves who were dying and to bind any of those who were still alive. Charek had asked him to bring him some prisoners so that he could teach something to Harry Potter. Destruction of the vampires. Petrov and his group ran into vampires as soon as they entered the property lines. The vampires were well suited to night guard duty with their dark vision and nocturnal habits. Thus they were prowling the perimeter, keeping watch. They knew of the invasion as Petrov's group entered the property line and started laying a trap around them, circling them. As the mystics came into their line of vision, the apparent leader of the vampires roared and they charged. Petrov, who had been anticipating something like this, yelled, Makar, crocodile, formation and wands out. On 3, we burn them like kindling. The mystics readied their wands and arranged themselves like a crocodile. As the vampires neared them, they incanted as one, Tamari, meaning sun in English and used as a substitute for Solaris in Latin. Bright hot light escaped their wands, lighting the area around them like the day, and the vampires who had come into the range of the spell burned like dry wood on fire while the mystics were unharmed. This spell was harmful to vampires and any who came into contact with it would be incinerated. The vampire leader growled, Vampire Hunter Petrov, how interesting to see you here of all places. Did you not run with your tail tucked between your legs when we last met 200 years ago in Russia? Petrov bristled but answered in a calm voice, Levinov, as I recall, even though you got the jump on me, while my back was turned, you still had to run the moment I got over your cowardly ambush. I have hunted you for 200 years, because in my entire lifetime, failing to kill you has been my only failure. Let's settle this now. Further, he raised his wand to his throat and his voice magnified, Boys, make sure that none of these creatures of evil escape this night. I have a grudge to settle. He looked at the vampire Levinov with hatred in his eyes and motioned with his hands, you and me. He raised his wand yelling, Darm Aur Man, and charged him. As the vampire tried to run him down, Petrov uttered another incantation, Krishanu, fire, and a whip of fire rose from his wand with which he lassoed the vampire. Giving it a jerk, it threw the vampire to the ground. The vampire flipped to his feet and jumped into the air to make his escape. He cast a spell chain, Vaishvanar, Havyavahan, Pavak, and peppered the vampire with 3 bolts of fire, bringing him to the ground. As the vampire burned and writhed in agony, he swished his wand in a zigzag motion and yelled, Martandam, and a huge ball of fire left his wand and surrounded the vampire, slowly burning him, charring his flesh, filling the air with the stench of burning flesh. He yelled at the vampire whose cries were heart-rending, This is your end, Levinov. You have caused a lot of grief to everyone. Your soul had died when you were turned and now I release your body from this curse. Leaving the burning vampire to die in agony, he ordered his men to march to the aid of the rest of the forces. Right flank. The right flank being led by Ashala did not encounter any resistance till they reached a ring of trees. As they were about to step in it, she raised her hand and mouthed, Trap, to her warriors. She signaled them to split in groups of 2 and to flank the ring of trees from both sides, setting it on fire. As the mystic got into position, 3 of the warriors on either side raised their wands and muttered, Davanalam, fiendfire. Fire leapt from their wands and surrounded the rings of trees, taking the shape of a huge 2-headed bird. Seconds later, wizards started jumping out of the trees straight into the wands of the mystics who were waiting for them. They used all the curses and hexes that they knew. They used a myriad of spells without any compunction, killing everyone who came out of the trees. A few of them who did not die were bound to be taken captive for Charek. After a few seconds, when it was clear that there were no more enemies left in the trees, she ordered them to extinguish the fire and went further into the settlement where there were a couple of buildings. She cast a wide area, Homnum Revelio, which showed her that the enemy soldiers were hiding on the rooftops and on the battlements. Immediately she drew 10 of her men and divided them into 2 groups. She ordered the first group to get up on the roof and kill the enemy soldiers there. The chosen warriors immediately disappeared, and a few seconds later, enemy soldiers started dropping off the rooftops like flies. After a few minutes, the mystics on the ground stormed the buildings and started casting spells at anyone who got in their way. They had almost won their part of the skirmish when a green light jetted towards her, and she didn't see it till it was too late. As she watched in horror, one of the mystics jumped into the way of the curse and his body fell to the ground lifeless, his eyes vacant. At that moment something snapped in her and she raised her wand and yelled, "Penic," and an arrow as black as the night emerged from her wand. It gave off an aura of death and made everyone in the vicinity shudder. She raised her wand and banished it toward the wizard who had cast the killing curse. The arrow struck him in the chest, blasting his body into 1,000 pieces. She turned towards the remaining enemy warriors who had thrown down their wands and went on their knees clamoring for mercy. She smirked menacingly at them. "There will be no mercy. You have defied Mother Magic and used her gifts for evil purposes. You will die this day and Yama will sit in judgment upon you." She raised her wand and incanted, Panaka, Kodand, Sarasan, and 3 arrows appeared, each looking as deadly as the other, and banished them at the captives. Needless to say, they died such gruesome deaths that it would cause her mystics to shudder to even think about it. As their enemies were either dead or captive, one of the mystics stunned Ashala and signaled one of the other mystics to take charge of her, who immediately picked her up and disappeared. The rest of the mystics went in search of battle. Left flank. The left flank led by Mark immediately ran into problems as the left flank was crowded by dark creatures like Grindylows, Kappas, snakes and the likes. After they had gained victory over the creatures, Mark signaled them to spread around in groups of 2 to 3 and find and eliminate enemies. They found little to nothing in the way of resistance until one of them tripped a trap which was rigged with blasting hexes and killed 2 of the mystics instantly. Mark immediately signaled them to stop moving and stay in position. As he cast some detection charms, he realized they were standing in the middle of a trap. The enemy had deployed around 80 soldiers at the left flank and they had surrounded the mystics and were closing in on them. He murmured to his nearest group, "Chakra, disc, formation and wands out. As they come out in the open, start expanding outwards using every lethal curse that you know. Put all of them to the sword. We are not taking any prisoners today." The message was passed around and the mystics joined together in the formation of the disc while Mark conjured his Patronus, a raven. "Go to Pawan and inform him that we are surrounded. Make a disc formation and shrink inwards so we can catch the scum in a pincer attack, giving them no time to retaliate or cause any damage." As they waited for the enemy to make a move, a Patronus arrived, a lion, and spoke in the voice of Pawan, "The trap has been laid. Now time to close it." He raised his wand and fired green sparks, signaling them to begin their assault. Immediately all sorts of spells left their wands, some of them connected while others were either dodged or shielded. Their relentless attack forced their enemies to show themselves. The enemy forces, thinking that they had the advantage in both numbers and position, began charging Mark's group. Many of them didn't even have enough time to realize what was happening as they were cut down by Pawan's team from behind. For a few moments, all that could be seen were spells flying. Spells of various colors and every one of them lethal. Warriors from both sides fell, but after a few minutes and with little difficulty, the mystics were able to best the enemy. 4 mystics had died while the ground was littered with the bodies of enemy soldiers everywhere. Pawan's team went back to wait for their next backup call while Mark's group went looking for the main event. The vanguard. Harry was in the front row of fighters in the vanguard and as such he was busy shielding or dodging the curses. This was very different from practice where he knew what he could expect of the mystics. He even dodged at times what looked like the Avada Kedavra or some of the dark curses that he had read about in his books. He kept casting bone breakers, bone exploders or bone splinters, but none of his spells were aimed at fatal points and most of his opponents were incapacitated, but not dead. He just could not do it. As he fought, he even had to face 2 or 3 of them at once, but Vari was always around and would rescue him before any harm befell him. While he was focused on what was in front of him, He was also keeping an eye on others around him, and none of the mystics were leaving any of their enemies alive. Enemies fell lifeless, some with gruesome deaths, some with their bones exploded or crushed, or some were simply blasted apart. As he fought, he just kept casting, not even turning to see if his opponent was still standing. He downed one of the enemies with a bone breaker to the shoulder and moved on to the next target. He was so nauseated that he lost sight of what was happening. He did not realize until it was too late that the enemy whose shoulder he had just broken had cast a killing curse with his other hand, and it was headed his way, but at the last moment, a mystic tackled him to the ground and Harry shot a bone breaker in the direction the spell had come from. The sickening sound of bone breaking told him that he had found his mark. The mystic picked him up and barked, "Look sharp, Potter. This is not practice. You do not kill them, they will kill you." Harry looked around and found that the enemy suddenly had swelled in numbers. Just a moment ago, the battle had been all but won, and suddenly they were outnumbered. The mystic started casting with more fervor. There was Vari, who cast a magenta-colored spell that sliced 5 of the enemies in one go. Another of the mystics cast a sky-blue spell which pierced 7 of the enemies at once, but they were still outnumbered. He heard a loud cheer of "Dharm Rahman" somewhere around him, and suddenly Harsh was there with 20 mystics, and they turned the tide. In a few seconds, the mystics were the only ones alive on the battlefield, but Harsh was frowning at something. Vari asked him, "What is troubling you, Guruji?" "We have won," Harsh warily answered. "Their Dark Lord is not here. Nor we have killed as many as we had expected to be here. It seems that they have some surprises in the store for us." Vari asked, "What does that mean?" Harsh smirked. "Send a Patronus to Pawan to bring down the wards, and send a message to Nikolai to arrive with his team 5 minutes after the wards are taken down." I guess he suspected that someone would come to stop him. Before we began the battle, the Chayas had told me that he is living elsewhere while majority of his forces are stationed here. I believe he and rest of his forces would be trying to port key in after a message was sent to him about the battle. Vari sent a message to Pawan while Harsh barked orders to them to form the Crunch Crane formation. As the wards were taken down, several wizards appeared amidst them, and the mystics started making short work of them. One of the opponents, who perhaps was the Dark Lord, killed 2 recruits before Harsh engaged him in a duel. Harsh flourished his wand and sent a dozen arrows at the Dark Lord, who conjured a wooden wall in the way of the arrows. Harsh incanted Krishanu, and almost sheared the Dark Lord's right arm off, but at the last moment, he conjured a golden shield which shuddered as the spell made impact with it but held under the attack. The mystic immediately transfigured a piece of rock into a stag and animated it to gore the Dark Lord with its horns, and the Dark Lord cast a killing curse at Harsh which was taken by the stag. Harsh cast Taditum, and a lightning bolt struck the Dark Lord and he fell to the ground. This all happened in a matter of a few seconds, and Harry was captivated. True that the duel had not been too long, but Harsh had killed the Dark Lord within a matter of seconds. As the Dark Lord fell, his minions tried to escape, but Pawan had again raised the wards and they were caught. The mystics slaughtered all those who were still standing while captured those who were not dead, and Harsh summoned a man from the backup unit. Harsh addressed the man, "Mr. Chakrapani, we have done our duty. This Dark Lord will trouble no one anymore. Take the prisoners and do what you would with them. The mystics have done this favor unto you, your house and your allies, and a day may come when we would expect to be repaid in kind for this assistance that we have rendered to you." The man bowed low to Harsh. "Master, you have liberated thousands from his fear. We would have died trying to resist him, but you showered us with your benevolence. The house of Chakapani and its allies would be at your call whenever you desire so." Harsh barked orders at his mystics to collect their dead, take them to Idrishpuram with honor, and taking Harry's arm, disappeared. Harry appeared with Harsh in yet another forest. This one was not like the forest around Idrishpuram. It was darker, denser, more forbidding, more like the Forbidden Forest. As he willed himself to see into the darkness, his leonine form responded to his need by giving him the eyes of the snow leopard. The darkness resolved into sharply defined shades of gray, revealing huge trees, undergrowth of exotic plants, and some small creatures staring curiously out at them. Harsh noticed the subtle change and, saying nothing, and simply gave a brief smile and nodded his approval. Harry was still in shock from the carnage that he had witnessed during the battle. He had seen the minions of the Dark Lord being cut down like a scythe levels fields of grain. The blood and gore had nauseated him. As he remembered the scene of battle, the smell of blood in his nostrils, his stomach refused to stay settled. He bent double and began to retch. After a good 5 minutes, Harsh leveled his wand at him and doused his mouth with ice-cold water. As Harry looked up, he had tears in his eyes thinking of the mystics who had died in battle, but Harsh seemed to be crafted of stone, his eyes bearing no emotion. In that moment, Harry began to doubt if the man felt anything at all. As he was cleaned, Harsh reached down and helped Harry to stand up straight again and said gently, "Harry, I know you are in sorrow over all those who had to die in battle, but they died doing what they had voluntarily accepted as their life's sole objective. Do not cry for them, but smile and remember them in your heart. When you are in doubt again, or when you think you are too tired to keep fighting, remember those who died so you may live." As Harsh finished his words, Harry could swear that he had felt Harsh's voice waver a little, but he chose not to comment. He knew in that moment that Harsh was a human after all, who was grieving for all those who had died for him, but he was a leader, and one of their qualities was that they never cried. That is, not in front of their subordinates, so as not to damage morale. Harsh was just another human who had adopted a mask which showed nothing. He had feelings in his heart and they were private. Harry looked around trying to get his bearings or some clue to his location, but without success. At last, he did what he had come to do so often lately. He turned to Harsh. "Guruji, where are we? We are nowhere near Idrishpuram." Harsh still looked grave but said in an emotionless voice, "We are in an unnamed forest which houses one of the oldest schools of magic, Harry. One of those schools which do not feature on the list of schools with the ICW because they liberally teach all kinds of magic here, including mind magic and dark magic. The ICW is a rule-only published list of those which are more or less inclined towards the light, with the only exception being Durmstrang, and even there, they are pretty restrictive about what to teach to their students in dark magic." Harry asked curiously, "What school are you talking about?" "The Takeshila School of Magic, Harry," he said, "is one of the oldest schools but secluded from the rest of the wizarding world." "What do you mean, Guruji?" he asked. "Surely students from the school would know where it is situated." Harsh smiled. "No, Harry. This school is situated in middle of nowhere, and the location of school is not told to anyone. The students are brought here by flying carriages which are laced with all sorts of anonymity charms to keep its location a secret. Anyone else who is not a student can come only through a portkey which is made by the Pradhanacharya of the school." Harry's knowledge of Sanskrit had reached the level that he did not need to be told the meaning of Pradhanacharya, which meant headmaster in English. The mystic who had been teaching him Sanskrit would communicate with him only in Sanskrit while they were talking. Many times in the past week Harry had to talk with the help of signs because he could not form long sentences in Sanskrit. However, he had made enough progress to understand several words. Guruji, if no one can find its location, how is it that we are here? I mean, would we not need a portkey to go to the school?" he asked. "Not when you were with me, Harry. You see, I am a frequent visitor to the Pradhanacharya Shravya Vahan, who trusts me enough to give me a reusable portkey. Besides, he is bonded with a phoenix which can take me to him in event of need, like when I had to rescue Prathiman," he replied, his smile back in place. "I thought that we would be going to Idrishpuram. There were a number of the mystics who died today. I thought that we would be there to honor and bury them," said Harry anxiously. Harsh said gravely, "They will be given the honor they deserve, but that will not happen for another 3 days. We are here to do something important which needs to done anyway. Shravya Vahan is one of the foremost experts of mind magic, and he has agreed to teach you the delicate art of mind magic." Harry frowned. "I thought you were going to teach me that." Harsh said genially, "I was going to teach you that, Harry, but teaching you may lead you to some of my secrets, and I would rather that those secrets were not given to anyone. This will not take long anyhow. In 3 days he will be finished teaching you the basics of mind magics, and you can do the rest on your own." Harry knew that he could not persuade the mystic to change his decision by any means, so he merely nodded. Harsh started leading him westwards, and after about an hour, they reached a copse of trees beyond which was a huge intimidating castle in the distance. The castle was at least as big as the Hogwarts castle and probably even older. From outside it looked like there were 5 floors to it, and the distance between the gates and the castle was almost as much as at Hogwarts. The gates were flanked by 2 tall statues. One was a giant bird in flight, the likes of which he had not seen, and the other a giant serpent. The gates themselves were wrought of different metals fused together and enchanted to bar entry to anyone who was not authorized to enter. They were huge and there were two symbols carved on each gate: Om and swastika. He remembered reading in his book in Mughal primary that it was a sign of the Nazis in the Second World War drawn on either of the gates. The bird was huge. It was around 15 feet in length and around 10 feet high. Its wingspan was around 20 feet and elaborately carved. Its beak was curved and its eyes had a look in them as if he was about to kill the one before him. Its claws were razor sharp and its plumage was of a myriad of colors. The serpent was big and perhaps bigger than the basilisk that he had slain. Its body was in coils, with each coil as thick as Hagrid would be. The serpent had many hoods bared and it freaked him out to even look at it for more than a minute. He asked Harsh, "Guruji, what are they?" Harsh, who had got down on his knees and folded his hands before the statues, started as if in awe. "These statues represent Garud and Sheshnag. Garud, the son of Kashyap and Vinta, is believed to be the mount of the primordial god. Vishnu, and the Sheshnag, son of Kashyap and Kadru, is believed to be the god of snakes. These are much venerated in Hindu mythology and are revered as gods. It is believed that Garud is the king of birds and he has an eternal grudge with snakes. It looks for them to kill them, but it never harms Sheshnag, who is the bed of Vishnu in the Sea of Time, Shir Sagar, the Milky Sea. The epics go on to state that they are always instrumental in helping the god to rid the society of evil." Harry listened with rapt attention and was in awe of the story, though he did not know what he was supposed to do. He was still thinking about the swastika symbol on the gate, which had disturbed him a little. He turned to Harsh. "Guruji, why is the symbol of Nazi Germany drawn on the gates?" Harsh scowled at him. "Please do not say this in front of anyone inside the school. The swastika is symbol of auspiciousness, of new beginnings, and a sacred symbol among Hindus and to most of the school students. Hitler just used this sign and beeped it for his own nefarious means." Harry asked again, "Why would they get angry if I mentioned that to them?" Harsh smirked. "For the same reason that you would get angry if you knew that Grindelwald used your house crest as the insignia of his forces." Harry gasped, "My house crest? What do you mean?" Harsh kept silent for a few minutes, gathering his thoughts about how to explain it to the teen beside him. Gellert Grindelwald had a fascination with the heirlooms of the three brothers and he spent major part of his life looking for them. While he only wanted the Elder Wand, he sought the others because he thought he would become the Master of Death if he obtained the Three Hallows. "Do you not realize what the symbol of House Peverell means, Harry?" As Harry remembered the rather simple symbol for House Peverell, realization dawned on him. The circle in the symbol stood for the Resurrection Stone, the line in the middle was the Elder Wand, while the triangle represented the invisibility cloak. His invisibility cloak, which he had taken for granted. He had never tried to discover its origin. He had read somewhere that invisibility cloaks never lasted for more than 2 or 3 decades at the most, and his cloak, which showed no signs of wear and had never failed him, had been in the family for generations. He looked at Harsh, ashen-faced, and found the mystic looking at him with a grin on his face. A few seconds later, he said, "Now what would you say if someone claimed your house's symbol as their own and used it when they committed evil? Would you be happy?" Harry shook his head. Yes, it bothered him to know that a part of his family heritage had been so misused. It was even frightening to think that some people who remembered that misuse might even think that the symbol itself was evil. Harsh wrapped his hands on the gates of the school and seconds later, 2 men came flying on brooms to the gate. They were tall, heavily built, and had the same tone to their skins as other mystics who he knew for sure to be Indians. One of them had a staff in his hand like he had seen Moody carry around, but this one looked like it was made of metal, was about the thickness of Harry's wrist, and the end was fashioned into 2 snake heads. The entire staff looked like it was made of 2 snakes intertwined with each other. The other man carried a similar staff in his hand, but the end of his staff was fashioned into the head of a Garud. They both pointed their staff at the visitors, and one of the guards asked, "Identify yourself and your purpose. Keep it in mind that no one can lie under these gates without Mother Magic punishing them for lying. The ancient altar of Mother Magic would see if you are lying and smite you if it is found that you come here with malice in your heart." Harsh clasped his wand in his hands and intoned, "I, Sharanga Varun of the lineage of the mighty Sheshnag, do hereby swear on the cost of my magic that I am who I claim to be, and I come bearing no ill will or malice to anyone in the castle. May Mother Magic smite me if I am found to be untruthful in anything that I have uttered. So I say, so mote it be." A pure white glow emanated from the gates and circled Harsh and kept hovering over him for some time before it disappeared into his body. He turned to Harry, whose mouth was open in shock, and the mystic deduced that he wanted to ask a question and immediately signaled him to keep quiet with the movement of his eyes. Harry shut his mouth with an audible click, but he had a lot of questions for the mystic. One of the guards, the one who bore the staff with the serpent heads, put his hand on the gate and it melted away as if it was an illusion. Harry gasped with wonder at the sight and the mystic stifled a chuckle. The guard addressed Harsh, "Welcome to Takeshila School of Magic, Sarang Varun. I, Karkotik, the son of Vasuki, welcome you on behalf of the Pradhanacharya, Shravya Vahan, who is waiting for you in his quarters. May I know about your companion?" Harry had been listening to the conversation with rapt attention, and when the guard asked of him, he felt uncomfortable for some reason. Harsh was saying to the guard, "Why don't you ask him yourself? He can understand every word of our conversation with ease." The guard looked at the mystic with confusion and then turned to Harry and asked him, "Who are you, young man? Would you give me your introduction?" Harry started speaking, "I am," but suddenly he stopped as he realized that he was speaking in Parcel tongue with the guard, who was looking at him with interest. Harry looked at the other guard, whose face was vacant of any kind of expression, and it occurred to him that perhaps the other guard was not a Parcel tongue. Harsh prodded him to go on and he started again, "I am Harold James of the House of Peverell of Avalon." Now the guard was looking him up and down, sizing him up, to determine if he was a worthy opponent, and after a few moments said, "House of Peverell. It was my understanding that they were all extinct with the death of Ignotus, and certainly none of them could speak the tongue." Harsh chuckled. He was born in the House of Potter, which blended into the line of Peverell later. One of his ancestors was of the House of Black from the ancient country of Kemet. Harry turned to him, "Guruji, why did I state that I am of the House of Peverell?" Harsh did not answer for a few minutes before he started saying, "This place is situated on the site of old magic where one cannot lie. However, it also brings one's real identity out of them. While the Potters were one of the most powerful families, but I believe ever since you started on the path of becoming a war mage, perhaps the first war mage after the last war mage of Avalon, Ignotus Peverell, died centuries ago, Mother Magic identifies you as a Peverell and you are a Potter no more." Harry was saddened to hear of it, but he remembered the rush of his magic whenever he would utter Peverell and could understand what Harsh meant. However, he had no idea how it would change things. He turned to Harsh, who was looking at him carefully, and answered the unasked question, "Harry, it is your choice to become what you want. You can present yourself to the world as Harold James Potter if it pleases you. Or you can become Harold James Peverell, which Mother Magic has decreed for you." In that moment, Harry had decided what he wanted to be, but the formal announcement would have to wait. It would not do to declare it where no one can hear it. Rachel had put it into his mind that a lord must speak when he can derive the most advantage from it. Harsh took his arm and they began walking towards the castle in the distance. When it loomed near, it looked even more impressive. It was 5 stories high and spread over a much larger area than Hogwarts did. He could see that the castle was lit with ever-burning magical fires and that there were many beasts prowling the grounds while wizards were walking the corridors, their eyes alert to the surroundings. He asked Harsh, "Guruji, why all this security? If no one can find them, then why is there so much security around the place?" Harsh grinned, "This is because the castle is more than a school. It is a symbol of hope for the wizarding world in this part of the world, and there are so many students from many countries studying in here that fights can break out in a second, and unlike Hogwarts, they can be rather bloody with a death or two, therefore, the security. As I remember, there are around 3,000 students studying in the school right now. It starts when a child reaches the age of 11 and continues for 8 years till they reach 19, and they are taught everything that is there to teach about the subject. There are more subjects taught here than at Hogwarts, and some students stay here for year-round while rest get to go home for a month in the year in winters. There are around 150 teachers in this place divided into groups for the subject that they teach. Each floor has around 18 classrooms on each floor with 50 students to one section like a house in Hogwarts. Students are not divided by houses and they are divided into sections. The 2 blokes we met at the entrance are the Rakshak, or the first line of defense. Their position is one of the most vaunted ones, and only those who are the most adept are selected for them. The teachers live in quarters assigned to them on other side of the grounds, and the ground is barred for apparition. Harry asked the question which had been nagging at the back of his mind, "Guruji, you can ignore apparition wards, yet we are walking, why is that?" Harsh smiled, "That is cost of my entrance in this place. I had promised on the cost of my magic to one of the headmasters of the school that I will never try to enter this place except through the entrance. He led them to the other side of the grounds where there were a lot of quarters scattered about and stopped in front of one of them. It looked rather normal considering it was the abode of the Pradhanacharya of the school. Harsh raised his hand to rap on the door when suddenly a phoenix flashed in trilling and Harsh smiled, "Greetings Shuka. Is Shravya Vahan awake?" The bird looked at him as if scrutinizing him and then turned its gaze to Harry. It seemed to be looking into his soul and after a moment gave a long trill and the gates opened. Harsh led him inside where the front room was rather bare with just a portrait on the wall depicting some scene which Harry could not understand. There were a few people in it pulling a huge snake from either side which was coiled around a mountain hovering in a sea, apparently unsupported. The people in the portrait kept an eye on them till they took a seat on the mat spread on the ground. Harry found it odd but knew that most of the mystics preferred sitting in that fashion over sitting on a chair or a sofa. A few seconds later, a man entered who was even more ancient in appearance than Dumbledore with his snow-white beard long enough to make Dumbledore jealous and his pitch-black eyes full of power, glowing like two brightly lit orbs. He was tall and muscled and had a staff in his hand the end of which was fashioned as a white elephant head. He wore a yellow dhoti and an angvistram, a cloth to cover the upper body, was draped around his shoulders. He took a seat on the opposite side from them and snapped his fingers. An elf appeared. This was the first elf Harry had seen outside of Avalon and this one was dressed like the Pradhanacharya minus the angvistram and said something in a deep voice which he could not understand except for snippets of the conversation and he understood that it had happened in Sanskrit. After a few seconds the Pradhanacharya dismissed him and the elf returned seconds later with a tray of food and refreshments. Before Harry could touch the food however the Pradhanacharya doused him with a heavy jet of water. Spluttering and coughing, he saw that Harsh was using a drying charm on himself meaning he also had been doused with water. After drying himself, he turned to the Pradhanacharya who said to him somberly, "While I ask pardon for giving you a bath against your will, it is not custom among us to partake food without a bath when one has returned from battle and is soaked in blood and gore." Harry understood. He himself had been feeling unclean but could not figure out how he could ask for a bath without sounding rude. He bowed his thanks, then drew out his wand and set about drying himself and removing any of the grime that the dousing had failed to cleanse. The Pradhanacharya was saying to Harsh, "Now that we are away from battle, perhaps you both should get rid of your masks. We are all friends here." Harry realized that he was still wearing his mask and put his hand to his face. The mask came off without an effort on his part and he turned to the Pradhanacharya. Harry followed the familiar flick of his host's eyes to the scar on his forehead. He looked a little shocked. "You are Harry Potter. I never thought I would see you here of all places." It was the first time since Harry had come to India that someone had exclaimed at his presence and the old feeling of being a celebrity and hating every moment of it returned. Rachel's training kicked in at the moment and he said rather amicably to the Pradhanacharya, "I did not know that people know me even here." He chuckled, "It would take even more farther than this for people to not to recognize you, Mr. Potter. You are the only survivor of the killing curse but I do not believe that it was due to any ability of yours. I mean you could not even hold a wand at that age. It's just that I have received news of your exploits since you started attending Hogwarts which makes me respect you as a warrior. You are a formidable wizard and soon in the future you will be one of the foremost leaders of the wizarding world." Harry wondered at how their host knew about his exploits at school. He turned to Harsh with a grieved look in his eyes but the mystic was already raising his hands in surrender. "I did not tell him anything, Harry. He did not even know that I was bringing you here to meet him." Harry turned to the other man who was trying to rein in his laughter. After a few seconds, he started, "No Harry. He did not tell me anything. I had a second-hand account of your exploits from a couple of your year mates." Now Harry wanted to know who the informers were. "Who? What did they tell you?" Shravya Vahan smiled. "That is story for another time, Mr. Potter. But trust me when I say that nothing negative has been said about you." Harsh, who had been mostly silent and eating the food as it was offered, started to speak. "Shravya, I have brought him here because I want you to teach him mind magics. While I could have easily done it but it is easier this way because I do not want to chance my secrets to someone when revealing them can be catastrophic." Shravya Vahan nodded his head. "I will do it but I have only 3 days to commit to this task." Harsh rubbed his hands in excitement. Excellent. We will start tomorrow. After dinner, Shravya showed them to sleeping chambers within his quarters and offered a change of clothes to Harry like the clothes that he wore. Left with no better option, Harry donned them and retired to sleep, fatigued by the exertions of the day. Hogwarts. Albus was in his chair anxiously waiting for some news from the battle that the Mystics had fought. It was early morning and he had not been able to sleep a wink. The Mystic had said nothing about Harry Potter fighting in that battle, and so, he wished to be certain that he was safe. The door to his office opened and the Mystic entered looking grim. Albus's heart sank with the anticipation of some unfortunate news. However, before he could speak, the Mystic himself started. The battle was won, Albus, but we lost around 15 of our ranks. Albus spoke anxiously. What of Harry? Is he okay? The Mystic took a full minute before he started answering. He handled himself very well, as it befits a wizard of his caliber. He had been made a part of the army and served at the front, and he conducted himself as it suits to his station. I am told that he is learning very quickly and has already mastered sword fighting and erected his mindscape. Guruji is teaching him the delicate art of mind magics, which would be useful to him in the long run. As it happens, he does not have much to learn now, but still it would take him at least 3 weeks to finish his training. After that he will return to Avalon to pursue his destiny. Albus was relieved but had some qualms about the Mystics which he chose to raise. Why was he included in such a battle? He has not learned enough to be a part of such an endeavor. The Mystic smiled. I know you care about the boy Albus, but this was necessary in order to tell him what can be the cost of war. He had to have taste of battle so that he would not falter when it came to fighting. He has learned so much in the past 2 weeks that I fear you would not be able to connect him with the boy who had left on the Marichika. Albus said nothing but thought about what the teen was being taught. He never wanted Harry Potter to be inclined toward the dark, but the Mystics were not fussed about such fine distinctions. He would just have to wait for the boy to come back so that he would be able to see for himself. In the meantime, Albus had work to do. The cottage on the hill had been employed to train the less talented members of the order to fight. Every evening Mad Eye would teach them things that may just save their lives. There weren't many members who were fit to fight, but those that were able turned up every day and practiced. Sirius had brought some books from his library which Moody used to teach them. His primary concern was the Horcruxes, and he intended to check one place where he was sure he could find one of them. He had found the wizard who had been sent to serve Morfingaunt his summons when he had been arrested for attacking Tom Riddle Sr. the first time. Using his memory, he had found the location of their home, which was more like a shack, and he intended to visit the place once to see if one of the Horcruxes was hidden there. He turned to the Mystic who was sitting on the other side of the table. I think I know where one of the Horcruxes is hidden. The Mystic eagerly asked, then why we are dallying here? Let us go and retrieve it at this moment. Albus chuckled, patience my friend. I need someone to take care of the castle. Before we can go. As it happens, the castle is empty during the month of July and only Mr. Filch, the elves and I live here during that period. I need to secure it first because if Hogwarts fell, no other place would be safe. With one motion, the Mystic drew out and flourished his wand, producing a Patronus, a bull, and murmured to it, go to Vivaswat. I need him and a team of 10 Mystics here in the next hour. He turned to Albus, now your castle is secure, Albus. I have called a team of Mystics to stay around and look after the castle in your absence. After a little less than an hour, a team of 11 Mystics entered the grounds of the castle and Dumbledore met them at the double doors. The leader of the Mystics raised his fist to heart and intoned, Dharma Rahman, and the gesture was reciprocated by a Parachit. A Parachit addressed the man, Vivaswat, we are going on a little mission, and in the meantime, you have to guard the castle and the grounds with your life. We do not know how long it may take, but you will remain here until I come to release you from your charge. Vivaswat bowed to him, as you say, Pundarikash. As they left the grounds and approached the gates, Albus turned to the Mystic, Pundarikash. The Mystic smirked, Albus, you honestly did not think that my name is a Parachit, did you? A Parachit simply means stranger, and I take that identity when I do not wish for myself to be known. None of us use our real name when we are on some mission. Albus said nothing but fished out a piece of rope from his pocket and gestured for the Mystic to grab hold. A second later, they had disappeared. Little Hangleton. They appeared in the shade of some trees at a crossroads where a sign directed them towards Little Hangleton. As they walked, they could see the town in the distance, but somewhere along the way a country road diverted from the main road and went off to one side. The path was old and neglected, very nearly obscured in the overgrowth. It had not been used, perhaps for decades now. They followed this path and after a little trouble reached the ruin of a very decrepit old house. It was so far gone in decay and obscured by climbing plants that if Albus did not already know exactly where it was, he might have missed it. Albus amused himself by casting confundus charms at the numerous snakes that seemed too curious about them for his comfort, while the mystic waved his wand casting detection spells around them and the ruin of the shack. After a minute or so, the mystic nodded that there was no one around. Albus started towards the shack when the mystic's arm shot out and restrained him. "Watch where you are going, Albus. There are wards around this property which we will have to destroy before we enter. While we cannot still be sure that there is a Horcrux inside, but the security belies the fact that there is something precious inside it." The magical signature on the wards resembled to that of Tom Riddle. Dumbledore employed his own wand, Birchwood and Unicorn Tail Core, and cast a series of detection spells, then frowned. "He has interlaced these wards with some particularly nasty curses. Anyone who tripped them would die a rather nasty and painful death." The mystic reached into his pocket and produced some small runestones. Turning to Albus, he said, "I am going to toss these into the air, Albus. Your work is to hit them before they reach the ground with a finite. These rune stones are ward explosives and will destroy most of his wards without tripping any of the traps." Albus looked elated. "Really ingenious. Would you lend them to me to study? I could use them for better purposes." The mystic smirked. "Hasn't Guruji told that we do not share our proprietary magic with anyone? This is a special creation of mystics and we use it to break down wards such as these. For those wards which are older and more complicated, we have to destroy them with tough force." Albus sighed. He really wanted to learn at least one of their secrets, but it looked like they would not yield to him. He gestured to the mystic to toss the rune stones, and with a few seconds, most of the wards on the property had been destroyed except for a proximity ward which Albus insisted that they leave intact. As the mystic asked him why they left that ward intact, Albus gave him a feral grin. "Sooner or later Tom will know that we are hunting his Horcruxes. He will return to this site to see if it has been disturbed. The presence of his own ward should give him a feeling of false security. When he steps inside, he will set off the wondrous combination of jinxes, hexes and containment wards which we have linked to and hidden behind his own work. It is unlikely to kill him, but it should incapacitate him and keep him here. He may be able to apparate out eventually, but the effort will exhaust him." The mystic had to give it to Albus that he was a genius. The mystic started casting some more detection spells and Albus reciprocated the gesture, but they yielded nothing. The mystic frowned. "Perhaps there is no Horcrux here." Albus smiled genially. "I do not think so. We have searched the upper surface, but I believe there is a little hole in the middle of the floor where he has stowed the Horcrux. We have to find a way to enter and retrieve it without tripping the proximity ward." The mystic immediately disappeared, and a few seconds later, he returned beaming. "You are right, there is a little hole in the middle of the floor rigged with all sort of protections and one cannot access to it without falling prey to them. I have opened the entrance to the hole but did not try to access it because there are many nasty curses tied to it to kill people instantly, while Tom Riddle would know immediately that someone has found his secret, but the curious thing is that it does not seem to affect animals, particularly snakes." Albus transfigured a snake out of a tree branch and animated it to reach inside the hole and bring the Horcrux, which he was sure was being kept here. The snake returned a few minutes later with something in its mouth which it dropped before Dumbledore. It was a stone bearing the Peverell crest set in a silver band to be worn like a ring. It was clear that it was the famed Resurrection Stone. The stone awakened some long-dead hope in Dumbledore's mind. It reminded him of a time when he was younger and sought the Three Hallows. Unlike his friend Gellert, he sought the stone the most because he believed he could have resurrected his sister with its help and escape the guilt that he carried in his heart for more than 100 years. Dumbledore kept staring at the Horcrux for minutes, captivated and as if in trance. He stretched out his hand to pick it up, but the mystic pushed his hand away before it could touch the stone. Albus's vision came back into focus and he looked at the mystic, with confusion in his eyes. "What? Why did you do that?" The mystic was scowling at him. "Honestly, Albus. Did you not cast a detection spell at the Horcrux? There is a withering curse over this stone which cannot be negated and a compulsion charm to force anyone to wear it." Albus looked down embarrassed. I was lost in my thoughts. It's just that this stone brought back some really old memories and made me lose my wits. If you were not here with me, I do not know what would have happened. The mystic levitated the ring and secured it in a box made of cedar wood and lined with runes which Albus recognized as runes to contain the effect of something from escaping. The mystic slipped the box into his robes. With the Horcrux contained, for now, the two of them went to work laying down a surprise for Tom Riddle, hiding their work, and then linking it all to the ward that they had preserved and made it possible to hide the last trace. After a few minutes, they were back in Albus's office at Hogwarts. After Vivaswat sent off the mystics telling them to inform Harsh that they had found another of the abominations, they sat down to decide what to do with the stone. The mystic said to him, "We should destroy it, Albus. There is no other way." Albus looked as if the mystic had suggested committing sacrilege. He paused, this is the Resurrection Stone, a heirloom of legends and part of Harry's rightful inheritance. We cannot simply destroy it. I thought that your leader, Harsh, said that you had a better way to exorcise the soul fragment than our crude methods. The mystic smirked, of course we do, but that would not remove the withering curse or the compulsion charm. We need to destroy it so that it would free of any taint. This is one of the most powerful relics ever made and I do not believe that its powers would be broken anyway. Albus conceded the point, so how do we destroy it? The mystic grinned, the sword of Gryffindor of course. An hour later, the men returned to the castle with the stone showing a crack down the middle, free of the taint of Tom and working as the Resurrection Stone again. The mystic handed the stone to him. Keep it safe in your possession, Albus, until Harry Potter returns. Albus was genuinely curious. You do realize that this stone can call back anyone who has passed to the other side. Do you not want to use it to talk to someone you feel you should make your peace with? The mystic smiled humorlessly. I do not have any ghosts in my past, Albus. When I became a mystic, my old life ceased to exist. There is no one that I wish to see again, but I feel like you need to come at peace with something that happened in your life sometime. Just remember that it is not wise to disturb the dead more than it is really needed. Use this wisely. Albus said nothing but only nodded. There was someone he needed to make his peace with, and perhaps he would do so in the presence of the only family left to him. Takeshila School of Magic. Harry Potter was sitting in front of Shravya Vahan, who was telling him the intricacies of mind magic. Mind magic is a delicate thing, Mr. Potter, because the mind controls the body and any small mistake on can cause great harm. Mind magics are not practiced except those who have well-organized mind, and then too, most of them can only use it to employ occlumency or legilimency. Most of the more exotic applications of mind magics are not available to general public for a simple reason that it will lead to chaos and anarchy. Imagine every wizard capable of intruding others' mind. That is why the exotic applications of mind magics are kept out of the reach of people. Most of these include using force to bring down someone's mental shields even when they are keeping it raised to the full, utterly destroying their mindscape, making someone insane with a little force, and these must not be used liberally but with a little caution and not be taught to someone whose morals are questionable. Harry nodded, taking in every word that the venerable Pradhanacharya was telling him. He had been interested in learning mind magics because Dumbledore had hinted that he would keep the prophecy away from him until he was sure that his mind was his own. Besides, legilimency sounded cool and a little part of him wanted that kind of power. Shravya Vahan was saying, the first and most important thing is to have well-organized mind, which is very useful for a wizard. Or a witch. Having organized mind gives them the ability to learn a spell quickly and also to recall information with perfect clarity without having to shift through one's memories to find it, saving a lot of time. As Harry listened, he realized that the main reason that he had to work harder to learn new spells was that his mind was a jumble. Often when he tried to concentrate, old memories and unwanted emotions connected with them would intrude and distract him. That was why Hermione was scarily smart, because her mind was well organized and she grasped things easily. He also realized that things were a lot easier for him since he had started to sort his memories through the mindscape that he had made. Do you know about occlumency, Mr. Potter? Shravya Vahan was asking. He turned to the other man. Guruji told me what it is but not how it works. Shravya Vahan sat gathering his thoughts for some time before he started to speak. Occlumency comes from the word occlude, which roughly translates to hide or guard, i.e. hiding something from others. An Occlumens has the ability to hide his emotions, his feelings, his memories from others. To be a proficient Occlumens, you must have substantial mind defenses which would hold against any attack. To be able to hold against any attack, you must learn to identify if someone is trying to enter your mind. How do you know if someone is trying to enter your mind? Harry asked, his frank curiosity plain in his every word. That depends upon one's sensitivity to magic. Has it not ever happened that you felt like someone else was in your mind, or that you felt like someone was watching you but it turned out there was no one around? Shravya asked. Harry remembered a few times when he felt like someone was reading his thoughts, especially in the presence of Dumbledore or Snape. Harsh, or was he Sarong, had told him that they were master legilimens, which meant that they likely had read his mind. Dumbledore always seemed to know what he was thinking when he peered at Harry from behind his half-moon spectacles with that twinkle in his eyes. Mr. Shravya, is it possible to read someone's mind without using your wand? He asked, just to be certain of his assumptions. The other man smiled mischievously. It is possible to do that, however it requires one to be proficient in wandless magic and extreme willpower, because to maintain the spell and to shift through someone's memories requires intense concentration. The magical power itself required to cast the spell is little, and the only effort is required to maintain your contact. A master legilimens can shift through your surface thoughts without making a connection through eyes, but to see your memories, it is essential to maintain eye contact. The next thing required is to have mental shields which would protect your mind from an intrusion. Mental shields? He asked, but I have a mindscape. I thought that was a mental shield. Is there more required? The other man chuckled. Mr. Potter, mental shields are required so that one would not be able to enter into your mindscape. It is the first and foremost line of defense before one can have run of the mindscape. It's like tearing the gate before you would be able to intrude into Hogwarts in case of intrusion. So how do I make a mental shield? He asked the other man. To make it by yourself requires time which we do not have on our hands. There is another way which we can use, but that requires complete trust between two persons. It would require me to enter your mind and construct your shields. You can decide how you want them to be, the other man explained. Now the question is whether you trust me enough to enter your mind and construct your mental shields, the other man asked him, his stare intense and fixed on him. Harry did not know what to answer. Since he had started reading about occlumency and legilimency, he had become conscious of his privacy. He now knew that his mind could be invaded with a mere flick of thought. He did not know if he could trust the other man to keep his secrets from anyone else. He turned to the other man. I would not choose to offend you in any way. We have only just recently met, and I must carefully consider the consequences before I allow you into my mind. May I have some time to think it over before I give you my answer? The other man smiled. If you had allowed me into your mind promptly, I would have been surprised. You have started to realize the importance of keeping secrets, which is a good thing. Take a couple of hours to mull over this and let me know. In the meanwhile, why don't you step out and see if the school is anywhere up to the standards of Hogwarts? He clapped his hands and a man entered. Rajveer, Mr. Potter here is our guest for the next 3 days, and I want you to give him a tour of the school. If you want to see any of the classes, inform the teacher that it is my wish. Harry followed the man out into the castle. There were big dungeons in the castle which were used for dueling classes. There were at least 5 arenas dedicated to dueling, and there were a couple more which were used for physical exercises and athletic games. The entrance to the castle was flanked by 2 huge doors made of a type of wood that he did not recognize and were covered with carved runes. Harry identified many of the runes from his study of Sanskrit. Beyond the gates was an entrance chamber like the one at Hogwarts, but twice as big as it looked from the outside. Perhaps it was done with extension charms. The Great Hall was likewise extended. He turned to Rajveer. How do the extension charms hold together and never fail? The man smiled genially. The charms are done by runes which are etched into the foundation and are powered by the 8 ley lines that pass through here. This castle stands on the site of the most ancient of magics. Harry nodded. As they progressed, someone called him from behind. He turned and saw Harsh Vardhana, who was beckoning him to a classroom where he was sitting with another man. The other man was square-jawed, his face marred by scars, and his brown eyes bore such an expression in them as though they had seen everything in the world. Harsh introduced him. Harold James Potter meets Sarveshwar Markand, who is a dueling master at this fine school. Sarveshwar, this is Harry James Potter, a protege of mine. The man extended his hand to Harry. There are a very few people who do not know you, and none of those are found in places such as these. Harry did not know what to say. With few exceptions, the people he had known either fawned over him, hated him, or treated him like a child. These people knew of him and treated him as an adult. Harry thought he could get used to this. So Mr. Potter, Sarong here told me that you are very proficient dueler for one who does not use lethal spells. Would you like to try your hand at dueling? Sarveshwar asked him. Harry considered refusing, but, somehow, he wanted to see how good the best students at this school were. Of course he knew that Bulgaria and France had their schools, but he had never heard of Takeshila, and his interest was piqued. He nodded his head and the dueling master took him to one of the arenas where students were practicing. As they saw him coming, the students ceased their practice and made room for them. He called one of his best and the duel was set. It was to continue till only one of them was standing on his feet and only non-lethal spells were to be used. As the round began, Harry began circling his opponent, sizing him up. He had become proficient in casting and defending, but he had to see if he could use it here. His opponent waited for a few minutes, but Harry did not lead the charge. His wand was hung loosely at his side, his knees bent slightly, ready to dodge to either side according to need. Finally his opponent lost patience and fired a stunner which passed through the place where Harry had been a split second before. Harry cast an answering Tarantalagra before the stunner even finished passing by. His opponent looked befuddled, not understanding how such a simple charm could be useful in a duel. Harry thought he could use that to his advantage. He followed up with Petrification Hex followed by a stunner and a stinger. The opponent raised a Protega and took all three on his shield, but almost dropped his shield seeing the stinger. Taking Harry to be immature, he started casting some dangerous but non-lethal curses at him which he could dodge or shield easily. He waited for a few seconds before he began his own barrage and peppered his opponent with bone breakers and added a shield-shattering hex in between the bone breakers. His opponent, who had been shielding all the bone breakers, gasped as the shield in his hand exploded with the shield-shattering hex and his wand hand was broken by the bone breaker. Harry immediately cast the Petrification Hex, stunner and completed the chain with an Incarcerus. By the time he finished, his opponent had been stunned and bound with chains. The dueling instructor clapped enthusiastically. "Bravo, Mr. Potter. You did great." Harry bowed his head and accepted the praise being lavished on him. Then he enervated his opponent and returned his wand to him. His opponent bowed low to him and Harry felt he had gained a few more allies. Harsh escorted him with Rajveer throughout the castle, showing him the classes. The staircases were made of sandstone. Although they did not move like their counterparts at Hogwarts, there were many trick steps concealed in them. There were a lot of ghosts in the school, just like at Hogwarts. What amazed him was the absence of any house divisions and the students mixed with each other freely. Then there were the subjects. He was told that they taught many subjects that were taught at Hogwarts and many more which were no longer taught at Hogwarts. There was dueling, defensive and offensive applications of magic. Dada was not a subject there. Transfiguration, charms, potions, herbology. They were taught a few more plants which were not available in Britain. Ancient runes, the 7 languages and Brahmi runes. Arithmancy, Muggle studies. There were many Muggle born among the students and staff, so the curriculum was fairly recent. Wizarding culture of Bharat for those who were uninitiated. Introduction to alchemy, general healing classes, astronomy, magical creatures, enchanting. For some reason, Harry found that Quidditch was not very popular at this school, and as such, brooms were used only for flying or to commute. Their broomsticks were not as he was used to seeing them. His companion Rajveer had told him in an undertone that every broom had been made and enchanted by students in the past, which was a terribly long process. Most of their brooms were prototype versions which fascinated him, but as he knew he would never get his hands on them, he simply shrugged. He thought that making flying brooms sounded like a good career option. Maybe something to ponder upon later, as he had 45% shares in the Firebolt Broom Company. They spent about 3 hours touring the school. With all there was to do and see, Harry felt that he had only just begun. Harsh took him to the kitchen, which, like Hogwarts, was situated in the dungeons and manned by elves. The elves served them happily, and as they ate, Harsh started making small talk. "So Harry, what has worried you?" Harry now knew how the mystic could know everything that was going on in his head. Guruji, Pradhanacharya asked me if he may enter my mind and construct my mental shields for me. He told me of the risk of exposure of my secrets to him if he is in my head, but we do not have to do it the normal way. Harsh smiled. Harry, this is a decision you have to make. Understand this, that to trust him or not to trust him is up to you. If you refuse, we will find someone else to teach you mind magics, but he is the safest person that you can get. Harry asked him, what makes you say that? Harsh winked at him. While we are here, he is bound by the duties of a host to do our bidding, and by that duty he cannot expose anything that has been confided to him by me or you. To do so would be a breach of etiquette, and this is a practice punishable by Mother Magic. However, there is another way which is equally safe, and we can be more certain that he would not divulge your secrets to anyone. Harry grinned but said nothing. Half an hour later, Harry was in front of Pradhanacharya. I allow you to enter my mind to help me construct my mental shields. However, this invitation does not extend to you going any farther or to see my memories or to try to enter into my mindscape. My mindscape is private and a lot of lives depend on me keeping their secrets. If you transgress the trust confided in you, I hope Mother Magic will smite you for your transgression. The Pradhanacharya smiled. A smart move, Mr. Potter. Did Sarong put you to it? Harry just smiled, then sat down and entered into meditation. As the Pradhanacharya entered into his mind, he felt it and stiffened, but a calm voice pervaded his mind. Do not worry, Mr. Potter. I will ensure that no harm is caused to you in doing this. He relaxed and he could feel the other man in his mind chanting something. A few seconds later, he said, now while I am chanting, start imagining what kind of mental shields you want in your mind. Imagine them to rise from nothing and form fully. Imagine what you want them to do if someone is trying to enter your mind. Harry started imagining a trap that he had heard once from Pashupati when he was out grooming Black Storm. The mystic told him about a trap that he had run into once. This trap was a sturdy wall which he could not scale, therefore he started prodding around, looking for the weak link, and when he found one, he stormed his way in. As he did, the wall repaired itself and walls around him started closing in. It was only due to his ability to disapparate that he lived to tell the tale. He imagined such a wall around his mind, slippery and unclimbable. There was a little place in the wall where it was weak, and once one entered with very little difficulty, the breach in the wall would close behind them and the person would be trapped with the likeness of a torture curse being used on them. As he kept imagining the mental shields, it kept rising from his mind while Shravya Vahan chanted. When they were done and he opened his eyes, it had been 6 hours. Shravya Vahan dismissed him for the night and he happily went to sleep. In the next 2 days, Harry visited the castle twice more and saw the portions he had not seen the first day and was impressed, but still nothing would ever replace Hogwarts for him. Hogwarts was his home. The master of mind magic had taught him to guard his mind against intrusion, how to detect an intrusion and how to fight it. After he used the Legilimens spell with Harsh's permission, since it was illegal to use it on a minor without permission from a guardian, on him for an hour, Harry had been able to detect his presence and raise his mental shields to repel him. He still entered despite the shields a few times before Harry was able to successfully oust him from his mind. He taught him to use diversion, i.e. place a horrifying image before the intruder and then oust him while he was distracted. Harry had a few such memories and he relished the idea of scaring someone who would try to enter his mind the next time. The important moment had been when Shravya Vahan taught him wandless casting, telling him that passive legilimency could not be done except wandlessly. He told Harry to practice wandlessly for the simpler spells at first, and as he succeeded, he should try it with more complex spells. So far, Harry was able to use petrification, hex and stingers wandlessly, and he was confident that he would be able to cast more wandless spells with more time and practice. On the third day, he taught him the theory of how to destroy someone's mindscape and told him not to try it on an accomplished legilimens or someone who was able to fight back. If someone was petrified or otherwise disabled, they could not resist it. He taught him how to utterly destroy someone's mindscape with fire or to cause enough agony to break their spirit, like with Slughorn, to gain something they had. Harry was thoroughly tested by Harsh on occlumency and legilimency, and he was pleased with the progress Harry made during his time with Shravya Vahan. At the end of 3 days, they returned to Idrishpuram. That evening they had the funeral of the warriors who had fallen in battle. Their bodies were placed on pyres made of wood, draped in the mystic cloak and their wands on their chests. A mystic stood on one side chanting some hymns while other mystics stood rigid, their faces impassive but their eyes full of tears which fell without any inhibition. When the mystic was done chanting, Harsh raised his wand and cast a wide area, Pavakam, fire, which engulfed all of the bodies. The blue-white flames roared heavenward for some time, then left the ground, leaving no trace of the bodies or the pyres behind. Harsh summoned Harry to his room that night. "Harry, I trust you have some questions for me." He nodded. "What is your real name? Why did we not place the bodies of the fallen warriors into crypts and bury them with honor, but burn them instead?" The mystic sat and considered before starting. "My real name is Sarang Varun. Centuries ago, I was the prince of this little kingdom where Idrishpuram is now situated. When one becomes a mystic, his old identity burns away and there is nothing left but only the mask and the cloak. We do not inter them into the crypts because we are not like other magical families. We believe that we return to where we come from. We mystics come from nothing and we return to nothing. Only thing that is eternal is magic and soul." Harry nodded, yawning. Harsh saw this and immediately dismissed him. Harry returned to his room thinking all the while that the whole of Idrishpuram once belonged to the mystic. The morning after the funeral, Vari came sneaking into Harry's room to see if the lad had learned anything yet. He was fairly confident that he would not be detected under a disillusionment spell with his feet silenced. Unknown to Vari, Harry was feigning sleep in oblivion with his wand ready in his hand and his cat-like night vision active. When the rather subtle proximity ward, which Harry had placed in his doorway, informed him that there was an intruder, Harry blasted the doorway with an aguamenti that had the force of a Muggle fire hose. He thought that perhaps he had overdone it as Vari went tumbling backwards out of the door. Vari did a backflip and landed back on his feet, wet and spluttering. Harry knew that there was no serious harm done, but, watching the glint in Vari's eyes and the amazingly Snape-like curl to his lip as Vari dried himself off, Harry knew that training today was going to be fun, for Vari. When Harry arrived at the track, Vari vanished. His trainers then banished him to the middle of the lake, where he landed with a splash. Before beginning his training with the mystics, Harry had only the slightest idea of how to tread water, never mind swim. To make matters worse, since the healing and all the physical training, his frame was much denser and well-muscled than he had ever been before. This meant that if he stopped paddling, he would go right to the bottom. Vari gave him a minute to get over the surprise of being in the water and get himself sorted out before he began bellowing instructions at him. After a few minutes, Harry was treading water easily. After a few minutes more, Harry was able to make some progress toward the shore. As Vari worked with him, he was able to use his magic to help him stay afloat and propel him forward. When Harry climbed out of the lake, Vari had his wand pointed at him. "Potter, you will run until you drop and I will keep things interesting while you do so." Harry took off and started running while Vari shot at him with a wide variety of dark curses. He yelled at Harry to dodge and keep running. Harry managed to complete 3 laps before he dropped. Without a word, Vari peppered him with stingers. Harry started push-ups. First, he spread his feet apart, then alternated 10 push-ups on his left hand, then 10 push-ups on his right hand. When he was no longer able to do any more one-handed, he put his feet together and continued two-handed until his arms seized up. In his studies, Harry thought he might have an easier time of it because his newly organized mindscape made it easier for him to learn and recall things. But no, his teachers, sensing his improved abilities, just piled on more. By the time he crawled into bed, sore and tired, he neglected to replace his ward and passed out. The second day, Vari came sneaking back. Detecting no ward at the doorway, he entered Harry's chamber. His non-verbal hominum revelio showed him that it was the real Harry Potter slumbering away obliviously in his bed. Disappointed, he let loose a stinger and laughed as Harry leapt, yelping from his bed. When he arrived at the track, Vari just gestured to the lake and Harry dived in. By the time Harry had sorted himself out enough to swim across and back, Vari had a number of mystics assembled around the track. "This morning, you disappointed me. You allowed me to enter your chamber undetected and unchallenged. You will work extra hard. My friends here," he gestured to the group, "have kindly volunteered to make your laps more interesting. You will run. You will dodge. You will not permit any of their spells to touch you. And," Harry anticipated him, "I will run until I drop." And Harry took off at a full run. As he ran, the mystics fired bone breakers and bone exploders at him while he dodged them. Dodging had become easier for him now. He was learning to feint and fake so that the mystics could not easily predict his movements and kept casting their spells where he wasn't. There were several near misses, but he was able to escape without any serious harm. It looked like Vari had turned up the tuppety in the training a notch. By the third day, Harry had learned his lesson and Vari was not able to enter his room unchallenged again. Swimming had become a daily routine. By the end of the week, Harry Potter had become a good swimmer. He had taken to swimming hard at the beginning of his workout to warm up and loosen his muscles and swimming in a leisurely fashion, swimming underwater, testing himself to see how long he could stay down, at the end of his workout to cool off and cleanse the sweat from his body. Not only did the swimming leave him feeling clean and refreshed, it also helped him to build strength in all of his muscles and improve his endurance. The same pattern continued for the next full week. As word got around with the mystics about Harry's routine, more of them turned up to hex, jinx and curse him as he ran, making the laps around the track so interesting that Harry could hardly run a step without having to dodge something. He was getting better at dodging and guessing in which direction the mystics were likely to hex him. He had started to love feinting for them, which worked wonders for his reflexes. He came to realize that all this dodging was working wonders for his agility, which might have suffered otherwise with his increase in size and strength. One-handed push-ups, Russian push-ups, swimming and sword fighting plus the mountain air, the diet of the mystics and the healing ritual had all contributed to him gaining strength in leaps and bounds. He thought he could beat Crabbe and Goyle in an arm wrestle now, likely Flint too. And yet, he had not become muscle-bound but was now more subtle than he had ever been. Even Mrs. Weasley would not be able to say that he looked peaky or underfed now. Harry missed his friends, of course. He had not heard from them since he left Wizarding Britain. The few times that he had been able to talk to Sirius, the Marauder was living at a different location. Harry was seriously concerned that Sirius had left the safety of the Blacktown house. There was still no word that the Ministry had called off the manhunt. If he were caught, he was still under a death sentence. When Harry talked to Moony about allowing Sirius to leave the safety of the Blacktown house, the werewolf chuckled briefly over this, then assured Harry that adequate precautions had been taken. He had not received any message from Dumbledore either. When he asked Harsh about this, he told him that Idrishporum had some heavy-duty mail wards which allowed no form of communication to pass through. Homesickness was beginning to set in. More and more each day, he thought about Sirius, Remus, Hermione, Susan, Neville and Ron, but he missed them all. He also missed Mrs. Weasley's wonderful home cooking, her 3-course meals, Mr. Weasley's obsession with all things Muggle, Gred and Fjorge's pranks, and even Ginny. He thought of Susan the most and how pretty she was. She had been loyal to him without asking anything in return. He felt he should have cultivated more friendships than just in the Lion's Den. There were people in the Badger's Hole and the Eagle's Nest who he should have tried to know. He had been such a private individual that he did not even know the names of all his yearmates except those in Lion's Den, i.e. Ron, Neville, Seamus, Dean, Hermione, Parvati, Lavender, Faye Dunbar, and there was a girl named Runcorn, but he could not remember her first name. He was determined to make more friends than just the trio and occasionally Ginny he used to have around him. Of course, there had been Ron running interference all the time. He hadn't minded it so much when people were just being annoying, but now, things will have to change. Harry was going to let Ron know, in no uncertain terms, that he would decide who his friends are for himself from now on. The potions master had started to give him free reign of the dungeons. As soon as Harry would enter, he would give him a list of potions he had to brew for a particular day and then would step into the role of a spectator. There were generally 3 potions on the list each day and it kept him busy for 3 hours a day. Thanks to the new Mindscape, Harry had no problem recalling even the most complicated and fiddly potion recipes and getting them right every time. At the beginning of class, he looked at the list of what he would be brewing today and recalled the recipes. Before he started, he went over each recipe and decided if and how he would modify each one, then made notes on parchment about any changes he was making and what effect he expected from each one. He laid out a schedule in his head of each step for each potion so that he could brew them all simultaneously. He laid out his ingredients and checked that each one was properly prepared and pure. He set out the cauldrons and conjured fires to get them to exactly the right temperature, then started brewing. As he worked over the cauldrons, he recalled facts about each ingredient, where it came from, how to care for the source plant or animal, how to prepare them for use, their properties and their other uses. The potion's master had informed Harry that he had taught what he could to Harry considering the time they had together and the position of Harry in the tribe. He could not teach him the more exotic potions which were only known to mystics because Harry had no practical uses for them in his war. He had taught him every potion that he thought would be useful for him, like the blood replenishing potion, pain relief potion, Skella Grow, nutritional potions, draught of living death, Wiggenweld potion and a few others that he was expected to brew in his ells or newts. There were 2 potions that he taught Harry which was not a part of his academic curriculum. One was the poison made from the plants, which was the magical cousin of the Mimosa pudica. To make the potion from it was very simple. It required mixing ingredients from a couple of poisonous plants and then boiling it till it started emitting green smoke. However, the smoke was extremely dangerous and was to be stored in a crystal vial and kept sealed at all times. When it was meant to be used, the vials would be hit with a heating charm bringing the potion to a boil and then thrown into the air. It should be hit with a bombarda. The vapor that would spread would kill those who came into direct contact with it, while those who got even the tiniest whiff would be paralyzed at the very least. Harry wondered if a tiny amount of thermite could be placed at the center of one of these vials to make a gas grenade that could be used by the Order. But he did not share this idea with the potion's master. The other potion was a side project that Prathimon had given him. That was to brew the polyjuice potion correctly. As a reward, Harry could take the potions with him. Harry had started the potion a week ago and today, it had to be left to simmer for a full moon cycle, which meant about 2 weeks later the potion would be ready. Potions class was just before lunch with Harsh, and the mystic had a savage sense of humor. His frequent pranks were both subtle and inventive. He would strike at the most inopportune moments and never the same way twice. Harry was more wary of him than Vari, and Vari used him as a practice target. He had learned some prank-worthy tricks from the mystic and was looking forward to trying them out on the Marauders. Although he thought that this would earn their ire, he thought that he may even be able to teach the twins a thing or two. One prank had been when Harry had sat down to eat after making sure that there was nothing amiss, and as soon as he sat down, his chair trapped him with chains around his wrists, and a jinx which was tied with the chair locked his tongue. Harsh just sat there amused, watching him try to cast non-verbal wandless spells unsuccessfully. It had been a very agonizing 20 minutes before Harsh released him, telling him the secret behind non-verbal casting and to practice it any time he could. He had started to do so, but it had been very difficult going. He had tried to cast the spell which was his personal favorite, Pitradev Sanrakshanam Expecto Patronum, inaudibly. After working at it for an hour straight, he had not been able to so much as conjure a wisp of silver. When Harsh asked which spell he was trying to cast and Harry told him, the mystic started laughing so hard that Harry felt he would fall over. After he controlled his outburst, Harsh told him that Expecto Patronum could not be done inaudibly. It was one of those spells along with the Unforgivables and a few other curses which required being cast audibly. So, Harry had started with a stinger which was easy. Then he went to work on the stunning until he could fire them effortlessly without even thinking of moving his lips. As he worked at it, he added progressively more difficult spells, some of them getting into the borderline dark spells. The non-verbal spells didn't quite have the same punch that he got by shouting incantations at the top of his lungs, but the trade-off for the element of surprise or being able to cast when speaking aloud was ill-advised or impossible was well worth it. Speaking of surprises, he decided to keep this new ability to himself. There was a certain satisfaction to keeping secrets, especially those that could give him a tactical advantage. However, he resolved never to keep secrets that may allow harm to come to another person. Another time he had been caught in a prank was when he had been walking to classes and suddenly his feet started dancing of their own accord. He was sure that nobody was near enough to curse him in any way. He tried to use finite and all other counter curses he knew, but nothing helped. When he went to the healer, Charak discovered that his robes had been enchanted to keep him dancing on his feet, and he had been trying to finite himself thinking someone may have cursed him. He had been totally embarrassed the day when he was walking towards his room after his classes for the day and his shoes vanished from his feet. As he turned around, he found Harsh holding his wand and grinning at him. Harsh often enchanted his stuff and the jinx tied to them took effect when Harsh was not around, so Harry was unable to retaliate. Harry was determined not to let it get to him. The mystic would get what was coming to him. He often ran into traps which were meant solely to prank him. As he stood there laughing, Harsh would send him off to stable duty because he had not been vigilant enough. As a result, Harry was on very good terms with the animals now. They seemed to know him and often expressed their joy when he came to visit them. In Transfiguration class, Ambar was teaching him animation. She had taught him all the basics of animation in the last week. She also showed him memories of some of the animation she had seen or done in her life. The most impressive had been when she enchanted water to resemble a horse and attack her opponents while she brought them down. It was a very fascinating event where she had been deployed to kill a group of 9 wizards who were starting to become a menace, and the mystics had chosen her for the job. In yet another ambush, she had transfigured a boulder into a stone golem and enchanted it to shoot fire bolts at her enemies. She showed him another memory where Harsh was fighting 30 wizards and animated a couple of statues to come alive and fight on his side. Yet again in another duel, he was shown that Harsh had transfigured stone boulders into animals and animated them to attack his enemies. He had been having the most trouble in animation because his raw power was his own enemy. Animation required him to use his power in controlled measures rather than putting in too much power at once. He was able to control the amount of power in his spells lately, but animation required him to use his power in controlled amounts for longer periods of time. So far, he had been overpowering his animations, causing them to explode. Ambar had been patiently dealing with him. She told him how power rushed into one's body and in his veins. He had to control the flow of magic he put into animation, and to that end she had told him that as he achieved proficiency in occlumency he would be able to successfully animate things. His animagus training had been coming along beautifully. She had taught him to transform his nails into claws. In the same manner, he had been getting his other features to develop. He hoped that his animagus form would be complete before the final confrontation came. If he had to, he would be able to tear Voldemort limb from limb without any wand or magic. In the last week, he had been successful in turning his hands and feet into the paws of his leonine form and was working on the midsection now. He was sure that his complete animagus form would cause a great sensation if he changed to it in front of his friends. She had been teaching him everything that she could and sometime even dueled with him using only transfiguration. In the past week, they had tangled 7 times and yet he had not been able to best the mystic. She would often pull something on him at the last moment. In charms, he had been disturbed to learn that Ashala had been in the care of the healer for 2 days after she came back from the battle. She had some sort of meltdown at the battle when her subordinate soldier had leapt into the path of the Avada Kedavra curse which was meant for her. She had been very patient while he attempted the Fidelius charm, and whenever he failed, she would only encourage him to work harder. He was finally able to learn the Fidelius charm and was able to attempt it on the classroom. Ashala told him that he would be able to do it easily for any place when he was in tandem with his magical core. She also taught him all the shields that were there, from Protega to Contigo to Protega Maxima Horribilis to Mage Shield. Ashala was more ecstatic than him with the prospect of bearing a mage shield into battle. She even dueled him at times using charms only. He was amazed. She was a charms mistress renowned for her skills throughout the world, however that had been 50 years ago when she left the general wizarding world and joined the mystics. She was a fierce fighter and Harry had seen her training some of the other mystics. She was ruthless with them. She would use some of the more dangerous and difficult charms with such ease that it boggled his mind. She was ruthless when she had a wand in her hand and an opponent before her. She had left the world because her talents had caught the eye of some unsavory wizards and they wanted to use her talents for nefarious purposes. Her family had been slaughtered when she had refused to join, and since then her sole motive had been to serve Mother Magic and prepare new warriors who would save helpless wizards from evil ones. He had been doing the exercises recommended to him for getting in tandem with his magical core. Since he had built his mindscape, sorted his memories and arranged it, he was able to find his magical core more often. That alone meant that he could draw more from his core without worrying about getting exhausted after a matter of a few spells. The use of his core to full capacity was restricted by his inability to connect fully with his magical core. Harsh had assured him that he would teach him to connect with his magical core when he learned to find his core. Without concentrating upon it, he watched Harry's progress each night and was satisfied with what he saw. Harry knew that he had made some progress, but he also knew that he was not fighting at the level of the mystics. He was still in awe every time he thought back to seeing them in battle. They all fought fiercely, casting with abandon, dodging whatever was thrown at them, and he wanted to fight like them. Pawan had been teaching him clusters now that they were done with wards. He told Harry that he had taught him things that would help him in the war, and if he wanted to learn more, he should pursue the subject on his own. He also had encouraged Harry to learn Parcel Tongue because it was a magical tongue, that there were a handful of people who spoke it in Wizarding Britain, therefore, even if people did manage to find your wards, they could not decipher them. He suspected that even Tom Riddle, who can speak Parcel Tongue, has no idea how to read it. He recommended that Harry go to the Nagas. They would be able to help him with reading and writing the runes and with speaking the language without having a snake in front of him. Perhaps they would even consent to teach him parcel magics while he was there. He had progressed to teaching Harry runic clusters, which were important because they had a lot of uses and could often be used in wards to make a single ward perform multiple functions. He often told him to read ahead and would explain things once, and if even then Harry had a problem, he would draw a cluster and explain it to him by example. The mystic had taught him to construct anti-escape wards like the goblins made, and some which even escaped the goblins. He had traveled across the world and knew of many ward schemes, and as such, he taught him a lot of them. Harry had a pretty good idea about using those runes. There were a few runes which could even be used to kill, however they required fast wand work because those runes were to be etched in the air. For them to work, it was imperative that they were cast with precision without any time gap. It was slightly hard for Harry, but Pawan helped him a lot by explaining how it was done, and after struggling for a day or two, he had got the gist of it. Vari had been the hardest of the lot. He had started to teach Harry some of the lethal spells that he had seen being cast on the battleground that day. He taught Harry the motion and then left him to practice it. He would conjure a dummy before him and ask Harry to start practicing, generally shooting a particular part of the anatomy of the dummy. The dummies were smart and would often move, dodge or shield against his curses. This also helped him improve his casting by trying to guess where the dummy would move if he cast a curse. At the start, most of the time he had been wrong, however, lately he was able to defeat a dummy by predicting its moves. When Vari noticed that his dummy did not present a challenge to him anymore, he put the dummies in pairs of which one would shoot while the other defended. The mystic had told him to evade any of the spells shot by the dummies, and if he ever got hit by one, it was stable duty. When he had enough of practice for the day, he would make a small mistake and Vari would send him to Pashupati, where he would spend the rest of the day grooming the animals and cleaning out the stables. While some considered stable duty to be beneath themselves, Harry was starting to enjoy it because often, Pashupati had some creature to show to him. Reading or hearing about a creature did not measure up to meeting them up close and personal. He had time to become friendly with them and to learn more about them. As much as he learned to love these creatures, he didn't think he would ever develop Hagrid's tendency to think of really dangerous creatures as cute and cuddly pets. He was filling his journal with notes and drawings of every new creature he met. He often thought about meeting Newt Scamander to tell him about those creatures and wondered if Newt Scamander was still alive. Besides learning to duel with the dummies, Vari had started to teach him dodging. Harry was impressed by the way that the mystic was able to dodge and weave around Harry's spells, no matter what he did, and make it look like a dance, laughing and taunting Harry all the while. Harry wanted to be able to dodge like that too, and so resolved to study the art. For their entire lesson time for 2 days, Vari taught him what he called the slippery fish. When he was sure that Harry would not embarrass himself practicing it, he bombarded Harry with stingers, making him weave in and out of the way of his spells. After the mystic was sure that he could handle it, he often placed Harry before 2 or more mystics who would fire color spells at him while he tried to dodge. He ended up drenched in colors every single day. As he got more practice at it, a little less each time. Finally, the day came when, after a half hour of being bombarded by 6 mystics, they only managed 5 hits. Anil sparred with him on every alternate day since there was not much that he could teach him in sword fighting. He had become proficient with sword and dagger, and the mystic told him that there was nothing more that he needed to learn in that particular skill, since the only enemy that he could face with blades were werewolves, and while they were fast, Harry's reflexes negated that advantage. Still, the practice helped Harry to keep his skills sharp, and it was good exercise. Then there was Charik. The healer was a very jovial bloke who always had a smile on his face for Harry, but he wasn't like that with everybody. Harry had long since seen evidence that the man was capable of doing violence when the occasion called for it. The few captives that were brought back to Idrishporum had been given to Charik, and he had asked Harry to join him every evening for 2 hours since he had something to show him. He had no idea what the healer wanted to show him, and that just made Harry curious. He had always been kindly toward Harry, a good listener and, Harry felt, a good friend. The first night, the healer had told him about healing as a profession. He told Harry openly that healing was not just an art to cure people, but it was equally deadly. He had told him that he could kill a man in 30 different ways without even making him bleed, and Harry had been left open-mouthed. The healer did not look like a killer, but rather one who would do everything he could to save everyone. Perhaps his empathy was limited to those who served Mother Magic. A completely different story for those who defiled it. In the first class, he taught Harry about human anatomy, including everything there was to know about vital locations and the sensitive points which could disable a man. He told him the best way to kill a man and the ways to make one scream for mercy. He even taught him about how to torture someone, and based on their resilience, he had different modes of torture. He told Harry that since he had no hatred in his heart, he would not be able to use the Cruciatus Curse, which was a rather unimaginative way to torture someone anyway. The Cruciatus Curse was used by those who did not know about other exotic ways which could be used to break people's spirit. For the second class, he had tied down one of the captives and asked him for information. The captive did not deign to answer, and he tried to persuade him otherwise, showing him fear of death and everything without actually doing any physical harm. When the captive did not budge, he plunged a silver knife in the man's thigh and made a deep incision. As the werewolf, yes, it was a werewolf, howled in pain, the mystic poured molten silver into the wound and knit the wound haphazardly with stitches, all the while winking at Harry that some forms of Muggle healing were quite as effective as any form of torture. As the werewolf writhed in pain, he handed the knife to Harry to do the same to his other thigh, and Harry was so nauseated that he refused to do it. It was the first time that a mystic scared him. The healer pinned him to a wall with the knife at his throat, telling him that this was not a game and he did not have a choice. He told Harry firmly that while mystics do not kill all werewolves, there were some who by their deeds had earned death, and this one on the table was one of them. No one could know how many people a werewolf had turned. After he had shamed Harry enough for lack of will to do the right thing, Harry reluctantly slashed the werewolf's other thigh, and as a result the incision was not deep enough to cause any real pain. The mystic snarled at him and buried the knife hilt deep into the already made incision and twisted it for good measure. Harry poured the molten silver in his thigh with shaking hands, and when he stitched the wounds his hands shook so much that he was sure that the werewolf would be cursing him more than the mystic for not having the guts to do it properly. After the werewolf sang like a canary, Charik had simply slit an artery in his neck, making a point to show it to Harry, and watched in grim satisfaction while the werewolf bled and died in agony. After his session with Charik and the werewolf, Harry retired to his chamber and called the Marauders. As soon as he said Padfoot, Sirius's grinning face appeared in the mirror. "Hey pup, how is it going?" Harry was still nauseated and said morosely, "I don't think I can do it, Padfoot." Sirius, who could see that Harry was looking pale and morose, asked him, "What is the matter, Prongslet? Did something happen? Are you okay?" Harry could still remember the werewolf bleeding and dying slowly. Watching the werewolf, he had been thinking of Remus and asked in the same morose tone, "Is Moony okay?" Sirius, who had not got an answer to his question, understood that the teen wanted to see the werewolf and hollered for him. Moony was more perceptive than Padfoot and immediately realized that something was not right with him and said to him in a kind voice, "Cub, I know something is bothering you, but you can always rely on me and Sirius to help you. What happened to make you so grim?" It was then Harry lost all control. "Moony, today the healer Charik had me over for a class. He was teaching me torture methods. He had a werewolf captive. He did not tell them about the battle, and he wanted some information from the werewolf. The werewolf refused to say anything and he just slashed his thigh open, poured molten silver into the wound, then closed it with Muggle stitches. He asked me to do the same to the other leg, but I could not help thinking that it was wrong. Remus was frowning but still said to him in his kind voice, "Harry, was the werewolf innocent? Are you sure that he had never turned anyone or was not a killer?" Harry shook his head. "The werewolf was not innocent. We captured him during a battle. He was part of the forces defending a Dark Lord's castle. During his initial interrogation, he boasted that he had turned at least 10 children." Remus looked sick for a moment, then his voice hardened. "Harry, listen to me. This man was a monster. It is creatures like him that cause Muggles and wizards alike to hate and fear us. The werewolf was not someone innocent, nor was he interested in living life like an ordinary person. By his admission, he had turned 10 children, and that alone makes him a beast undeserving of any mercy. He deserved to die. In fact, if I were in your position, I would have gladly taken the knife and pierced him in the throat, leaving him to choke on his blood. There is war coming and werewolves are already gathering. Unless someone stands up to them, they will run amok, turning children and spreading misery. I wish you to diligently take up everything they are willing to teach you. You will need everything to survive the war, and we will be cross with you if you fail to learn anything." Harry gave his full attention to every word the werewolf said and understood what he was saying. He turned to the both of them. "I promise I will not hesitate again. I will learn whatever they are teaching me, and then I will use it on those who deserve it." After he ended the connection, he went to practice occlumency. He set up his wards, then he retired to his bed. From that time on, he did not hesitate to learn whatever the healer told him. He taught him to kill by a single cut, how to prolong someone's death keeping them in agony. He taught him to bleed someone by 1,000 injuries while keeping them alive. Harry learned everything with grim determination to succeed. The entire week, Harry and the healer worked together, torturing the werewolves one by one until they were all dead. By that time, Harry had a solid knowledge of the most effective techniques. It disgusted him, but he learned it to the best of his ability anyway. The upside was that Harry had become less sensitive to blood and gore. Next, Harry went to work on the wizards. Harsh told him that this was an opportunity for Harry to practice his mind magic, but cautioned him to go gently and not to destroy their minds. The first captive had been very hard for him because he had solid mental defenses. Then Harry remembered Shravya had taught him to petrify the enemy, and he would not have so much trouble. He petrified the enemy and ran through his defenses. He conjured a giant fist and broke down his defenses as if they were made of cardboard. He had done it twice in 3 days before he was sure that he could do it again with ease. The second one was tougher for him, and he had simply burned down his mindscape with a raging inferno and sifted through his memories at his leisure. There were no secrets left for him to pursue after he was done. Blacktown House. Hermione Granger had learned more in this last month alone than in her entire 4 years at Hogwarts. The big difference was that this was not for an essay. This was 100% practice training. In her schooling, she had been all about the theory and only attempted to put things into practice to prove that she understood the theory correctly. It still rankled her that she was not allowed access to some parts of the library. She understood Sirius had reasons, but still she had wanted to read those books. She even tried to persuade Tonks to bring some of the books for her, but the Metamorphagus had scrunched up her nose and told her in no uncertain terms that she was not touching those books, which made her skin crawl. She had already finished the books which Remus had brought for the students, and she had nothing else to do on the days when she had no training. Molly, noticing that Hermione had free time, had given her an alternative which was equally exciting. She had offered to teach her the life and living of pure-blood families, seeing she came from one such family, i.e. the Pruitts. There were things that all Muggle-born should know, and there was nothing stopping Hermione from learning those things like etiquette, behavior and customs of the wizarding world. Ever since Molly made that offer, Hermione had something to look forward to, something which she should have known when she entered the wizarding world. She was flabbergasted to know that the wizarding etiquette classes at Hogwarts had been banned a century ago, as was dueling. Green Hughes. Croaker had arrived in the entrance hall where he bumped into Neville, who had just returned from training at the cottage on the hill. He had been teaching non-verbal casting to the teen for the last week, and he had learned enough that Croaker appeared to be satisfied. Neville turned to him. "Great uncle, what have you planned for me today?" Croaker was almost finished with teaching him the finer points of family magic and was content with leaving it at that. He had instead started to teach him dueling, and they usually dueled using only family spells for an hour every evening, with Neville being left battered and beaten in the end usually. That evening, as their duel came to an end, Croaker sat with him. "How goes your training with the students?" Neville enthusiastically replied, "I have learnt a lot. We are almost done learning what Dumbledore would allow, since he does not want us to dabble in dark magic. These days we mostly do duels mixed of defense, transfiguration and charms. Mad Eye still runs us through the ringer though." Croaker chuckled. "He is one sadistic person who takes pleasure in others' miseries, but he has a good heart. He is focused on giving you all a chance to make it alive through the coming war." Neville nodded. "Now Neville, how about you take up Dumbledore on that offer?" Croaker asked, smiling. Neville grinned. "I thought you would never say that. I will write him a letter tomorrow." As Croaker left, Neville flowed to Longbottom Castle to see his parents. They were mostly up and out of their wheelchairs now, walking around the property as much as they could, building up their strength. Bones Manor. Susan had been having a good time now. It had become easier for her to train since her body adapted and her confidence had increased. She also was able to cast with more speed, and her dodging had improved, as had her repertoire of spells. She loved dueling with Auntie because while Amelia did not cut her any slack, she was not a taskmaster like Moody, who took sadistic pleasure in torturing the students. She had another little thing on her mind for which she had written a letter to one person who she knew would be able to help, and that particular person had arrived the next day in her manor to offer his help willingly. She intended it to be a surprise for others, and could imagine Harry Potter's face when he would be left open-mouthed after her secret was revealed. Her training in family magic was almost complete, and Amelia was proud of her for what she had achieved. She had confided in Susan that she intended to declare her heirship at the upcoming session of the Wizengamot, which was already promising to be explosive, since it would perhaps be the last session where the three factions were on an equal footing. After the upcoming session, the politics of the Wizengamot were sure to change. Susan was less interested in politics and more interested in Harry Potter and why he never even sent her a letter from wherever he was. She sometimes wished to slap him for his foolhardiness, and sometimes she wished she could drag him into a broom closet to snog him so much that his brains would melt down. As she thought of the green-eyed raven-haired teen, she remembered that it was the 21st of July and Harry Potter had been gone for 3 weeks now. It was his birthday in 10 days and she wished he was here. She had decided to buy him a gift and to present it to him the next time she saw him. Auntie had told her that he would be back in about a month, which meant he was expected to return sometime in August. Cottage on the Hill. The students had gathered for dueling practice again today. They had been having these sessions almost daily for the past week, and while they did not come out on top often, they were making progress. Moody took it upon himself to put them through the ringer whenever he felt like he was having a bad day. He avoided facing the twins because he did not relish ending his duels covered with multicolored feathers and fur with assorted body parts of other creatures, hog-tied, upside down, or whatever else they thought would be funny at the time. He claimed that those two would beat him too easily and there was not much left that he could teach them. He always left them for Minerva or Phileas. Minerva had taught them all that there was to teach, but not the advanced transfiguration because they were energy-taking and time-consuming. Animation would take a lot out of a wizard, and although they had improved greatly, she did not think that they had the level of mastery required to attempt animation in the middle of a duel yet. They knew that not all of the Death Eaters were such accomplished fighters that the students would need to be trained like soldiers. Flitwick had taught them some advanced charms which were not terribly tricky and were quick to cast. He often tested the students by dueling with them using charms only. While Flitwick was usually the winner, the students were coming close. He was satisfied that they had learned enough and that the training was over for all practical purposes. The whole point of the training was to teach them to survive, which they were excelling at. Adrishporum, a week later. In the past week, Harry had managed to get some satisfaction. Between his wards, transfigurations and animations, he had managed to make his chamber look like he was sleeping blissfully while he remained concealed. His wards alerted him no matter what measures Vari took to gain entrance to his room. After retreating from Harry's room drenched 3 mornings in a row, Vari took to apparating in, dousing Harry and apparating out again. What he didn't know is that he had just doused a very clever replica of his intended victim, but Harry could not allow even the appearance of failure. None of the wards he had learned would stop mystic apparition. Harry had to give this some thought. He placed a series of trap runes all over his floor, then hid them using the Fidelius charm. When Vari popped into Harry's room the next morning, he found himself disarmed, hanging from the ceiling by one ankle and thoroughly drenched. As soon as Harry was able to stop laughing, he levitated Vari gently to the floor and returned his wand to him. The mystic growled at Harry, "I will expect you every day on the field before dawn," and stalked out of the room. Harry accepted this as total victory and made sure that he was never late. It seemed to Harry that every mystic he had ever seen turned out to make his morning runs more interesting. He could not run a step without someone forcing him to dodge. After 2 near misses in a row, he had enough and started firing stunners at his tormentors without a wand and without breaking stride. He felt a grim satisfaction when a couple of stunners from each volley found their marks and the mystics fell unconscious. The potions master had told him that he needed no further instruction from him and not to attend any more sessions if he didn't want to. But Harry enjoyed his company and so spent an hour a day in conversation with him anyway. He never went away without picking up some new trick that would come in handy in the future. The polyjuice that he had been brewing was nearly complete and required only a week more before it would be ready. The only exciting thing that was left for them was to test the modification to the Wolfsbane potion, trying to make it less poisonous because aconite was poisonous to everyone. Harsh had helped him to meld with his magical core. It had been easy after Harsh instructed him while he was doing it. He could still remember when the mystic had helped him do it. Flashback. Harry was sitting before the mystic who asked him, "What is the problem, Harry? Why are you not able to connect with your magical core?" Harry, who had been hoping the mystic would teach him how to do it, scowled. "Maybe because you are not telling me how to do it, Guruji." Harsh chuckled, still complaining, "I see. Okay, while you meditate I will try to help you to connect with your magical core, but once you are able to do so you will have to learn to do it by yourself so that you would not need me time and again to take your hand and do it for you." As Harry sat in meditation, he found his magical core very easily. It was like he only had to think of it and he could see it. It looked like a big ball of grayish light which seemed to shine in the surrounding darkness. He was staring at it hoping it would connect with him when he heard Harsha's voice, "Concentrate, Harry. Can you hear the low thudding sound being made by your magical core?" Harry concentrated hard and pushed all other thoughts out of his mind to try and hear what the mystic asked him. After trying hard, he could hear a low thud like his heart beating in his chest. He was surprised that he had never heard it before whenever he found his magical core. But then he was only used to standing there and watching his core. He had never even tried listening as he was now. Harsha's voice echoed again, "Now concentrate upon the sound and visualize as if you are trying to find the source of this sound. Follow the thudding sound and find where it's coming from. Imagine your magic is a sentient being which is waiting for you to come and accept it. As you imagine, you would feel the rush of your magic around you, and it may be gentle or fierce. Do not be scared of it but welcome it and embrace it as a part of your own." Harry followed the instruction and after what felt like hours, his magic was swirling around him like a tornado, but he reveled in the feeling. It was soothing on his nerves and he welcomed it with all his heart. As it melded in him, he felt like someone had fed him a drink of pure energy and there was nothing that he could not do. Harsha's voice broke him out of his trance, "Now come back, Harry. You will do it again on your own till there is no need to do it over and again." He opened his eyes and found Harsh looking at him with a smile. "You have achieved everything that I wished for you to do. With the melding of core, you are ready to learn to fly or to travel like we do." Flashback ends. Since then, the last week had been frustrating with him attaining little further success. Right now he was sitting before Harsh who was teaching him tranquility. Tranquility is a state where your body would become one with nothingness, i.e. where your physical presence is not bothered by anything. It means dissolving your body into nothing but only your essence remains. When you wish to reappear, your body would again take a physical form, but that requires extreme concentration, and your magical core and your body are not two different things but your body becomes your core. In that condition, your magic which is sentient being would do your bidding with just a thought. However, to be able to things like flying, you will need to practice. It would be hard at first, like you would not levitate for more than a few feet for the first few times, but with practice you will be able to fly higher and will be able to control it even. I will only teach you to start flying, but you have to do the rest on your own because you have not much time left here. We are already on the end of our tether, and 2 weeks at most is what we can manage, of which 1 week would be required by the Naga people who have sent me a request to that effect." So it was that Harry sat in meditation, and the mystic instructed him in that state, "Since your core is one with your body, now you can ask your magic to do your bidding. Will it to raise you? Imagine that you are levitating from the ground and hovering in air. As you feel like you are in air, will it to keep you hovering?" He tried to imagine himself hovering in air and pushed at his magic. After a few moments of concentration, he felt like he was hovering a few inches from air. After an hour, Harsh told him to come out of his trance, and when he did, he found that he was spent. Harsh confided him that after practicing the meddling regularly for 1 month, he would attain a little nothingness which would enable him to pass through wards undetected, and no wards could stop him. However, the little nothingness would be hard to achieve, and Harry will have to do it on his own. His sessions with Pawan were nearly at an end because the mystic told him that there was little more that he could teach him in the short amount of time they had remaining together. He had taught him some very useful wards and to erect them in different languages, but that was it. To know of the more exotic applications would require years of study, and they were down to their last week. He instructed Harry to keep practicing what he had taught and to enlist the help of Professor Babbling, the runes professor at Hogwarts, if he ever had any trouble. However, he acquiesced to test Harry on the knowledge that he had imparted to him to make sure that he would not make a mistake in any way. One more thing that the mystic was going to teach him was to create the ward explosives, and they were the hardest to master, but he had faith in Harry's abilities that in the next week, he would have learned to do it correctly. Vari, who was a ruthless taskmaster and liked to torment him in the arena, had replaced the dummies with mystics who would duel with him in groups of 2 or 3 at once because Harry had come a long way from one-on-one duels. The mystics used all sorts of underhanded techniques which sometimes irritated him to no end, but he was determined to outshine them. At times, he was hurt by one of their curses. When that happened, he was sent to work in the stables with Pashupati. He thought that being sent to Pashupati was no real punishment because the mystic never asked him to do anything dangerous or really difficult, so he asked Pashupati about the real punishment. The stable master told Harry that the real punishment was to send the mystics to stand under a waterfall without any clothes for the full night. Considering that they lived in the Himalayas and that the waterfall was fed by glacier melt-off, this chilled him to the bone to think what would have become of those who were awarded those punishments. Pashupati also confided in him that he was cutting Harry some slack because Harsh had forbidden any sort of real punishment from being given to him. Vari taught him some of the spells he had seen flying around at the battle. He also gifted Harry vials of memories from the many mystics which contained some very special spells. He warned Harry to never show those memories to anyone who was not a mystic because those spells, being known to the outside world, could cause unforeseen destruction and no one could perform them anyway. He had been fascinated and nauseated at the same time when he saw a couple of those memories in a pensieve which Harsh had gifted him. The pensieve bore the mystic crest, and it did not require him to enter into the pensieve, but with a tap of the wand, he could see the memories like watching a television. For the last week, Vari always made him duel others using those spells and would often chide him if he failed to do anything flawlessly. As a result, his casting speed, accuracy and power behind his spells had become very controlled. He had once or twice dueled Vari and the mystic defeated him with great difficulty. Outside of Vari, he had taken to spending an hour a day by himself in the arena to practice his spells with dummies. He used all of his lethal spells with abandon and was pleased at the results when often the dummies were destroyed with all the magic that was put in those spells. The dummies also would attack him from all sides, sometimes together, and he would apparate from one point to another to keep them busy. Every duel, he learned something new but still felt as if he was missing something. He had learned the entire spell book of the mystic by heart by now, but he felt like there must be something that could sat his hunger. Perhaps he would have to ask Harsh what this feeling was. Ambar had helped him to overcome his difficulty with the animagus transfiguration by showing him that he should employ occlumency whenever he was working on his transformation. As a result, he could transform the tail, his paws, and some part of his torso. He hoped that within a month, he would be able to transform his torso completely, and the mystic told him in no uncertain terms that within 2 months he would be a full-fledged animagus. She also told him not to register his form with the British Ministry of Magic but with the ICW because in that way, no one would be wiser about his animagus form and he would not be an illegal animagus either. She jeweled with him regularly with the transfigurations and he enjoyed it the most. While she won often, he had won his fair share of duels. He was working extra hard in her subject because he wanted to surpass his father in transfiguration and he had been an expert. Sirius had told him a few stories where James had used his formidable transfiguration abilities to his credit. Lately Ambar had started to teach him to transfigure humans into animals, which was fun. She had started the demonstration by transforming Harry into a stag. He remembered the theory that she had told him: in every transfiguration, it is essential to know what you are going to do. For example, if you want to transform a person into an animal like a rat, you must be able to clearly see in your mind. Like you must be able to see its skin color, its paws and every other detail, and then when you cast the spell, you keep that image in mind and will your magic to do your bidding. If your mind is not into it, you would not be able to do it correctly and the person may end up as half man and half animal. Harry chuckled remembering Dudley's pigtail when Hagrid had come to rescue him from the rock in the sea. The half-giant's education had not been complete, so he probably did not know how to do it properly. Since then, he tried the spell on some of the captives. Sometimes he failed and they would end up only with some features of animals. After failing 3 times, he had advanced enough to transfigure them into animals with a thought. Ambar had pronounced him ready for whatever was out there waiting for him and bade him to keep practicing so that he could transform people into animals without putting much thought into it. She also taught him transmutation as he had seen Moony do to the bike. He had to attempt it a number of times before he was proficient at it. He had enough in his arsenal to keep people on their toes with his pranks. Ashala had been teaching him all the charms that she knew. She had taught him the Fidelius charm. Once he got it right, the spell was fairly easy for him to perform. It only required a fair amount of power and skill at his hands. After he had shown his prowess in Fidelius, she had started teaching him what was long promised: a way to slay Dementors. She taught him about a charm which had been made centuries ago and could not be performed by average wizards but only war mages. Since Harry was a war mage, she believed he would have no trouble in learning the charm. To do the charm, one would be required to hold his wand in his hand, waving it in a circular motion while keeping his hand raised over his head and chanting with all intent: Danav Sanharak Kashan Prabha Avahanam, Demon Slayer Kashan Prabha, I summon you, and light would emerge at the tip of his wand like a blade made of it with serrated edges, and whenever it connected with a Dementor, it would cleave them in two or simply disintegrate them. She also told him to keep people around him who could cast the Patronus, because once he started the process, all the Dementors who were in the vicinity would be attracted towards him like moths to light. Having Patroni around him would ensure that he would not be keyed by them or faint, while the Dementors in his vicinity would not be able to escape. This evening as he arrived at sword practice, Pawan asked him, "What do you know about killing giants, Harry?" Harry spluttered, Giants. What do you mean?" He shook his head. "Perhaps Guruji has not yet told you, but your friend Hagrid's mission was a failure and he is now returning back to Avalon while 30 giants have allied themselves with that abomination. They too would reach Avalon in their own time and his army is bolstered by their numbers." Harry was horrified. Adding giants to the fray was catastrophic, seeing there was no one he knew who had slain a giant. He turned to the mystic. "Do you know how to kill a giant?" He smirked. "As a matter of fact, I do. You see, giants cannot be killed by magic because their blood makes them immune. So, to kill them you need to attack their weak spot with things like rock, boulder, swords, a very big, extra heavy and sharp blade, etc., or you can disable it by tying it down with heavy chains. After it has been disabled, do as you please with it." He told him of a few stories he had heard about slaying giants by wizards, and Harry dutifully wrote down all the ideas in his journal. Pawan also told him to share this information with his friends in the order because it could save a lot of lives. One evening as he went to practice his spell casting and dueling with dummies, he did not find Vari there but Harsh, who told him that he was going to teach him something. He asked Harry to not use his right hand but his left hand to cast the spells, and he wanted to see if he was successful. Harry was able to use his left hand to cast spells but not with anything like the same accuracy and precision. Harsh ordered him to keep casting with his left hand. This continued for 2 days before Harsh gave him the old wand he had loaned him to use and told him to cast simultaneously. He wanted to see if he could cast with both hands at the same time. Harry had no trouble, and then for 2 days, it was his work to do. He did parallel casting and simultaneous casting till he became proficient. Then Harsh took it up a notch by asking him to use different spells with each hand, and for the last 3 days he had been casting different spells. One evening, Harsh joined him at dinner and asked if he knew where the 3 heirlooms of the Peverell brothers were. Harry told him that he knew where the cloak is. Harsh eagerly asked him to bring out the cloak, and as he did, Harsh had to stifle his laughter. "How do you wear it, Mr. Potter?" Harry told him that it was given to him in this form and that he had no idea how to wear it. Harsh had smirked, and taking the cloak, gave a twirl to his wand, shot a spell at the cloak, and it folded itself on itself, and within a matter of seconds, there was a regular cloak in place of the blanket-like cloak he was used to seeing. He handed it to Harry. "Here, Mr. Potter. This is how you wear this cloak. This cloak can even absorb most hexes except for the unforgivables, but since you would not be seen by anyone, there is little chance anyone would use them on you. This cannot be summoned, nor can the Homnum Revelio charm detect someone who is standing under this cloak. Nothing can stick to it, therefore, it cannot become soiled nor retain your scent. It cannot be damaged or become worn from normal use or any form of common magic. Just take care not to misplace it or allow it to fall into enemy hands, and it will never fail you." He also told him about the Battle of Bavaria, where Dumbledore had dueled with Grindelwald for hours before he had emerged victorious. While Grindelwald was a powerful wizard, he was nowhere near as powerful as Dumbledore and had only been able to keep it due to the fact that he had the Elder Wand in his possession. From there, Dumbledore had taken the wand and kept it in his possession through all these years. He told Harry that the wand was his, and when he went back to Avalon, he should ask Dumbledore to surrender the wand to him. He told of the third Hallow, which was also with Dumbledore after they had destroyed one more Horcrux in it. This Hallow was important for him because they formed a set, and anyone who held them together would emerge victorious against any foe. He warned him to keep them away from public eyes because there were people who actively searched for the Hallows, and it would not do to openly flaunt them. He also told him that Slytherin's necklace had been cleansed of the soul piece and it was once again functioning as was intended. He told him that several mystics had been stationed in Avalon, and if he came across any such Horcruxes which were made of historical relics, he should send them to the mystics and they would relieve it of the taint. A week later, India. In the last week, as promised, Harry had been at the lake before dawn, swimming across it without magic, alternating between east stroke, back stroke, butterfly and crawl. When he did use magic, he rocketed across the lake, coming near the same speed he could attain when running. He kept getting stronger and the workouts just kept getting more intense. Yes, Harry had kept his word, but constant vigilance. But Vari still had to test and make sure that Harry was remembering his lessons. He didn't enjoy it much. The teen was getting the best of him most mornings. Harry had taken to creating very convincing illusions or creating animated replicas of himself, slumbering peacefully, then protecting them with elaborate wards and traps which were well concealed. He had started adding other things to the wards so that once when Vari tried to enter the room he was petrified, another time he set off a caterwauling charm, and another time, before he knew it, he had been stunned from behind. To add insult to injury, the boy wasn't even there. He was already in the lake. The mystic grumbled about being shown up by an upstart. Not to mention that it was embarrassing, but inwardly he was happy that the young warrior was taking his lessons seriously now. When he first saw Harry, he doubted that this small, skinny lad could have done any of the deeds that he was reported to have done. There was no denying that the lad had guts. But he was so small and he seemed to have almost no skill. In the last few weeks, Vari had watched him grow in leaps and bounds, in every way. When he had seen, firsthand, how the lad had accepted every challenge, then rose to meet them with courage, determination and an inner strength which did not compromise, he began to understand how he had stood up to Voldemort. As he watched Harry touch the opposite shore and turn around to swim across the lake again, he recalled the time when he expressed his doubts to Harsh. Flashback starts. Harsh was busy reading some reports which had come in about the increased dark wizard movements from Burma and a letter sent by Chakrapani when Vari came to speak with him. "Guruji, are you sure this boy can defeat that abomination?" he asked Harsh. Harsh replied in his usual jovial tone, "Varunesh, that boy is more than he looks like. He is a child of destiny which alone makes him more powerful than anyone. His magical core is big and it will grow as he has time to reach of age. He already has clashed with Tom Riddle or some form of him since starting Hogwarts, and every time he came on top, not to mention he recently escaped Tom Riddle again. He has slain a 1,000-year-old basilisk already with a sword and drove away 100 Dementors at the age of 14. Not to mention he outflew a dragon and rescued a hostage from depths of Black Lake and bested creatures like Sphinx in the maze. Vari's eyes grew wider as he heard each achievement. He still had some reservations. He remained silent for a few moments, gathering his thoughts before he spoke again. These are incredible feats for anyone to perform, never mind at his age. Do you believe that he is capable to learn what we have to teach him? I have seen him and he looks malnourished, skinny and too small. The physical training alone may be too much for him. Harsh smiled. He will be able to do it. We would have to be extremely harsh with him and overburden him with work and exercises, but that is the only way it will work. Mother Magic has agreed with the way we have to train him. There is a time of great change coming for Avalon, and Harold James Potter will need to stand up to ensure that they are not for the bad. If I could, I would have raised our army and marched in force against that abomination, but Mother Magic has assured me that what we shall do is sufficient. We know better than to tamper with fate. Vari nodded. To expose ourselves would be like bringing chaos into already fragile society. The most that we can manage is to give a nudge here and there. I will train him, but I want a free rein in this. I will treat him the way I like, because treating him with kid gloves would only feed his ego and help no one. I see a lot of potential in him, but he is hindered by his moralities. To be a warrior he has to act like one. Harsh smiled brightly. You can train him any way you prefer. Just remember that he must be able to duel and kill that abomination. Flashback ends. Harry vaulted out of the lake and, producing his wand, seemingly from nowhere, cast a non-verbal hominum revelio before he even dried himself off. The charm did showed his result as negative, however that was not very reassuring. As he ran, he set up a shield as a precaution, then worked his way rapidly through his detection charms. Finding no one, he increased his pace and remained alert. The entire last week he had spent dueling mystics while he ran. They would appear out of nowhere and engage him in a duel. Vari had set the rules that he was to defeat his opponent as quickly as he could and then keep running. Each morning, Harry Potter fended off at least 20 mystics in the 4 laps around the track, and then he would proceed to his push-ups, which also had become torture. Vari had decreed that push-ups were becoming too easy for him, so he started piling weight on his back while he did his push-ups. That was really torture, but Harry did not complain. He had long since accepted that Vari did not like him, though he did not know why. The mystic never treated him as if he was the dirt on his shoes, but he did not respect him like other mystics. Harry had not been able to win a duel against him either. Although Harry was getting better at it, Vari was the master of the slippery fish, and Harry just could not hit him. Their duels often lasted for an hour before Vari would eventually win. Harry was trying hard and hoped to win against the mystic. The potions master had long since given up on teaching Harry anything more, but always encouraged him to do something innovative. He had introduced him to a lot of herbs and their properties and told him to work on it. When Harry had asked him, he merely shrugged, telling him that he would love to see another potion added to the Potter's contribution to the art of potion making. The polyjuice was finished and worked perfectly, as they had discovered when Harry pranked Harsh into drinking it, and he ended up looking like Prathyman. However, that had earned him the ire of Harsh, who was taking every chance to prank him. 5 days ago, he and the potions master had made an excursion by night into the forest to catch a werewolf. He remembered how they had eventually succeeded in catching one. Flashback starts. Prathyman had summoned him to the dungeons in the evening, and he arrived promptly to find his mask and cloak was waiting for him. As he donned his gear, he asked, "Where are we going, sir?" He replied casually, "We are going to catch a werewolf, Harry." He spluttered, "What? Why? What do we need a werewolf for?" The mystic smiled, "Harry, remember we are brewing a different version of the wolfsbane tomorrow. We will have to start our test on a werewolf and feed him the potion for a week to see if we are successful. I do not have to tell you that if we can find a suitable substitute for aconite, then it will make it painless for many who have to willingly take the poison in order to keep their sanity." Harry nodded. He recalled discussing this with the potions master earlier, and now they were to do it. Remus had told him that the reason he looked so ill around the full moon was that aconite is poisonous to werewolves. But, he had to take it because the alternative was too awful to even consider. He reminded Harry about the night when Wormtail escaped and how he could have attacked Harry, Ron and Hermione because he had not taken his potion that day. He would rather die than take that chance again. Harry was determined to find a better way. His hopes were pinned on this trial. If it worked, it meant a better life for Remus and a better life for all the afflicted who wanted to have something like a normal life. The two of them walked out of Idrishporum. As soon as they were outside of the wards, Prathimon took Harry by the hand and they apparated. They arrived in dense woods which were nothing like Idrishporum or the forest around the Takeshila School of Magic. These woods felt different from those forests. He turned to the mystic, Mr. Prathimon, where are we? Prathimon turned to him with a smile. We are somewhere in what the Muggles call terrain or the foothills of the Himalayas. There is a settlement of werewolves not far from here. We are to catch one of them and take with us to Idrishporum to test the potion on him. We will see if we succeed. Prathimon continued talking. Now Harry, we are going to capture one of the werewolves and take it with us. This may turn bloody, but remember that you can kill him if you are threatened. The alpha of the werewolves called Kitchak is a sadistic vermin, who will get what is coming to him very soon. Guruji wanted to exterminate them long ago, but Shravya stayed his hand on the promise of Kitchak that he would not cause trouble. Recently we confirmed that they are turning young innocent children, and so we take one of them captive and the alpha will do something stupid. Shravya who is a force in himself, would have put him down while exterminating others if it came to this. But what about the innocent ones? Those who have not done anything. Would you punish them for others' mistakes? Harry protested. The potion's master sighed. You do not think that we would exterminate the innocents? Do you? The innocent ones are already ready to move, and when we take one of them captive today, they will leave before Shravya comes down hard on them. Harry had nothing to say because the mystics had thought about everything in advance. He was getting to understand their true character now. They were assassins, manipulators, guardians of ancient knowledge, and much more than met the eye. Before they proceeded any further, Harry applied a silencing charm to his feet and put himself under a disillusionment charm. The mystic nodded his approval and did likewise. Harry said, I don't know if disillusionment will do much against werewolf night vision, but it can't hurt. Then when he concentrated on seeing into the darkness and his eyes became those of the snow leopard in response. As he turned and looked in the mystic's direction, he could plainly see that the charm did nothing against his vision and made a mental note for his next morning encounter with Vari. They trekked toward the werewolf settlement stealthily, taking care not to make a noise. Harry had taken his sword in his right hand and his wand in his left, a curse ready on his lips. As they walked for a kilometer or more, they came upon the settlement and Harry saw a couple of werewolves patrolling the perimeter. He raised his wand to cast the stunning spell and Prathimon caught his arm, signaling him not to do so. When he raised his eyes to the mystic, he pointed him towards the trees lining the perimeter and Harry could see the guards hiding there. The two of them could likely defeat the whole lot, but that was not the mission and there was no reason to take the risk. Harry thought that a diversion would do the job. He transfigured a convincing-looking lion from a deadfall branch that was lying on the ground nearby. Then, with one of his best animations yet, the lion came to life, roared and pounced on one of the guards, making a gory mess out of his chest and face. As the other guards responded, the lion charged off along the path and they pursued it. Harry disapparated with the mystic and apparated somewhere further up the path where they were sure to cross the werewolves. They concealed themselves and waited for them to pass. A few moments later, the lion ran by, followed by the werewolves. Prathimon picked off the second from the last by banishing a boulder at him. Harry took out the straggler with a haymaker to the jaw. He could tell by the sound of crunching bone that he no longer knew his own strength. The two werewolves were levitated before they could make any noise hitting the ground. The mystic bound their prisoners using Incarcerus and they apparated back to Idrishporum before any of the other werewolves realized what was going on. Werewolves heal fast and these two were no exception. However, Harry took the opportunity to practice some of the bone mending he had been learning to repair the damage to the two prisoners. The results were less than satisfactory as he had neglected to set the bones first. Something he would have to take up with the healer later, he thought. Later they interrogated the werewolves and both turned out to be ruthless savage creatures. The worst of the worst. If Remus were there, he would have executed them himself. They were patrolling the borders because they had heard a rumor that they were going to be slaughtered by forces unknown. Harry wanted to try mind magic on one of them. Prathimon advised him against it. When Harry asked why, the mystic explained that a werewolf's mind was a dangerous place and if anyone tried to enter it, they would be torn to shreds. Harry's recent training had given him other ways of gaining information. He practiced his torture technique on one prisoner while the other was forced to watch. This had the desired effect. When Harry explained that they were testing a new version of the Wolf's Bane potion and they were looking for volunteers, the second prisoner readily agreed, hoping that he would be spared the torture. His hope was in vain, but there was no reason to correct him just yet. Flashback ends. For the last 5 days, the potion seemed to work and what's more, without any toxic side effects. Tonight was the night of the full moon and this would be the real test. If these two retained their minds, that would be all the proof they needed to know that the new formula works. Sadly, these two were so completely savage in their human form, that it may be hard to tell the difference. If the stuff worked, it would mean a better life for Remus and many more like him. If it didn't, it may be years or even never before coming up with anything else that might work. Another new trend that had cropped up in the past week was that whenever he was walking between classes, one of the mystics would apparate in, shoot a spell at him and vanish with a pop. Sometimes he was hit, sometimes he dodged, and at times, he managed to hit the mystic who had just attacked him. A couple of times there was a group of mystics who would apparate in, shoot spells at him from different directions and disapparate. While he scrambled to defend himself, another pair of mystics would apparate in, shoot a spell and would be gone. These were the hardest because he had no idea what the mystics would shoot at him or from which direction they would come. Sometimes, he had even found them dropping from the sky and hitting him. It was all rather tiresome, and when he complained to Harsh, the mystic told him that this was normal for other trainees and everyone went through this. This was meant to teach him to react faster than one can blink, and to test his defenses. There had been lessons of fighting from horse or hippogriff back, where he had been taught to fight with staff, or sword or wand from the back of a beast. The mystics taught him to fight from hippogriff back, telling him that he could course through the skies and hex a lot of them at once this way. They also taught him the way one of them had jumped on his hippogriff in their first skirmish. All in all, this had been a wonderful lesson so far and he wished to take the most advantage from it. Then there was the celebration 4 days ago when he turned 15. He appeared to be sleeping when Harsh negated his wards, making note of a rather nasty set of jinxes that would have been set off the moment he set foot in the room, and levitated Harry's bed 20 feet into the air. As Harry woke up, he found his bed to be hovering around 20 feet in air and jumped down with leonine grace to find a large group of mystics waiting for him. It looked like every single mystic was present there. Before he could finish drying off, a crate of magical fireworks was let loose which formed the words, "Happy Birthday, Harry." Harry was awed. He had never had so many people gathered to wish him happy birthday before. Then it was time for the gifts. Pawin had presented him with special tools to craft his runes. Their tools included a calligraphy pen which acted with a thought and used one's magic to draw the runes. This was meant to draw runes easily into harder surfaces like stones, wood, etc. Ambar had gifted him a little chest containing vials of memories which contained applications of transfigurations and charms in battle. She had asked Ashala for those memories, as she and Ashala had done on numerous occasions. While this was not an ideal gift, yet it was sure to be useful in the upcoming war. She confided in him that if he wished, he could share some of the most common transfigurations and their use in battle with his friends except the dangerous ones. She told him to keep up practicing at Hogwarts so that his skills would only improve with time. Ashala gifted him a bag which was like any ordinary bag that he had seen until she told him to open it. He opened it and his eyes spread in surprise. There were a number of books in the bag and yet it did not look like it. She explained him with a wink that she had enchanted the bag with an extension charm to make it bottomless and intertwined in a feather-light charm to make it easy to carry. The pack contained what she called survivor gear, which was the standard survivor pack for mystics. It included a tent, books, a change of clothes and a number of potions which could be used to save someone. The tent also had a kitchen which was stocked with utensils, a magical burner except for food, but he could easily forage for it now that he had lived with the mystics almost for a month now. He knew where it came from and how to procure it. Anil had gifted him what he found to be the most exciting. He had given him a sheath made of dragon hide fused with goblin silver and told him that the sheath had inbuilt runes so it would adjust to any sword. It also had a strap so it could be strapped to one's back. The mystic had told him to kill any werewolf he met who was on the side of Voldemort and that not all werewolves deserved his pity. He should not stay his hand when he met any creature of dark because not all of them deserved mercy. Most of them were driven by their inner desire and as such had to be put down. He also told him of a design for a catapult which would be helpful for slaying giants and cautioned him that the contraption would take time and energy to create besides requiring materials from the best builders possible. Vari had likewise given him memories of his own and some other masters he had met in the tribe. There were mystics spread throughout the world and almost every country had some who would report to Idrishpuram if they needed help from them, and a set of battle robes like the one he had, but these were more bulky. He told him that this set was crafted from the hide of a Ukrainian ironbelly. The best body armors were made from its hide. However, since the dragon was on the verge of extinction, there were not many ironbelly armors available in the market. He also told him that Harry could always call upon the mystic and he would come to help him. Harsh gave him a book titled, On to Nothingness, a Journey, which was written by one Sarang Varun, and Harry grinned because he knew who Saran Varun was. This book detailed the journey one must take to attain nothingness. Harry decided to look into it as soon as he could manage. There was a huge cake which had been baked by Rachel for his birthday and it had been a delicacy after eating the mystic's food for a month. She also gave him a photograph of Charles and Doria with baby James in Doea's arms, telling him that she had enough of their memories to remember them but he needed something to cling to. He had been summoned in the evening by the wand maker Shilpagya, who eyed him for a while before he said, "Too mighty are you, boy. Wand lore does not fascinate you. Never came to see after I crafted a good wand for you." He bowed his head, "Honorable wand maker, I did not purposely ignore you. I have been well occupied these last few weeks. However, I would willingly accept any gift of wisdom you may choose to bestow." The wand maker softened a bit, "Just that never let your enemy disarm you in a duel, because if you lose it, it would change its loyalties and then would not work for you. They follow the law of Victor. To win back, you would have to defeat your opponent again. Just to be sure that such misfortune does not come to you, I would advise you to go to Ollivander's and ask him to fit you for a new wand. His wand would be helpful to you for school work and your own wands can remain a secret. This is something that I did not know and would not have considered until it was too late. I thank you." Harry thought for a moment then started, "But why would he sell me another wand? Would he not ask how I have been able to live without a wand for this past month or so?" The wand maker grinned, "No. Just ask Dumbledore to write a letter to this effect. Talking of Dumbledore, ask him to return the wand of destiny to you. It is yours by right of inheritance." Harry nodded in affirmative. The wand maker tossed him 2 wand holders. "Strap them to your wrists and keep your wands in them. Such fine wands must be kept in wand holders and not stowed inside your pockets. They deserve to be treated regularly. Purchase some wand polish and treat them regularly. They are not weapons but your arms. Happy birthday, Peverell." After that, the day had been very ordinary. Pawan had spent each day giving him a ward to make. When he was successful in doing so, he would be asked to make a cluster. He tested Harry on everything and often asked him questions about the 7 languages, the rune symbols and how the wards worked. He also taught him to make the ward explosives, which were made by stones which were found on ley lines. Since these stones absorbed the earth's energy from the ley line, they were already full of magic. There was a specific rune designed by the mystics of the past which would tap into the energy and give it the power to explode the wards. The rune was designed with 3 functions, viz. To tap into the energy contained in the stone, to convert it into explosive energy, to destroy the wards by releasing the energy. He had spent good time the past week learning to create those stones and now had a respectable arsenal of ward explosives which he could use in battles. Pawan also had him practice some runes which could be used to attack some dummies, and he had been having fun doing it. To see that they could be killed, disabled or even bound by runes was interesting, and he regretted not having taken the subject before, but that was short-lived. He realized now that there was perhaps no student who would be able to best him in the subject. Ashala had taught him everything that she could, and most of the time, she would pull a memory and they would watch it together and he would notice everything that she did or did not do. Ambar was done teaching everything, but she and Ashala had started ganging up on him. They both teamed up on him to duel him, and usually he ended up losing to them. In all the duels that they fought, he had lost to them, but not before giving them quite the scare. During their first duel, Ambar had sent a transfigured dog at him while Ashala hit him with a smokescreen. Blinded by the smoke screen, he tried to get his bearings and could not hear things. He whipped his wand in front of him, slashing the smoke screen in two. Ashala was going to subdue him with an incarcerus and he rolled away. Before the charm hit him, Ambar conjured some birds to attack him, and he conjured some hawks to kill those birds with one wand while he released pitch black smoke with the other. Soon no one in the room could see anything, and even his leonine vision was no help. He tried the Homnum Revelio and it was of no use either. He conjured a snake and asked it, "Where are the humans in the room?" The serpent hissed at him, "There are no humans in this room except you, speaker R. There is a four-legged creature and two-clawed one which seeks to kill me. Our mighty enemy the falcon." Harry hissed again, "Where are they? Point them out to me." The snake replied, "In the northwestern corner, the four-legged one is standing with the wall to its back while the falcon is flying, stalking me." Harry heard the rush of wings and the snake's pleas for help while it was being carried away by the falcon. He shot a couple of stunners in the air and a thud told him that he had found his mark. He shot a spell chain of petrification hex, stunner and incarcerus in the northwest corner, and a thud told him he was successful. He dispelled the mist to find the falcon sprawled on the floor while a fox was stunned and bound in chains. Grinning, he went to enervate the fox and was stunned from behind. As he was enervated, he found the two witches smiling at him and he was tied with chains. He cast a wandless finite and freed himself. Ashala was smirking at him, "Not so smart, are you, Harry?" Harry sheepishly smiled, "So you are both animagi, huh?" Ambar laughed, "You did not think that we would tell you all our secrets, did you? You were brilliant but failed when you thought that the falcon was stupefied. You conjured that snake and that was some quick thinking. However, as you started throwing stunners around, I simply played possum, dropping to the floor, making you believe that I had been stunned." Harry lowered his head, embarrassed. He had never thought for a moment that they may trick him, but the mystics were crafty in their ways and often pulled some surprises on him. In yet another duel, where he was pitted against the two of them together, he had raised a wall of earth between him and them and was hiding behind it to shield himself from the barrage of spells when suddenly his own conjured wall grew hands and grasped him. He apparated out of its grasp and reappeared a little distance away, and as soon as his feet touched the earth, two hands rose to grasp his feet. He immediately used a reductor on them while Ashala shot him with an Incendio and he was sent flying. Midway, he pulled both wands and shot Pavok Incendio at both of them, forcing them to dodge. As he landed, he pursued them with a barrage of Pavok and they kept dodging his spells. As he became lax and dropped his guard, Ashala returned fire with a flame-freezing charm which froze his Pavok charm, and Ambar willed the earth to rise like a big giant cage around him, and tendrils of earth captured him, pinning down his arms, and for good measure she gagged him. Duels like these continued throughout the week, where he often was on the verge of defeating them and they would coordinate their attacks against him and pull some tricks at the last moment. Vari dueled with him regularly and once decided that he wanted to test his shields. He gathered a bunch of mystics and they all shot all kinds of spells at him, forcing him to raise a new shield every time a more sinister curse was used on him. At last, when they were using the most lethal curses in their repertoire of spells, he reluctantly conjured the Golden Mage Shield, which could stand against the onslaught of all lethal spells except the Unforgivables. The Mage Shield amazed the mystics because it could not be lightly used by someone unsure of his abilities. It also required a good amount of energy to maintain one. Each time a curse hit the shield, a gong-like sound would reverberate. By the time he dropped the Mage Shield, a lot of mystics had gathered to see the spectacle. After the practice, Harsh had congratulated him on his feat, telling him that maintaining a Mage Shield for that long and to remain standing was a testament to his extraordinary powers, and no Death Eaters could stand against him now. Even Tom Riddle had not been able to maintain a Mage Shield for more than a few minutes when Harsh had fought him. Another day, Vari decided that Harry would cast with abandon while the mystics would defend. They all started with the reflector shields which would reflect his spells back at him. After dodging his own spells a few times, he started firing high-powered shield breakers which shattered their reflector shields, and they conjured the Protega Maxima Horribilis, which was easily the best shield after the Mage Shield. They all joined their shields together and they fused to form a kind of block around them, and no spell could pass them. He kept casting for an hour and all his spells were stopped. Vari later told him that to break such a shield he must use his most lethal spell with all his power. Since he was more powerful than most of the mystics, their shield would not be able to take it for more than a few hits. Vari's duels were often tiring for him. The mystic never started a duel with a non-lethal spell but would use some dark spell which he would be forced to dodge. This would go for some time before he got the chance to retaliate, and often he retaliated in kind to him. He used all the spells that he had learned from the memories, and the mystic would bark his appreciation whenever he would feel that Harry's execution of the spell had been flawless. However, the mystic often would disapparate all over the arena and fire at him from whichever direction he preferred. He often made Harry keep moving and on his toes. During the duel, he would often surprise him with something which would cause him to be distracted, and in that moment the mystic would win over him. Once, while the fight was very intense and they were trading spell for spell, the mystic sent a volley of conjured arrows at him. Harry conjured a wall to block the arrows, then banished the wall towards the mystic. Vari transfigured and animated the wall into a stone golem that attacked Harry. As he was busy sparring with the golem, the mystic sent a spell chain of petrification hex, a stunner and a bone breaker. Harry was in a fix because dodging the spell chain would allow the golem to pummel him, and getting hit would lose the duel. At the last moment he pushed his magic out and flew out of the way of the curses which hit the golem instead. Vari was anticipating his narrow escape, and the Incarcerus bound Harry before he reached the ground again. The mystic freed him and grinned at him. "Don't worry about it, lad. You are learning fast. However, you could have used your other wand to blast the golem away while you shielded the spell chain I sent at you. You could have conjured a shield while you flew so the Incarcerus would be ineffective." Anil started dueling with him, often using wandless magic. He could not even guess what the mystic would throw at him in such duels. Once when they were dueling, he shot a disarming hex at Harry and his sword clattered to the ground, and the mystic kept him on his toes, forcing him to fend off like a muggle. Harry wandlessly conjured another dagger while he was dodging around and used it to block his sword strikes. The mystic shot an Incarcerus at him and he jumped out of its way, but the rope kept following him no matter what he did. Finally he cast an incendio, causing the rope to burn, and found the mystic to be laughing hard. He pouted, "What was that, sir?" When Anil was finally able to control his laughter, he answered, "It is a slight variant of Incarcerus where the caster keeps guiding it to the target unlike the normal ones. Remember it. It may come in handy someday for you." He showed Harry the movements and the necessary requirements for the spell. Harry had become more adept at transforming his body to his snow leopard form, but he still had a way to go before he could transform completely at will. There were some parts on which he was still working and hoped to finish the transformation soon. He was able to morph his hands and legs into paws whenever he desired, like his leonine vision, and sometimes, while he was dueling with Anil, he would morph his hands and attack the mystic with his claws, which would throw him off balance, giving him a chance to score a win. Anil was the only mystic that he had been able to defeat a couple of times. Each time that Harry had managed to defeat him, it was because Harry had found something in the environment to give him an advantage. To Harry's surprise, Anil seemed happier on the occasions when this happened. Harsh had been giving him some more lessons in fighting, where he had taught him the art of taking over someone else's animations like he had seen Ambar do against him. He had dueled with Harry for some time only using transfiguration, and Harry had animated a stone statue to attack Harsh, but Harsh enchanted the animation to attack Harry instead, and then he sat explaining the intricacies of taking over another's animations. There was not much to it but a slight variation to the animation spell at the end which would allow one to control others' animations. He taught him another beautiful technique where he taught him to flick aside others' spells. It was hard at first and Harry was hit with bone breakers twice before he got the gist of it. Flashback start. Harsh met him in the arena while he was practicing with the dummies, using different spells with different wands in each hand. He watched Harry for some time before he called, "Halt." He turned to the mystic, "Yes, Guruji. Is anything wrong?" The mystic smiled, "No, Harry. It is just that I wish to teach you something that can be useful and kind of intimidating for lesser enemies." He asked curiously, "What is it, Guruji?" The mystic grinned at him. He had started to hate it when a mystic grinned for no reason. "Fire your most lethal curse at me." Harry blanched for a moment. He knew that his most lethal curse would reduce any normal wizard to a rapidly expanding cloud of vapor if used at full strength. What if Harsh didn't block it? Instead, he cast a bone crusher, knowing that he could heal it if the spell actually struck home. The brilliant violet spell made straight for Harsh's chest. Harry did not need to worry. With a motion that was nearly too quick for Harry to perceive, the mystic flicked his wand and batted the curse aside, saying, "Keep them coming, Harry." Harry shot every spell that he knew and all were batted aside by the mystic. Finally, he had to leap to one side when his own bone breaker came straight back at him. He shouted in indignation, "Were you trying to curse me, Guruji?" The mystic chuckled, "No, Harry, I have seen you dodge. There was no chance that would hit you. I was teaching you an art form which would give you some leverage over your enemies if you find yourself in conditions where you are hard-pressed to dodge or shield, or there are multiple foes and you have to bring them down while defending yourself at the same time." So he started to teach him the art of batting aside a spell. The trick is to have quick reflexes, since some of the curses are really fast while some give you decent amount of time to ready yourself and retaliate. You must be able to see when your opponent cast a curse at you and move your wand so that you are able to bat it aside. Remember, speed and agility is the key to it. He started casting spells at Harry, asking him to bat them away or send them back. To send them back, he was to move his wand in an arc-like motion with a jab at the end. It took 2 bone breakers to the wrist before the lesson set in. Flash back ends. The healer had also taken this week to teach him some healing. He told him that possessing some healing skills may come in handy someday when he was hard-pressed and there was no healer around. He gave Harry a book on counter curses to most dark curses and told him how to perform them. He even had some of his mystics hexed and then showed him the counter curses by performing them. While it was hard, he was confident that Harry would be able to pick up at least some rudimentary skills which may save some lives one day. He also encouraged him to approach Poppy Pomfrey to ask for some healing tricks because there was so much to healing which could not be taught in a day. All the week, he would call Harry for a lesson and together they would attempt the counter curses on mystics who were hexed, and most of the time, he would leave Harry while he would merely watch, though he did step in if it looked like Harry was getting something wrong. A few nights ago, he had started studying the concept of nothingness in the book which Harsh had gifted him. The book was a little complicated and very interesting. Harry had been engrossed ever since he started. What most intrigued him was the concept of nothingness. It said, "Nothingness is not meaning nil, but it is a state beyond our physical presence. In this state the physical matters not but only our essence. Every one of us is made of some essence which is magic. Magic is what remains and what matters. Magic is our driving force, and without it, we cease to exist. The physical form can change, a person can obtain a new body and the old can become young if they know of the concept of nothingness. Not all mystics have been able to achieve nothingness, but most have some degree of proficiency in it. When one is ready to let go of this physical form, willing to surrender their essence to Mother Magic, then Mother Magic can be really kind to them, blessing them with nothingness. However, most of us are somewhere conscious of this physical form and the ties associated with it, so we are afraid to give up. Mother Magic may ask one of his willingness to give up his identity, and if they hesitate even for a moment, that may be their downfall, since then they would not achieve nothingness. But for that happy moment to come, one must have accepted their identity truly. They must accept what they are before the choice is presented to them. So, dear reader, this begs us the question, do you know who you are and do you accept this truly? Remember that knowing your true self and accepting it are two different things. You may see yourself as chivalrous, valiant and generous person, while in reality you may be mean, coward and cruel to others. Sometimes knowing our true self can cause us agony, and you must be ready to face all that comes if you want the state of nothingness. I entered the state when I was going through a very hard time in my life, where I had lost everything which I ever held dear, my loved ones were dying and I was standing alone. I knew I was coward because I could not convince myself to stand against injustice and unjust violence which resulted in everyone dying around me. Mother Magic took pity on me and gave me a chance to serve her. The reading had been eye-opening. For him, he had to think exactly who he was, and that was a question that he had to answer for himself and no one else could. Sure, he was brave because he was a Gryffindor, he loved his friends and family, he stood for what was right rather than what was easy, but that was it. There was nothing more to it, was there? Who was he really? The question had been pestering him since he started thinking about it, and even talking to Harsh had yielded no result, which was surprising since the mystic always sort of knew of the right thing to say. The mystic's answer seemed rather cryptic. Harry, this is your quest to decide who you are. This was a big question which would need to be answered because it was now a question about his essence, in a very literal sense. Longbottom Castle. The last week, Alice and Frank had been declared fit by the healer, and Frank had wasted no time in showing her the door, though she had promised that she would return eventually. From the time they had been declared fit, Frank had started to use magic, and the first few days had been very hard because his magic was unstable and difficult to control from not being used for years. His spells were overpowered or of no use at all, and there was nothing in between. When, out of desperation, he called Healer Lynn back, she grinned and told him, "I told you I would be back." She gave them exercises to do before they were to start using magic, telling them these were recommended so that their magic would be in control again. After a few days of exercise, their magic was more stable and they were able to use it, but Healer Lynn had cautioned them not to overwork themselves and start small, like the stinging hexes, stunners, etc., and gradually try the more complicated things. Neville had been able to return Frank's wand to him. It felt as comfortable and familiar as an extension of his arm. However, Bellatrix Lestrange had destroyed Alice's wand years ago, and being imprisoned in her own mind ever since, there had been no need to replace it. Augusta brought a number of wands from the family vault for Alice to try. Not one of the wands felt as her old wand did. She chose the best of the lot, and it served her well enough for now. She vowed to visit Ollivanders to get another wand as soon as she could. She was already trying to remember where they kept the flow powder. For now their primary concern was to get fit in time for the next session of the Wizengamot, which was scheduled for the 15th of August, where they were to make an appearance before the Wizarding World. They were fit enough to walk and had even taken to doing some exercises to get their bodies back into shape. There were a lot of things to do and not much time to do them. They were practicing the easier spells and getting used to the feeling of magic coursing through their veins again. The thrill of using a wand, seeing Neville every day, and to be able to talk to each other was all that they wanted for now. Turning the entire Wizarding World on its head could wait just a bit longer. Neville came every day and often stayed late into the night, and they would trade stories, anecdotes from their times at Hogwarts. One thing which had angered them was Severus Snape's attitude towards their son. To hear of all the things that he had said or done to him made their blood boil, and setting him straight was definitely on their agenda. Neville thought that this was a good time to tell them about the Boggart. Professor Snape got a bit of his own back, Neville began. You see, Professor Lupin was teaching us how to deal with Boggarts in my 3rd year. When he asked me what I thought the Boggart would become for me, Snape was the very first thing that came to my mind. He took me aside and asked me how I would make that seem silly, and I had no idea. You see, I found the thought of him too frightening. And then he asked me about Gran, and, well, I thought that he would look silly in Gran's clothes, stuffed vulture hat and all. So, when that greasy git came skulking out of the closet, I pointed my wand at him, pictured just how silly he would look, and, ridiculous, poof, and we were all laughing at him. They all had a good laugh at the story, and when they came up for air, Neville said he was even nastier when he heard about it. But, I just kept picturing him in Gran's clothes, and he's never seemed quite so scary since. He also told them how he had stood up to the Golden Trio, trying to stop them from going after Quirrell in their first year. Frank told him that Neville was no different than himself because he also had at times tried to stop the Marauders from going on their mischief-making spree, and at times had told on them to the teachers. Whenever he went to the teachers, the Marauders mercilessly pranked him till he went to them asking for their forgiveness. They also heard about how Minerva was still tough but fair. They had another chuckle when Neville described how thin a line she could make with her mouth when a student displeased her with sloppy work. No matter how hopeless Neville had been at Transfiguration, but it was his favorite subject because it presented him a challenge before, but now with his own wand and the training he received, he hoped to breeze through it. They heard of Flitwick, who was still there and teaching generation after generation of students with the same enthusiasm, making things fun for them and being the most adorable teacher as he used to be. Frank also wanted Neville to learn basic occlumency and mindscape. Frank's own mindscape had been severely damaged over the last 14 years and he had to set it in order before he could teach Neville himself. For now, Croaker would have to teach him the basics and help him get started with the skills. Neville had a long discussion with the unspeakable and Frank. After thinking hard and a long discussion, they decided upon making a mindscape mixed of Hogwarts and Longbottom Castle with many other features. There were a lot of details involved and Croaker even gave some parts of his mindscape the touch of the Department of Mysteries. In the last week, they had made the mindscape where the castle had 7 floors plus dungeons. The outside of the castle resembled Castle Longbottom. The 7 floors contained memories in order of importance. The entrance to the castle was not like the double doors but the entrance of the Department of Mysteries where you had to speak where you want to go. The dungeons were his worst memories which he never wanted to bring up, so the entrance had been barred by a solid wall after he sorted his memories. The first floor was about his life yet, his memories, and his friends. The second floor was his school years which he had spent on the fringes, watching everything and yet not getting embroiled in anything. The third floor was all the knowledge of his family magic which he had obtained in the last month or so, while the fourth floor was dedicated to all his other knowledge or memories. The fifth floor contained secrets and he had a lot of them considering that he only sat on the sidelines. The sixth and seventh floors were vacant and would remain so with only traps and snares which Croaker had come up with. There was a central staircase which would vanish for anyone who would try to intrude in his mind, sending them tumbling to their deaths, or would snare the intruder and treat them horribly. The first floor was guarded by a legion of trolls who, while they were idiotic, they were also magic resistant and hard to kill. The second floor was guarded by a battalion of suits of armor and the entire floor was covered with magic suppression runes, something Croaker had suggested. The third floor was guarded by elves solely and there were a lot of them. The fourth floor was guarded by the 3-headed dog that he had seen in his first year and like the second floor it was covered in magic suppression runes. The fifth floor had some serious protection, like the arcane magics protecting the prophecies in the Hall of Prophecy in the Dome, the brains which would latch themselves to anyone living and cause them grievous injuries. The entire castle was warded with wards the likes of which were found only in one place in Wizarding Britain, i.e. the Department of Mysteries. The sixth floor had a number of traps which were meant to incapacitate anyone who was foolhardy enough to walk into them, and the seventh floor had a replica of the Death Veil for an entrance. The entire mindscape was surrounded by Death Veil-like walls and anyone who tried to cross it would face some other defenses which would activate with any foreign intrusion like Fiendfire or Devil's Snare or some more dangerous plants which could prove fatal. Beyond the entrance to the mindscape, the first level of defense was plants which could kill. Then there were the hippogriffs as were raised in Longbottom Castle, and the beasts were wild. They would cheerfully trample anyone with the slightest provocation. There was a big dragon which prowled the grounds and there was a boggart hidden somewhere in the mindscape. Frank taught him the basics of the mindscape and how to detect an intrusion, and while Croaker tried to penetrate his mind, he would often give tips to Neville about detecting foreign intrusion, how to fight it, how to distract it, and finally how to shut someone out of their mind. Hogwarts, Headmaster's study. Albus Dumbledore was counting the days now. There was about a week left before Harry Potter would return from his time with the Mystics. Getting set up to defeat Voldemort was going to take a lot of work and there wasn't much time to get it done. He was also eager to know what the Mystics had taught Harry, and he was willing to do some passive legilimency to be absolutely certain that Harry had not turned to the dark side. Albus had no problem with the teen killing dark wizards, but he hoped that Harry Potter would not turn insensitive to death because that was a path which was fraught with darkness. Besides, Albus wanted to learn some of the Mystics' secrets, and even a glimpse into their world would be like an old wish coming true. He wished he could have joined them when he was young. Of course, Albus had no idea that the Mystics had watched him for a long time before they gave up on inviting him to become a Mystic. His main concern was that this year's students should learn enough to be able to survive in the coming war. War never came looking for someone of particular age or blood status, but it was indiscriminate. It came for everyone and devoured every offering, yet would remain hungry for more. There had been so much death and strife in the last year, but Albus hoped this time there would not be so much heartache. Minerva had vowed to be more considerate towards her students and try to understand them more, since she had learnt that Neville had been using his father's wand, yet she never realized it. She hoped the teen would not hold a grudge against her for not being more helpful towards him. Albus was thinking to introduce dueling again in Hogwarts, but Pundarikash had discouraged him, saying that there were children of Death Eaters in the school who would use the knowledge against the defenders in case there was an intrusion. Besides, once they graduated, they would join the Abomination's army, and that would only cause more troubles for them. So, Albus had dismissed the idea, but resolved that if he lived through this war, he would introduce some classes which were removed years ago. Hogwarts standards had fallen a lot, and it was about time that he did something about it. As Albus was pondering over the events which had passed and events he anticipated, an owl flew into his office. It bore the Longbottom crest on a silk collar around its neck. Albus accepted the letter, and as he opened it, he smiled, and so it begins. India. Harry Potter woke up before dawn broke and remembered the meeting last evening with Harsh, who had summoned him to talk about something. The mystic told him, "Harry, the chief of Nagas had visited me a few days ago as I had told you. Since we have taught you almost everything that we could within this short period of time, and now he want to train you in parcel tongue, and I have agreed to his proposal. You will leave as dawn breaks and will return every evening to Idrishpuram. You will not hesitate to learn anything that they are teaching you and will not balk off at anything. However, before you leave you will finish your physical exercises every day." Harry nodded his head, and Harsh continued, "After a week, you have to return to Avalon, and this time I will not be going with you." "What do you mean?" Harry asked him. "How will I go then?" Harsh said, "I have arranged a portkey for you under the name of Jameson McAllister, and it will take you to Port of London, where the mystics who are placed in London will meet you. Vari will be escorting you all the way for your safety till you reach the Blacktown house." Harry felt very tense all of a sudden. "Then where are you going, Guruji? Why will you not go with me? And what about Blackstorm?" The mystic smiled. "Harry, we have the world to look after, and something or other keeps taking my attention. I have to go deal with some problem which had arisen in Africa, and I am told it is rather very grave. Perhaps another battle, and as such, we are taking the Marichika with us. This is why I have arranged portkey for you, but do not worry. I will be there when you will need me. Your hippogriff will be sent to Wizarding Britain and from there to Hogwarts, if he does not reach you by the 1st of September. As he remembered that the mystics were moving out today, he rushed out after his daily ablations and saw more mystics than he had seen assembled to fight the previous battle. Vari and his other trainers were not going, however, and he asked Vari, "Why are so many mystics here, and where did they come from?" The mystic muttered, "Portkeyed during the night from all over the world. We have headquarters in almost all the countries around the world. The situation in Africa is grim and will require a lot more planning, effort and resources, and as such, we have called for additional troops. Guruji himself will be taking up residence there till we can be sure that the situation has been sufficiently addressed. Nobody knows how long that will be." Harry was curious, "How many mystics are out there?" The mystic smirked, "You think I would tell you that? No, lad. You are not entitled to information because it exists." As Harry looked, hundreds of mystics left by portkeys or by the mystics' means of transportation, and in an hour, the settlement was almost empty. Harry was thinking of all the things that Harsh had taught him and the enchanted thread which was still on his wrist when a powerful stinger jarred him out of his musings, and rubbing his backside, he glared at Vari, who was openly smirking. "Don't think I will cut you some slack. Start running, Potter, there is too much to do in so little time." The Nagas are impatient people. After his daily routine of being pummeled and getting a chance to pummel the mystics at the track, Harry left for the Naga village, where they were apparently waiting for him. Naga village. As he materialized in front of the chief, the man gave him a smile which Harry knew too well, and it never bode well for him. The same smile that Vari gave when he had some new torture planned for him. "Welcome, Harold, son of Peverell," the Naga chief said. Harry hissed back, "I am Potter." The Naga chief smirked, "Are you sure you are Potter and not Peverell? I have heard otherwise. Are you still trying to find you?" Harry said nothing but processed the Naga's words. These words sounded like someone was answering a question he had but could not find the answer to it. The only question that he had been pursuing lately was, "Who am I?" He shelved the thought for later and answered the chief, "That is a question I am trying to answer myself. I am trying to find myself, and when I do, I will answer to you. For now, I wish to learn some parcel magics from you." The chief replied, "You come from a family which had some prominent speakers in its bloodline, but the ability was lost to inbreeding. In their delusional attempt to keep their magic pure, they have lost the benevolent gifts of Mother Magic. You are part of some very powerful bloodlines, therefore Mother Magic saw it fit to bless you with this gift. Harry nodded. He had little instruction in these matters, which basically fell into the domain of magical research, and these facts were not publicly available, and yet here it was. He lapped up eagerly all that he was being told. The chief was continuing, "For your instruction, it is necessary that you can learn the language without being faced with a snake. While if you were brought up in your family in days of old you would have been taught to control this, but since there has not been one who could speak the language for generations now, I dare say there are none who could teach this to you." He instructed Harry to go and make small talk with everyone who was there in the Naga settlement in the snake tongue, and that others were instructed not to say anything unless he opened the conversation between them. When Harry expressed his inability, the Naga told him that he had to simply will his magic forth and it would be easy. Harry spent the next few hours trying to coax his magic out while trying to talk to others in the Naga settlement. At first he was hesitant as to what would they think of him. But his suspicions and doubts vanished as he talked with the first man. He was hunchbacked and looked ancient and talked with him very jovially, even giving him a few tips on how to speak the language without putting too much stress on his magic. After that it was easy, and he even sat with a group of men and talked about life in Wizarding Britain, his family and little things just to ease into speaking the language. After about 5 hours, he was spent and hungry. The upside was that he had become fluent in speaking the language. Lunch was another affair, and he found that it was a communal lunch in that the entire tribe sat together and partook of the food without caring too much about him. In fact, he was included in their revelries as much as they engaged their own. After the lunch, the chief took him aside and asked him, "What do you know of spell casting in Parseltongue?" He hesitantly explained, "I never tried to. In Avalon wizards look down upon those who can speak the language, and therefore I did not use the tongue so much among them." The chief said nothing for a few moments before he replied, "Harold, it is not a matter of embarrassment. As I have explained to you, being able to speak to serpents is a blessing, and it is foolish to scorn of such blessing simply because you care about people's opinion, which changes every day." Harry nodded his head. He had seen how fickle the wizarding world was and how it could make him a hero one day and a villain the next. The chief was saying, "Now Harold, casting in Parseltongue is easy. You can say the words of spells as you know from other languages in Parseltongue and your magic will work for you. For example, if you use Pavacum or Incendio in Parseltongue, you will get the same result, with the only difference being the effect. You put even minimum power in the spell and the effect would be fourfold. We often use spells in Sanskrit and use minimum power and yet get exemplary results because both are magical languages." After that, Harry practiced what the chief had just taught him. He tried stunners, stingers, bone breakers, and while he did not put much power into it, the spells were powerful only because they were being cast in Parseltongue. He tried to imagine what would happen when he had achieved fluency in Sanskrit because it was also a magical language. Unlike Parseltongue, however, Harry had no innate gift to speak Sanskrit and he would have to learn it the hard way. It would take some time before he was fully fluent like the mystics. He decided to cast those spells he knew though. For the next few hours, he cast every spell that he knew and was often amazed at the results. The drain on his magic was minimal, and that would give him a definite advantage in battle. As he was leaving, the chief asked him, "Did Lord Harsh put you through the Kayakalp ritual?" When Harry replied in the affirmative, the chief asked, "Would you go through another ritual which we do? This is not anything special, but it would help you decide who you are. It is an awakening ritual which wakes up one's consciousness and opens the door to the answer to this question. However, I must remind you that you would still be presented with the question and you will have to have firm conviction in your answer, because if you wavered, the ritual would be useless." Harry thought for a moment before he spoke. "I want to think this over because this could be a life-changing decision for me. I want to ask a few others whose opinions matter to me and who have the right to be informed about every such decision." The chief nodded and said, "Take all the time you want, just as long as you have an answer for me when you return here tomorrow." Harry understood from the chief's words that this was an important decision and it should not be put off. He bowed to the chief and replied, "As you say, honorable chief." And Harry disapparated without a sound. Adrashpuram, Harry's chamber. Harry made a brief visit to the library to try and obtain a copy of Harsha's book in the original Sanskrit. "Ah, yes, Mr. Potter. "I have been expecting you," said the mystic attending the library as he produced the volume from under the counter. "May you find it enlightening," he said as he placed it in Harry's hand. Harry gave the mystic a bow, muttered a thank you in Sanskrit and headed to his chamber to read. His grasp of the ancient language was still shaky, but, he thought, he had already read the book twice in English and maybe this would help with his understanding of the written form of Sanskrit and his understanding of the book itself. He had the 2 volumes open, side by side on his bed, making notes and reading the original text as quickly as he could manage. Prathimon appeared at his door and said, "I have good news, Mr. Potter." And there was a huge smile on his face. Harry looked up from his work and pointed his wand at the potion master's chest and asked him, what potion did Prathimon gave to Harry Potter to brew for the first time when Harry Potter came for his first class? "That, Mr. Potter, was a pepper-up potion with some of my own alterations," he said without hesitation. Harry lowered his wand. "Please excuse my rudeness, Mr. Prathimon. It is just that you have never visited my chamber before. You speak the truth, however, you failed to come and visit me this day and being an impatient man, I have come to see you," his eyes smiling at the formality. Harry conjured a chair and invited the potions master to sit and be comfortable. "What is the good news, Mr. Prathimon? Will you accompany me back to Britain and take up the post of potions master at Hogwarts, thus ending the reign of terror of the dungeon bat? Have you come up with a potion that will restore the hair on a muggle's head and you are prepared to make a fortune? Are they forming a Quidditch league here at Idrishporum and they want me to be a team captain? What is it? What? Harry spoke faster and faster with each word bouncing on his bed like a hyperactive preschooler. By this time, the mystic was nearly falling off his chair laughing. Between gasps as he recovered, he said, "Any of those would be good news indeed, my fine young student," and he pulled his best doleful expression, "but alas that is not my news." Then, much more sober, Harry asked, "Is it the Wolfsbane potion?" The genuine smile returned to Prathimon's face. "Yes, Harry. The 6th dose has gone well for our volunteer. If the final dose goes as planned tomorrow night, you may place your name upon the alteration," he said rising from his chair and patting his student on the shoulder. "But, Mr. Prathimon, that's not right. This was at least as much your work as mine. I insist that my name will go on the alteration only if yours appears first," Harry said earnestly. Prathimon's expression became a rueful smile. "My young friend, it was my quest for glory which led to me becoming a mystic. I have had my fill of glory for one lifetime. No, my name shall not appear on this alteration and not on any other. Besides, it was your love for your friend which made us take this risk into this discovery and Mother Magic has rewarded you for that." Harry could sense the man was not content with his lot in life and asked, "Are you satisfied with being where you are?" The potion master merely sighed, "I am happy here, Harry. I can tinker with potions to my heart's content and no one bats an eyelid. It's just that I have not been able to find myself yet. I did not find answer to the question, who am I?" Harry raised his eyebrows at the mystic. "From the way that you always seem to be happy and smiling and have no complaints about your life, I would have thought that you had answered that question for yourself. In fact, I am more worried about me because I do not know who I am and now I have to tell Anaga if I have full conviction in whatever answer I have found because he wanted to do a ritual for me." The mystic's eyes spread in wonder. "He offered you the nothingness ritual. That is offered to only a selected few and not even all of his Nagas are offered this. However, I understand your dilemma. Any wavering in your conviction to your answer and the ritual is useless. My answer is that you try to find who you are really. Try to find this answer by lining up your faults, your qualities, what Mother Magic has decreed for you. When you have got an answer, stay firm by it no matter how bitter it may sound to you because this is all the answer that anyone can give to you." Harry called the marauders who had been true to him every time he asked them something. He pulled out the mirror, tapping it and called, "Padfoot," and Sirius's grinning face appeared in the mirror. He was walking on a road somewhere and Harry immediately went berserk. "Are you insane, old man? Whatever possessed you to go out when there is a manhunt going on for you?" Sirius barked out a laugh. "I will have you know that I am only in my late 30s pup. I am not an old man. Besides, what is life without a little adventure? By the way, you do not have the moral high ground to preach to me considering you are the same bloke who smuggled a dragon illegally out of Hogwarts. who arrived at the school in a flying car and almost destroyed the Whomping Willow, who foolhardily went into the Chamber of Secrets to slay a 1,000-year-old basilisk with nothing but your wand, and it never even occurred to you to use a rooster. As I remember, you are the same bloke who stunned Snivelus, who used a time turner, who fought 100 Dementors single-handedly and broke me out of Flitwick's office on the top of the castle, the same runty bloke who outflew a dragon, dived in a lake without knowing how to swim to save his friend who was in no danger at all, and then fought all sorts of creatures in that accursed maze. So tell me, son, how you can lecture me about it. Harry shot back, Padfoot, although it's true that I took a lot of crazy chances, in every instance, I did it because I saw no better alternatives. In most of those examples, I was trying to save people I care about. So, then tell me what life-saving mission you were on and I'll forgive you for taking stupid chances. Sirius waved his concerns away. Do not worry about it, son. I have ditched the order and bamboozled the ministry. Besides, I am in Italy, far out of their reach. I needed some fresh air and to look up one particular wand maker. I need something special, and I don't think that old Ollivander is quite up to the task. Harry thought it over for a moment, then said, not rescuing someone in imminent peril, but getting yourself a decent wand will have to do as an excuse for going walkabout. Just be real careful. I don't want to hear about you being hauled off to Azkaban or worse, Harry said with real feeling. Sirius gave him a real toothy grin. Don't worry about me, pup. I'll be fine. How is your training going anyway? Harry's demeanor immediately fell. I am trying to find the answer to a question and I have no idea what to do about it. Sirius realized something was not right and asked him kindly, what is this question, Promslet? Harry sighed, I am trying to find who I am. Sirius said, what does that mean? You are Harold James Potter. Harry shrugged, a lot of things have changed, Sirius. I visited a place where it is said that Mother Magic is most sentient and she identifies me as Harold James Peverell. Realization dawned on him, and you are struck about not being a Potter anymore. You think that it would change your identity. Harry nodded, that is my concern, yes. I am afraid of this change. Sirius adopted a warm demeanor. Look, Harry, I told you before and I am telling you now. It will change nothing and you will be what you always were. A beacon of hope to many helpless wizards and witches, a source of joy to me and Moony who consider you family, a friend and non-adopted son of the Weasleys, a brother from another mother to Hermione, something to Ms. Bones, though I do not know what. He winked at him, making him blush, and above all you will remain James and Lily's son. Harry felt at peace with himself after talking with Padfoot, and he realized he had found his answer. He knew who he was and how it mattered. Telling Sirius to take care, he slashed at the mirror, breaking the connection. After performing his daily occlumency exercise, he retired to bed. The Naga village, the next day. When Harry appeared before the chief of the Naga, he showed that he was not a being to mince words. Are you ready, Harold James Peverell? Harry looked the chief firmly in the eye and said, yes. I am ready. The chief led him deep into the forest to a clearing where there was a symbol carved into the ground. Harry did not recognize the symbol. There were people sitting on the symbol at specific points. The chief spoke to Harry. You see, we have anticipated your answer and all is in readiness. Mr. Potter, or whoever you have decided that you are, you will remove all of your clothing save the bare essentials. When you have done, sit yourself in the center of the symbol and face toward me. You will then enter into meditation. I warn you not to open your eyes until we stop chanting. No matter what happens, what you see or hear, continue your meditation. When the time comes, remain true and steadfast to your answer. If you waver, the ritual will fail. Harry followed the chief's instructions to the letter. As he sat down, the people stationed around the symbol began to chant. As he meditated, from the words that he understood, they were chanting about waking up, praying to some primordial god, asking for blessings. First the chanting felt alien to him, but as time passed, he eased into it, and after a few moments, everything ceased to exist around him except for the pitch-black darkness which threatened to engulf him. He stood for some time before he decided to explore. He could swear that it was getting darker, which would have been ridiculous because there are no shades to dark. However, in that moment, he felt like it was dark. His fears danced in front of his eyes, his nightmares tried to haunt him, every instance when he was mistreated or abused by Vernon or Petunia tried to claw its way to the front of his mind. Voldemort's red eyes seemed to be glaring at him in the dark. Harry wanted to run away or to hide, but he somehow knew that this was some sort of test which he was determined to pass. None of this was real, he told himself, and even if it was real, so what? He had faced it all before, and that was a part of him which made him strong. He heard Dumbledore's voice, "It is our choices which make us who we are," and it was gone again. Determined to find out what comes next, Harry strode off into the thickening darkness. When the darkness seemed so thick that he could no longer breathe, he saw something which made him almost cry. He saw that the ground was littered with the bodies of everyone he had ever loved or cared about. The Weasleys were dead. There was Sirius, who was sprawled on the ground, a big wound open in his chest. There was Moony, who had his body bent at a crude angle and his eyes were lifeless. Dumbledore, Minerva, Hermione, Susan, the Longbottoms, everyone he loved was dead. He wanted to cry, to hold them, but he told himself that it was not true. They were all safe in Wizarding Britain and he would see them in a week. Suddenly the darkness was dispelled as if it had been waiting to see what he would do, and a woman stood there. Harry thought of her as a woman, but her features and figure were continually shifting, changing appearance to his view. Harry gazed at her face and watched, fascinated as her features continued to change from moment to moment. When she giggled, Harry realized that he had been staring at her for some time. He cleared his throat in an effort to say something but could not find his voice. The woman took pity on him and spoke, "Who are you, child?" Even her voice was pure melody. It was such a sweet voice, the likes of which he had not ever heard. He stuttered, "My lady, may I have the honor to know your name first?" The woman laughed a girly laugh. "Is it gentlemanly manners to ask questions while not answering questions asked of you?" "Who are you?" Harry said. "I am Harold James Peverell, scion of Potters. I am called Savior by some, brothers by others, a few even call me son, some may call me their world and some call me their enemy. I am something of everything and yet nothing. I am what Mother Magic has made me, and beyond that I have no identity." She giggled. "I made you. I do not remember ever making you, Harold James Peverell. Are you sure you are nothing more than this, or that you do not exaggerate?" Harry blanched as the woman called herself Mother Magic, but he felt that she was speaking the truth. Her presence had made him feel at peace with himself. Such peace as he had never experienced in his entire life. He realized this was the moment where he had to have conviction, stand firm, and he said without a trace of doubt in his voice, "I believe every word of what I have said here in your auspicious presence, and it is the truth. I am what I say I am, and nothing more, nothing less." She smiled. "Well answered, Harold James. You have my blessings, and nothingness will become yours in a matter of time. To do so will be easy, since one of my favored children has already given you the way and I have accepted you into it. Never stop being true to yourself, your essence. Your physical form for the world matters nothing to me, but your essence is mine. Remember, child, when nothing is left, all that matters is magic." Harry bowed low before the entity who called herself Magic, and she touched his head, causing his magic to swirl wildly in him, and he passed out. He woke up in the hut he had bunked in when he was on his way to find Idrishporum, and looked around to find the worried faces of Vari, Prathimon, who had their wands clasped in their hands firmly, and the Naga chief, who was grinning from ear to ear. Vari grunted, "Are you all right, Potter?" Harry felt hungry but could hear his magic singing. He said to the mystic, "Physically I am good, magically I have never been better, but I am feeling very hungry." Everyone present in the hut laughed. The chief had some food brought in, and Harry tucked in with gusto. A week later. The last week had been very fruitful for the raven-haired teen because he had learnt the mystic's ways of travel. However, he was disappointed to find that his nothingness did not work any wonders with other aspects of his training, and he still had to work on his skills as he had been doing. Prathimon confided in him that if the ritual had done that, Harsh would not have sought him out to train to defeat Voldemort. The Naga had taught him to duel wandlessly and to perform magic with his actions only. The Naga were what he called sons of Earth, meaning they did not need any wands or staff to do magic. While Harry did not get the ability, they taught him to summon Earth, to force it to do his bidding with only a thought and no wand waving or any fancy stuff. They taught him to change someone's spell mid-flight and direct it back at them while changing its nature, which would have been tricky if Harsh had not taught him the art of flicking aside others' spells. The trick was to hiss a word at the spell while flicking it, and it would change its nature. He even showed Harry how to do this by asking Harry to cast a stunner at him. When Harry did, the Naga just waved his hand and hissed at the spell, and in place of his stunner a bone breaker was flying back at him. Only his instincts made him jump aside from the path of the spell. They taught him a few curses and jinxes in parcel tongue which all had some properties of snakes, like one spell would spew snake venom at the enemies while other would entangle them in coils like a python, which would get tighter as one struggled against it. There was the bone weaving spell, which could be used to give some first aid in case someone's bone was broken or their bones had been vanished. Lockhart. Wink. Another breakthrough which had come for him was that the alternate component which they used in place of aconite in the wolfsbane potion had been a resounding success, and the werewolf had been able to keep his sanity for the night. In return, the mystic kept his promise to set him free. He was indeed set free the next morning, with the mystics hunting him, and needless to say what had become of him. Harry also heard from Vari that Shravya Vahan and some of his teachers had eliminated Kichak and his werewolves. Shravya Vahan had come with a huge army of 100 wizards which were teachers from the Takeshila School of Magic, and killed all the werewolves. That is, the ones who did not flee after 2 of their numbers had been abducted by Harry and Prathimon. This morning Harry arose and felt sadness in his heart. He had come to love living in this place despite how hard Vari made it for him. In this place he was treated as ordinary as he wished to be, and in fact they treated him like family. They did so many things for him without asking, and showered so much love on him. His portkey had been set for evening when it would be afternoon in London, and he decided to make the most of the time he had remaining. He donned his best dress that was in his trunk and first went to Rachel. As he knocked on the door, she opened the door sleepy-eyed, and her hair in a bun on her head. She yawned widely before she curtsied. "Lord Potter, how may I serve you?" Harry was embarrassed with her curtsying all the time and decided to call her on it. "My lady, you are my grandmother's friend, and in this place, you are my elder. It will always be my place to bow to you." He spent an hour together with her and listened to her speak while she wiped her eyes when she thought he was not looking. She may have been formal with him in his instruction, but she had come to love him as her own child. As he was leaving, she murmured, "Remember the request, Harold. Seek Terence out and save him if he can be saved, but if he has sold his soul to the abomination, then let him be at fate's mercy." He went to Prathimon next. He had a little trunk ready for him which contained the 5 plants he had found during his stay in India and the plants whose leaves could keep him warm. He had put them under stasis charms, a large number of potions which he had brewed in the course of his education, and a lot of samples of the plant they had used to replace aconite in wolfsbane. It was a common plant called Cyperus rotundus, and Prathimon had been doing experiments with it to determine if it could be used successfully. After an hour with Prathimon, he said his farewell, knowing full well that perhaps he would never meet the potions master again. Ambar had hugged him, telling him that he was the brightest student she had taught, and that he should send her a letter and if possible photos when he had achieved his animagus transformation. She confided in him that she had every faith in him that he would be able to kill that abomination. After an hour when he left, she also told him to keep writing so he would not forget that he had a family among the mystics. After Ambar, he went to Ashala, who did not say much, but her moist eyes told him everything that there was to know. The charms teacher told him to work hard and bring some pride to her name. Pawan Bear hugged him, telling him that he was honored to have taught a student like Harry, and that maybe someday they would meet again and trade stories of werewolf slaying over drinks. Harry had no proclivity to drinking, and he wished to keep it at the minimum, knowing how much the wizarding world savored this particular habit. Lastly, he went to say farewell to the animals and Pashupati, who was morose. He whined to Harry that not all mystics cared about animals and rather looked down upon it. He confessed that he loved talking about animals with Harry, and that he would miss the most out of all the teachers because they all had recruits while he was generally free unless he was sent aboard the Marichika, and with the Marichika sailing to Africa, he was stationed in Adrashpuram. He also told Harry that Blackstorm would be sent to Avalon sometime in the next week, and that Harry would be able to see his hippogriff after about 2 weeks. After grooming Blackstorm for about an hour while making small talk with the mystic, he took his leave to reach his chamber and packed his trunk, giving necessary attention to details. Some of the space in the library had been put under the Fidelius charm by him, where he kept the mystic journal, the books the mystic gave him, the trunk he received from Pashupati, the caskets of memories he had received, the pensieve and Salazar's necklace in a beautifully carved box etched with runes. These things were too dangerous in the hands of anyone else, and he wanted no one to have them. As he finished packing, he shrunk the trunk and stowed it carefully in his pocket. He made his way to the library to return the copy of Harsha's book in Sanskrit which he had borrowed at the beginning of the week. The mystic who was stationed there, said, "Mr. Potter, I am surprised to see you here. You had best make haste or you will miss your portkey." Harry produced the book and laying it on the counter said, "I have come to return this. I don't know if I can pay overdue fines from Britain." The librarian handed the book back to him. "Mr. Potter, this book is gift to you. Guruji wishes you to keep it." Harry said, "Please thank him when you see him." Looking at his watch, "I must go." And he ran from the library. Green Hues. Neville had received Dumbledore's answer this afternoon and the headmaster had agreed to start training him when the next year started so that no one would find it odd. He intended to announce that Neville was his apprentice at the end of his training because announcing it beforehand would put him under the lens of the wizarding world and it would not be conducive to his training. Frank and Alice had returned to Green Hues because they complained that they got bored in the castle with nothing to do. As soon as they arrived there, Frank found their old Auror manuals and they started reading them, no doubt preparing to train themselves as soon as the healer pronounced them to be fit. The healer had confided in them secretly that she had been told of the ritual by Harsh who had visited her a few days ago to check on their health. She had taken an oath not to disclose it. It would not have mattered anyhow because neither she nor anyone else she knew was powerful enough nor knowledgeable enough to do the ritual. London. Harry Potter started moving as soon as he felt the portkey had stopped pulling him and landed on his feet. He and Vari were met by several mystics and their leader Himvat, Harry recognized him from earlier, who put his fist to his heart and intoned, "Dharma or Man." Vari reciprocated the gesture while Harry pulled his wand out and leveled at Himvat. What was the name of the man who met Harry Potter and St. Mungo's when Himvat was escorting him? The mystic smirked. He was an old bloke named Octavius Rhine whose family was killed in the last war and he has only a grandson left who works as a technomancer in Germany. Harry lowered his wand muttering, "Sorry, had to check that you are who you claim to be." Vari grunted, "Good move Potter." He turned to Himvat, "Did you bring me the secret to Black Townhouse?" He asked Himvat. The other man produced a piece of parchment which Vari read quickly and burned with a wandless pavakam. Vari turned to Harry, "Remember Potter, you must stay vigilant in whatever you do. One of us will always be around you and it is upon you to find us. We will see if you can recognize one of us." Harry nodded. He had suspicions that the mystic would keep someone around him and he would have to be pretty careful about the people around him and those who lurked in shadows. Vari took his hand and they both disapparated to apparate in the middle of an order meeting in 12, Grimmauld Place where a lot of astonished faces were looking at him. Finally Harry Potter was home. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.